Well, good morning and a very warm welcome to Goodwood Revival 2022. Before we take you on a journey back in time, I'd really like to take a moment to say that from everyone here at Goodwood, our thoughts are very much with the royal family at this time as we, as a nation, mourn Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Well, hello then. Good morning to everybody here at Goodwood this year. If you are here, you probably are aware that every year since 1998 in September, the Goodwood Motor Circuit does get transported back in time to the 1950s and 60s to really relive the glory years of motorsport. And I think anyone here today will be in for a treat. David Green is alongside myself, Rachel Stringer. And it is such a special event, isn't it? We've already been here a couple of hours already. I've gone and got my hair done in the salon in Richmond Green and, got made up for the occasion here, transported back to the 50s. And you've been here a few times, David, already. It's a pretty special event to be a part of, isn't it? It's
very special. It's, for some people, not only just the best Goodwood motoring event of the year, it's their favourite occasion of the year. They're getting ready for weeks and months preparing for this event. The sun is shining. It's absolutely perfect. And, that nostalgia, I think, is particularly poignant this week. And everybody's here to have a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, we've done members meeting this year. We've done Festival of Speed. I really think everyone says this is the highlight of the Goodwood calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's helped by the fact that this circuit closed in 1966, so a lot of the buildings, the place around here is frozen in time, and we're going to see some fast and furious racing, as well as all the other things that Revival brings.
Yeah, of course. And you've been coming here for a number of years, like I mentioned as well. Have you got a highlight from years gone by which still stands out in your memory?
It's just seeing the great drivers. Stirling Moss driving his cars, his famous race cars around the track. It's just absolutely brilliant. And you see drivers bump into them, and then they're in that period clothing. I just love to see it all.
It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, it's going to be everything you'd expect from a Goodwood motor event, that's for sure. Well, we have 3 days of wonderful action here in Chichester. Let's now take you through what you can expect to see on day one. Okay, well, we're going to kick off then at 9 o'clock with a track parade from the military vehicles. That's going to come on your way shortly. Followed by at 9:25, the first of our action, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. And then it's going to come thick and fast from 10:05. We have the Madgwick Cup, 10:35 there. The Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, that's your two-wheel motorcycles going in action there. Followed by another track parade, the Austin 7S's, 11:15. Then the Glover Trophy at 11:40, followed by, just after lunch, St Mary's Trophy, presented by Motul Part 1. Then the afternoon looks a little bit like this, a tribute parade to Graham Hill at 12:40. The Goodwood Trophy at 1:10. And then they keep coming as well. Whitsun Trophy at 1:40, Stirling Moss Memorial. I know that's one of David's highlights. That's at 2:10. The Chichester Cup at 2:50, followed by the Richmond and Gordon trophies at 3:20 there. Followed by, we do go into the afternoon as well, a couple of more tribute parades there, one to Ferrari at 4 p.m. and the Lavant Cup at 5:35. And the one I think everyone will stick around for as it gets to dusk, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. They race into the evening here as the sun sets over the Goodwood Circuit at 6:25. David, I'll ask you about the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. You mentioned that as something to watch out for. Why is it so special?
Well, it's named after the Duke's grandfather, of course, Freddy March, and it's in celebration of the 9-hour race from the 50s. They ran it in 52, 53 and 55, won every year by an Aston Martin, and it was a 3 o'clock start to midnight back in the day. We're going to celebrate that with a 1-hour race this evening, and it's going to go from light to dark in the same way they did back then. 2 drivers, should be a fantastic race. Yeah,
it really will draw to close, won't it? A fabulous day one here at Goodwood. Well, it's not just David and I who are going to be around the circuit all over these 3 days. Amber Butchard as well. She's joining us in the Thrive and Revive section, and she's down there for us right now.
Hello, Hello and welcome to Goodwood Revival. I'm Amber Butchart and I am here in the Revive and Thrive area where we are going to be coming to you all weekend. We have so much going on over the next few days. We are going to be thinking about vintage clothes, vintage interiors. We are going to be thinking about upcycling. We're going to be thinking about how you can make the best of some of the things that you already own in beautiful period styles. So we have all of that coming up and more. So stay with us for the whole weekend.
Well, I love her outfits. I think I'm going to be saying that quite a lot, aren't I, over the course of the next 3 days. Everyone looks fabulous. David, I haven't had a chance to go down into that section yet. I'm sure you have done in the past. How exciting is it over there?
Well, as we saw from Amber there, she's obviously the fashion expert, but I just like seeing all the outfits. It's great. Everybody joins in. That's the thing about Revival. If you didn't come here dressed up, you'd really stand out, and everybody buys into this whole frozen in time, and they get the outfits on. It's just great to have a wander over there. And we've got across the road, we've got the likes of the Bonham auctions. We've got so much things going on here. Vast site, so much to see. 3 days, you still can't pack it all in.
I mean, as well, if you did come through the main gate this morning, it's something that I spotted, and I know David did as well. A UFO has crash landed at Goodwood this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, halfway into the ground. No explanation as yet, but I'm sure we'll find out more about that on the weekend.
Pick out a programme, though, because it does give a little bit of description of the spottings of that UFO before it did crash land here at Goodwood this year. It's great. There is so much going on this year. And we also, as usual, as we can hear some cars flying past us already on the track, have our man on the ground who will get some interviews with all the drivers here. It's Ed Foster. And where are you at the moment, Ed?
Well, good morning from the assembly area, and the action is already starting down here. This is where all the cars assemble before going out onto the circuit, before the practice sessions and before the races. So all the drivers are going to be getting into the zone, and I'm going to be putting microphones right into their faces and asking them exactly how they're feeling and what's going through their minds. So that's the assembly area behind us. If we just spin round slowly, after the races, I'm also going to be speaking to the podium finishers on the start-finish line. So the motion's been running high, adrenaline running high. The first race this evening is for these cars in the assembly area right now, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. The first race, and that's tonight. So I'll be here all weekend, and I can't wait.
I can't wait either to hear who Ed gets to speak to, because he really does put a microphone in pretty much anyone's face. He doesn't care who they are, what they've done. He is great at getting all the best insight from these races. He said the first race is coming up a little bit later this evening. Then we have plenty of races, of course, on Saturday and Sunday. It's not just about the races, though. We heard from Amber in the Thrive and Revive section. David, I know you've spotted something that's going to be quite special this weekend.
Yeah, of course, we've got Ed down there with Racing Royalty. Racing pack schedule all day, but there's so much else going on. I'm particularly looking forward to catching up with fashion designing icon Paul Smith. He's going to be unveiling his electrified Mini that he's famous for redesigning, customizing the old original Mini, and he's got a very special one here, so I'll be catching up with him later on today. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, so many special cars, like you said, from Paul Smith there, machineries, and we can see some special vehicles now rolling on to the circuit here at Goodwood as we welcome the start of the first track parade of the weekend. It's the military vehicles here, and what a morning we have as well. You never know what to expect in September in the UK in terms of the weather. We've got to be British and talk about the weather. We are being treated, aren't we, this morning to glorious sunshine so far at the Goodwood Revival for 2022. Well, they're about to line up then, aren't they, for this very special track parade to really kickstart our event for 2022. It is the track parade for the military vehicles, and our two commentators I'd love to welcome to you guys this morning, who are going to take you through this one, are Martin Haven and Bruce Jones. Guys, have an awesome day and enjoy this first session of the morning.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Stand well back from the Fordson tractor that leads us around, the bomb trolley. Everybody seems to be gathering a little closely to that. Top speed on the Fordson is mandated at 20 miles an hour. Not towing, so let's hope he doesn't get too much speed up and a wobble on with those bombs on board. And at Goodwood Motor Circuit, the former RAF West Hampnet, a World War II satellite of RAF Tangmere. It was a fighter base during the war. The way that the RAF worked their fighter squadrons was that they would be dispersed from the main airfield, which was Tangmere, to satellite airfields around the south coast, obviously to ward off any incoming attacks. See, the Char ladies have managed to get a lift. I'm not quite sure where they think they're going to be working from the back of that Jeep, but there's a whole host of Jeeps in various different forms, and further back, some much more heavy vehicles, Alvis and Scammell trucks towing. You've got white half tracks, you've got white trucks. In fact, we don't have a half track here, I don't think, this weekend, but Bruce Jones, again, there's always a military presence here as well as in the air on the ground.
Yes, in years gone by here, it was principally up in the skies, amazing demonstrations, fly past coming through. But it's the assembly of these military vehicles, and there's a reason for them to be restored. I mean, Goodwood has produced more things that have been found in barns and hidden away, not for years, for decades, and it's just a glory to see them out working. It's almost spawned its own industry to support these things. But it's things you've never seen before. We've all seen Jeeps before. We've all seen the regular army trucks, but I, for one, have never seen an AEC Matador artillery tractor. I have now.
You just didn't think you had. Yeah, again, so many of these have been extras in films recently and back in period as well. Some fantastic machinery. So we'll take a look at some of these as they head off around the circuit. Even the course vehicles here, you originally saw a Mark II Jag going, I think it was a Mark I Jag going around making the final part of the course inspection, and the car that is pacing our field, if that is the term, and it probably isn't with military vehicles, will be a fabulous E-Type, rather nice gunmetal fixed head coupe. So you got the general purpose vehicle, the Jeep. Originally, contract went out in the United States to garner entries for a vehicle for the US Army when they entered World War II. And it was originally won by a design from Willys Overland, but they were not considered big enough to produce them in the sort of volume, so immediately Ford, General Motors and everybody else were recruited to build versions of it as well. And of course the Jeep became the ubiquitous military vehicle of the late 1940s, and a whole host of them have survived here in the UK as well. You've got see a gentleman at the front there, this is where we need Keith Ewan. It's a motorcycle, I've got that much. You see a couple of outriders, the chap with the leather waistcoat has even got blackout blind on the front, on the headlight.
And I've had a little whiz down the entry list. A pair of matchless G3Ls. That's the knowledge you need to know about those. So again, if you've bought yourself a race program, the race card element of the program is what you'll need to hand. Stories behind pretty much everything that hits the track today, and many other celebrations. But this is clearly the military vehicle one. We'll have one for the Graham Hill, 60 years since his first World Championship title as well, and 75 years since Ferrari started producing cars. So we have some glorious parades. But do wave, and if you have a matching uniform to anyone who's going past in a Jeep, wave both arms.
Yeah, there's a few admirals around as well. A couple of, I saw the NAFI was very busy this morning. Lots of cups of tea and bacon sandwiches being doled out, but they are actually open for civilians as well. So NAFI is the Forces supermarket, essentially. So anybody who grew up, like myself, as a military brat, you did all your shopping at the NAFI, and the NAFI are here as well. Plenty to eat and drink wherever you are around the circuit, whether you're on the inside of the circuit in the paddocks, whether you're on the outside of the circuit wandering around, watching the racing, watching the practices. Today is mostly about practice stroke qualifying. Practice because it's the 1960s. Nowadays it would be called qualifying. But there is, as Rachel and David were saying, one race at the end of the day. Oh dear, we have a failure to proceed. Possibly quite a standard issue.
Yes.
Can't get it restarted once it's hot. So looking here at an RAF recovery vehicle on the big screens, let us try and figure out what. Again, that has a very scammily look to it, although I have to say, I may not be the world's biggest expert on World War II trucks. It definitely.
I can give you can offer. It just says RAF military lorry
with support trailer. Okay, well, it does have the look of a scammer about it. That very familiar flat front. So the bomb trolley is being given a reasonably safe berth. Again, that is down with the Spitfires. If you are coming in through the main gate. The circuit will be in front of you, and then if you head round in an anti-clockwise direction, you'll go through the final couple of corners. On the inside of the circuit, you will find there the Austin 7 display, which will be out on track later during the day and across the course of the weekend, celebrating the centenary of Britain's first people's car. And you will also find the military vehicles over there as well as display of some of the Spitfires and Hurricanes that will be on display and flying. And in fact, in the background of your shot right now, if you're looking at the screen, you can see an easy way of getting there. It's the tractor-trailer bus transport system. So you can pick one of those up on the far side of the circuit and travel around, or you can go on foot and just enjoy the scenery, both human and mechanical, on your way round. And again, there you go. There's a great view. Blimey, that is a high camera tower. I hope that's a drone. It's not. It's a man on a cherry picker. But that is a great view of the Goodwood Motor Circuit.
And bear in mind, Martin was talking about being taken on the trailers around the circuit. It will go anti-clockwise, so you can get off at various points, and you're always going towards the cars as they come towards you. That's the natural way of doing it. And do make sure you go out to Lavant, St Mary and Fordwater. Try all three. Have a coffee, a beer and a coffee. You can mix up your diet through the course of the day, but catering all around the circuit, and it is great to see the whole environment in this wonderful sunshine. We're set fair for all 3 days, so, and particularly this evening, the photography will be phenomenal when the race goes into sunset.
Yeah, again, celebrating the Goodwood 9 Hours, which was one of the premier endurance races in this country, and it will be, definitely the sun will be below the yard arm. Good afternoon, good morning, gentlemen. Very dapper naval uniforms, they rather look like it to me. That's certainly, good morning. That's a full set. That is a proper naval beard. Congratulations. That's a magnificent beard.
I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. Was it on a cigarette packet? I do feel the senior service had its moment.
He absolutely does look like a senior service chap, yeah. So, yes, various different Jeeps. You can see, oh, hello. Okay, right. We'll try and identify a couple as they get picked out. That's the sort of light truck that you would have seen in Ice Cold in Alex, just being hidden there. In fact, that is very much in Desert Spec. That looks like it might be a Chevrolet truck, but I'm again stand to be corrected.
Oh, you're good. There's a 1944 Chevrolet C15A Universal Carrier. I beg your pardon. I thought it was carting people around for a second.
Now, although it's in Desert Camo, it also has RAF roundels on, but of course there was a Desert Air Force during the campaigns in North Africa. Got a motorcycle combination under tow. Well, if it won't start, there's definitely probably not the time now to drop the clutch, but that's being towed around as well. So making sure that everybody leaves dispersal exactly the way it should be.
And if you're trying to work out where on the circuit they are, they've got as far as Lavant Corner. You will gradually be able to identify the corners. Now, if you come to Goodwood thinking it's flat, it's on a largely flat piece of ground, but there are various undulations here that you'll get to see many more of when the racing cars go out at 9:25, because certainly the gradient around St Mary's, you go into a dip, over a crest, into another dip, and it really, really adds to this very, very fast circuit.
Well, we are on the edge of the downs, and so nothing's quite as flat as it might appear. So it's a real and the other thing is, it wasn't built as a race circuit. It wasn't designed as a race circuit. It was built to enable the taxiways, to enable aircraft to go around when the grass was, as inevitably it was, or the ground underneath it, very soggy indeed. So it was never built as a bomber base. It was built for fighters, but nevertheless the tracks were laid down in a hurry in the 40s, and they were not designed to be cambered and banked.
No, entirely so, but of course one forgets just how densely populated the south coast was, because just down the road was RAF Tangmere, here was RAF West Hampnet, and so on, all the way around the sweep to the bottom right-hand corner of the southeast of England, right up to East Anglia.
So all sorts of military vehicles. I'm not sure who our cameraman on the hoist is. I always say there's never a day when I'm glad I'm not a cameraman. You're either boiled, frozen, drowned, or a combination of the three while being blown around by an Arctic gale. Dave, I salute you. Rather you than me.
Well,
genuinely.
Dave, the cameraman up there, will be also very relieved we're set for 3 days of great weather, because having seen, particularly it reminds me of the Red Bull Ring, when in the mountains, of course, you have storms arriving quickly, and the man up the top normally goes, lightning approaching, can I please come down? But we're set all square here for 3 days of glorious weather. As a helicopter. Any particular helicopter, Martin?
I think that is a Westland Firefly. This is again. This is going, 40 years ago. But there in the background is the consolidated Catalina. Now that again, if you are walking around, go to the airfield, the edge of the airfield, and take a look at the Freddy March aviation collection. That thing saved as many airmen as a Mae West did. A Mae West, not the Mae West. So 4-engined. Amphibious, amphibious aircraft, so a flying boat essentially, big sort of nacelles on the side, which were not only used for repelling incoming, but also to allow them to get bailed airmen out of their life rafts, hopefully, and back to safety. The drone of a Catalina lumbering in will have been the most welcome sound that an awful lot of airmen had as they were bobbing around somewhere cold, miserable, or hot and miserable, either in the Atlantic or the South Pacific. So, it was an aircraft that was built essentially as a search and rescue, but then became anti-submarine warfare and all sorts of other developments as the war progressed. It was, by all accounts, very cumbersome, lumbersome, and hard to fly. But it was also pretty robust and took a lot of punishment. Well, there is our Fordson tractor. That is definitely more than its speed. I mean, he's doing more than 20.
Yes, that was my question. What would be the top speed for delivering bomb to plane? This one's clearly been left out in the garden for a few years, the bomb, so
on the front, actually, just on top of the radiator, it does say maximum speed, not towing, 20 miles an hour. I know that because I read it yesterday. I like the fire extinguisher as well, but possibly like the one in the Morris Minor. It may not have any content in it. It's there rather for show rather than go. Hopefully the bombs are not armed, but you can never tell. Everybody likes a bit of realism. Nobody's quite keen on that amount of realism. I like the light bar on the E-Type. It's rather fancy.
It's very dinky and delicate, but again, just what is so strange, you look at the E-Type, just it was like an explosion when it arrived, a new level of beauty, but it was only 20 years after these vehicles were current doing their job during the war.
It's astonishing, the rate of change, isn't it? I mean, it was really the arrival of the jet age in terms of British motoring. You think that the cars that were around when the E-Type came out, it really was like it landed from outer space. And when it was unveiled at the Geneva Motor Show, it genuinely rocked people back. I think it was so different from the Mark 1 and Mark 2 Jags that were around at the time. Obviously not a family saloon, but a super sports car, referred to by Enzo Ferrari as the world's most beautiful car, and it's hard to argue.
Very hard to argue, but the essence, the lineage of Jaguar, it's always been about beautiful body shape, and I mean that just took it to a whole new degree. But exciting times, the 1960s, of course. The world was getting back on its feet properly by then. The 50s had still been a period of a decade of relative austerity, but I mean, what better way to launch the 60s than the E-Type? It really, still today, draws envious looks all around the world.
Yeah, nothing swings like England do, as Roger Miller famously almost sang. Ferret Scout car in the background of that shot there. And, the sails aren't out on the local windmill, so not doing too much windy millering. But actually, there's not much of a breeze today either.
There really isn't. And if it up at Hanukkah, where the windmill lies, of course, that would catch whatever breeze was coming its way off the English Channel.
Well, Dave will let us know if it's windy or not. Flags, of course, here at half-mast, as with everybody else. So there was an awful lot of consideration as to whether or not the event should run, but I think, as with everything else in the country at the moment, everybody is very much aware of the current state of grieving for a lot of people, but just to come back to a place where actually there's such a royal connection, because of course it's not just the motor circuit here. The Goodwood Racecourse was very often a place where Her Majesty visited. She'd often stay at the house as well, and in fact the Queen's last ever winner was just a few days ago running at Goodwood. So she was very much a horsewoman. She had a phenomenal knowledge of horse racing and particularly bloodstock, and by all accounts was absolutely encyclopedic in her horse breeding knowledge. So yes, Goodwood is a place that has a lot of strong connections with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and so she will definitely be part of everybody's thoughts here, I'm sure, this weekend. We are, however, going to enjoy a busy day of track action, lots of displays on the ground. There was already the Dawn Patrol. Spitfires went off this morning and will go off again this evening for the Dusk Patrol after the final race, or after the race that brings the track action to a conclusion. Don't be in any hurry to rush off either, because there is still so much to see. Bruce and I say this every single year. It is a joy, a privilege to be able to work here. It's always an enormous frustration because we have no time to go around and kick tyres and see all the things that we would like to see, that we just glimpse occasionally in the background of a camera shot.
But
so
I think
that for us.
Absolutely. But if you do see two tall people rushing over to have a look, it's us. We'll have tunnelled out from our activities, but we're actually on. We go off the circuit commentary straight back into the radio truck, but go over the road. It has a life of its own, and famously, Martin, we talked about this morning, there was a local family that they came and they wrote a thank you letter, and they hadn't realised there was any racing. They never left over the road. They were in the pre-66 car park, they had the fun fair, they had the Bonhams auction, went home. What a fantastic meeting that was.
Absolutely, absolutely. Shopping opportunities are plenty, lots of entertainment. There's the auctions out there, there's just so many trade stands and things that you never knew you needed until you came here. And that goes for ladies as well as gentlemen. Apparently there are shopping opportunities there are lots of shopping opportunities for ladies. There's a hairdressing salon. If you want your 1950s pin curls precisely done, then you can go over there. You can buy your cigars. You can, just a million different things going on here.
And just alongside those shops on the infield of the circuit by the Earls Court Motor Show building is a radio studio,
yes,
celebrating the 1966, the formation of Radio 1, and some of the original jockeys are here this weekend. Johnny Walker, for example.
Not half, mate. Sorry, I promise that is the last smashy and nicey of the weekend. Well, wherever you are listening around the world, or whether you are here in the circuit, good morning. I don't know what time of day it is for you, but it is a beautiful morning. Lots and lots of people here. I just say that's a very, very fine beard and moustache combination. I've never seen one in quite such a fetching shade of blue.
Not quite French racing blue, but I guess it's halfway there.
But it's really great, again, to see so many people. And I know for a lot of you, the alarm went off at such an ungodly time this morning. It is worth it. The moment you step inside, you may have felt like a bit of a fool filling up your car at a petrol station dressed like it was 1950-something. But when you arrive here, you only feel a bit of a fool if you're in jeans and a T-shirt, because everybody else, as you can see from these camera shots, if you've not been to the revival, everybody buys into it. It is 100%. The feel of the event comes from the fans as well. So we are just about, I saw cars in the collecting area, we are just about to get the track action underway here, a day of practice, and at the end of which we will have our first race, recreating the spirit of the famous Goodwood 9 Hours. The Freddy March Memorial Trophy race will bring the curtain down later on this afternoon.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, welcome back then to Goodwood Revival 2022. If you have just joined us, well, you missed a very special tribute a short while ago to the military vehicles from the 1960s. They were going at quite a pedestrian pace around the track, I think I can say, David, which is not what we're going to get to see for the rest of the day, because shortly we're going to have the Freddy March Memorial Service practice. That will come up on track at 9:25. We'll get to see a first glimpse of some of the cars in action there. And David, you were chatting about some of the special cars we're going to see off camera, and we do have some special cars that everyone's going to get a treat at seeing.
Yes, of course. I mean, this is the first time when they go out this morning before the big race at dusk this evening. We'll see all these gorgeous cars. And interestingly, the winner of that original 52 race is here at Goodwood, but not racing. It's over at Bonham's. It's for sale. An absolutely stunning Aston Martin DB3S, driven by Peter Collins, is actually for sale over there. So if you don't fancy the race, you've got a few quid in your pocket, you buy the original race winner.
Well, yeah, that would be quite special, wouldn't it? Even just to go and see that. So David mentioned that's over the road then at Bonham's. Let's give a bit more information then about the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. It's quite special. It's obviously going to take place at 6:25 later on this evening, and it will obviously race into sundown. And what's quite special about it, it's an hour-long race, isn't it? There's two drivers. They have a little bit of a pit stop in between 20 and 40 minutes. It's a chance for the first driver to jump out in pit lane, which is just next to us here, and for the second driver to then jump in. And it's quite the tactical affair as well, isn't it, David?
Yes, well, often you have maybe a faster driver than another driver in a team, and it's interesting to see which stint they put that faster driver in. So some teams will be putting the faster driver in first, get a good lead, and then obviously other teams will be having the fastest driver going in the second stint, trying to chase it home to the checkered flag. So very interesting to see what goes on later on today. And
it should be a pretty fast race as well, because conditions are near enough perfect.
Absolutely. Sun is shining, track temperature will be a little bit cool, but it'd be great to get out there, the track, and the engines will run very well in this sort of temperature.
If you were driving, if you were lucky enough to be down there in one of these cars later, where would you prefer to be in terms of driver order, first or second?
Well, you would say take the glory in the second stint, but sometimes the car doesn't get that far, so, you're guaranteed to drive if you drive first.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, we'll get to see those cars in action in a short while as they start heading out then from the assembly area to their first practice session of the day. Here we go. We can see them then just getting their tyres, getting a bit of heat in their tyres here as they just come around at quite a nice lap speed at the moment. Well, let's join then our commentators for this session then. Let's go back down to Martin and Bruce.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our first practice session of the week. Today, Friday, is practice day, but these cars for the Freddy March Memorial Trophy will also race at dusk. This is recreating the spirit, looking back at the Goodwood 9-hour races that will run between 1952 and 1955. So 70 years since the first race in the Goodwood 9 hours. And as Rachel said, it is a 60-minute race with a mandatory driver change in the middle. So the pit window will be open after 20 minutes, closes after 40 minutes. And this is for sports racing cars of the early to mid 1950s. So you're looking predominantly front engined, drum brakes, names like Aston Martin, Ferrari, Fraser Nash, but also some of the newcomers. Cooper were involved as well, and Jaguar C-types you'll already have seen. We'll take a look at cars that are producing pace. It's going to be a little difficult to measure them against each other, because a lot of these cars will have an enthusiastic owner driver and a pro, or a car preparer and a pro, so they will not necessarily all be gentlemen together, pros together. So Bruce, some cars will look perhaps a little out of place in terms of where their speed is compared to the others. So let's talk a little bit about these cars. Well, we'll start with this one, Ferrari 750 Monza, and this will be raced by Gary Pearson, the car preparer, and was going to have Karun Chandok in it, but there has been a late driver change, so not quite sure which Bell is going to be driving it.
Okay, it's worth pointing out, Martin, to everyone that this is the half-hour official practice session. Both drivers will need to drive, so in many cases it's the pro who's going to be setting the times early on. They'll do the minimum number of laps they're required to do, then they'll bring it in to give the owner driver more time on the track, also when the tyres have been heated up a bit. So Nick Finborough is setting the pace. 1 minute 34.3 seconds. Car number 1, fittingly, it's an Aston Martin DB3S, one of the most beautiful cars out there, and that's sitting on a margin 4 seconds quicker than anybody else. So knowledge of the car, knowledge of the circuit, important on the opening laps, but you can be sure everyone else is going to close in a little bit, but that's a remarkable margin by which he's leading. The second fastest car at the moment, car 77. We didn't mention the Allards. It's a J2X Ken Watkins car that finished here 10th place in that race 70 years ago. And so the history, the continuity of a lot of these cars, with competition history galore, is something worth taking a look at through the programme.
Yeah, you're suggesting that if the Allard is going quickly, it is probably Benoit Trellier, the Le Mans winner for Audi, who is at the wheel of that car. Currently on board, or we were just on board, car number 16, and that is a Cooper Jaguar. Now, a couple of interesting things. First of all, it's got an all-female lineup. Katrina Kubatala and Simona Di Silvestro, the IndyCar racer. And secondly, it is running on synthetic fuel. So it is entirely plant-based. There are 2 cars running here. The other one is Porsche, which will be one of the other sports car races, both running on synthetic fuel. And the synthetic fuel comes from, this is a win-win, it comes from what's left over when you make wine. That is the organic material that you use. So
I was helping them enormously last night.
Correct. The more wine we drink, the more synthetic fuel will be available. I think that's absolutely our duty. So, all-female crew. I think, is this Simona Di Silvestro's first time here at Goodwood?
I think she came to the Festival of Speed, I think this summer, actually. But, you know, we get these pro drivers, they all want to come, but when they come here, oh my word, their eyes are opened and they are clamouring to come back. And you mentioned Benoit Trellier, you know, saw him in the hotel last night. He comes every year. If it's a gap in their timetable, you were with the Loston last weekend, the World Endurance Race at Fuji, so they're as bleary-eyed as you are, but slightly faster.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley and a whole bunch of others have come over from there. We've got Dario Franchitti with old IndyCar mate Scott Dixon, the most successful IndyCar driver ever now, and Jimmy Johnson over as well, 7-time champion and currently NASCAR driver. We're on board. I think this is Katrina Kuvalova. So this is her car. She's, as you can see from the helmet, also a very keen Bentley driver. And she's one of the Bentley crews that did, what was that, 12-hour race a few years ago at Portimao, just to prove that Bentleys aren't just for short races. Here in this Cooper, with Cooper T33 with its Jaguar Straight 6, the XK engine, which was so prevalent all over British Specials.
And I very much like the touch there, not the Bentley boys, the Bentley bells with the livery on the side of her helmet. Right, Ferraris, we're celebrating those in galore, but a 1952 model looking at on the screen, the 225 S Vignale Berlinetta, owned by none other than Mario Ilian, that engine expert who really did enormous work, not just for Formula 1 cars and Mercedes engines, but of course stateside as well in the IndyCar Championship with his Ilmore concern. But 2 super quick drivers in that. We've got Emanuele Pirro and David Franklin, and I think at the moment that's David Franklin, who is more than 25 years old and he hasn't lost 1 iota of his speed, and he delivers the car in perfect condition back to the pits every time. He's a master craftsman, started his life on the hills, but he's not doing too badly on the flat here.
And Emanuele Pirro, again, arch enthusiast, plays cricket with the enthusiasm of Emanuele Pirro and all the cricketing knowledge you might imagine of an Italian racing driver. I think that's possibly the politest way to say it. But loves Goodwood, loves the revival, loves the Festival of Speed. I mean, comes to everything here and will drive absolutely anything at the drop of a hat. So if you are a car owner and you have a car and you need a driver, or you want to bring a car next year, collar Emanuele and sell him a story about how wonderful your Zagato Imp is, or whatever it happens to be. Franklin will be pitting next lap. That's a highly sophisticated car to pits signalling then. He pointed at the wall. Now I'm cut box. I think hopefully they will have done as well.
Right, the new fastest time, Sam Hancock, Fred Waitman. It's probably Fred on board at the moment. It's the glorious car number 11, which is a Jaguar C-Type. Works reserve car for Le Mans that year, but raced by Silverstone by none other than Stirling Moss. But then it went down to Australia, won 23 out of 24 races in the hands of Frank Gardner back in 56, 57. But what a lineup there, because Sam Hancock is a superstar in historic cars. And Fred Wakeman, by the year, he gets quicker and quicker. 1 minute 31.4 seconds. So the Nick Finborough car that had been top is now 1.5 seconds in arrears. So it's the number 11 Jaguar C-Type fastest.
That's Hancock. That's Sam Hancock's helmet. So Sam tootling in now. There is a plug change going on the Jaguar 2D, which is the white and blue car.
Well, I'm actually slightly concerned there because I wonder why the C-Type slowed down as much as it had, because he wanted to come in quite quickly to save time to give it to Fred Wakeman. So hopefully there's not a problem, or if there is a problem, hopefully it's something can be fixed.
Hang on a minute.
Or was he just trying to get clear track ahead of it?
He was getting a bit of clear track, because now he's certainly picked up pace. That's a very definite change of body language. The car coming out of the chicane, up on its toes. So let's take a ride round at this Goodwood circuit with Sam Hancock. You come down past the pits and into this banked, challenging corner. You go over a crest, the road drops away on the outside, the grass is very close to the tyres. I mean, it's quite an intimidating track right from the first corner.
Well, it really is, but one of the things, you look at the camera angles, more to the point, the camera angles are showing us the car angles, and of course historic racing cars, when you watch them from the rear, and the super slow-mo should let us see this, you can see how the tyres are really working, the weight of the car shifting across the body. Madgwick's a brilliant corner for that. In fact, so Ford Water, but the best of all is out at St Mary's, where they're going over rise and into a drop. But the acceleration that came, super slow-mo and then super fast, and already around the lap through the first of the timing sectors, he's banged in the fastest speed that's been achieved as yet.
Well, these cars are always limited by the traction of the tyre, so if you want to keep the momentum up, you have to not fight it and let it slide, encourage it to slide, keep that momentum up. He was looking to try and complete a lap before he caught traffic. Now let's take a look at the pale green car in the middle here, because this car has got a great history. It was originally raced here in the Goodwood 9 Hours back in the early 1950s. Its second owner then went to Le Mans, led his class for about 12 or 14 hours, eventually finished second in class at Le Mans in the Kermit Green Fraser Nash, then went for a fortnight's holiday in Cannes on the south coast of France, and on the way home won his class on the Alpine Rally. So that was quite a long but fruitful excursion into the south of France. It then had a mechanical problem and basically lay in a shed. Its current owner drives it to the shops, takes the kids and the grandchildren out, and this is the first time this car has raced since the 1950s. It's not been, other than cosmetically and gone through, it has not been, quote, race prepared. So they're expecting to be sort of quite a long way towards the back of the field. However, they are definitely going to enjoy it. It's Tim Crichton who's driving with his dad Andrew, whose birthday is today. So the owner said, well, who are you going to get to drive with you? He said, well, I think my dad would quite like to go, and it is his dad's birthday. So Tim and Andrew Crichton will be sharing that. So a brilliant story of that Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. One of two or three that are in the field, but that one completely original and unfettled with.
Well, already we've had a change at the top. Nick Finborough has gone back to the top of the table. Some drivers already coming into the pits to do a change. We don't have the answer yet who's the second driver in car number 7, but Gary Pearson's got out of that silver Ferrari 750 Monza with the blue stripe up his middle. We'll see who gets on board. But at this rate, we might have drivers going under 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds around here in these cars from the mid-50s. Is super special. Sam Hancock in number 11, the C-Type, pressing around the outside of the car. Martin has just been talking about sit up and beg relatively and lie down and sprint. That's the Jaguar. So sleek, the C-Type, when it came.
And in the background with that raw aluminium bodywork, that's again another unusual car.
It's the one that's fastest of all. It was setting the pace from the outset. It doesn't do things by stealth. It does it by, well, look, just how much more aerodynamic is the Cooper.
But again, you can see the hand-formed bodywork, Cooper Jag, Cooper Type 33. Again, to fit that big, tall XK engine in under the bonnet meant that it had a low nose, but the rest of it is quite an uncomfortable combination of height and not quite enough width really to carry it off. It's not a pretty car in the way that, say, a C-Type or a D-Type is, but it's certainly been effective here. So Nick Finborough, the fastest man, we think it is Nick at the moment.
He'll be handing over to Guy Harmon, but it's a bodywork tempered by lots of little L's with tiny hammers. That's what it looks like.
Raced here at Goodwood and at Silverstone successfully in the 1954 season. Again, that places that car very firmly in the correct period of history, going by 1:34. Now that's quite a distinctive livery, that sort of burgundy with the broad silver strip up the middle. Another Ferrari, not quite the sort of acknowledged Rosso Corsa, but early Ferrari red was a much darker sort of blood red, oil-stained red. So that's a 340mm Mille Miglia. Roberto Crippa, the owner, sharing with Massimiliano Bettati.
Right, the interesting thing, not only did Nick Finborough go back to the top of the charts, listen to this, consistency, and bear in mind there's a lot of traffic. He did a 1 minute 31.3, a 1 minute 31.6, so only a quarter of a second down, but now what he craves, like all the quicker drivers, is space on the circuit. However, almost halfway through this half-hour session, cars will be coming onto the pit, so if he stays a little longer, he may well pick up a bit more time.
Well, now, between him and Sam Hancock in C-Type number 11, there is the enormous margin of 53 thousandths of a second, so half a tenth between the fastest two cars. Finborough coming in.
Now, I just want to see car number 7, the second driver now, looks remarkably like Derek Bell's helmet as he goes past the pit lane. Car 7, does that look like a Del Bell helmet? I think it does.
It does look like a Derek Bell helmet, so that will be the Bell. Is that the Bell? Well, it's not. I don't think Justin's here.
So, if that's Derek, he celebrated his 80th birthday. In fact, we had a fantastic celebration at the Royal Automobile Club of the great and the good were there, and the stories were flowing. In fact, we did a very good job to try and get it in under 17 hours of talking around the stage, and we hadn't even got to the swearing and the jollities.
How do you summon up a life as rich as that Derek Bell has had? I mean, he has had an astonishing motor racing career, never mind anything else.
And the stories, and when you put a microphone in the hands of David Hobbs, A, you're never going to get it back, and B, the stories will just carry on flowing. And the characters, but we suddenly realised these aren't men in their 60s anymore, or their 70s, they're nudging into their 80s, and we must treasure them because those stories are just manifold. Again,
to me, they're still men in their 40s, I'm afraid, so that, you know, as long as they're around, they're the age they were when I first saw them race. So or Hobbo's case, first heard him regale with stories at the bar. Car that's just gone by that, by the way, just shooting past camera, sort of metallic Aston Martin green, if you like, which is another Fraser Nash, and the Fraser Nash Mille Miglia, owned by Philip Champion. He's driving it with Martin Stretton.
So guess who's preparing that car? Yes, Martin Stretton. So
and it's
what a star.
It's not only a race car, it's also a former rally car as well, but it's a very different look from the Le Mans reps.
Well, the Ferrari 750 Monza we're looking at with definitely Derek Bell on board. The timing screen tells us that. He's good for 11th place at the moment, but Derek just getting up to speed. He's done his outlap, and now he's got still 13 minutes to go and play. But that will not be the fastest car in the field because time moved on and time moved quickly.
Well, the thing will be that Derek's never driven this before. So he was a Ferrari factory driver. He raced in Formula One for them. He raced sports cars for them, but not in the 1950s. He was still at school at that stage. So this will be the first time he has ever sat in the car. It will be the first time he's ever driven this car around Goodwood. So most importantly for him will be that he and the car get back unharmed. So that will be absolutely key, is to make sure that he understands what the car wants, what it likes, what it doesn't like, and also to make sure that he can hand it back to the owner in the state in which it was given to him. There's Martin Stretton, car number 12. That's the car we were talking about. It's a darker green in the Fraser Nash Mille Miglia. So Martin Stretton with that familiar dark green, light green helmet. Makes him very easy to spot, which is dead handy. So the car that flashed by the camera was the Allard J2X Le Mans. So that's that sort of Aston Martin green. Looks like a streamliner almost, not quite as voluptuous a shape as the car you're looking at here, the Mille Miglia Fraser Nash, with that sort of very Jaguar C-type feel to it. But the Allard Le Mans is a very good-looking car.
But I mean, traditionally, Allards were more purposeful than a lot of machinery, and the more power they got, the more entertaining. There are some later models that scare you when they fire up.
Yes,
right,
absolutely. Yeah, the J2X is the other one. That's got the full Allard J2 fugly factor. It's just basically an enormous engine with some wheels and cycle mudguards, but the Le Mans is a much more streamlined car. But again, Martin Stretton, one of the joys of being here and being close to the circuit and being on the banking puts you above the height of the car, is that you can watch the drivers at work, which is something that we're sort of denied in modern motorsport with all the protection around the driver. But you can see just how busy they are at the wheel of these cars, just balancing power versus the lack of grip.
Now, all arms and elbows is the phrase that Ines Arden seemed to coin and stuck with him, but riding on board with Simona Silvestro, the IndyCar racer, look how smooth she is, because a lot of drivers will be working the cars, but she has got that knowledge that historic cars, as you mentioned, Martin, need to have as much flow as they can. As you check them by getting the tail out, that's not the right way. Let the body move across the tyres. Now accelerating past our commentary position down the start-finish straight. That number 16 Cooper Jaguar T33 coming up to one of the hardest corners, Martin. Madgwick isn't a corner, it's 2 corners in one. There are 2 points at which you go around the apex, and while it looks wide on entrance, once you reach the corner, suddenly it's really turning across your bows and quickly, and there's a big bank right in front of you.
And you think, okay, you know, she comes from IndyCar racing in the States, so you think, okay, so ovals, and this is going to be very different to her. But of course, don't forget that when you race in the States, you also go to places like Mid-Ohio, which is basically Alton Park. You go to places like Road America, which is
Cadwell Park.
Yeah, well, and even longer and faster. And so there are circuits that have this feel. None of them quite with this feel. In fact, there's nowhere else in the UK. There's not many circuits in the world that have this level of old world feel to them. So she will have some feeling of what's going on, but again, getting into the circuit and just feeling the confidence in the car to be able to really just stretch it is really important. That's what today's all about.
Martin, the right hand side of the car, as we look at it, it's got the tonneau cover, and the driver's side, Simona, you can see literally half her torso, but you look at the Aston Martin running behind, the bodywork is much more round. Brilliant in-car shot, looking across, might say Porsche on the visor, but it's not a Porsche, we know it's a Cooper Jaguar T33. What a fantastic view. Look at the sunshine, would you not want to be out there?
But you see how far back the gear lever is compared, it's almost at your hips. You saw her reach down, her hand was on the tunnel, and then, oh, where's the lever gone? Because it was back in fourth, now she's changing back up, that's down to second, so coming out in second, slotting it up into third gear, letting that XK6 engine really start to use its torque and produce its top end speed down here. But the gear lever is a long way back, it's a long engine in not much car.
Not suitable for the taller drive, keeping out of the way of 34, which is the fastest car. Another Cooper coming through, that's another Cooper, the same car but different colour, but also marginally faster, because the best lap, 1 minute 31.3 seconds by the 34 Cooper that just gone past. And her car is just looking down the chart straight in 8th place, and it's 4 and a bit seconds down. But Katerina Kivalova, who knows it well, has got out. Now Simona will be choosing her time. She's got 8.5 minutes. She's got to get through the traffic. She's learning as she goes.
Well, now she's got the perfect car to learn from. A, it's the fastest car, and B, it's the same car. So now again, and this is where pro racing driver penny drops immediately. Clunk, follow him. He knows where he's going. If anybody whistles past you like that, you tuck him behind them. Where's he going? What's he doing there? Where's his line? He's turning in really wide, really low. Okay, let's try that. Here we go. And that's how you learn. That's how you learn the little nuances of this place. That's how you learn to avoid that bump and how you learn to ride that bump.
I was just going to go there, because circuits do have irregularity, but the fact we've got Madgwick with two apexes, or apices if you wish, but also Lavant at the far side of the circuit is exactly the same. You can easily get the first part right and the second part wrong, and the second part, the exit from that corner from Lavant, you then carry your speed, you build your speed out of that corner and carry it the whole way down the straight back to the end of the lap. But Katrina did a good job, and now Simona de Silvestre has actually still got traffic up ahead, but still learning as she goes.
And right behind her, car number 24 is the third fastest car. So out of the chicane comes the C-Type Jag, number 24, and that is the John Young and Nigel Webb car, an ex-work C-Type, originally sold to Duncan Hamilton. So it's in a sort of slightly lighter green than British Racing green, goes through on the inside. That car third fastest at the moment, and actually closed the gap to the leaders. The leaders are still, or the top two are still 53 hundredths apart, but that is now 1.6 seconds back. First to third was a 2 and a bit second margin. So
now there's a car we need to pick out. I noticed its body language coming out of the chicane was very strong a while ago. It's an Austin Healey 100S, and you wouldn't think that would be able to fight with the top guns, but it's only 2 seconds down. It's driven by Carsten LeBlanc and Jack Rawls. It was a car that raced in the States, but it's white, well, creamy white over dark blue. Often cars in period, particularly Austin Healey's, had light over dark, and that has been driven very well indeed. So look out for number 222.
222. It's the only Austin Healey in the race, so it's easy to spot for those of you that know what a big Healey looks like. So it's 100S. That's the 4-cylinder engine rather than the later 3-litre 3000s. but it has the same Donald Healy face on it. So that car in the hands, with white and blue, the American racing colour. You see all sorts of various different varieties of national racing colours here. So the car is in the pit lane at the moment. The cameras have found it, or it has been found by our spotters, but not out on track.
Well, one car has had a particular problem. We've got 26 cars in this official practice, but the car number 2 has not got a flying lap on the board. I'm afraid it did its out lap and came back to the pits, and that was one of the cars I was looking forward to. We've already seen number 7, which is a Ferrari 750 Monza. This was the same. This is Tazio Otis' car, shared with Manuel Elizabe, but unfortunately for them, things are not going super smoothly. Right, we're nearly into the final 5 minutes of this practice session. So several cars in the pits, but really that number 2 Ferrari is the one with the problems. The other's just going for driver changes.
That's the one that was having the plugs changed earlier, and the driver is still in it. It's a white car with a sort of blue diamond stripe. It narrows around the cockpit and then widens out further back. Car number 11 in shot at the moment, Freddie Wakeman's Jaguar C-Type. Now this is the car that we saw Sam Hancock pedalling a little quickly earlier on. It's the second fastest of the lot. Freddie Wakeman, the owner-driver, at the wheel at the moment. And again, how you start the race sort of really depends on where you've qualified. So assuming that this car will be on the front row, as it appears to be at the moment, with only 5 minutes left on the clock, it's likely that probably Sam Hancock will start that run long towards the end of the 40-minute or 20 to 40-minute pit window, and then hand over Freddie Wakeman a little later in the race.
Yes, with any pit stop at Goodwood, if everyone came in on the same lap, the pits are very, very narrow indeed. So you could really undo all the good the first driver has done by just getting boxed in by another car. So the teams sort of work in association with each other. If you're in the neighbouring garage, do you mind coming in a lap later? Well, that's how the theory goes, but then the racing monster gets on board and things can go out of the window. Right, still the fastest car, the number 34 Cooper Jaguar, Nick Finborough, who's at the time, and Guy Harmon, who's out in it at the moment. But they're lapping pretty consistently. But don't forget, in this 2-driver race, over 1 hour, it's important to have a good average across the board. That's how you win races.
Those of you out around the track, take a look. Keep your eyes open for car number 1, Aston Martin DB3S. Wolfgang Friedrichs and Simon Hadfield driving that car. Did an awful lot of racing in period, going very quickly past the pits just now. So it looks like they're currently 6th or 7th fastest. That looks like, in fact, it has just set its fastest lap and looks like it's on for another one. Behind the number 11 C-Type, saw car number 77 briefly, the Allard's J2X. There's the number 1 Aston Martin on your screens. Again, that very familiar metallic Aston Martin green. You'll hear me refer a lot this weekend to Aston Martin green. It's not always on Aston Martins, but it's that particular version of British racing green, if you like, that's not quite the solid dark green that we are used to seeing on things like Coopers we'll see a lot, and on Jags that we'll see a lot.
You know, Martin, walking around the paddocks over the years, I often go and check on the car colours, and sometimes it's the evening, the light is down, and you think a car's black, and you actually get to it and realise, oh, if I shine something, it is actually the darkest of greens, but the Aston Martin green, a sort of moss green metallic, and that's the helmet that's had so many successes here over the years. Simon Hadfield, he prepares the cars brilliantly for Wolfgang Friedrichs, but if the track's wet, he just steps up another level. So he'll be moving that towards the top of the charts. Has just done that car's best lap. He's still 2.7 seconds down on Nick Finborough's time, but he's closing in. But traffic is a problem. Going past another Aston Martin DB3S, beautifully past that. That's the Carlos Seletsky, number 5 DB3S.
And though you may not know Matthias and Carlos, you will know that it was the names that also drove it in period. Roy Salvadori, Stirling Moss, Prince Vera, Peter Collins, a whole host of famous drivers.
And the best rumble we're picking up through the cameras when we look here at that number 77, the Allard J2X. It's all about the engine, dummy, and doesn't it work for me? Yes, it does.
Ain't no substitute for cubes. Sidney Allard basically invented drag racing, created drag racing as a sport in this country, rallied these cars, rallied cars like that on the Monte Carlo Rally, and raced cars like that. The J2X, the J2 is an astonishing, it's basically, imagine a Caterham 7 in modern parlance, but with a 7-litre Cadillac engine. That's the sort of thing that really floated Sidney Allard's boat. He was absolutely
But the thought
as a
of
boxer.
rallying is actually just making me squirm slightly. Oh, don't worry, it's snow on the Footicosa Pass, and over you go with all that Cadillac power. But a little bit of caution is required. Very deep line into St Mary's, but still the number 34 Cooper, top of the power. But yeah, looking at that number 77 Allard, Trellier races contemporary sports prototypes and occasionally in GTs, couldn't be more different. But this is what these pro drivers relish. That's why they love coming to the Revival.
Well, because when do you ever get a chance to do this? I mean, when in real life do you ever get a chance to drive so many weird and wonderful things? And when Goodwood know that drivers are keen, they will put them in touch with owners of something. I mean, and Tom Christensen is a classic example. He doesn't care if it's a 1 litre Austin A35 or a 7 litre Mercury Comet Cyclone. He doesn't care. He just wants to drive something that's fun and different. And the more different it is, the more fun it is. I mean, you know, that's what makes him like normal people, because he thinks exactly the same way we do.
Right, I've just got to correct myself. Thank you, Marcus Pike. It's Nick Finberg, not Nick Finborough. I always make that mistake. Maybe one year I'll learn. And anyhow, I should learn, because he's the driver whose car is at the top of the charts. 1 minute 31.3. I did wonder if we get below 1 minute 30. I think that's the big ask, but the fact is that number 34 Cooper has done, I think, 2 if not 3 laps in the 131s, so the portents are very good. Nick Finberg. Thanks, Marcus.
Right, J2X rumbles across the line below us and wailing by car number 8. We haven't seen that. It's another Aston Martin DB3S, but a very different colour. It's bright white with 2 blue stripes up the centre. Yes, it is Shelby American livery, if you kind of have that in your head. And it was raced at Palm Springs Raceway, driven by Urson Arlette Müller here this weekend, the car's owners. And checkered flag is about to go out. Number 2 Ferrari 750 Monza has left the pits and gets immediately waved back in, doesn't get to start another lap. So checkered flag is out, and our first practice session of the week is done. These cars will be back on track again later today for the final track action today, and that will be the Freddy March Memorial Trophy race. And if I look in my race card, at the page 6, it tells me that that should start at 6:25. I strongly suggest you don't try and leave early, because you'll miss stuff. I suggest you plan to have tea here and then wend your weary and hopefully very happy way home, because no matter what time you get home late this evening, you will still have had a wonderful day. So don't miss the racing. It will be well worth staying for.
And also, don't go home at all. Go over the road, entertain yourself until that closes. I think it's 10:30 tonight. That
is it?
Come to a close, but certainly late on. So there's something to take you right through the day, into the night.
Food and entertainment and music and everything else. It is. If you've come for one day, you will. It's like going to the motor show when you're a boy. You walk around all day long until your feet are bleeding, and you still haven't seen everything.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, we're now very much away with everything in terms of track action, and we thought we'd come to a bit of a different location here at Goodwood, because you really do never know what you're going to come across. I'm just going to part ways with David here, because you can see there's a mummy in the background and some camels. I don't really think you expected that to come out of my mouth this morning here at Revival, but I've just said it because it's very much here. So if you come over just behind the track, where the aeroplanes are, where the air hangar is, you find this section, and it's quite a sight to behold, isn't it, David?
Well, we have an Egyptian theme going into the Drivers' Club, and as you say, camel power instead of horsepower over here. And yeah, it's a little like everything in Revival, a little bit strange, a little bit magical, and worth a look around.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what we just saw there, obviously we had a little bit of practice session going on, a time for the drivers just to figure out their tactics for later on, the only race of Friday at 6:25. That's a Freddy March Memorial Trophy, of course. So it's great, isn't it, for the drivers just to get a feel for the circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. They would be all about finding where the grip levels are, getting ready for that race tonight. The track temperature will be a lot different, but it's their first time out on track. Sometimes some of these drivers will be the first time going around Goodwood at pace, so a lot to get used to. And now we're going to see the Madgwick.
Yeah, the Madgwick is coming a little bit later on. That's starting at 10:05. In terms of what you just said, they're kind of looking at the corners, figuring out the course layout for the drivers. Can they have a bit of enjoyment when they're out there, or when they do get on the circuit, even if it is just a practice session? Is it very much serious and they've got a race to do later on tonight?
I think everyone who steps in a car, and certainly some of the racing drivers who've raced in Formula One, are always serious about racing. But I've never seen a person get out of a car here without a smile on their face. And, this next practice session, it's for the smaller engine cars, under 2 litre, and they're going to be drifting around the track. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So lots of fun to be had on the Goodwood circuit.
Well, it's actually interesting you say that, because our reporter, Ed Foster, he's actually racing, isn't he, on Sunday? And I said, how is he feeling? He's racing his Mini around the circuit. I said, how are you feeling? He said, I'm so nervous. It's my first time getting to do it, and he was showing me a couple of clips of himself on a practice session here last week, and he was getting very excited when he did better his lap time. He said it's not quite where it needs to be. He needs a couple of seconds yet. But he was just talking about the different driving styles, and he said his gear change is where he's really kind of losing half a second on each sector compared to the more experienced advanced drivers, and that was fascinating to me.
Well, Ed will talk for hours about his lap times, and he's broke a magical 1:35 time, which I think he's very proud about. He actually celebrated like he'd won the F1 World Championship, but good for him. And it's all about finding those little gains and carrying a bit more speed into the corners, certainly through some of the quicker corners here. It's all about being a little bit brave with these cars and letting the car flow into the corner, which he did, and he's got a lot quicker, and we're going to see a lot more of that today.
Yeah, well, he wants to better his lap time, of course, as will all the drivers out here. And next up on track, 10:05 is the Madgwick Cup, and it's going to get underway very shortly. But for now, let's hand back over to our commentators, Martin and Bruce.
Cars on track at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. It's practice for the Madgwick Cup for sub-2 litre sports cars. Looking immediately at a very recognisable shape, the white number 37 Porsche Speedster. So the open Barchetta version, if you like, boat version of the early Porsche Gmundbuilt 356, and this car, one of the two in the field or in the meeting that is running on fully synthetic fuel. So Porsche actually running the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup this year on fully synthetic fuel and extending that here as well with this car. White with the 2 blue stripes down the centre. But if you are any kind of a car fan and I say Porsche 356, you know exactly what you're looking at. And Bruce Jones, the look of this car, the early car, essentially based on a derivative of the Beetle floor pan that Freddy Porsche also designed. The look of that and the look of the 911, you immediately look at that and you know where the 911 came from, don't you?
Yeah, indeed. And of course, the 911, when it came out, was a super sleek thing that's grown and grown and grown. You put a modern one alongside one from the mid-60s, and there is only one thing that's similar. It's the Porsche badge on the nose. But the people who had 356s absolutely adored them. I get to work, fortunately, quite a lot with John Watson, and it's still one of his favourite cars in his stable. But they look great. But what looks great is what's fast on the track. We're going to find out soon who's going to be setting those first flying laps and how fast they can go.
Well, that Porsche may not be the fastest car in the field, but it will be going very quickly for what it is, because it's being driven by Martin Stretton. Again, that familiar pale green, light green, easy for me to say. That familiar helmet. There we go. Just been passed by a bright red car with a yellow diamond on the nose, and that is car number 18. That's a Maserati 6CS, and that's Manuel Elisab.
In fact, we've got a number of those DCSs. We've got one out there driven by Carlos Siletsky. We mentioned him earlier. Joseph Otto Rettenmeier has brought one along. Of course, Manuel Elisab, you just mentioned. I thought there was a fourth one, but anyhow.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4. And
Adrian Sucari as well.
They're all very slightly different. Looking at the moment, cameras have picked up car number 5. Again, another bright red car. Now, this is a Kieft. I have seen a standard Vanguard van with Kieft racing cars down the side of it being loaded onto a trailer near Silverstone a couple of weeks ago when I was down there, and I thought, I know exactly where that's going. I've seen Kieft racing cars. I have yet to see the service van, so it's around somewhere, so I've got to find that. But it's an 1100cc Kieft, and Miles Griffiths is doing the twiddling of the wheel, and as you can see, because he's so high up, doing a lot of twiddling and in a very central seating position, what's supposed to be a 2-seat sports car.
But of course, you glance at that and go, oh, what's bit of Italian machinery is that? Racing in the red, that's there to trick the commentators. Of course, national colours, we've talked about British racing green, the Italian cars would race in red, but the Kieft, don't worry, was built within the UK. Now, very sleek car in behind it with those 2 tall rear fins. That's the silver Lotus Lotus 9, Mark 9, with an MG engine, and that's Malcolm Gammons driving that, and that should be rather quicker than the Kieft, but he's got caught in behind it in that dip out of St Mary's into Lavant. They got to make their own space. Oh, wonderful low shot, blue skies, low clouds, grass, blustery winds, just fabulous. This is Goodwood racing weather.
Ron and Malcolm Gammons, of course, Ron Gammons very famous for MG tuning, MG fits, restoration and so on, so they'll be involved in the MGB race later on that Ed Jones is in, that Ed Foster is in rather, but also natural that they have got this car with an MG motor. But
just look how low it is. You can see that Nigel Griffiths in front is looking. He sensed something is behind him, but because it's immediately behind him, it's a bit like what you learn when you ride a motorbike. Where is the blind spot? But of course, the little Lotus is trying to get every bit of slipstream down the straight towards the end of the lap, and then turning through the chicane. It's hard on the brakes, but it's all about the exit speed here. Who's quicker out of the corner? Better exit from the Lotus driver.
And you see the Lotus tucking in behind the Kieft as well to pick up a little bit of a tow down the straight. They are going by car number 20, which is a unique thing I have never seen before. It is a Tejero Butterworth. So designed by John Tejero, who's designed an awfully large number of the cars that are here, Tejero Jags, Tejero Formula Junior cars. But the Butterworth AJB engine is a flat 4. So the car in the background of the shot there has got these 2 big domes almost in the bonnet, and that's where the carburetors stick up on the flat 4 AJB engine. So, and of course, a very different look and sound to that car.
The Aston Butterworth was nothing to do, that raced in Formula 1 very fleetingly. It was nothing to do with Aston Martin, but Archie Butterworth's engine. Now, the fastest 2 cars at the track are the ones that we're looking at. The Lotus is now trying to go around the outside of Nigel Griffiths. In fact, they've got an interloper, car number 14, Joseph Otto Rettenmeier is the best of the Maseratis. He's slotted into second place, just under 0.3 of a second down on number 5. Nigel Griffiths still fastest in that Kieft, but the Lotus, I reckon, with Gammons on board, with Malcolm Gammons, is going to really press on now. It's got clear. No more toe, but he's got clear track.
Well, you saw Miles Griffiths trying to wave him by halfway round the lap. Okay, off you go. Behind him, 527, it's another of the Maserati A6 GCSs. And that one in that sort of deep Italian red rather than more sort of vibrant Rosso Corsa. And that is Adrian Sicari's car, so owns and drives it himself. And again, a fabulous look with the Trident on the front. We're having a little, actually, when I was down with the motorbikes earlier, having a little, yesterday, having a conversation about Maseratis and how they just have a very different feel to Ferraris. At whatever period you look at, the Maserati was always more of a, not brutish, but just had a more masculine feel to it, if you like, rather than the Ferraris, which had a sort of feminine beauty almost.
Well, until you got to the 300S, which to my eye is one of the most beautiful, smooth, sleek sports cars of the mid-50s, but I know where you're coming from on that one, and there was a message in that mighty Trident on the nose: come too close and I'll prod you.
You see the red, white, blue, blue, white and blue Argentine colours on the back. You see that on some of our Formula Junior cars as well. There's a couple of Di Tommasos, and Alejandro Di Tommaso came from Argentina to Europe, created his own car company, started off with racing cars, and like everybody did in the 60s, you were nobody if you didn't develop into road supercars as well. But this is Adrian Sicari in his A6 GCS. Beautiful Mazda, dialing in a little bit of opposite lock again. All these cars are not big beasts, 3.5, 4.5 litres like the later 450S and so on, but these are all 2 litre and below sports cars. So again, momentum is very much your friend here. You don't want to be doing too much braking, because that means you have to do more accelerating, and when you've got 2 litres, even in the car that weighs sort of 550 kilos, you just don't want to be needing to build up that speed again.
Now, just this morning we were talking, Martin, about, and last night, talking about the cars we'd seen in the paddock. Now, my view is the most beautiful car is the one that is fastest out on the circuit. The car that's second fastest, if you look at it, you go, it just says 2 words at you: barn find. Joseph Otten Rettenmeyer. I noted tatty blue livery, and it's an exquisite little car. Sorry, car number 16. Sorry, not the one that's second fastest, it's the other Rettenmeyer. But it's Stefan Rettenmeyer driving. It's an Oscar from 1954, and the paint's peeling off it. If you look inside the cockpit, that's as tatty as the outside. But great to have cars that don't look as though they've just been polished to within an inch of their lives.
Well, great view on the big screen of Manuel Elisab. Now this, again, another of the Maserati A6 GCSs. This one with a full width screen and no rollover hoop. It's red with that yellow triangle on the nose, so that makes it easy to identify coming towards you. But a full width screen. There's another one that's got just a single aero screen in front of the driver with 2 little mirrors on either side of it, so that makes them a little bit more easy to distinguish. But again, you can look at the body language in this car. Driver really has it up on its toes. Scuderia Centro Sud, one of the Italian companies that was a quasi works team, and a famous name. And again, as you just see him working through the corner, you don't have a lot of front end grip, and therefore you've got to allow the car to be steered using its momentum, steer it on the throttle.
But twice, as he turned into St Mary, he had to have 2 bites at the corner. He was letting it grip, it wasn't getting there. He hasn't quite got the entry line right, but Manuel Elisab is pressing on. He's third fastest, just over half a second down on the ultimate pace. He's still got just under 10 minutes to see what he can do. Traffic will not be his friend, but he's working really hard, and it's great to see these Maseratis being pushed as hard as this. How they would have been in period through the chicane, having to work hard.
Well, just in front of them is another interesting car, number 77. It's either black or very, 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 very dark green.
Of the latter.
Playford MG. Again, Massimo Bettati is driving it. Car number 77 with that sort of unusual wide open grille at the front. Actually, really quite an attractive looking car. And again, if not absolutely unique, very limited number of these were produced. Great looking little car, tiny fin behind the driver. I'm not quite sure. Might have been useful for aerodynamics, certainly did nothing to reduce the drag that the driver created, but a very pretty little thing.
If you paid more, you got a higher, taller one. That was the budget entry level. It was the Ford Popular end of the range.
And he is currently, just for completion's sake, right about in the middle of the field, actually 17th out of 27 cars. So the Playford MG. So again, like the Gammons car, you know exactly where the motive power from that came from. That would have been a T-Series engine back in the early 1950s. We'll see lots of MGBs racing, of course, in the Lavant Cup later on this weekend. That'll be the penultimate, or the ultimate practice session of today before we get into the first race of the weekend, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. And MG, those are more modern by our current standards, so 1960. It's only about 60 or 70 years old, whereas the T-Series engine is knocking on for sort of 80 years old.
Right, quicker times are coming in, and there's suddenly 2 quick laps from Miles Griffiths, number 5, the red Keith we were looking at early in the practice session. He went 1.5 seconds faster than the rest, and now he's been pegged back because Malcolm Gammons has closed in 0.6 of a second down. The number 5 Keith working through the traffic, and it is suddenly busy out there. Gammons is the second fastest. He's tucked in behind. So again, Gammons is using the slipstream where he can. Number 16 is the car we were talking about, the Tatty Oscar. Go and look at it in the paddock. Stefan Rettemar, take him some polish. No, don't. Find him some new tyres.
Proudly Tatty. It is
like me.
It's living every single day of its life, as you said. Yeah, there's bits of paint missing. There's all sorts of scuffed bits on it, but it's got some history, and to restore that would be a criminal shame. It would be like glossing over the Mona Lisa.
I think also what we see, Martin, is a lot of these cars have been in historic racing circles for decades, and others are still being found. And clearly, this is sort of the latter. It looks like it's got a pigeon living nearby.
I don't know. You sort of have the feeling, actually, that it has just never been restored, at least not bodily. I mean, this could have been literally competing since the 60s, almost non-stop. It looks like it's a little bit tired in that way. Just going by one of the Lotus Bristol Mark 10s. So Noi 1, the registration of that is Flavien Marseille, the car dealer, 1955 Lotus Bristol Mark 10. So an interesting looking car with a big fins on the back. There's 3 or 4 of them actually in a variety of different colours, but Flavien's is that apple green, Aston Martin green coloured car. We watch the Oscar with its Alfa Romeo engine coming through the chicane. And 6 minutes remain in this 20-minute practice session.
Literally everybody on the track, as I say that, is setting their fastest lap. The top 6 have suddenly not been doing that, but I think we're going to have something coming our way from car 23, Malcolm Paul. We were talking about the other Lotus Mark 10s, and he is picking his way around, and he's moved up to 4th place. This lap will not be an improvement, but an element of it. The first sequence through Madgwick down towards Fordwater, he's faster than anybody else, so we'll look for car number 23.
Well, he's just come past us in the tower, so he's just started another lap. So dark red there, you can see it, all red with a tiny little yellow highlight on the rollover board. Actually, the car in front as well has got an interesting backstory with those Venezuelan stripes up it. That's the number 51 AC Ace Bristol. It doesn't look like an AC Ace. What with the D-type hump and the D-type nose on the front, but those were built. It's actually a replica body of a car that was raced and built and raced in period based on an AC Ace or an AC Bristol. Built. The bodywork was built in Venezuela, and Nigel Winchester is driving the car owned by Justin Rocket, and he has applied his own black armband to the car.
Well, there was a big racing scene down in Venezuela, and a lot of those cars would have come up for the Cuban Grand Prix in Havana in the mid-50s. Famously, one year, I think it was 1958, Juan Manuel Fangio was detained. He was taken away. He was kidnapped, and sort of how to sort of address your weekend and make it complicated.
Kidnapped by Fidel Castro as part of attention seeking for the Cuban revolutionaries. Never harmed and released, and Fangio said they were all absolutely charming. But yeah, the cars in Venezuela are apparently very hard indeed. This car came from Caracas but had to go to 3 different ports, including via the Netherlands. So it first went to Aruba, then to the Netherlands, then to the UK.
Second fastest now. We saw Manuel Elizalde early in the session really pushing on, but he was trying to find the limits of the car, but he's getting very close. He's within half a second of the ultimate pace, still in the hands of the red Keith, number 5, but the charging number 18 Maserati. If he can get clear of this traffic, not the work of a moment with just 3.5 minutes remaining, he may yet improve, but he set some super quick time. Who else is going well? At the moment, it's still Miles Griffiths, the number 5 Keith, the 18 Maserati in second, and number 11, which is Malcolm Gammons. We've seen him in that silver and red Lotus using the slipstream wherever he can. They are the fast 3. I can't see anybody else taking pole position.
Ellis Arb in the red Maserati, towing up behind the blue Oscar, and behind, in front of him, 99. That's a Leicester MG. George Edney is the owner-driver. Got a real look of a, well, actually not unlike the Maserati Ferrari Testarossa. Look, car number 99, Leicester MG. Oh, having a little bit of a grassy moment as he checked his mirrors and drifted offline. But the Maserati going by, I mean, they could almost be brother and sister, couldn't they?
They could, but the 99, you can identify the 99, it's got 2 chocolate flakes in it.
Hey, very good.
But that was where he didn't panic. The last thing you want to do is jerk that back onto the track. You have to ease it on, and luckily there's quite a wide grass verge, and the grass is dry, which is always a helping hand.
That's definitely, yes. It did rain quite heavily earlier in the week, but has been dry for a couple of days. So, Ellis Arb coming out of the chicane again. How long have we got? 2.5 minutes, so it'll be this and one more. Let's see, he's got a little bit of clear track in front of him, quite a lot of clear track in front of him actually. We don't have a GPS tracker, but the Mark 1 human eyeball makes it look relatively clear in front.
Okay, where are we going on this one? Malcolm Paul is 5th fastest at the moment, the number 23 Lotus. He's set the fastest first sector, very quick through the end of the second sector, so we're looking for him. His car number red, but he's just been blocked at the chicane, very unfortunate, but he's still got time to go for it again. The pace is in the car. It is about finding a gap in the traffic.
There again is the Porsche Speedster. Martin Stretton currently 6th fastest in this car. And just behind him, car number 10, you can see another one of the Lotus Mark 9s, the Nick Fennell car. And then again with those really dramatic rear wings, number 23, the bright red Lotus Bristol Mark 10. So Lotus Mark 10 with the Bristol engine. Bristol engine originally was a BMW engine from the 1930s in the Baroque Angels, and then acquired after the war and remanufactured by the Bristol Aircraft Company.
18 has just set the fastest first sector of anyone. He's under half a second down on provisional pole position. He's got to get into the 1 minute 36s, weaves his way through traffic, but such is his pace that Manuel Ellis Arb does that with ease. But will he be blocked before the end of the lap? His second sector wasn't scintillating, but that included traffic. He's now got to complete it, but he will still have time with a minute on the board to do one further lap. Oh my word.
Big moment there. He was going around another of the Lotus Bristols. So last chance saloon. Is this quick enough? How close does he get?
He's got one more lap to go. He stays in second place, but he's got clear line of sight all the way down to Madgwick. Nobody immediately in front of him. So after the traffic and this wonderful save, didn't really want that in his portfolio, but he managed to achieve it. Now this is the chance for Manuel Ellis Arb, the last time around, to see if he can topple the number 5, the red Kieft of Miles Griffiths.
That was a properly cool, calm and collected gathering up as he came down to the chicane. That wall at the chicane would have been growing very large in front of him, but he was looking for the gap. So 19 seconds on the clock, and this is likely to be, or it will be, his final opportunity. You see the car drifting underneath him. It's really up on its toes, Bruce.
But he clipped the curb on the inside at St Mary's. It's sort of what you want to do, but he clipped it rather harder than he wanted, and that changed the body angle of the car. But he's been waiting all session to get a clear track, and somehow it's opened up in front of him. But his first sector time isn't as good as it was before, but it's still quick. But if he can get a good average across all 3 of the timing sectors, get down to, let's say, a 136.7, then he should take pole position, surely.
Well, it is still Miles Griffith fastest in the Kieft, the centre seat Kieft, which we saw a little earlier on. And another Tajero in the background there, TOJ1, John Tajero. And that's Emma Jane Gilbert Smith's car being driven by Bruce McWhirter. Tajero with an MG motor as our second fastest man in the session.
Right, the checkered flag is out, Martin, and Richard Pilkington goes past, still smoking very slightly, but out of the final chicane. Will it be pole position for Miles Griffiths or not?
No, he doesn't.
No, he's coming past. Does Manuel Ellis Arb make it? Well, the second sector was good. Not good enough. He shaved it down to, 37.5. Needed a 36.8. Didn't do it, but worked hard, and he'll have gained a lot through that session. He certainly was getting a grip on the handling there.
And here is our fastest man then. So Miles Griffiths in car number 5. That is the centre seat Kieft. So he's the fastest man from Manuel Ellis Arb. In 3rd place is the Lotus 9 of Malcolm Gammons, grandfather Ron owns the car.
Yeah,
and
then
fourth,
a late
Fabien
charge.
Marseille.
Late charge, he came from nowhere, one of the Lotuses, but not one we've been looking at, car number 25, so he managed to get clear of the traffic as well. But the good news for Miles Griffiths, A, he held on to pole in the red Keith, number 5, and B, he did quite a few laps at that sort of pace, so he held on, but it was nip and tuck with Manuel Elisab.
Car number 12, Maserati of Carlos Silicki. That car ending up in 8th fastest behind Martin Stretton, and 6th fastest. Another car that we talked about, the Lotus Bristol of Malcolm Paul. So lots of red cars at the front of the field. Deep joy. That's going to make it very entertaining into the first corner. The red car's ahead of the red car. Behind him in the red car is the red car.
We'll have to put a call out over the PA to have them jumble their order all of a sudden. But a great job by Miles Griffiths in that number 5 Keith. Keith 110 model from 1954, owned by Albert Otten, but driven supremely well by Miles Griffiths, and certainly for the quicker drivers, because there was quite a spread of lap time from the fastest to the slowest. It was about weaving your way through people that weren't running at your pace without interrupting their best lap as well. So job very well done from Miles Griffiths.
Little bit of a failure to proceed by the Tejero Butterworth in the background, but that will be fettled before they race on Saturday.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
We have always believed that lavish personal space is essential to an unrivaled experience. Our perfectly sized ships are the ultimate vessels to explore the world and discover the freedom of having unrivaled space at sea.
Next up, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, and it's a two-rider motorcycle race. You can probably hear all the noise. I'm going to jump straight in because I can see some Isle of Man TT riders. Connor Cummins. Connor, I'm sorry, just to jump in. Welcome back, another revival. Are you all prepared?
Yeah. I love coming to this event. I think it's one of the best events of the year. Riding with Doc Bush again. You give me the opportunity to come here again, and I can't wait. who wouldn't want to be here?
Cheers, Connor. Right, stay with me, and over here we've got James Hillier, also another TT rider. James is a Goodwood regular. Sorry, guys. James, sorry, just jump in. Welcome back to Goodwood. You're fast becoming Mr. Goodwood. You must know the circuit quite well by now.
I should do, yeah. I mean, it's fairly local for me and nice just to enjoy a short journey up here. But it just every year it impresses me more and more. You know, it keeps getting better and better. Pull it off with the weather every year, so quite excited to get out.
James, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on up the assembly area. Follow me, Ed. So, as I said, this is a 2-rider race, and so both the riders need to do several laps in this practice session, and then come the race, right, it's going to get in the way of this photo. Come the race, the first rider will need to run across the track like a Le Mans start and jump on the bike, get it going. Right, here's Ian Hutchison. Let's just squeeze in here. Ian, multiple TT winner. Ian, lovely to see you. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, finally made it to the Revival, so it's amazing to see it all in action and get our first laps out this morning.
And how much have you ridden this bike?
Never. I've never been round Goodwood Circuit, and I've never ridden a bike.
Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Right, well, I can't hear myself think anymore down here, so that's all from the assembly area.
Well, Ed, we're in the same position. We can't really hear ourselves think either. David and I have got Steve Parrish next to us now. Steve, I don't know if you can hear a word of what I'm about to ask you. We just heard from Hutchie there. He said he's not experienced here. You are. What advice would you give him about the Le Mans start, switching drivers to the Goodwood Circuit? What would you say to him?
Yeah, I'm the same. My legs are too old and I can't run as it either, so I think there'll be half the grid that'll have people running for them. And I got into trouble for jumping the start about 3 years ago, so they're going to be watching me. But it is quite a tricky moment because some of us old guys are getting a bit old, so we have to have a runner that goes with us. But I'm trying to get Usain Bolt to come along if I can and do the running. That might give me a chance.
We'll have to figure out if anyone's got Usain Bolt on speed dial that we can call him. But David, let's just talk a little bit about how great it is to see these old bikes, riders that we haven't seen racing for a while.
Well, of course, here we've got these Grand Prix bikes from the 50s. It's just fantastic, and you must be very happy about the weather.
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic here at Goodwood. We seem to be very lucky with it. But yeah, these old bikes, they're very precious. They're very old. A bit like the rider, of course. And even I'm younger than most of the bikes that are here. But it's a real treat and a real pleasure. And some of the owners, they trust us with these massively valuable bikes. And listen to them. They're absolutely beautiful.
Have you worked out your strategy yet? Are you going to go first or second?
I'm going to try and jump the start first, but I'll probably get a penalty. But strategy, just go as fast as the old bones will let me go.
Steve, your bike is behind us as well, number 6. Have you ridden it yet? How does it feel?
I've ridden it for about 3 laps before. It seems to be fine, and I've got great mechanics here, and it's a great team, and we're going to have an awful lot of fun, no matter what the result is.
Right, well, I'll let you go then. Go and try and figure out what you're doing. Best of luck, and we'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Well, Steve Parrish then's going to go and jump on his bike. 3 laps is all he's managed so far on it. Not a lot, is it, David?
No, of course, it's all about getting used to equipment and the track really quickly here at Goodwood.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. It's so loud down here. It's about the start, of course, the switch over between the riders. It very much is a Le Mans style field down here, and it's full of excitement. As Ed was saying, there are so many different motorcycle riders here from the TT, from Superbikes, from MotoGP, you name it, they're here and going to go into battle in a very special race. We're very excited for this one. I hope you guys enjoy it.
Jeremy McWilliams, you've had so much success here in the past. Do you slightly feel as though you've got a target on your back now?
Always when you end up turning up at Goodwood after a win, you know, you've got to uphold your results from before. But yeah, I think the competition's just got stronger and stronger every year. And luckily I'm paired up with Duncan Pitchett and Andy Savage's beautiful factory Manx Norton again. So we think we got a good chance again this year. This year kind of plays into our hands a little bit because the MV isn't here, but I have to say that the competition just gets stronger and stronger every year, so we'll be giving it our best shot for sure.
Well, your best shot is usually good enough, so best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, let's go up to the commentary box for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
Thank you, Ed. And the pro-am nature of the race very much reflected in the commentary. Martin Haven, the am, Keith Ewan, very much the pro. Keith, actually, interesting to see that the McWill is here already. I was talking to Duncan Fitchett yesterday. He said, I haven't seen Jeremy. I don't even know if he's in the country yet. He probably won't turn up for practice. He'll probably rock up for the race and go, oh, the gear change is on the right-hand side. What?
Jeremy absolutely fits this kind of event, where it's that old school, run whatever that's underneath you, and Jeremy is the kind of guy that fits this kind of event really, really well. He's been racing baggers, believe it or not. Anybody not familiar with baggers, it's the big American motorcycles, the Indians, the Harley Davidsons and the like. Great big panniers, great big front cowls on the things, overweight. I won't say underpowered because they've got quite a bit of power. Tyre grip is always a problem. And McWilliams, he won at Daytona actually on one earlier on in the year. A brilliant move off the banking there. So 58 years old, McWilliams now. He's still as fit as a butcher's dog, if he won't mind me saying. There's more skin on our counter up here than he's... more fat on our counter, I should say, up here than he's got on his body, because the guy is still incredibly fit. Likes a bit of gardening back in Northern Ireland. I don't suppose he sees it very often because he's always away testing for KTM. He does a lot of testing for KTM as well. The factory, there's Jenny Timbers walking through.
New Valari's bike isn't starting, is it?
There's Parrish with his teeth in. No, it's not really, but he has those teeth in his pocket, by the way, Steve Parrish. He always has a bit of a... I always think of Steve Parrish, he's one of these guys that everybody knows for his jokes and his pranks and all the rest of it, but he was a very fast Grand Prix rider, very nearly, everybody knows this that follows motorcycles, he very nearly won the British Grand Prix when his best mate Barry hung the board over. I won't say what it said on the board because it's rude, but the fact was that he fell off on the last lap while leading the British Grand Prix, Steve Parrish. So I always feel that he underplays himself as a motorcycle racer. He's actually a very, very good rider. Great style of its day. Obviously, things have changed since then, hugely. Is that the Gilera that's having a bit of a problem to get it started? Of course, these motorcycles have been running down in the paddock quite nicely, but of course, as soon as you want them to go for it, they are reluctant sometimes.
Andy Hornby on... Francois Fabry's bike. Looking here, number 11, this is the supercharged BMW. Herbert Schwab is the man who owns and races it with Eugene Laverty, factory BMW leathers.
Oh, very neat. Well, that's what happens when you've got solid chassis. He's not used to this type of motorcycle. It is a rigid motorbike, and you cannot rely on it to do what you want it to do. Now, some riders have got on with that BMW really well, but Eugene just then. Eugene has had massive injuries through his Grand Prix career. He retires at the end of this year. He's no longer a Grand Prix rider at the end of this year. I should say Grand Prix rider, World Superbike rider. He's retiring. That's the end of it for him. Eugene Laverty from the Laverty family, of course. John is a physio, he looks after the boys pretty well. Michael is now more of a broadcaster than anything as well for BT Sport. You'll be familiar with Michael Laverty. Eugene has been a brilliant motorcycle racer through his day, through Super Sports in this country originally, when you probably got to know him or heard of the name more than ever. Moved away into Grand Prix, had huge accidents here, there and everywhere. World Superbikes likewise for him. So Eugene will be trying, I mean, that's a real confidence sapper, having that give you a big tank slapper, first lap out there.
That was a proper wake-up, wasn't it? And actually, watch his body language. Everybody else is riding these the way that bikes were traditionally ridden when they had a very limited tyre grip. You are upright. You are in the axis of the centre of the bike. You're not hanging off it the way they do now, where there is grip to exploit. But watch Laverty. He's trying to keep the bike upright, and he's climbing all over it because it's, as you say, no rear suspension. It's got a wicked supercharger. So you go, nothing, whoa, here we go. So that, I mean, yeah, if he's not tested it, he's really finding out about it in a hurry now.
I'm sure our TV colleagues will have clipped that one up nicely to remind him of it every half an hour throughout the rest of the weekend. I don't think he's going to need
much reminding, is he? Because he's going to have to ride it twice.
He's got 2 sets of leathers with him.
The format is the pro driver, and this is why Parrish was complaining about running, will start race 1, hand over to the owner stroke amateur, and then the amateur will start race 2 and the pros will finish.
This is Bradley Smith, Grand Prix rider as well. Bradley Smith, then, he's had some great Grand Prix. Bradley Smith on the 38 bike now. It was the number 9 bike originally, but it's now turned out into the 38 machine. So keep an eye out for Bradley Smith. He's got the Cross of St George on his helmet. That's most of the way. Unfortunately, even for me, you gave me the big build-up when I came in here a moment ago, Martin, but the fact is that when you've got black leathers and everybody has changed their leathers for the Revival, and of course, we talked about...
I got my excuse in first. You can't use the same excuse.
Oh, you're right.
You have to invent a different one.
And also the style. I said to you earlier before we came on air, normally you can recognise a rider by the style, but as you've just quite eloquently put, they changed their style to ride these motorcycles. You've even got a situation where most of them, of course, aren't used to the brakes on the other side.
No.
The old British bikes have got the brake and the
English gear change.
Yeah, gear change round the other way.
It's a phrase I'd never heard until yesterday afternoon. Looking here at one of last year's winners, Steve Plater, on the Vincent Lightning. Now, on the MV that you heard Paris talking about, he shared with Michael Dunlop last year, the MV Augusta, not here this year.
Good.
But, but, you know, I've never seen one move. I've seen pictures, I've read stories and stuff, but I've never, it's not seen is one thing, heard is another thing. You know, some of these bikes have got, it's actually much noisier in the commentary box now with the bikes out on track than it has been with the cars that we've had in the previous two sessions. So these things, and that's what motor racing is about, is the visceral experience, isn't it? You know, that's why people race these things, is because it gets the heart pounding, but the smell of them, the noise of them, the different look of them, that's what's so appealing about this.
Yeah, it is. So the 55 comes into view on that Vincent Black Shadow then, and
second fastest at the moment.
I was going to say, Josh Brooks, he's out on it first, I think, and Brooksy, he's having a miserable year in BSB, British Superbikes, over here in the UK.
Right behind is one of two number 7 bikes. So this is a Norton Daytona Manx. This is owned by Duncan Fitcher. It's Jeremy McWilliams who's riding it. He's got 2 bikes, both number 7, the one with the red plate and the green frame. Now this is the bike that they have raced. Duncan Fitcher has raced this quite a lot, very familiar machine to him. He's got a new Manx Norton, which is built from a factory frame and a factory engine, which were never united in period. And he said every single item on the bike they're racing and the new bike they've built up that they've only just basically fired up to see if it runs and driven around the paddock is different. The wheel spindles are different, the frame is different, the gearbox is different, the engine, the heads, everything is different. You cannot transfer one item from the factory racer to the Manx Norton he's got, which is, quote, the same. So it's that customer kit, you know, that we're so familiar with from the factory.
There's money involved in getting that absolutely right and in period as well. Michael Rutter and Michael Russell are your top men at the moment on the 68 machine. Keep an eye out for them. They've just stuck in the fastest lap so far, but early days here. The opening session then for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
And well, that's the bike we're looking at now. If you can see a big screen, number 68, that is the fastest machine. So that's the Velocet. So Richard Adams owns the bike, and as you said, Michael Rutter to start the session, and Michael Russell, I guess Rutter will give Russell as much time as he can.
No, it's a very powerful team, that. Michael Russell is a quick rider. Michael Rutter, a bit disappointing in the members club. He rode an exact World 252 stroke in the members meeting earlier on this year, and I have to say Michael didn't kind of excel, although the exact World bike is slightly tricky to ride here and there, but you can expect Rutter to be at home on this. So we're looking at the Velocet MSS of the fastest turn out there so far of Rutter and Russell. Of course, Gordon Russell, Sally Russell are pretty much the organisers of the motorcycle contingent here, the wonderful couple that put all of this together for us as far as the entry is concerned under the Duke of Richmond and the Goodwood team.
30-minute session, so you sort of imagine after 10 or 15 minutes the pros will hand them over. Not too many of the owners need an awful lot. In fact, they're probably more familiar with the machines than the pro. So maybe in this case the pro actually gets a little bit more time on the bike.
Well, it's a beautiful day for a ride on an old bike, I can say, here at Goodwood. What a racetrack, what a place. A little bit of a breeze that's just whipped up here now, which is just nice, I must say, considering the temperature. These guys will be watching out for that. That's one of the things you get at any airfield track. Of course, it's put here for a reason. It's usually because it's flat and it's usually windy. So
yeah, that's where the air comes from. It's got nothing to do with aeroplanes.
No, the two things are not compatible. Hello, we've got a yellow flag at the chicane. Is that for a stopped motorcycle or a crashed motorcycle? Hopefully,
maybe for somebody going slowly. And is that Lavater? Well, okay, already we're starting to see the first couple of changes. Number 12, let's talk about that 1952 Norton International. This is Geoffrey Bain's bike. Ian Bain sharing it with Steve Brogan.
Brody. otherwise known as Baywatch due to his suntan.
We do have a stop machine, and this is the Royal Enfield Meteor.
Yeah, Steve Lindsell.
Scott Smart.
Yeah.
Steve Lindsell.
Scott Smart, of course, son of Paul Smart, unfortunately lately deceased in a motor accident, but Scott Smart and Steve Lindsell. Steve Lindsell of Lindsell Motorcycles over at Flitwick near Bedford. A stalwart of the TT, as is his son as well. Both good racers, dad and son, but not working for them as it is at the moment. Look, you don't get a better sight, do you, here at Goodwood on a clear day like that? It's just wonderful, looking across the manicured grass.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It really is beautiful. And actually, I think not only obviously does the Duke have a phone line upstairs, but holding it after the kids go back to school. As every parent knows, summer holidays are miserable. The moment the kids go back, hooray, lovely weather again. So that's exactly where we are. Number 2 coming towards us, Triumph T110. That's Glenn English up, and Roger Ashby waiting to take over.
Yeah, that Tiger 110, Martin, I've got to say, sounded beautiful down in the paddock a little bit earlier on. It's just some of these bikes sound on a fettle better than when they were brand new.
Probably quite a lot, and a lot more reliable. Here's the other BMW. Again, you see that boxer twin that the BMWs have been so famous for. This is a R5 SS, and this is Sebastian Gooch sharing with Maria Costello.
Yeah, Maria, again, she's out on the bike now. She's a stalwart here. She was at the members meeting riding the TZ350A, which is an unsilenced 2-stroke 350cc, what would have been a Grand Prix bike back in the day, an absolute meticulous thing. So this is completely different. Maria, she splits her time from sidecars to solos to cars nowadays. She even does the car classic meetings as well. So the Northamptonshire girl knows what she's at.
And again, you can see she's got a real dirt tracker style to it, because this is a hardtail, like the supercharged car bike that we saw Eugene Laverty having so much trouble with. No rear suspension, just a solid frame. The rear wheel is mounted into the solid frame, so yeah, you better have your wits about you when you know where there's a bump on this track. And if you don't know where the bumps are, the bike's going to tell you all about them the moment you find them. So she's the only female racer in the field. 18 minutes remaining of this 30-minute session. We've had a number of changes. Just coming in is who's on the number 3 supercharged BMW? You said Eugene. I know.
I think that's
Richard Ress and Klaus Clausen. Yeah, so that's the compressor that's just come in. They've just come in for a changeover.
Now we've got G2 and GP bikes out there. Group 2 bikes are the road-based race bikes, and of course the Grand Prix bikes are the full-on Grand Prix bikes. Then we've got a couple of Triumph Triton. We'll call them Tritons because that's what they are, a split between a Triumph and a Norton. And then there's a couple of specials that are out there as well. The supercharged BMWs, of course, as you've heard Martin already talk about.
And looking at the chicane at the Rudge, or a Rudge, number 25.
And that is a beautiful motorbike. Get a look at this if you can get down into the paddock. It really is. That's Jenny Timoth, I think, is on it at the moment. Look for the long, flowing blonde hair.
There you go. So 2 female riders. I don't want to get correcting. I bumped into Jenny yesterday, or saw her go by. So yeah, two female riders in the field.
Of course, Maria Costello, known originally for her Isle of Man and road racing exploits, but Jenny Timoth, the faster of the two by quite some distance, both in the short circuit and the road-going circuits as well. Jenny Timoth, of course, Maria is an MBE. Jenny Timoth is the most humble, shy person you ever know, and teammates to none other than that rather short Hollywood star Tom Cruise. She works with Tom Cruise a lot. She's a stunt rider as well in her spare time, and really
actually, I can see how she would be about the ideal size for Tom Cruise.
I think she works more for the female. It's Ian Duffus, I think that is, that's coming across the line with the Solitaire on his lid as well. Yep. Ian Duffus and wife Louisa here, a little tougher smoke. He's another very experienced man through Macau and so on. So some of these circuits, that looks like Rutter actually.
Yeah, Duffus riding number 51 Norton Dominator. Cameras picking up 68. This is the Velocette again. Michael Rutter, Michael Russell.
It was Russell that was on it earlier on. This is Rutter in his normal Batham's leathers. So I was going to say, unless Rutter had gone out and bought another set of leathers, and he's not known for the man first at the bar or to
he's
spend his money.
He's a bike racer. There's more important things to spend money on than leathers. Old leather's fresh beer. I think that's the way that goes.
It certainly is in his case, that is for sure. So Michael Russell put up the fastest time earlier on. Now it's Rutter's turn as well. Michael Russell, a little disappointing for him in the members meeting earlier on in the year. Just didn't quite get it all together, and a little bit of reliability problems he had then. He would be, I think Rutter and Russell are a front runner to keep an eye on this weekend.
Just saw going out the number 20 machine, the Woden Jap. Now it's got a Jap V twin.
That is beautiful.
But everybody else, the exhaust pipes run down sort of below your feet. In the Jap, they run at thigh level, up the side, literally just below the tank.
Plenty of ground clearance, Martin.
Yeah, but not much thigh clearance. I mean,
the bike itself, the Woden is quite a beautiful looking collaboration, if you like. It's a 500cc twin-cylinder V-twin, and Jap are not known for, it's half a speedway bike, I suppose, at the other, well, actually, a speedway bike's 500cc.
Twice a speedway bike.
It should be twice a speedway bike, but it's actually a 500, I think.
Yeah.
So, and it's not particularly fast, but I'm told it's better sorted than it's ever been for this meeting. So,
which means, in period, it was a horrible nightmare.
Exactly that.
And
Those are the words.
60 years of development have made it less of a horrible nightmare. But that, again, Vincent Black Shadow, looking at 55 here. The BSK Speedworks entered machine, and this is Josh Brooks and Ben Kingham.
Yeah, Brooksy, he rides for the PBM, the Paul Bird Motorsport team in BSB. It's not been a happy team.
Second fastest here, though, at the moment, so the Vincent...
Well, he's got plenty of talent. Maybe he gets on better with this bike than he does his Ducati factory bike for BSB.
Duncan Fitchett was pointing to it yesterday going, that Vincent is fast, and that Vincent is fast.
Brooksy could do with a win this year, because he ain't going to get one anywhere else.
Well, listen, that's the light relief of coming to Goodwood, isn't it? Because actually, win, lose or draw, there's no championship points, there's no sponsor pressure, there's no money. If you win, you get a cigar and a pat on the back. It's about the pressure release. It's about doing what you love to do for the reasons that you started, which is to put a big, stupid grin on your face.
And to win a title like the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy is a major fillip. To have that on your sideboard as well. There's also, I think there's a Mick Hemmings Trophy for the fastest lap as well this weekend for motorcycles. And if you've noticed the gear that I am in today, this is Mick Hemmings gear. This is Mick Hemmings overalls.
It's not working well on camera, but it's sadly you're in a green boiler suit, very period correct.
Well, Mick Hemmings was a very, very good friend of mine since I was, 15 years old, which is a considerable amount of years now, it has to be said. And he passed away 18 months ago, and his wife Angela said, why didn't you use Mick's overalls? So here I am, dressed as Mick Hemmings, and I'll be coming down to the pit lane a little bit later on, taking the Mickey and having plenty of unpolitically correct humour, as Mick was world renowned for. But he was a winner. He was the first motorcycle winner here, Mick Hemmings, beating Barry Sheene back in the day. Very fast motorcycle racer, no longer with us, known for Norton, of course. So we miss you, Mick.
Bradley Smith on the grass. At one stage, am I right, the youngest ever British?
He was, Donington Park
Grand Prix starter and winner.
Yeah, and Bradley Smith, superb motorcycle racer, right the way through 125s and then up onto MotoGP. Raced in the Moto E World Cup. It wasn't called a Grand Prix, but it was the electric bike series that ran alongside some of the MotoGP races during the course of the last 2 years. Incidentally, Ducati take over as the manufacturer for the Moto E World Cup next year. Look at this, out on the curve, out on the rumble strip. We'll have a bit of that.
No.
That can't be Cathcart, surely. Cathcart, has he ever ridden like that? I can't imagine Alan Cathcart being right out there. Certainly not. Rumble strips, he didn't have them in the old days, it was just straight on grass.
Sharing it with Joachim Folch Roussenol Jr., who will be racing on four wheels as well throughout the weekend. So number 33, that's there, Manx Norton. Rider change, number 17, the Match. We haven't talked about this bike, Matchless G80.
That's James Hillier going out on it, the Rich Energy sponsored BSB rider, so he'll be quite useful. Even though he's not really, look at the way that he's getting himself settled in. Well, that's modern day racers, just dangling
his right foot there, just making sure he knows where the gear lever is.
Exactly that, Martin.
Because it's not, we talked about this at the beginning, English gear change. This is something I didn't know, having only watched these bikes previously.
It's so awkward. It is so awkward.
That traditionally, in the 50s, 40s, 30s, British bikes had the gear shift on the right foot, whereas everybody else, and all modern bikes, have it on the left foot. So if you come from modern bike racing or any bike racing, you shift up and down but with your left foot, not your right, and so that's a real non sequitur when you get onto these bikes.
And it gets worse because the shift pattern can be different as well. It could be up to go up, down to go down, which it isn't when you're racing a motorcycle with your left foot anyway, because it's down to go up, obviously, because you can't get your foot under it when you're hanked in the middle of a corner.
Exactly.
The problem with a right foot change is most tracks are clockwise, so you're dragging your feet
on the ground.
So therefore the left foot is, the Japanese sort it out quite well. Your left foot's mostly up in the air.
And when you've got big feet like mine, you've got no chance. 55
You better go water skiing with them.
Yeah, 55, thank you. 55 is our fastest machine, the Brooks & Kingham Vincent Black Shadow. Again,
another beautiful motorbike.
Yeah, and another factory with a massive reputation for fast machines, road and race.
That is quick.
It is, isn't it?
That does look very, very fast indeed.
But even if you know nothing about the bikes, you look at the way it's being ridden, the body language of the machine, and you can, and again with cars, without a stopwatch or without a clock, you can still see when a car is really up on its toes, and the rider here floating the bike around, the driver floating it around. You get a little bit more of that with, even with old cars. A little harder with these bikes because for the same reason that you have to drift in old cars, lack of grip from the tyres.
And we've talked about gearbox, you've moved on to tyres, which is quite in order because they're a nightmare compared to what you're used to. If you're running slicks or even the wets that you would run on your bigger bikes, on your day-to-day race bikes, they have got so much more squish involved in them. They sit into the tarmac. Tyre pressure is important because you don't want the things when they heat up to balloon, to take away some of that contact patch. There's a lot more that goes into it, but when you come vintage racing like this, suddenly you've got a tyre that is on a very narrow rim.
Yes.
The contact patch is tiny,
yes,
although you don't have the kind of power that you're trying to squidge through a modern day race motorbike. But all the same, it is a whole new discipline to get used to get worked out.
And they're all treaded.
Well,
so the contact patch is even smaller.
It is true, but with a little bit of tread and a little bit of movement in the rubber, at least you get heat in them, which is something that's also important from a grip perspective.
And again, that's your advance warning. It's the Sanremo Gilera. This is Francois Fabry and Andy Hornby's machine.
Yeah,
that's Francois, I think.
Yeah, Francois Fabry is the entrant for this as well as rider. Meanwhile, blasting through and head down and all through the... I think that was James Hayden, actually, so watch out for Hayden. Actually, we haven't mentioned James Hayden. James Hayden is somewhat of another revival stalwart. He and his wife Jo just love this event, just genuinely love this event. I think Jo and the kids are coming today. Look at where we are. What's his fastest at the moment?
Fifth fastest is the number 4 machine, Norton Dominator, coming towards the end of the lap. So this is Lee Johnson, Nick Pearce's machine. And a very different look from some of them. You can see the very low seating position rider tucked right down.
That Dommy looks lovely, doesn't it? Really nice motorbike as well.
And he has just moved up 18 places with the last quick lap, so really starting to get some speed out of the machine.
Right the way, white line to white line, so he knows where he's going here. A little bit of a flinch as he changes gear. It's kind of a bit of an action that you find, a reflex action as you shift through on these older motorbikes. There's no seamless gearboxes, there's no quick shifters on these things. You've got to use the clutch and use the throttle to get up and down through the gearbox, which might sound strange to anybody that rides a normal motorcycle, but of course we have quick shifters and the like now, so all you need to do is touch the gear lever and basically it gives you a blip. It's an automatic blip. I think all modern cars have that nowadays. They won't be having that on these things, that's for sure.
17, James Hillier up to second fastest on this match.
Look at the style.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Again, you can really see that he has got this bike absolutely dancing to his tune.
This will be the quickest lap for sure. He looks absolutely spot on it all the way through here.
Top speed down the back straight. Is it enough to go on top? It is. No, it's not.
Go second.
Stays second fastest. Top speed, by the way, 115.9 down the Lavant straight on a 60-year-old racing motorbike. Make that 70-year-old racing motorbike.
Well, it's going to get quicker on lap times, but a 32.3, and there's a couple of, obviously Hillier has done a 32, the 32.3 for Brooks as well.
And what's the gap between the top two, Keith?
Yeah.
14 thousandths of a second. If you're doing it on a thumb, it would be 0.01. So, yeah, basically near dead heat. 6 minutes to go in the session. So the two fast machines you're looking for, Yellow background to the number 17 with a pink helmet of James Hillier. And 55, you're looking for the Vincent Black Shadow with Josh Brooks aboard. And those are the two that are battling here for pole position.
Patrick Walker just been passed. Now then, all tucked in. That thing is quick as well in a straight line. They've really got that thing sorted. There's no doubt about it. Up the inside, then just squirts it underneath one motorcycle, slightly held up by the 90 of, I think that's
Peter Hickman.
Is it Peter Hickman? Looks like Sam Clues.
No, Sam Clues
no, it is actually. No, it is Hickey. 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 There's a word for that, but I can't say it on air. That's the slowest I've seen Hickey perform so far through a chicane, and he's just been blown off by James Hillier.
Right, who just came out of the chicane behind? Didn't quite catch that, but somebody with a little bit of traffic and
more trouble going on there with the
slower
Thunderbird.
Yeah. So that's Billy McConnell and Richard Hand's machine.
Skippy McConnell, he's a man that knows how to stick it on the grass, that's for sure. So watch out for the Australian. But right now, here's your star of the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy practice session number one.
Not as... Oh, it is quicker. A quicker lap again from Hillier. Last lap was the fastest of the lot to go 1 second clear at the top of the field, the number 17 machine. And this first sector quicker again. Top speed not quite as good. But the number 17 machine, again, that pink helmet with the black and gold leathers.
Styling it out.
Yeah. It's going to make him easy to spot in a fracas at the first corner.
I can't wait for that.
Just a little look down at the gear shift there, going, oh, go on in.
Where is it?
Down the lap and straight.
You might have heard me say good when you said that the MVs weren't here. Only from the point of view that they were really, really too much for we wouldn't have got close.
There were two classes,
again.
Weren't there? Yeah, there were the MVs and there was the field.
Yeah, it was great to see them, but I'm glad not to see them back, I must say, from my point of view. Every inch of this road he is using, so really this is going to be a quality lap as well. 31.2.
So not quite as quick as his previous. So James Hillier still the fastest man. Josh Brooks second fastest on the number 55 machine. Russell and Rutter, not sure who we thought was on board that. And Hillier just checking behind him. Nothing in the mirrors, not that he's got any.
I don't think you'd want them to look at that lot thundering down behind you.
Do you know what? I think no matter how good a modern rider you are, when you're riding something like this, you just need all your wits about you, don't you?
Big crowd here, of course, this morning. Coming in here at 6:30, and in fact, I was surprised at the queue going right back to Chichester this morning. So you need to make your timing right if you're coming back tomorrow and Sunday. That is for sure. Yeah,
it was surprisingly busy when we came out to the hotel at 6:20. You have to come out at 10 past tomorrow. Norton Dominator, this number 4 machine. Nick Pearce, Lee Johnson, 4th fastest at the moment.
The beautiful looking bike. I like a Dommy, that's for sure. Of course, Norton, the resurgence of Norton, the modern day Norton. They have a Dominator as well. Actually, the naming rights of that belong to Mick Hemmings. He sold them to the now disgraced Stuart Garner, who took over Norton. It's now being run in a much more professional way, and we can expect some great new motorcycles coming from the Norton mark.
Yeah, great to have the firm surviving. Well, there is the second fastest machine.
Conversation. How can we make it quicker?
Josh Brooks, Ben Kingham, second fastest. Well, they were 14 thousandths quicker and are now a second slower than the fastest lap. However, looks like they are happy with the way practice has gone. Practice is one thing, racing is another. You don't often get a clear lap in practice, but it does happen. In racing, I mean, this is like and this was the same now as it always has been. Racing is very different. You have to use a different line. Everything about what you're doing is compromised. So your practice speed and your race speed aren't necessarily the same thing.
That's where the Pro and the AM comes in. The Pro will sort that out. The AM might just be slightly more reticent. There's Ian Hutchinson, we went past a moment ago as well. TT winner, many time TT winner. John McGuinness is out there as well. Keep an eye out for John McGuinness. We haven't seen anything of him so far, I don't think, unless you spotted him, of course. Have we got a Twitter feed for Goodwood commentary, or have the fans got an opportunity to contact us from trackside?
I'm pretty sure it's at Goodwood Revival. Whether we've got time to look at it or not is an entirely different question.
Interesting just to see what some of the trackside fans would like.
Sebastian Perez's Manx Norton 54 bike. This is Supermax ride, so he's sharing with Sebastian Perez.
Oh dear.
And another gentle retirement at the side of the track, another Manx Norton. So that's James Hayden and Michael Hose sharing that number 16 Manx. The Manx Nortons, helpfully for non-Manx Norton spotters, basically all have an alloy tank and a black frame. So, you know, at least cars are different colours.
If you wonder why he got Manx written on his back, that's not because of the bike. That's because it's made by probably Manx Leathers, I would think. A famous leather manufacturer out in the Isle of Man.
James Hillier gone quicker again on the last lap. Fastest lap of the session, 1 minute 30.920. So first sub-31 lap.
That is very quick indeed. And he's coming down towards the end of it. The clock's counting down. We've got 10 seconds left or thereabouts of this opening session for the bikes. Great session for the bikes, I've got to say. But there's a few people that have got some work to do back in the pits.
Yeah, Duncan Finchett, Jeremy McWilliams, 5th fastest on the number 7 Norton. And I'm not sure if Duncan was hoping to take their brand new unridden bike out at the end of practice. If you saw a number 7 machine with a red background to the number, that's the bike they're going to race. If you saw one with a yellow background, that is the brand new factory frame, factory engine, never done anything other than chunked around the car park literally here after it's been built. So Andy, his mechanic, who is the guru of Manx Nortons as I understand it, has put that together, and they were hoping just to do a couple of laps. They're not planning to race it, but it's got a black frame, not the sort of pea green frame. Checkered flag is out. Yep,
we've got Eugene Laverty, who's jumped into 14th place after that misdemeanour on the opening lap out there. So Eugene Laverty getting a little bit of, should we say, a bit more decorum. McGuinness is 16th, Parrish is 17th, Maria Costello and Gooch is up to 18th place. Ian Hutchinson is only 19th at the moment. Mick Grant, we haven't mentioned Mick Grant, of course he's out on the number 10 machine. Mick Grant is here. I mean, he must be 80, surely. And he's still
well over 30 already, isn't
he? And he still looks unbelievably well. Mick Grant, great motorcycle racer, TT, short circuit, Grand Prix, you name it. Mick Grant is an absolute legend. And another man, if ever there was a flat cap made for anybody, Mick Grant of Yorkshire is your man. Bradley Smith and Tom Booth Amos. Tom Booth Amos, another good motorcycle racer that sort of slipped off the radar lately. He was a man that looked like he was going to be happening in Grand Prix. I think he's running Supersports 300s at the moment as well. Tom Booth Amos, great race winner on the 38 bike. Smith and he are 21st at the moment. Sir Alan Cathcart, put a line through the Sir because he's not a real Sir, but he's nicknamed as Sir Alan Cathcart for obviously some of the enterprises he's been involved in motorcycling over the years, is in 22nd place at the moment, looking for Howie Mainwaring Smart, husband of Paula Smart, of course, who was the daughter of Maggie Sheene and Paul Smart. We'll go through the lineage of some of these riders a little bit later on, if I can. Steve Linzell down in 28th place at the moment, and looking for Tommy Hill. Tommy Hill, another great motorcycle racer, retired at the peak of his time, down in 29th at the moment. He's on the Andy Molnar bike as well. So watch out for number 5, Tommy Hill. You remember Tommy Hill from that incredible finish at Brands Hatch in the final round of British Superbikes when the American took the win in the end over Tommy Hill. God, there were tears everywhere for that.
Just saw a quick glimpse of Mick Grant as he headed back into the pit lane and then down into the collecting area. If you want to go and take a look at the bikes and the cars, by the way, really do go up and just bury yourself in all the mechanical glory that is on the inside of the circuit, in the pits and in the paddocks, and talk to the people that are with their machines, because they love them and they will be desperate to tell you everything you need to know. They just, the people that bring the cars here, whether they're mechanics, the owners, the riders, the drivers, they just live and breathe these things.
And that's across
just
the superstars as well.
Yeah.
So even the superstars will spend time with you. I mean, I'm not talking just bikes, but car guys. I remember speaking with I think Derek Bell last time. I had a long conversation with him, and I didn't expect him to be able to have the time that he had to talk just basically motorsport rubbish with me.
I think everybody's got that, and if they rush past, it's because they've just finished one session and they are straight out in the next one. Don't be offended, but go and talk to the guys with the bike, go and talk to the guys and the girls with the cars, because they will just tell you so much. There's so much to see. So our two-wheel practice session for the Sheene Memorial Trophy race. There'll be one race on Saturday, one race on Sunday is concluded, and it is time for me to go and get a breath of fresh air and a little bit of sunshine. Keith Ewan remains in the booth, and Ben Edwards is coming in to take over the commentary as well. So we'll be back in just a second.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Right now with the always fabulous Dandy Wellington. Dandy, tell me a little bit about what you're doing here this weekend.
Well, first of all, it's my first time at Goodwood Revival.
Really?
Yeah, I'm freaking out because it's incredible. I mean, the details, the whole thing, it's like a wonderland here. So I'll be here at the Revive and Thrive stage, running a series of talks with creators, talking about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Excellent. There are such good themes going on this year at Goodwood Revival. I am loving it. Now, besides your brilliant programme of talks, what else would be your top tips for the Revive and Thrive area this weekend?
I mean, my top tip is basically to just come and take it in. There's so much here, so many incredible creators, people that live and breathe this every single day. And so, I mean, we've got British's best on display right now, so take it in.
Excellent. Now, I must, of course, ask you about the way you look.
Yeah.
You are known around the world for your absolutely exquisite style. And this I am just in love with. We've got a little bit of a nod here to a kind of 1920s golfing look.
That's right.
Gorgeous. Tell me about what you're wearing.
There's a lot of things going on. I mean, I've got American Duchess shoes. This is a mix. This is a mix of vintage and modern, right?
Great.
So American Duchess shoes, We got Cathcart heritage happening on the socks and the suit, and then this waistcoat right here is vintage 1930s, one of my favorites. I love Tattersall, and a little bit of 70s on the tie, but don't hold it against me. And then, of course, we're going to go to Australia for this detachable collar.
Wow.
And by the Museum Street, Thomas Farthing hat.
Oh,
so,
perfect.
A little bit of Britain, a little bit of the Commonwealth, who knows?
And I absolutely love this idea of mixing different eras as well. I'm completely the same. I kind of think if the overall outfit works, then it works.
That's
you do
right.
not have to be strictly period.
Yeah, you don't have to be a purist. Just think about style, follow your joy, and go from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm such a huge fan of so much of what we have going on
Yes.
at the Revive and Thrive area today. We have, thinking about secondhand clothes, and it's just so important to think about the stories that they can hold as well.
Yes, of course, absolutely. I mean, some of these items have been around for 100 years, and think of the lives that they've been a part of. So now you are able to take this item and bring it into your life and add more to that story. It's really important. You can't get that at a quick high street shop.
I completely agree. Completely agree. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And have a fantastic weekend. I'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm pretty jealous of Dandy Wellington's outfit there. He looked pretty fabulous, didn't he? He's really gone global with where every piece is from.
Yeah, he's danced around the world there and certainly lives up to his name. I feel a little bit underdressed.
No, I wouldn't say that, David. But anyway, let's just talk a little bit about what we did just get to see on the track there. The Barry Sheene Memorial practice session there with some really top name riders. And I'm going to take you through, if you did just miss it, a little bit what happened there. So James Hillier topped that session, 1:30.9. Behind him was Josh Brooks, 1.3 behind. And then a little bit further back was Michael Rutter and his partner. Obviously, they kind of were ready and poised for when the race happens tomorrow. Two parts of that race, of course, and it's a two-person race. Obviously, Le Mans style start. They run over the track to jump on their bike, and then they switch in the pit lane a little bit later. But in terms of the big names, David, a little bit further down, I mean, I'm just looking further down and having James Hayden in 11th there. You've got Eugene Laverty in 14th. You'd expect him to be a little bit further up, as you would John McGuinness in 16th. And then Maria Costello, we're talking about her. There's only herself and Jenny Timoth are the only two females in the race a little bit later. Maria is in 18th there. And then we had Ian Hutchinson. He's in 19th, his first ever time on the circuit, which is not too bad. Got a bit of work to do though, David.
Not too shabby at all, and really they only had 16 laps, so 16 laps for your first time at Goodwood is not a lot. And some of the bikes out there, we saw some real wobbles with the guys. Suddenly with those solid frame bikes, they'll get back on tomorrow. Conditions could be completely different. Steve Parrish said yes, that Le Mans style start is going to run as fast as his bones will carry him, so we'll look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, of course. Now is a little bit of a time. They'll go back to the paddock and do maybe a little bit of work on the bike. They'll obviously chat together as a pair there and see where they can find some extra time on different sectors around the course. It's, it's a chance for some of these riders, I know a couple of them personally, to kind of go back to when they used to ride. They'll go back, won't they, to the mechanics in the team and the owners of the bikes and try and find that little bit extra to make them go a little bit faster.
Absolutely, and the bikes just look spectacular. And Keith was saying there on commentary, some of these bikes are working better than they've ever worked before. And, it's just lovely to see them out there.
It really is, and it's great to get them back and being competitive as well. I think that's what a lot of the former riders will be saying. Well, we've got some more track action coming your way. You can probably hear it. You usually can hear it before you see it here at Goodwood. David, what have we got lining up behind us?
Well, behind us in the assembly area, we've got the Glover Trophy cars getting ready for their qualifying session. Extraordinary Formula One cars from the early 60s. Tiny engine, 1.5 litre. But some of these cars have V12 engines in them. Tiny multi-cylinder engines, skinny tyres. Real highlight of the racing weekend here. But before that, we've got these gorgeous Austin 7s on a track parade.
Yeah, the Austin 7s were going to go out now. It's a little bit later than expected, 11:15, so almost on the mark here for this. It's just a track parade of these beautiful machines, and again, a chance for you guys at home, wherever you're watching, if you are lucky enough to be here, to get another glimpse of some cars from yesteryear, and that's what you can see here. It's not going to be as fast as what we've just seen, that's for sure, but it's still going to be spectacular. Oh, someone dropped their hat. Pick that up. You might want to take that off before you go around the circuit. It is a little bit breezy, isn't it?
Yeah, you get to pick up a hat when you're driving an Austin 7, not quite in a clever car or maybe one of those Formula 1 Grand Prix bikes.
No, exactly. Well, as they make their way then to the start and finish straight here at the Chichester circuit, let's go down to our commentators for the track parade of the Austin 7s. For the first time, I'd like to say a big welcome to Ben Edwards and welcome back again to Keith Ewan.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's lovely to be here. Lovely to be at Goodwood with all of you who are here, or whether you're watching us online. Doesn't matter where you are, it's fantastic. And there are some beautiful cars, of course, coming out on track. They are all based on Austin 7s. And this one, I went and had a look at earlier on, Keith, funnily enough. And the guy driving this car drove it to Japan just a few years ago, back in 2019. He went to the Rugby World Championships in Japan. He drove this car through Serbia, through wherever, some 10,000 miles in an Austin 7 that originated in the 1930s. It's been adapted and changed a bit over the years. He added a bit of space in the back so that he could put things in it. But isn't that an amazing story?
It's amazing, if only because the pandemic was causing a situation where he was having to travel across the world in that car during the time when we were all dodging a pandemic as well. So a remarkable achievement, there's no doubting that. And as you can see, there is a shape, size, colour and configuration to suit every single taste out of the Austin 7s. It's a remarkable paddock. If you haven't been over to the Austin 7 paddock yet, it's right on the edge of the airfield, on the infield here, in the main paddock area, but you've got to walk across and take a look at every... There's even one with a thatched roof. It's more like a beach hut roof, but you name it, there is a configuration for it. There were just so many of these cars about, and some of them are named after gemstones as well, aren't they? And when somebody was saying to me when I first walked over, yes, I've got a ruby, or I've got a pearl, and I'm trying to work it all out, making notes furiously.
There's one towing a little caravan as well. Look at the number of cars. It was Chris Blakey, by the way, that I was talking about, who'd driven that car to Japan. But we've got this massive, massive field of Austin 7 based machines. The Austin 7s were built in the 1920s and 1930s, and they were the origins of so much motor racing as well, because many people developed Austin 7s, took the chassis and turned it into a racing car. Colin Chapman of Lotus was one of those key people who developed his first racing cars via the Austin 7. There were plenty of others as well who managed to do it. And just look at that thatched roof. You were telling me about that one that you'd seen with the thatched roof. What on earth's going on with that? I'm not quite sure. But the Austin 7s were built in different parts of the world. You can see the Swallow 7 there, the Austin 7 Swallow, which was with the kind of slightly curved roof on it. That was the origins of what was to become Jaguar later on. That was the beginning of the company. They built a special version of the Austin 7. It had support from Austin, and that went on to become Jaguar some years later.
The other opportunity, if you do decide to go and have a wander around the Austin 7 paddock, is that they are owned by lovely people. You can stop and talk. They will talk for as long as... We met a lovely lady the other day who actually came into it after she lost her husband and wondered what she was going to do with her life, effectively. And she ended up buying a 1935 Austin 7 and has become part of the club. And it's a real community of very, very friendly people.
Yeah, that was Julia James, that's right. I think she's treasurer and other aspects of the Hereford Austin 7 Club, and driven it down from Hereford, so quite a long way down to near Chichester here at the Goodwood circuit, but they managed to get it all to work. And yeah, when I was talking to Chris about his huge drive to Japan in the car that's got the Union flags waving brightly there, I asked how many times did it break down. He said, well, probably 3 times it actually broke down, otherwise it was okay. It took him a long time to get there, but a wonderful experience to do it.
Well, it's like pioneering days, isn't it? It used to take a long time to get to the other side of the world. You had to, even if you were in an aircraft, you had to stop I don't know how many times at various waypoints to make it there. So to get that car with the Union flags all over it all the way down to Japan is just remarkable when you consider how many cars are coming from Japan to our shores nowadays. You saw the Jaguar out on the track a moment ago, and I think you just made the link to Jaguar from Austin 7. It's a bit of a leap for somebody like me that hasn't done any research on this, I've got to say, to go from an Austin 7 to a Jaguar. But when you get to the history buffs like Martin Haven, Bruce Jones, yourself, Ben here, and of course Chris Stewart, that's also doing the Goodwood radio, it's a privilege to be in booths with those gentlemen, I must say, because they know so much about so many things here at the Revival.
Well, I tell you what, though, I feel I never know enough. I mean, you see all these cars out here, and I'd love to know the story of each car, but it's just impossible because there are so many. Just to give you the sort of background of the Austin 7, it was created by Herbert Austin. He developed as an engineer in the late 1800s. He actually went to Australia, met with Frederick Woolsey, and they got into car building together. When he decided to build the Austin 7, funnily enough, Keith, it was cycle cars were a bit a thing in those days. They built cars, didn't they, basically out of motorbikes, three-wheelers, some of them were four-wheelers. But when Herbert Austin created the Austin 7, it became this sort of baby car that people could realistically achieve. Wasn't that cheap. I mean, it was started at a price of 220 quid, I think. It dropped it quickly to 165 pounds at the end of 1922. But I was talking to a doctor who owns one of these yesterday, and he was telling me, okay, 165 pounds, but a doctor at that time would have earned 40 pounds a year. So a doctor's salary would have been over 4 years to pay for your Austin 7 in 1922-23. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
It is pretty amazing, because somebody made the analogy to me, this is like the Model T of these shores. That's supposedly an affordable car for the masses, but at that kind of price, you would say either doctors were paid very little back in the day. Mind you, some would argue they are now as well, but I won't go there, I suppose. There's the thatch roof. It reminds me of something like a beach somewhere. Caribbean beach, perhaps. A beach hut made out of an Austin 7.
Yeah, all good fun. Yeah, the prices did drop in the 1930s, so they were able to become more and more accessible right up until the Second World War. And then, of course, as I say, so many of them were in sort of wrecked state and were rebuilt in all sorts of ways. So some of these are very original. Some of them have been very altered over the years. There are so many different types of Austin 7 when you're talking about the sporty ones, the Austin 7 Ulsters, for example. They were serious race machines and were looking to try and break records as well, speed records for small engined machines. They all used basically the same size engine. It was originally created as a 750cc engine, and so they were trying to create these new records under 800cc at sort of 100 miles an hour. They didn't quite achieve it, but still did some remarkable things. So a very little engine, baby engine, but a proper car on a sort of V-shaped steel chassis that has ended up with so many different body shapes on it.
And I think that's the key with Austin 7, isn't it? It's the kind of car that you can make into whatever you wanted to back in the day. And there were so many developments that came off the back of the Austin 7, as you've already said, moving on into many car manufacturers. They were inspired by this initial vehicle. That was the point of Chapman and the like. Where can we make this better? I think the pioneering days of motoring were fantastic. The development of new ideas. They seem pretty old-fashioned now, but back in the day, cutting edge was what we could call it, I suppose, as they developed through the Austin 7 onwards.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Eric Broadley of Lola, actually one of the cars, the first car that Eric Broadley kind of created is in this group as well. The Austin 7 Broadley Special. It's Dave Brown has got it here. If we spot it, I'll try and tell you. But basically, the chassis, he was telling me, the chassis was effectively made with Eric and Graham, his brother. They were building it, and they took chairs and part of the table out of their kitchen and used the steel tubes on the chairs and the table, and they used that to make the chassis of this special that Eric Broadley created, the first Austin 7. And then he went on to create Lola racing cars, and of course Lola racing cars became a hugely successful British manufacturer. So the Austin 7 really has been at the heart of many racing cars. The Malloks as well were initially based on Austin 7, so they have been fundamental to much of British motorsport.
Unfortunately, it's become so much harder to now start from scratch and make it work if you've not got a wind tunnel or access to it, and so on and so forth. You know, the simplicity of motor racing and the development of motor racing has now got to such a pinnacle of technology that's really, really difficult to get involved unless you're in part of a corporation that's all working in unison to push that forward. It's a shame, really. I love the old bikes as well when you see how they move through the eras and the innovations that come through those early days. It seems really simple, almost too simple now. It's that thought of, why didn't we think of that?
Yeah.
It was there, and I'm wondering whether it is the same to developers nowadays, whether there are still those gaps in the rules and technical innovations that are coming that we couldn't imagine, as these couldn't imagine back in the day.
We had a quick look at that silver in the background with a rather sort of floating front end. It is a racing car. We saw several single-seaters in the background. As I say, there have been various racing versions. Some of them are supercharged engines. Some of the Austin Ulsters are creating up to sort of 35 brake horsepower or even more, because the original engines weren't creating much more than about 10 horsepower. So big changes as they went through the years, and that's the silver machine that I was looking at just now. That was built to try and beat the 100-mile-an-hour record in the 1920s. It didn't quite manage to do it, but they were still pretty close to it. And as you can see, a lot of people are enjoying them being out there at the Goodwood Revival this weekend. We are celebrating 100 years of the Austin 7. That's why the celebration is taking place, because it was unveiled in July of 1922. That's when it first became available to everybody. And part of the idea of creating an affordable car was, in fact, that the horsepower tax had come into force in 1921. So that created more cost. So it was to create an engine or a car based on a small horsepower output, so the tax wouldn't be so high. And then it just took off with huge numbers of Austin 7s being sold over the years, up to about 300,000, I think it was. And so it became vital for so many people, and it's a heritage for many, many people as well. So many of these cars belong to families since the 1920s, 30s, or perhaps post-war, when people could finally afford a car, and it was a beaten-up old Austin 7, and it's been kept ever since.
I was just contemplating the horsepower tax and how much that would cost you and I at the moment, if there was such a thing. Of course, they had some weird taxes back in the day, didn't they? There was a window tax. There's quite a lot of historic buildings that had their windows blocked off, purely and simply because they taxed you on how many windows you had.
So the cars are beginning to head back in again, many of them.
That background there, Ben, over, you know, if you start to look at the vista here at Goodwood as it fills out, there's a lot of activities the other side of the road on the way in here as well nowadays. You know, at the members meeting earlier on, there's a little bit less going on. Obviously, there's a lot less people here. But right now, this place is spread out over a much wider area. There's such a lot to do here and such a lot to see. I wonder if you could even get it all in a day.
It really is a lot of walking around to do. There'll be a lot of tired feet by the end of today, but it is beautiful to see so many different aspects, as you say, of this Goodwood Revival. You can see the planes here as well in that beautiful shot. What an opportunity to go and have a look at them.
Of course, the problem is as well, you're probably wearing clothes that you wouldn't normally wear, as in I've got a set of brogues on here that obviously aren't worn in too well because my feet are aching already. And I would suspect there's a few people here that are wearing clothing that, depending on whereabouts you're able to sit and view from, mileage on your feet, not the favourite task. And the wind is just picking up a bit down the front straight here now and blowing along the front straight. So if you're in the sun, it will be very warm. But I've noticed that the grandstand opposite us here in the Girling Tower, certainly the hardier are sitting in the shade, but the rest have moved down to where the sunshine is coming into the grandstand.
Well, there we are, cars heading back off the circuit. Some of those two-seater Austin 7 Ulsters. You've got the Austin 7 Rubies, which is one of the saloon versions, a slightly curved top to it, and a very reliable little car when it was being driven for so many, many years. Lovely to see those Austin 7s. They will be coming back out over the course of the weekend, but if you are here today, what an opportunity to walk down to the paddock and just wander around. I was doing that earlier, and maybe you get a chance to speak to the owners as well and learn a little bit more about the cars, because there, as I mentioned, there is a story pretty much with everyone that is out there. and it would be lovely to pick up on a few more of those stories. So they're not racing of the Austin 7s, they're just on a parade. We've got several parades to look forward to here at Goodwood over the course of this weekend. A little bit later on, actually, we'll be looking to the tribute to Graham Hill, and that's going to be a great one. 60 years since he won his first world title in 1962, and the collection of cars that they've got here. Some of them are racing in various races as well. Some of them are purely on display or doing the track display, the tribute to Graham Hill. So that's another aspect. And also, we're celebrating the 75 years of Ferrari. So the tribute to Ferrari, some astonishing cars. The value of that field would be mind-blowing. But there are some beautiful Ferraris to be looking at. Again, some of them are racing in the various different categories, but we will then see all the Ferraris together for the tribute of the 75 years.
You mentioned a lot of value in those Ferraris, but the finish on some of them, I mean, if you are discerning, if you have one of those eyes that spots every single wrinkle in every single thing that you see, then come and take a look at some of the Ferraris here. Some of the preparation that's gone into them, absolutely outstanding, beautiful, and some they have that patina that's right as well. Some of the ones that haven't been restored to death. There's something to be said about genuine cars that are used still for the purpose they were built.
And look at these. In a way, I love the contrast between the Austin 7 and the Ferrari. You know, this is how so many people got into cars in the first place and still now can enjoy them. As I say, they're such a basis of motoring in so many ways, and the Austin 7 became kind of key name, and it started out with the Mini as well when that appeared in the 1950s. And then at the other end of that spectrum, in a way, you've got the Ferraris at the very top end of the spectrum for so many people. But everybody enjoys it. That's what we're here for at Goodwood, to experience and enjoy all these different manufacturers, makes, and stories of the history of these machines. So we are beginning to build up towards the next run of actual competitive cars that will be going out for practice shortly, and that is for the Glover Trophy. Now these are going to be fun. Not the biggest Formula 1 cars in the world. They're actually very dainty Formula 1 cars, elegant, small, 1500cc from the early 1960s. So that's what we're going to start to see coming out on circuit fairly soon as we look around the track and look at some of the other aspects of what we can enjoy basically here this weekend. There you are. There are the cars for the Glover Trophy now, just being prepared in the assembly area before coming out onto the track, and they'll get some proper practice laps in to see how the cars are going to react this weekend.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. French Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
I'm here in the Revive and Thrive area with Misha Schaefer. Misha, tell me a bit about what you are doing here this weekend.
So I'm a quilter and a patchworker. I love anything to do with textiles. I'm also a screen printer. So I'm here this weekend demonstrating patchwork and quilting.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Show me a bit about what you're doing, and can people come and have a go?
They can have a go. So I've got my machine, so people can have a go at machine patchwork if they want to. But I've also got, if you look behind you, I've got some hand patchwork.
Oh,
so this is
gorgeous.
very traditional, but using modern fabrics. So people can come and have a go at doing some hand sewing. So I've got loads of old shirts. I've got lots of my own fabric as well. So yeah, if people want to come and have a go, that's fine.
That's so exciting. And what's great about quilting is that it's it has such a history of being, well, what we would today call upcycling.
Yeah.
But what at the time was just a very good use of resources, like reusing something and turning it into something more useful for that particular period.
Absolutely. I think there were times where people had less. They had less fabric. Fabric was much more difficult to come by. People didn't want to waste anything. So if you had old clothes that were holey or patchy or dirty, you'd cut it up, you'd turn it up into something new, something practical, and people would get together and quilt together. So that's lovely. So yeah, it's got a fabulous tradition.
There's that real kind of community spirit, community aspect to quilting, isn't there?
It's brilliant. I think that's why I love it. When I teach workshops and I get people coming together to sew together, I think, women have been doing this for a long, long time, so I love it.
Yeah. Fantastic. Where did you source all of the pieces that you are turning into your beautiful quilts?
So I've got lots of old shirts which have been donated and have come from charity shops. I sort of keep my eyes peeled for those. I buy a lot of fabric from places like Merchant and Mills, who do lovely, lovely linens, and I then hand screen print lots of my fabrics as well, which I then chop up. And turn into, I've got wall hangings, I do embroidery, fabric collages, wall hangings.
Oh, amazing.
Quilts,
they
all
are
sorts of
so
things.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
No,
I'll
thank
come
you.
back during the course of the weekend.
Yeah, lovely to meet you.
See how you're doing.
Thank you.
And have a great weekend.
Thank you. And
Thank
you. Okay.
Well, we told you Goodwood Revival wasn't just about cars. If you're a fan of haberdashery, you know where to go. Get yourself down to Revive and Thrive there and see exactly what is going on. But most of you are fans of motorsport, and that is why we are down here. Of course, this year we're celebrating 75 years of Ferrari. This is just behind pit lane, just behind race control. You can come and cast your eyes over these beautiful machines. David, tell us a little bit about what we have here. I know we can bring in a special guest in a short while, but this looks spectacular.
Well, yes, it's a huge year for Ferrari, 75 years. And Enzo Ferrari was very well known for being unemotional about his cars. He only cared about the next Ferrari he was going to make. But we're here to celebrate those cars. This wonderful thing is a 1951 Grand Prix, Italian Grand Prix winning car driven by Alberto Ascari. And it's a long way from the Pura Sangue, the SUV Ferrari released this week. So the evolution of the company is fantastic. They build everything in Maranello. There's a foundry there, absolutely fantastic car, and this one just looks incredible. I believe we've got Ted here. Ted, you're looking after this car. Tell us a little bit more about this wonderful thing.
Well, this is the 1951 Italian Grand Prix winning car. Alberto Ascari won it. This is the only remaining Grand Prix Ferrari 375 in existence, so it's quite a rare car to say the least.
And who's going to be driving it this weekend?
Don't know, that's down to the Duke of Richmond to sort out.
Maybe he'll have a go himself.
He might well do, yeah. I think it's under negotiation at the moment.
Well, good luck and have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, it is a special car. We still yet don't know who is going to get that special drive in here. I mean, it would be quite a treat for anybody. Like you said, it's up to the Duke of Richmond to decide. Obviously, we're all here because of him, and what a spectacular event he is putting on once again. Well, you probably can hear it. We have more action on track already. It's the Glover Trophy is coming your way right now. Let's hear from the boys.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Glover Trophy cars are out there for practice already, and the Glover Trophy was always a Formula One event when Goodwood ran from 1948 to 1966. It never ran a World Championship Grand Prix here at Goodwood, but it did run important non-World Championship races for F1 teams, and this race celebrates that breed of Formula One car with the 1500cc engines in the early 60s. So no wings, no sponsorship all over the car, very straightforward colours of the racing of the country that the cars came from. And you had winners in the Glover Trophy, the likes of John Surtees, Graham Hill, who we're celebrating this weekend in his Ireland, and Jim Clark. And this car you're looking at is the Lotus Climax 25. This driver in that car, Andy Middlehurst, has won on 7 occasions. So he is definitely the favourite in many ways to take the victory here in the Glover Trophy. This has been so successful, and it was a wonderful car in its year, because it was 1963. It was Jim Clark's World Championship winning car, winning 7 out of 10 Grand Prix when he raced in that season in 1963. The Lotus was the dominant force, the Lotus Climax 25, and it's beautiful to see it out on track with the sun shining, glinting on it, Keith. A spectacular car, very simple car, but spectacular.
I think this was the era that you have to say Formula One looked like Formula One, even though they are, as you said earlier, they're sort of just a little bit on the smaller side. Although having said that, they sound like Formula One cars when they come past here. That 25, as you've already said, is some iconic car. And I don't know, a little bit of me harks back to the very early days of Formula One. The cars early on in Formula One just seem to epitomise that era of that time. It was dangerous back in the day, and this car and these colours really underline that for me.
So Andy Middlehurst is setting the pace immediately as expected. He's done a 1 minute 23.736. The number 25 car clearly the fastest so far. As we look further down the order, the number 99, that is the Lotus Climax 21, slightly earlier Lotus racing model, driven by Mark Shaw. It's another ex-Jim Clark car, raced in South Africa in 1961, won 3 races. There were non-championship races in various different countries in the early 1960s. Mark Shaw is another competitive driver as well, but the Lotus 21 was an earlier version of the Lotus, but it was very successful when they were running regularly in Formula One.
Also had a win in 62 as well, so it went on spanning that particular winter. The 99 car we're looking at on screen. We're going to get an opportunity to take a look at a few cars here. Mark Shaw, the entrant and the driver this week.
Yeah, the Lotus 21, first used in 1961 by the Works team and by Rob Walker. Rob Walker was a man who ran a team and took on the Lotuses and did very well with it. In his Ireland, won the first World Championship race for Works Lotus, because actually Rob Walker's team had won with a Lotus before the Works team did. But in his Ireland, win a Lotus 21, and that was at the US Grand Prix of 1961. But Lotus wasn't the only name to look at in the early 1960s. Another of the key British manufacturers was Cooper. Cooper, by this time, had already won the title in 1959 and 1960 with Jack Brabham. Then the rules changed to these smaller engines. The period wasn't quite as successful for Cooper then. So we're looking at the T60, the Cooper T60 here. This was actually Bruce McLaren's Monaco winning car. And Bruce McLaren actually had a decent time with the T60 Cooper. So this one was a pretty good car. But it was a time when Cooper generally started to lose a little bit of performance up against Lotus in particular. And then Ferrari, 1961. Very strong Ferrari season. But the Cooper, another key car in the Formula One era, of course, of that era, of that early period in the 1960s, having won the titles just before that.
They're having to work quite hard in the cockpit of these cars at the moment. It's gone a little bit draftier out there. Whether that'll have any effect at all on some of the corners as it catches you out slightly, but all of them working pretty hard.
You were talking about the noise of some of these, and this is the one that has a really distinct sound to it. It is a flat 12-cylinder engine, and as it goes past us, we can hear it. Wherever you are around the track right now, watch out for the red number 4 Ferrari, the 1512, with this flat 12-cylinder 1500cc. So yeah, it's a 1.5-litre engine, small engine, but 12 cylinders. So you imagine how little, more like a motorbike size cylinder that you've got there, Keith, rather than a normal motor racing car engine.
Somebody said to me earlier on, nothing new is really new. There's always something that's been inspired by something else at some stage previously. And I've got to say that, well, there are only about 3 of these things built, I think, from looking at the sheet I've got here. And that really is a specialist motor car, isn't it? But honestly, the detail involved in something as exquisitely detailed as this is one to go and stare at and photograph down in the paddock here. Accessibility is everything at the Revival, and you get an opportunity to get up close and personal with each and every one of these absolutely magnificent vehicles.
It was a bit of an experiment, that Ferrari. It didn't quite work. They didn't win with that 1512, although they had won the previous year with John Surtees. John Surtees was one of the crucial world champions during this period of the early 1960s. So Phil Hill, the American, won in 1961 in a Ferrari. And then in 1962 it was Graham Hill, which we will be celebrating a little bit more later on today. 1963, Jim Clark in the Lotus, and then 1964 John Surtees for Ferrari. And then 1965 it was back to Lotus, back to Jim Clark with a very dominant force once again. You're looking at one of the Lolas there though, number 15, we just saw the Lola Ford T55, ex-Willman Racing. This has an SCA engine, and Lola, Eric Broadley, who created the Lola team, as we talked about earlier, he started his motorsport life by building a special Austin 7, a sort of trials version to do trials competition. And that's what Eric Broadley did, and then he created the Lola team, and the Lola team obviously then went on to a great deal of success in all forms of motorsport, sports cars in particular, but they also had a good input in Formula One. And this is one of those cars, number 15, just coming across the line now. Patrick Jamin, and Patrick, where is he on the list? He's a little bit further down at the moment. Andy Middlehurst is still our fastest. He's 16th at the moment. Oh, and that was a big sideways moment for Philippe Behofer in the ex-BRM, ex-Graham Hill BRM, actually going onto the grass there. Looks like he got away with it, Keith.
He did. He was very, very fortunate in just backing out of it. I was watching a bit of footage from Damon Hill, as you mentioned Graham earlier, from I think last year's Revival, when he was taken to that piece of dirt as well in a Ferrari, and you just heard him back out the throttle just enough to keep the grip that you needed without it spinning right round on him. So a good save from Philip at that particular point. I think we'll see a few more down that piece of grass during the course of this weekend.
So Andy Middlehurst leading. The car behind that blue car, that is Jan Beljeven in that car. In fact, he normally races Formula Fords. I've raced against him before, and he's got this opportunity last minute because the owner of the car, James Hogan, couldn't do it. So number 55 car was just behind them. So he's getting his first ever chance to drive at Goodwood, that pale blue machine.
I would imagine these things handle very similar to Formula Ford. You know, a similar sort of size. You would feel that a Formula Ford driver probably would get on with one of these quite quickly.
Yeah, there he is. So he's a Dutch driver, races in Formula Ford, and yeah, he was telling me about just getting used to it. He's so happy to be here at Goodwood. He's walked the track. He did the track walk like you always do, Keith. He did that yesterday, and he was quite struck actually by the areas of off-camber and the sort of dips and little climbs that you don't always understand when you're watching this on screen.
And with cars with this amount of suspension movement that you wouldn't normally have in modern day cars and the like, you feel all those as well. It's like the motorcycles, if I can talk about those, with the rigid frames and the like, they really are areas that can catch you out. Just the tiniest little nuance of track undulation, if you like, or adverse camber makes a massive difference to the amount of grip and how quick it snaps sideways.
So here's the BRM that we saw going onto the grass earlier. Philippe Hofer is now getting himself together. He's 6th quickest at the moment. Andy Middlehurst is still the most rapid out there by quite a margin, nearly 1 3/4 seconds. He's got the margin at the moment over the Ferrari that we were talking about. The flat 12-cylinder Ferrari is 2nd fastest. 3rd fastest at the moment is Nick Fennell in the Lotus Climax 25, so that's another Lotus 25 that's doing well. And then Mark Shaw, who we mentioned earlier on, he has done a good pace. He's 4th fastest, number 99. And then the top 5 completed by number 91, Chris Drake, who's in the Cooper Ford. That's an ex-John Rhodes, John Taylor car, in fact, and raced in the Glover Trophy back in period, not only now. Got a couple of cars in the pit. 66 is the Sid Hool car. That's a Cooper Climax T66. And now the Ferrari. Just want to listen to this accelerate.
I just heard it go down pit lane.
I almost want to go quiet, just so we can hear the sound of this, because it sounds quite different. That flat 12-cylinder engine, very typical. Ferrari, of course, for Enzo Ferrari, and we are celebrating Enzo Ferrari setting up the brand of the Ferrari in 1947. Engines meant everything to Enzo Ferrari. So much of the decisions that were made were about engines. It was his passion right from the beginning, and they really experimented. But they would go both ways. I mean, here's a 1500cc flat 12-cylinder engine, all these little cylinders, but they also went the other way with 4-cylinder engines in sports cars in the 1950s that would be 3.5 litres, 4-cylinder engines. So complete contrast Ferrari went through in terms of designing engines, and they've done that all through history. Created some remarkable power units, as we now call them in Formula One, of course, but this is a very special sounding one.
Enzo Ferrari must have hated aero when it came prominent, because, as you say, it was all about engines back in the day. So when aero became a force to be reckoned with, he must have hated that period as it came in. Whoa, that's a wrong one.
Yeah.
So round has gone the number 15 car, the Lola Ford of Patrick Jamin, who's just got it all gathered back up.
Yeah, thankfully no contact made with anyone else, and not onto the grass, so he's been able to pick it up straight away. Oh, we do have a red flag though, so the session with 3.5 minutes, it may well be that they've decided to bring that session to an end early, so it may just be a stranded car. Yeah, number 21, that is Dan Collins, Lotus 21. That's a car that actually has some pretty amazing driver history to it itself. It was driven by Stirling Moss, Innes Ireland, Jim Clark. Innes Ireland won it at Watkins Glen for the Team Lotus first World Championship victory that I mentioned for the team. That was that particular car, but it has come to a halt, I'm afraid, come to a stop. So everyone's slowing down under red flag, of course, taking it nice and easy to bring the cars back to the pits. A couple of Coopers going past the Lotus BRM there. Number 2 just coming past us now, one of 2 Lotus 24 chassis built by Reg Parnell Racing to compete in the Formula One Championship in 1962, and a number of top drivers again of that period who did get to drive it. It does look to me as though this is going to be the end of the session.Ey've been brought back in and they're not lining up in the pit lane, so I think this is end of session, a little bit early.
Yeah, well, there was only some 5 minutes left to go when that red flag came out, so perhaps we are prematurely coming to the end in the Glover session.
Yeah, and it's worked out well for Andy Middlehurst, as we've expected, the 7-time winner of this event, of the Glover Trophy. And he has set the pace by 1.7 seconds over the Ferrari.
Spidey likes it anyway.
Yeah, there's plenty to enjoy around the Goodwood circuit. It's not just cars.
There's an alien spaceship that's crashed in the front entrance here, if you've noticed on your way in this morning. There's a flying saucer that's buried in the ground, so that must be the escapee from it.
Indeed. All part and parcel of the story this weekend.
I hope he's immune to COVID.
So the Glover Trophy Formula One cars have headed back in towards the paddock, and that session has come to a conclusion, but we will be looking forward to a very exciting race in the Glover Trophy coming up later on over the weekend. And
next up, we've got the St Mary's Trophy practice, which will be another good one to look forward to as well.
Yeah, the St Mary's practice, we are going to see a list of some of the most fantastic drivers here at Goodwood, all competing against each other. So that's the next stage. It will be coming up in just a few minutes.
next up, the St Mary's Trophy. Now, no grid is like this weekend, so follow me and we're just going to find some drivers, because every single driver is enormously successful. They've just been told to get into their cars, but Andre Lotterer here. Andre, Dindo, lovely to see you. Andre, welcome back. What car are you in?
In a Mini Cooper S, yes.
I bet you wish it was raining.
No, I'm just here for fun, you know, so it's really fun to drive a Mini, even in the dry. It's flat out everywhere almost, and sometimes on two wheels, so I really enjoy myself.
You've obviously had a huge success here in the TT and things, but how is it coming from modern cars and stepping into these? Because it's so totally different.
Yeah, it's very different. The first year it was a bit of a shock, and then I got my head around it, and I really love it. You know, it's really hands-on, drifting with a car, and yeah, you really appreciate for what the guys were doing in the past, and really difficult. You know, you cannot push it too much, easy to lock wheels. So yeah, quite impressive how they were racing neck to neck with these cars. I mean, here we race for fun. We don't go that much to the limit, but yeah, I do enjoy putting good lap times in, because the track is phenomenal. It has really nice fast flow, and yeah, a lot of drifting, and gotta be one with the car, which is not always easy with these.
Andre, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we've got Dindo Capello. Dindo, lovely to see you. Welcome to Goodwood.
Thank you very much. First time, really impressed about the event. I could not believe, and I really, it's crazy. And I feel a little bit nervous, because I never seen the track, and I know that the competition will be very strong, and really looking forward to follow some friends to know more or less where to go.
It's quite an entry list, this race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a big honor for me to be here, and it's something really I could not believe it was such a great event. Really, congratulations, because it's I've seen so many great events in my life, but it's for sure for me one of the best I ever seen.
Well, Dindo, it's good to finally have you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, let's. Jochen Maas. Yeah, Jochen, you're ordering people around. Are you ready to go?
I do, like always.
Are you ready to go?
It's the one chance. I'm not driving here in this group. I'm driving a bit later at 2 o'clock with the DB4, and of course an E-Type. Super, I look forward to the DB4, because I've never driven that one, and I believe it's a super nice car, which it looks nice. I would have liked to have driven this one too, but 3 is too many.
Well, talking of that, I'm going to go and see if I can catch some of the drivers. Jochen, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Right, in here I can see Esteban Gutierrez. This is going to be quite difficult. I'm sorry. Can I squeeze past? We've got mirrors being checked. They're never in the right place, mirrors, I can tell you that. I'm sorry, I'm going to squeeze in. Esteban, it's lovely to see you. This isn't actually as easy as I thought it would be. Right, there we go. I mean, you know the circuit. You've done plenty of demonstrations, but you're finally actually having a race.
Yes, and this is the first time I'm actually having a race, so it's going to be different, and I'm really excited about it, yeah.
And how much testing have you done?
None. This is going to be my first practice, and I actually just arrived 10 minutes ago, so I'm just sitting here in the car focusing.
Perfect, and you know it's got 3 pedals, so you're all good.
Yeah, I was just asking which is the clutch, which is the brake, because with the classic cars you never know.
Excellent, well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Right, let's see if we can back out of here and carry on. Getting a lot of calls from the marshals. Who we got? So we got Andrew Jordan here in the JRT. All these Lotus Cortinas that are very, very quick. Steve Soper, he's always fast. Steve, I've just been saying that you're always fast. Are you going to be?
I hope so. That doesn't mean I am going to be, but I hope I am.
And you're not one to leave anything to chance, so you've no doubt been pounding around here and testing, haven't you?
Andy tested last week, and I was on a holiday, so I haven't driven the car.
That's when you know you finally made it as a driver. You don't have to test, you just turn up to race.
I wanted to test, but I had to go on a holiday.
Don't we all, Steve? Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, let's carry on up here. Who have we got in car number 22? There's so many massive names in this. Nicholas Manassian, one of the members meeting house captains. Let's see if we can squeeze in. It's sort of always the worst time when you're trying to get the belt buckles done up and someone stands over the microphone asking for a quote. All these guys are obviously 5-point harnesses, which are a nightmare during a driver change, but these guys obviously doing 1 race each, and then the owner of the cars do the second part of the St Mary's. So you get the professional VIP drivers in this section, and then the owners will be out, I think, tomorrow. Right. I'm sorry, can I squeeze in Nicholas? I'm sorry, we're beautifully done on the belts, by the way. Nicholas, lovely to see you. Are you all prepped and ready?
I am excited, yes. Very ready. First time I'm driving this car, and that's the beauty of being here. You know, you're sampling a lot of all these old cars and new make, new feelings, and I'm just like grateful to be here. It's fantastic.
Nicholas, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, well, that's everything from down in the paddock. We've got whistles going, so let's go and see what Amber's been up to.
I'm here in the Revive and Thrive area with Narissa Pratt.
Hello.
Hello. You are looking absolutely fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell me a bit about what you're doing here this weekend.
So this is a space for people to get creative with vintage crafts. So Bargello is what I do, which is a form of needlepoint. So it's hundreds of years old, but it had a huge resurgence in the 70s, very orange and brown.
Oh, some of my favourite colours.
Yeah, mine
Love
too.
it.
But I'm trying to bring it to the modern maker now. So I do a lot of interiors-based projects, upcycling and kind of sustainability focused things.
Oh, fantastic.
So in here today, you can come and try and do a swatch, and you can use the kind of leftover threads that I have. So there's a way you make, do, amend to the most.
Oh, lovely,
Yeah.
lovely. So people can come along here
Yep.
and you will teach them a little bit
so
about
my
how
mum and
to-
sister have gone to get me some breakfast, but when we'll be here together and we'll be stitching and showing people how to do it, you can just give it a go.
Oh my gosh, fantastic, fantastic. And you've written a book all about this as
I
well, believe.
have, yeah. So it came out in October last year, and there's a lot of the projects from the book are kind of floating around the stand today, so the shoes and the wall hanging, so people can come and look at the book and pick it up in real life as well and see what it looks like and feels like. So.
Excellent, this is so exciting. So Bargello is a way to not only create amazing pieces of like kind of art in its own right, really, that you can put on the wall, but as I can see from those trainers,
Yes.
you can also use it for upcycling, things like that.
And I actually have a range as well where I created headbands and bags. Once you kind of know the basic stitch, which is so simple for anyone to pick up, even if you're not super crafty, once you kind of get that in your brain, you can do anything with it. So yeah, I've even made beach bags this summer, so you can do anything with it.
Well, I live at the seaside, so I'm desperate for a beach
there you
bag.
go.
Yeah,
Well, come back
definitely.
and see me.
I will do. And tell me a little bit about what you're wearing as well. 'cause you look
Yes,
fantastic.
so I made this shirt. So this is
amazing sleeves.
Yes, it's actually a Liberty pattern in Liberty fabric. But I'll tell you a small secret. I made it last night, so the buttons actually only finish here. But we won't tell anyone that. This is not being recorded, right? And then this is a vintage little dress, and these I have massive feet because I'm very tall, so these are actually drag queen boots. So,
Oh, wonderful.
which makes them very comfortable for a weekend of standing around doing crafts. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you look absolutely
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
If I come back later, will you teach me a little
Of
bit?
course, I'd love to.
Well, I look forward to that.
Thank
Have
you
a
so much.
fantastic weekend.
And you too.
I'll see you again soon.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Jimmy Johnson, your first visit to the Goodwood Revival. A very warm welcome for all of us. How's it going so far?
Oh, thank you so much, and I'm having a great time. I can't wait to get behind the wheel of this Galaxy and then the Cobra that I'll drive later today. This is just such an amazing experience. It's been on my wish list to attend this event for many years, and to finally have a chance and to share some amazing cars. It's going to be a great weekend for me.
You should be right at home in this. It's a big American V8 and you're on the left.
Yes, the Cobra, still a big V8, but I'm on the right side of the car, and I found that kind of different and awkward, but very excited to go out in this Galaxy here shortly and see what it can do.
And finally, have you asked any of your sort of fellow drivers what it's like to drive around here, or are you just going to go out and see how it goes?
Yeah, they've been very kind to share some notes with me. I've watched some onboard footage as well, so but there's nothing like race day, and there's nothing like the excitement of being here. So I'm sure that'll, kind of give me a small taste of what I need, and actually being behind the wheel, the real race weekend will suffice for the experience.
Jimmy, thanks for coming. Best of luck.
Great, thank you.
And here we go, the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 contingent are heading out. Now, what do I mean, Part 1 and Part 2? Well, we've got two races going on this weekend. The Part 1 will be with the superstar drivers, which are all heading out now, and it is a remarkable list. I'll just run through the list in a moment. For many of you, you'll recognise so many of the names. And then Part 2 is basically for the owners of these cars, and that's going to be the final race of this weekend, which you and I, Keith, are going to be commentating on.
I am so looking forward, and there are some legends here that I really. Jimmy Johnson, for instance, who Ed's just spoken to. Jimmy Johnson, well,
he's a bit of a hero, there's no doubt about it. I mean, how many times was he NASCAR champion? Something like six times, I think. Seven times, was it?
Yeah.
Well, we used to cover NASCAR years and years ago, and I was involved in NASCAR quite heavily, and I remember it converted me from somewhat, shall we say, disrespectfully, not thinking that highly of NASCAR. But once you get into it, it is a hugely interesting sport, and to see a legend like Jimmy Johnson round here for the first time is a bit of a tick box for me. So I'll be down there trying to find the man to shake hands with later on during the course of the weekend, as I'm sure anybody else will be here as well. And if you want to get them before they scurry off to the Drivers' Club for lunch or whatever it is, that little entrance to the Drivers' Club is a good place to hang on for your, if you fancy an autograph or two that you've not yet got and you're missing someone, then chances are that at some time during the lunch period you'll be able to get the man you need or the lady you need that's wandering through there.
That's right. We've got multiple Le Mans winners. We've got multiple NASCAR champion here in Jimmy Johnson. He's actually racing an IndyCar now. I'm very impressed. Not many drivers would be a 7-time NASCAR champion and then go into IndyCar, which is what he's been racing. I've been watching a few this year, and he's had a few moments, I have to say. But switching into single-seater, top-level single-seater racing in the States, having raced NASCAR, such a different thing.
Do you think that IndyCar is quite, shall we say, underrated in how tricky, how difficult it is? I think that IndyCar, a great series again, with some drivers that, obviously our own Dario Franchitti and the Dan Weldon, of course, from Olney, near where I live. You know, great drivers. Justin Wilson as well. I mean, we've had some very good British drivers that have gone over to IndyCar, but it is no pushover. It's not an easy series.
It is a lovely on-board view with Jimmy Johnson in the Galaxy as well, and he's just beginning to get to grips with it a little bit. It's got good straight line speed, but through the corners it may not have quite the same pace that some of the cars. We're expecting the Lotus Cortinas to be particularly rapid. He's coming up behind one of the BMWs right now. Talking to Darren Turner earlier, he's in one of the BMWs. I think it was the one he just went past, actually, the number 134. Darren, a very experienced Goodwood pilot, of course, but very talented and hugely successful in the world of GT racing over the years. Darren Turner, GT1 class winner at Le Mans in 2007 and 2008. But you're watching the onboard. Lovely to see the onboard here, Keith, because it gives us a real perspective of the track layout. So just explain where on track we are right now.
Well, it's a bit unfortunate for Jimmy Johnson, because judging by his slight reticence with the throttle, I don't think he knows where he is on track, to be frank with you. But look how much he's got to saw away at that thing to make it work for him as one of the Cortinas comes through. Now that'd be a lively little car as well. I used to love them back in 1965. I remember drive. So as the 77 car comes through, but you watch out as well. You're talking about BMW. Watch out for the 19 car of Andy Prio.
Yeah, we will. But that was Andrew Jordan. Now he's just gone fastest. Andrew Jordan, which does not surprise me. Andrew Jordan, British touring car champion himself in 2013. 26 wins in British touring cars. 72 podiums he's had in his career. But in recent years, he has focused totally on classics, because he and his father, Mike Jordan, have recreated their racing team to build and prepare classic racing cars. And they've got, I think, 6 here this weekend. But Andrew and Mike are going to be sharing this car. So Andrew's going to be racing it in this race up against all these super pros. Look at the way he drives.
There might only be 5 in a minute, because he got to within 2 or 3 inches of touching the grass a moment ago. And again, and you only get away with that if you're very, very good or very, very lucky.
He is very, very good, though. Watch him. You can see how he flicks it in. He gets a little bit of oversteer, but he just controls it all the time. This is wonderful to watch. Let's keep watching. He's now on the fastest part of the track. So this is on the Levant Straight, down towards Woodcote Corner. This is where they pick up their maximum speed. It's around 120 miles an hour as they head down here and then get onto the brakes. Now, some of the big American-style machines are quicker in a straight line, but this is so rapid through the corners.
Oversteer, then a load of understeer as well. Deary, deary me, our cameraman, I think, ran off then at that point.
Very, very impressive, isn't it? Let's just see, he's been pushed down to second. Is he going to get a quicker lap here? Let's just have a look as he goes over the line. That was a 1:33. No, 1:31.765. He does go fastest, so that was a really good lap. You watched it, but he's been beaten again by the Alfa Romeo just behind. That one has just gone quicker again, and that is is impressive. Frank Stippler is in that car, and Frank Stippler has just done a 1:30.956.
And it looks easy for him as well. He's using less of the road, less of the other side of the white line as well. So the Alfa looking very, very well sorted here. I just think that perhaps Jordan's lap was a little scruffy, that last one that he did. I think once that's tidied up, and once the over-enthusiasm of those early... what was I saying about the Alfa? As it snapped sideways on him at that particular point. Trying to get a smooth lap round here in the early... Really, your practice session is quite limited, isn't it? It's not a long session. You've not got much time to come back in and have a little bit of a debrief in your head to try and work out how to get quick round here. You do know where you're going.
Another very experienced racer, Frank Stippler, 47 years old. He was the Porsche Super Cup champion in 2003. He won the German Porsche Carrera Cup in that year as well. He's raced German touring cars, DTM, the Rolex Sports Car Series. He's raced in the Swedish Touring Car Championship, but he's been very successful in historic racing in recent years, Frank Stippler. And you can just see it in this Alfa. It's a beautiful little car, the Alfa Junior Sprint. Just flicks up a little bit of grass. He's fastest at the moment by 0.4 of a second. Let's see if this next lap...
A bit more grass. He's making his own track as he comes onto the front straight here. Does Stippler go quicker?
No, yeah, he does.
Yes, he does.
30.5.
0.4 off,
yeah.
So he took another 0.4 out of it. And that was with a bit of grass being involved as well. So maybe if he gets... a little tidier next time around, yeah, and that will have just knocked a little bit of time off of his lap as well, taken to the other side of the rumble strip.
Lovely, beautiful.
Absolutely well balanced here, doesn't it? The Cortina was working a little harder, it seemed to me, of Jordan.
Yeah, it's a car that was raced by Jochen Mass in the history of the machine, but now you're looking at one of the big American machines. Now these are fast in a straight line, a little bit more tricky perhaps through the corners, so to always sort out. Gordon Sheene is at the wheel of this Ford Galaxy 500, another multiple British touring car star, of course, Steve Sheene, and his Gordon Sheene rather, and a three-time champion in 2012, 2015 and 2016, all with Team Dynamics, and then he went off to European touring cars. He's back in World Touring Cars. He's back in British Touring Cars now, and a race winner this year at Croft. So Gordon Sheene.
You can imagine that being a lot of fun to drive, but probably not the car that you really, really need. It certainly doesn't look like it, although the thundering V8 will push it forward.
It's wonderful being able to watch. Oh, that's a bit too much on the grass looking at all four. Gordon Sheene, you can see the amount of steering effort that goes in, and I love watching that.
1 second, he's put that thing, what was I saying?
Yeah, and Roman...
1 second, and that was a spectacular, because it looked a very smooth lap.
Roman Dumas has gone third as well, so Roman Dumas has just put in a quick lap in another of the Ford Galaxy. So they seem to be coming up to speed, these big Fords, as we go into a little further into this session. Not quite halfway through the session yet, still 11 minutes to go, but Gordon Sheene has gone second fastest by just 87 thousandths of a second.
About tyre usage in these big ones, do they get to the end okay without too much degradation? Do the smaller cars hold on to their tyres a bit better towards the end of a race?
Quite possibly. The Lotus Cortinas will perhaps use them a little less rigorously, but they are fast cars, these big Galaxies, and if they've got this sort of pace in practice and for setting up the grid, then if the Lotus Cortina's behind, they can be a bit quicker through the corners, but they can't be as quick in a straight line. You're right that maybe towards the end of the race, if it's warm when they're out there racing, the tyres may be going off a little bit. They'll be sliding a bit more in the big American machines. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm impressed with Jimmy Johnson. He's up to 7th place.
But he's just been off, apparently. Let's have a look at what happened to him.
This is the 59. He's got that front wheel locked up massively by the look of that. And, yeah, well, if that was at a NASCAR track, you'd be into the barriers for sure. He's gathered that up pretty well, considering I thought that was going to go reversing under the tyres, but he's got that back on track, so that's a good save from Jimmy Johnson. For a track he doesn't know, that's pretty impressive. Up to 7th place.
We're on board one of the minis now, and this is with Karun Chandok. We saw Karun earlier on today, didn't we, Keith?
New posh gloves, they're new for the day by the look of that as well. So Karun, he's going to enjoy this, isn't he? A little mini around here.
Lovely to see him out there racing once again in one of these minis. There are several pretty rapid minis in this event. Alex Brundle, who's driving one as well, along with Bill Solis. Bill Solis is very rapid. He'll be doing the part 2 of the St Mary's. Look at the work that's going on at the steering wheel with Karun Chandok. He's coming up into the chicane. So if you're watching on the sidelines there, Karun is the third of, no, it's a whole bunch of minis. They're all together. I hadn't realised there's 4 of them all following each other. It's almost as if they're in the race already.
Karun's going to have some fun here, isn't he? And not only put new gloves on, he's going to be wearing them out with the amount of yawing he's doing with the thing. So working hard for the group of minis out there.
It's hilarious.
He's currently in 15th place.
All trying to find a slipstream.
We don't expect the minis to be right up front, but what we do expect is there to be quite some tremendous racing between the different minis through the event itself. And he was just going past one of them there. That was actually Tom Blomqvist in another of the minis. He's just gone past the number 63 car.
This is going to be fun when he catches the tail end of these three, that is for certain, because Karun isn't going to muck about, judging by the mood he's in. He seemed quite sharp-eyed and fresh this morning, didn't he, at breakfast? So take no prisoners, Karun. Wife and children turn up this afternoon as well. That'll quieten him down for a minute or two. He won't be getting any sleep tonight with I think one of them's only 6 months old, so... Oh, look at this. Dumas has gone quick now, the 92 car. Dumas has gone a 129.185 compared with a 129.831 of Shedden, and Stippler on a 130.046. So,
yeah, there it is. There's the number 92 car. Porsche factory driver for so many years. 2 times winner of Le Mans. Romain Dumas won it in 2010 in an Audi, the R10, and then he won it in 2016 in the Porsche 919. And actually he was 5th in the Le Mans race last year in the Glickenhaus with Richard Westbrook and Ryan Briscoe. So he was the World Endurance Champion in 2016 with Porsche as well. And he's been a Festival of Speed winner on a couple of occasions. So he has a real heritage here with the whole Goodwood setup, whether it's Festival of Speed or here at the Revival, and he has set the pace by 0.6 of a second over Gordon Shedden. So Romain Dumas fastest, from Gordon Shedden second, Frank Stippler third, Andy Jordan has now been pushed down to fourth.
Yeah, 1.5 off as well, 1.5 off of that, so a lot of work to do for the smaller cars. I can't believe myself just how much these big ones are actually scuttling it around here.
But notice the name Seabreen, Craig Breen, is 5th fastest. He's a rally driver. He's a professional World Rally Championship driver, and it's great to see him competing. The Irishman, son of Irish National Rally Champion Ray Breen, and he's taking it seriously. I know. I was talking to the guys who are running him, and he's really into it, looking to try and do as well as he can. And he's had a tricky year with a few crashes in World Rally Championship this year, but he's 5th fastest so far in a Lotus Cortina, which is good news for him in that 68 car. So there he is, right there.
Steve Soper in a likewise car as well. The number 13 is up into 7th place now, so Steve Soper. And behind him, I think, is the 70 of Anthony Reid. Anthony Reid is there as well. Looking down through, Alex Brundle is down in 15th place. David Brabham is 16th at the moment. Karun Chandok is 17th overall at this moment in time. Is that Max Chilton? Max Chilton's 20th at the moment as well. Andy Prio, a little subdued maybe, Andy, down in 22nd place at the minute. Stoffel Van Dorn is there as well. He's down in 25th place.
It's amazing, the list of names.
Yeah, there is. I mean, Dindo Capello is 27th at the moment. Tony Jardine, TJ, a legend in all things. Tony Jardine then down in 30th place in the 49 car at the moment. What's he driving? A Mark II Jag. So,
and we've got one of the cars going a slightly wider. That's the Darren Turner car, actually, the BMW. I wonder if there's a problem with it. I think there may be a mechanical issue with Darren Turner.
Yeah, he's never driven that car. We were speaking to him in the TQ this morning as well, and he's never driven that car. He's not seen that car before.
That's right, first experience of it, and sadly something... Oh, look at that in the background.
Did it brush? It missed it. I don't think it even brushed it.
No, it just stayed off the barrier there, but that was just a little bit close, a little bit worrying. Thankfully, it survived. That is Steve Soper,
yes,
funnily enough.
Steve Soper in a Lotus Cortina.
So Steve Soper, superstar of touring cars, and then in GTs, look how close he was to the tyre barrier.
Now that's your pro driver for you, because any amount of panic at that particular point was going to see him straight in the barrier. Brilliant.
70 years old now, Steve is, but his reaction...
Is that true?
Yeah, reactions seem to be as good as ever.
Well, I would never... Do you know what? I'd never have said that. Wow, that shows you how old I am. He seems like a young man to me.
He's doing wonderful, wonderful performance out there in the number 13 car. He's 7th fastest at the moment, ahead of Esteban Gutierrez. Isn't it fun that we've got some star names? Esteban Gutierrez, who did some 59 Grand Prix in his time, still is a part of the Mercedes team. And we saw him actually drive a Mercedes F1 car up the Festival of Speed earlier.
Here's Rowan Atkinson. A quick look at Rowan Atkinson while he comes through as well. Mr. Bean is quite a driver, actually. Had a podium, I think, in the members' meeting, didn't he, in his Jag? That I remember. I can't get out of my head the Mr. Bean shot. But then when you see him drive and how competitive he is and how hard he's trying, it's pretty impressive stuff from Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, lovely to see him in this Plymouth Barracuda. Let's see whether he can deliver the pace it needs. He's down in 26th at the moment, but he'll be happy to know that he's ahead of Ivan Capello. Tom Christensen, he is ahead of the multiple Le Mans winner at the moment. Tom Christensen, 9 times winner of Le Mans. Well, he's all the way down in 28th position at the moment.
I was thinking that that we might have Tiffany Dell out there, but it's not Tiff, I don't think, in the 124 car.
This car's going rapidly again, doing some good sector times, so we'll keep an eye on Andrew Jordan. He was fastest at one stage early on, if you remember. He's a little bit off now. He's 1.7 seconds away from Romain Dumas. He's doing a little bit of flashing of lights to try and make sure the car up ahead of him gets out of the way, which it does.
I think you covered that earlier on. The big cars perhaps can accelerate down the straights and make the most of their horsepower, whereas these need the corner speed. You need to keep that momentum going through the corner for the small... Oh, that's a big one. The Jag's in the barrier at the chicane. He's locked up on the way in there and he's taken out the barrier. The barrier is polystyrene mostly, but there are a couple of hard bits in the middle of it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a red flag now any moment. So this Jag came in with it all locked up, and really, who is it?
Is that the Tony Jardine one, or is it the other one?
If it's TJ, he's going to be slightly embarrassed with this.
That's the 49 car, isn't it? So that is not. Yeah, it is the Tony Jardine car. Yeah.
So Tony Jardine has gone straight in there, or messed up the flower display. TJ, what are you doing?
Oh dear!
All the pots of bits and pieces gone flying all over the place.
Hopefully, it hasn't actually smashed the window, though. I think he's got away with it. So
he hasn't. We've got it on film.
Yeah, yeah. So poor Tony Jardine there, down towards the lower end of the list of drivers, but it's lovely to see him out having fun this weekend, but that didn't quite go to plan, so we've got another red flag. Session has been brought to an end with just over a minute still to go, so they haven't really lost out too much, but it's Romain Dumas who has ended up setting the pace in the number 92 Ford Galaxy 500. So one of the big Fords has set the pace. Gordon Shedden second in another of the big Fords, and then Frank Stippler third in that Alfa Romeo that we saw him flying along in earlier on, with Andrew Jordan fourth and Craig Breen in another Lotus Cortina finishing out the top 5. But so many star names in there. Brendan Hartley 12th fastest, Alex Brundle was 11th, David Brabham was 14th, for example. Neil Yarney was 16th. Max Chilton, who set the new record at the Festival of Speed that we were commentating on earlier this year, he's 18th. Karan Chandok we saw from the onboard, 19th for him. Andy Priaulx, as you mentioned, he's down in 21st. Jean-Eric Verne, a superstar in Formula E, 23rd, ahead of Stoffel Van Dorn, Emanuele Pirro, and Tom Christensen down in 28th place, as I mentioned. So it's a real star list in that St Mary's Part 1, and we will be thoroughly looking forward to the race when that comes up. And bear in mind, of course, we will also see the owners of those cars going out and having some fun, and there are some very rapid owners. They may not have quite the pedigree and history in their careers of some of the drivers we've just seen, but some of them, I can tell you, are very rapid. They know their cars so well, they've built them themselves in many cases, and they will be fast. So that was the first part of St Mary's, and we saw some fun and games there. A little bit of an incident for Tony Jardine there just at the end, but thankfully all okay. The car doesn't look damaged. The barriers will be pushed back into place shortly, and we'll be getting on with some more track action, but that is the end of their practice session for now. They've had an opportunity to learn how the cars work for now, and they can take a little break as we look forward to the next stages that are coming up, and particularly the next part, which will be the Graham Hill celebration.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
The Revive and Thrive area, and I am here with Paul, the Rag and Bone Man. Paul, Rag and Bone Man is a title you don't hear very often these days. Tell me a little bit about what you do.
So we repurpose automotive scrap and all kinds of things that I find, and we turn it into furniture, lighting and bespoke products.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Can you show me a little bit about some of the pieces that you've created and what you've created them from?
So this is a VW Beetle bonnet chair, which I've been making these for about 10 years. It's nicely lined with leather. I'll show you this lamp.
Yes, please do.
So this lamp is, the base is a lorry brake drum. The next bit up is off of a Renault Twingo. The bits above that, these are barge conrods. These are 1940s radial engine conrods. These are Land Rover radius arms. That's a Lycoming piston. These are 747 hubcaps and a bit of a pressure vessel. And when I wind it all moves around. When I wind the fire extinguisher, it goes up and down.
Oh my God, that is amazing. That is so fantastic. That's incredible. How long have you been doing this for? And how did you decide that this was a thing that you were going to do?
I've been doing this for about 10 years. At the moment, we make MotoGP trophies. We make lots of trophies for big races. Yeah,
so
it's
you
just something
make
I kind of-
trophies for car racing out of old bits of cars?
Yes, so
Oh
there's
my God,
one behind you.
perfect.
So this year we made the trophies for the MotoGP at Silverstone and Barcelona. We do World Rallycross trophies, World Speedway trophies. We make all sorts of things.
This is incredible. So tell me, what are the components that we've got here? What is this made from?
So the base is actually a fire extinguisher.
What?
This is a Ducati clutch. There's a piston, and the rest of it, okay, is water jet cut. But then we then figured through getting bits water jet cut, you end up with the negative spaces. So that's the negative space from the water jet cutters.
Oh my God.
And if you bolt that then to like a piece of steel or a piece of aluminium, you then cast resin into it, and
Yeah.
you can make great big tables. You can make what you want, you know, from their scrap.
This is so incredible. And so it's really zero waste as well, is what we're seeing here, isn't it? You're using like every
Everything,
last
yes.
bit of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
materials. My God, fantastic. Where did you train to be able to do something like this?
I learned to weld about 25 years ago,
Yeah.
and I've always been welding, fixing things, tinkering with things, and I just kind of pick it up as you go along.
Yeah,
You know,
amazing.
like we have a milling machine. I've not really been trained on it. When everything starts shaking, you know you're doing something wrong, so you find another way of doing it. But yeah.
Excellent. Well, this is absolutely incredible. I'll come back and see you during the course of the weekend.
Cool.
Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Damon Hill, 60 years since your father's first World Championship in 1962. An amazing array of cars behind us that he drove. What are your sort of overriding memories?
Well, I remember being around I don't remember being around in 1962, although I was born in 1960, so I was a little bit too young to take it all in. But over time, you kind of get used to seeing these cars and seeing pictures of them and being conscious of his history and his driving record. And so it's fantastic to see them all brought out and put on display. You know, they used to drive everything, didn't they, in those days? And that's the amazing thing. They must have had an incredible catalogue of experiences that they could have used to help develop cars with, latterly when they went to different teams and stuff. They could say, well, when I drove the BRM, it was like this, and they had that. And so it's a kind of a museum of a laboratory, like, of car development in a way.
Now, he was renowned for having his little black book that he'd write down sort of all his settings and everything like that. Some people said he worked hard at racing, but you don't win Monaco 5 times without having a huge amount of natural talent.
No, I think we ought to kind of market the black book somewhere, and I'm sure, it's probably not relevant today, but gear changing was his thing. I think he used to work a lot on gear ratios because in Monaco, the weak link was going to be the number of gear changes you make. So. He really thought long and hard about all that. I saw a fantastic thing on social media about him explaining why he went long in 64, I think it was, and he went down the escape road. And he had to get out and push it back. But he basically chose to go down the escape road because there was a back marker going slowly, and he knew he hadn't got enough time to get past him before he went through the middle of the chicane. So his experience around that circuit was extraordinary. And yeah, you say hard worker, but he must have had, I always think he had probably more natural talent than he really believed he had, because you can't just do it just on hard work.
Well, Damon, enjoy the display and enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
I'm here in the Revive and Thrive area with the absolutely wonderful Michaela Sharp. Michaela, tell me a little bit about what you're going to be doing here this weekend, because I'm such a huge fan of what you do.
Thank you, Amber. So I'm here doing upholstery. I'm doing a demo of showing people how to revive their furniture at home, how to do some deep buttoning of this wonderful antique footstool that I've got here. So as an upholsterer and as an interior designer, I love to share my kind of tips for how to have a sustainable home.
I know that's a really big thing for you and what you do is kind of upcycling, sustainability.
Yeah.
What would be some of your kind of key tips, I guess? If someone, wants to refresh some of their things in their home, but, wants to do it sustainably, what would you suggest?
I think it's quite hard sometimes to reimagine your furniture when you've had it looking a certain way for a really long period of time, but starting with the furniture you already have is the most sustainable way to design. So thinking about natural fibres that you can use to reupholster, maybe wools or cottons, that's a really sustainable approach.
And I absolutely love some of what we're seeing in here. I can spot this, for example. This is the Liberty.
Yeah.
I love it. I've got some curtains in this fabric fabric, but the orange colourway.
Oh, amazing. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Liberty
love it.
prints are my absolute favourite. I have a Liberty print actually in my headscarf as well.
Lovely, lovely,
yeah,
lovely.
I think they just bring so much kind of pattern and warmth and texture to home. So, yeah, Liberty prints are my absolute fave.
I love it. Such an interesting history as well with the company.
You know all about that. You're the person to ask about the history of patterns and...
Yes, yeah. It's one of my favourite things, the history patterns. Absolutely love it. So are these examples of pieces that you have re-upholstered?
They are not. I would say these actually need a little bit of love. They're a bit worn, but they're really perfect examples of things that can be saved and reimagined again.
Yeah.
So these have had a very long life as chairs in people's homes, but they are now looking a bit faded. And I think the temptation is to throw them away and buy something else, but they're such great shapes. And just with a fresh fabric and a fresh kind of facelift, they would be singing again. Pride of place.
Definitely. And finding secondhand fabrics is something that's just so much fun to do. Like the curtains that I've got, we just found them on eBay and I had somebody sort of recut them to the right shape. But it was so much fun finding them that way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good vendors online for vintage fabrics. And one of my favourite places to shop fabrics actually is Haynes Collection.
Yeah.
They have lots of kind of designer offcuts of fabric. So it's a really affordable way to find really stunning patterns.
Amazing. That is a top tip.
Top
Thank
tip.
you. Now, you mentioned, was it deep buttoning?
Yeah, this is
Can
deep
you
buttoning
tell me
here.
a bit about what that means and what you're going to be doing with this deep buttoning?
Yeah, so deep buttoning kind of gives this kind of effect of, in America they call it tufted furniture. It's kind of this diamond pattern, and it adds a really nice kind of depth and texture to a piece. It's what you see on Chesterfield sofas most famously, and it is a little bit more process as an upholsterer. Of course, if you just had this flat, it would be much quicker to do, but it just kind of gives this air of tradition, I think, to furniture. And yeah, I love doing it. It's quite hard on the hands. There's lots of really sharp needles that have to go all the way through, which are kind of
oh my god, that
sharp
is
on
so
both
lethal.
ends. Yeah, they are. You have to be
Whoa.
quite alert when you're using these. But you kind of push them all the way through and then pull the buttons right the way through the whole piece of furniture and then pull them really tight, and it gives this beautiful diamond effect.
Amazing, amazing. Well, I'm going to come back throughout the weekend and see how you're getting on, see how people are learning this historic and beautiful technique.
Please
Michaela,
do.
Thank you so much.
Nice to chat to you, Amber.
Same.
And now we are turning our attention onto the Graham Hill celebration. The look at the cars that Graham Hill raced when he was competing so vigorously in the late 1950s, throughout the 1960s and into the early 1970s. And Damon, there he is, about to head out on the circuit in the BRM, the key one that took that title with in 1962. So that's what we're celebrating, is 60 years since he won his first championship in 1962 with BRM, a team that had fought so hard from post-war to try and become a top team. It took a while for them to do it, but with Graham Hill on board, it certainly worked out. And you're looking here at 3 Formula One cars of that 60s time that Graham Hill would have driven, but this is really a very, very special one, and it's lovely to see Damon in it, Keith.
Yeah, Damon, I've known Damon a long time from when he was a motorcycle racer back in the day, and you always had that really sad feeling back in the early days, when somebody loses their dad, particularly someone as incredibly enigmatic as Graham was. It must have been incredibly difficult for the early years of Damon in his career. Firstly, as I say, in motorcycles, which is where we knew him from, and then as he progressed through Formula Ford, Formula 3, Formula 3000, and then up into Formula 1. He obviously had a lot of talent, but Damon is a thoroughly nice man, and he must. I always think of genetics being something that you do inherit. You do inherit, the parts of your family that are given to you, and I think that Graham Hill was a superstar of his time. I remember seeing him on Parkinson, obviously in that 1966 James Garner film, wasn't it? The Grand Prix, as it was called. I went to see that with my dad all those years ago. The Graham Hill is a part of all of our lives if you're a certain age, and then it rolled on through Damon.
And of course he has remained the only driver, Graham Hill, to have won the Monaco Grand Prix. He actually won it 5 times, a remarkable 5 times. to win the Indy 500, that was in 1966, and then to go on and win Le Mans in 1972. And there is one of the Embassy Hill Formula One cars when he created his own team. There's a couple of these cars out there, in fact, this weekend, which is lovely to see. So this is from the early to mid 1970s, 1975 basically, when he set up his own Formula One team. And then following it, a very different looking car, that little green machine there, that's called the Wilmot Climax. This was one of the first cars that Graham Hill drove. There it is, and that's actually been hidden away for something like 40 years, sitting in a roof somewhere, and it's been brought back to life. And so that's part of this parade, and it will not have been seen on track for many, many years. There it is right there. I was talking to Andy Storer about this car yesterday, and he's got it all up and running once again. And John Wilmot, who was behind this program and was part of Graham Hill racing this car, he went on to create JW Automotive that ran the GT40s and had great success in the 1960s, and also became a Ford dealer that got very involved in motorsport. But that's fun to see. It hasn't been fully redone up. I like seeing it in its kind of original form.
What a find. Imagine realising you've got that in the loft.
It's quite.
Something a little bit special.
And then they've got it up and running. But what a mixture of machinery. And I think that's what tells us the story of Graham Hill. I mean, what a mix.
That was back in the day, wasn't it? That you drove everything, whatever it might have been. If you look back to the Jim Clark days, the early Jackie Stewart days as well, they were all driving Formula 1, Formula 2 and anything else in between that you got. I mean, it has to be remembered that back in the day, in the very early days, there wasn't that much money to be earned. You were a travelling worker almost, travelling driver that made the money from all the different formulas around the world.
And you could just see that there's another of the mid-engined Formula One cars just ahead of him are some of the front-engined Formula One cars that he would have started out in. For example, the Lotus 15, he made his debut at Goodwood in a Lotus 15. Well, the Lotus 15 made its debut here with Graham Hill, and that was in 1958 in the Sussex Trophy. Two lovely escorts here as well, Alan Mann Racing, and he drove one of these cars, Graham Hill, drove it at Alton Park in 1968. And it didn't finish the race, I was told earlier, apparently. That was a bit of a shame. We didn't actually get to finish the race. That's powered by the FVA 1600 supercharged engine. The other escort is actually the Frank Gardner championship winning car, and that was the Ford Escort Twin Cam. They're lovely cars from that era. And the fascinating thing in a way to me is that in 1968, that was the year Graham Hill was going on to win his second title, where he stood in where Jim Clark had so sadly died early in the season. Graham Hill was at Lotus. He kind of took it on and went on to win the championship with Lotus in 68, but he was also racing a Ford Escort. That was a very different time. You don't see Max Verstappen going out in a saloon car to go racing. Nowadays, of course, everybody sticks very much with what you're racing.
Contracts nowadays in modern day MotoGP, Formula One, of course, exclude you from running in these other championships, just in case. There's so much investment in you and the team at the time that it can't be done anymore. The same thing across the motorcycles back in the day, where you would run in internationals throughout the world. You know, basically Grand Prix were able to pay so little money because you had to be in it. You knew you had to be in it to command big money at the international events that they would pay for you to go to. It was the same in the cars, it's the same in the bikes, until of course it became a much more professional sport, in as much as that Formula 1 and MotoGP stepped up and paid their riders and drivers what they should have been paid for being world-class, world-leading drivers and riders.
Lotus sports cars were a key part of his early career. He met Colin Chapman. Is interestingly how he met Colin Chapman, because it was soon after he started racing, he went and worked at Brands Hatch with the racing school at Brands Hatch, and he did his first race through that school back in 1954, and he was a bit short on money. He asked Colin Chapman for a lift back from Brands Hatch back to Hornsey, and he got a job with Lotus for £1 a day after that, helping to build cars for customers. And that was how Graham Hill's racing career really began, working for Colin Chapman. They had some ins and outs at various times, but they came back together very, very effectively with that title win in 1968. with his first win being with BRM. But Ferrari too. He appeared with Ferrari sports cars and a winner here at the RACTT in 1963 with the attack. Well, he was actually on pole for that race, and part of the battle that went on, they didn't actually get to take the victory in the end, but they were right up there in the battle for that one. So Graham Hill had remarkable background, remarkable history in all these different avenues of the sport of motor racing, and it's lovely to see such a contrast from Formula One cars with wings and slicks that he would have raced at the very highest level, down to the Ford Escorts. The Jaguar C-Type you could just see in the background as well. That was one of the earlier cars that he raced. I think that was in fact the first sports car race he did in 1955 was in the Jaguar C-Type, just seeing it go back into the paddock area now. So you go right from the early stages of Graham's career right up to the end where we see those Graham Hill cars. They were the Lolas originally and then further adapted by the Hill team to see them out on track as well. We will get to see these cars out a couple more times over the course of the weekend as we celebrate this 60th year since Graham Hill won his first world title in 1962 and had that remarkable success. And it was 1972 when he got around to winning at Le Mans. That took a little while to do. He won with Henri Pescarolo, and Henri Pescarolo, I've seen a lovely piece from him talking about when they were going to do that race together. Henri thought, my goodness, do I really want to race with a 43-year-old doing Le Mans? He was 30 then, so it felt to him, this boy, well, he's done a lot, but he's past it now. And they went on to win Le Mans with Matra. So that is part of the reason that Graham is that one man who's won at Monaco, Indy, and at Le Mans. So lovely cars to see out on track. We've got plenty more action coming up in a little while, and we'll be watching the cars getting out for practice for the Goodwood Trophy very soon.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. And holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
3, 2, 1, go. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
All aboard, everybody.
How do I look? Hello.
Oh, what a feeling now. I know you love it, babe. If you can pick it up, I'll give you everything.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3.
On we go.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Oliver, you will be the greatest man of all time.
Sky Cinema brings you classic movies from the golden age of Hollywood and beyond.
You can't turn something like that down.
Bring it down right there.
Right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up.
This car belongs to the Pakistani ambassador.
has?
Inside this room, all of my dreams become realities. And some of my realities become dreams.
Please, sir, I want some more.
An unrivaled range of movie grades. Available now on Sky Cinema.
Now, the Goodwood Trophy is for Grand Prix cars that raced up to 1951, and the BRM V16 was certainly one of those. However, this is chassis number 4. So, Rick Hall here, you've been sort of the man behind this. This is ultimately a new build, but completely original, if that makes sense.
Yes, it's a new build, but absolutely tool room correct to the drawings. We have most of the drawings. I wouldn't say everything, but anything we didn't have, we've copied from the Bewley car, and which is the only original Mark 1. And so yeah, it's tool room copy. It's absolutely every nut and bolt you can take off this car and fit on the original one. We're to the original threads, BSW and BSF threads, so we haven't used modern sizes. They're all Whitworth sizes from the period, and every part is as it was original. So we can change anything off this car onto the original car and it'll fit perfectly.
So next week, I think, is the 70th anniversary of when they finished first, second and third here. But I think that belies what these cars were like, because they weren't that reliable. How have you managed to get this reliable?
Well, I think they did eventually get them reliable, but then they was running shorter races. So, well, I think we've tried to eliminate some of the problems they had, which was magnetos, which we've had with the original cars when we've tried to run them, from the Bewley Museum and the Donington Museum, etc. So we've modified the magnetos, but they're still the original bodies of the magnetos. Lucas 4 cylinders, 4 of them, but we've modified the armature, which was a problem, with I have to say a magnetic Morelli type one, and coils. We've got more powerful coils and condensers in them, and and the other problem they had was the head sealing to the block, which which had an aluminium ring on the liner to the head and a rubber gasket around the periphery to hold the water in. So that's where they used to have problems with burning the rings and blowing the water out of the gasket side. And so we've left more material between there, and we've now fit in a Cooper ring, which BRM used later in the V8 and V12 engines, which is a stainless steel laminated ring, crushable ring. And we've put a thin rubber cord around the periphery of the block, so the actual block and the head fit face to face.
Rick, it's absolutely fantastic to see this racing again. I never thought I'd say that, so thank you.
No, I didn't either, Ted, but hopefully it'll all go well. We just want to put on a good show, and Rob's driving and treating it with respect, and we'll see what happens. First time it's been out, first time we've been able to put it in a race, so that'd be great.
Best of luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
I'm here with Leon Mullet, who is looking pretty dapper. Leon, is this your first Goodwood Revival?
No, I've been here many times before, but I usually wear this uniform, and this was featured in Band of Brothers.
Wow. So talk me through this uniform. I'm guessing this is an original US uniform, is that right?
It was made for the series of Band of Brothers, and it was made for Colonel Sink that appeared in the series. So this is a uniform he actually wore in the programme.
Oh my God, fantastic. And so how did you come across this
I bought
costume?
it off a dealer, Does Militaria.
Yeah.
And he happened to be a mate of mine, and he said, I've got something you would like. And as soon as I saw it, I bought it straight away.
Amazing. So is this the sort of thing you normally collect? Are you a big militaria collector?
I have got wardrobes full of military clothing, and I'm running out of space.
Oh my gosh. What's the most exciting thing you've ever found?
I've got in my wardrobe, I have Forrest Goose jumpsuit that was made for him and the Band of Brothers.
Amazing.
I have my Second World War Jeep that I love.
Jeep, a whole Jeep?
A whole Jeep
Oh
that
my
would have
God.
been here today had the arrangements not changed.
Yeah.
And we go to Holland in it, we go to Norman in it.
Yeah.
We get invited to lots of functions, lots of events, because I'm part of a large group and we model ourselves on the Band of Brothers.
Wow, okay. And so what do you do as the Band of Brothers? Do you kind of do reenactments, or is it you're giving talks, or tell me more?
We do talks in schools.
Yeah.
And we also travel around the country doing shows, putting on displays and taking our set with us. So we put on a full set display and we get invited all over the country and to France, Holland, to the guys in Holland at the moment out there joining in with their reenactment. And I've been doing this now for 24 years.
Oh my God, amazing. You must have so much fun. Do you love it?
I wouldn't do anything else. I wish I could do this every day of every week.
I bet.
It's just, you meet so many nice people. It's so enjoyable. And it's just a whole ethos of it. It brings back how good this country used to be. I know the war wasn't a pleasant experience when you're being shot, bombed, and men were fighting, but it was the camaraderie of the people, the whole atmosphere, all pulling together. And we just sort of try and remember what those guys did to fight, to keep that alive.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, you look amazing.
Thank you.
I hope you have an absolutely spectacular weekend here at Goodwood Revival, and hopefully I'll bump into you again over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
and you have
so
a nice
much.
day too.
Thank you.
Well, here we are at Goodwood, and some amazing views. Rather a lot of bales over there, and they are being constructed, straw bales, in a slightly old-fashioned way, which is lovely to see, with the steam engine doing the work and grinding away and producing the bales at the other end. So that's going on one part of the track, just reminding us of how it was making the bales when Goodwood first appeared and was first opened up in 1948 for the post-war motorsport. And there's the BRM that we were just talking about a moment ago, the 1.5 litre V16. So I was getting all excited by a flat 12 cylinder 1.5 litre earlier, but now we've got a V16 1.5 litre engine.
Yeah, Ben has had to sit down now because he's gone weak at the knees. The V16 has done it for him for sure. So we look forward to the car out on track in a moment. This is the Goodwood Trophy session that we are awaiting with some bated breath to see some of these magnificent machines out on track in a minute. The 2.3671 mile Goodwood track down into Madgwick for the first time.
These are pretty much the historic cars that would have raced here at Goodwood when it first opened, because when it opened post-war in 1948, this was the Goodwood Trophy, which is what this is the representative of, was an internationally recognised event with cars going all the way back to the 1930s. And you'll see a number of ERAs. There's a red one just coming out onto circuit now. So the ERA was a car created in the 1930s. It raced at Brooklands very successfully, went on to race all over Europe in the sort of lower levels. It wasn't actually at sort of full Grand Prix level, but certainly by the time you had Mercedes and Auto Union competing at the very highest levels. But the sort of next level down, these ERAs, there are 2 more going out, were very much a part of that. And so we've got 1930s cars and cars from the 1940s, but you can see they're very much front-engined. The ERAs particularly, you see how the driver seems to sit quite high at the back of the car, but they were very effective, very brilliant for sprints and hill climbs as well, which back in the 1930s, 40s and early 1950s, sprints and hill climbs were as crucial as going racing. In many ways, they were more important, more prestigious to do sprints and hill climbs, and the ERAs were very, very significant in terms of being able to do that. So we're seeing a few cars. There's the BRM, and listen, it has a very, very unique sound to it, and that's going to excite a lot of people. So if you're out here at Goodwood, enjoying the view, beautiful day, a little bit of cloud around, but it is still a lovely day, and the sun is shining, and you've got an amazing noise coming up from that V16 BRM.
Yeah, the impression you must have as a driver as well, being out in the open as much as you are in these cars, must have been something pretty spectacular back in the day as well.
Yeah, this
was like being on a motorcycle.
So this,
that does sound sweet now.
Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Very much a front-engined Formula One car. This actual car made its debut at the Revival last year, so as we heard, it's been built up, but using all the correct parts. The last time one of these was racing at Goodwood, and it will be racing this weekend as part of this Goodwood Trophy. So the last time one of these raced at Goodwood was in 1952, when they did finish first, second and third. And it is a later car than the ones around it. The ERAs, etc., are that little bit older. But it'd be fascinating to see whether it has the performance to beat them here. So the early laps being done. And we'll have a look at some of the other machinery that's out there. Car 20, that's one of the Maserati cars that's out there in the background. You can see the Maserati 8CM, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards is, I think, is the driver for that car. We'll just check which one's which. There is the number 20 car. That's sorry, that's the Maserati. Yes, that's the Maserati. That is Pat Blakeney-Edwards' car. This is going to be competitive. He's always very, very rapid. One of the great classic and historic racers of the current era in all sorts of machinery. And Pat Blakeney-Edwards will definitely be one to watch when we start seeing those times coming up on the board. He'll be very rapid indeed. Beautiful dry conditions as well, so it's just about ideal for getting these cars out on circuit today. Although the temperatures have cooled down a little bit, in many ways that helps everybody. If it had been as hot as we've all been going through during the midsummer this year, I think some of these cars would have struggled in terms of cooling, but thankfully, with the temperatures being a little bit cooler than they have been, it's perfect for getting these machines on track.
I was just looking at the sector time here. Duncan Ricketts in the other ERA, the 93 car that's out there, has just gone through the first sector quickest in a 30.4, dropped off a little bit off the pace in the second sector, but he's obviously come out the right side of the bed this morning, and he's a little lively in the opening sector. Meanwhile, we look at the 20 car that you were talking about a minute ago. This is poetry, isn't it? Nice and sideways.
Being chased by the ERA E-Type. This was a rare car that was built later on as well behind him. The other ERAs are the more common ones. So we've got some times just beginning to come in now. Julian Madgwick has gone fastest in the Alfa Romeo 308C. Second fastest at this stage, we've got Nicholas Topless in one of the ERAs. And we've got some here that have done plenty of winning over the years, so we'll see how it all comes together. We've got Alfa Romeo's part and parcel of all of this. So they're the Pellet 3 version of the ERA. That's the number 3 car. That is currently a little further down the list. That's down in 7th place. But it is one to keep an eye on. Mark Gillies, who has done very, very well here over the years. Very successful at Goodwood. Oh, and we've got
car down at the moment. A bonnet off already on the 14 car, so that's another ERA. Duncan Ricketts, I think that is.
Pressure up. Yeah, that's right.
I'll go, yeah.
Meanwhile, out on track, looking at Maserati with Marcus Nisius.
This was a winner of the Grand Prix of Marseille many, many years ago. So you are looking at a very different style of machine here, no doubt about it. Front-engined, narrow tyres. Just look at how narrow the tyres were when they were racing in the 1930s and 40s.
Incredible, really, when you think about the sort of speeds that these were doing. But I suppose tyre technology was so far behind back in the day that rubber development has almost gone as far as the horsepower development over the years. To try and cope with that horsepower.
Let's have a little look at the replay, and you can see, look at the front camber as well, how the front wheel leans over, and then the car sliding, just a little bit of smoke coming up from underneath. A beautiful shot. And that's just the sort of view you want to try and grab if you can. And if you're here at Goodwood today, wandering around the track a little bit, hopefully you're going to get some great views. But if you're with us online, you also get this opportunity to see some very, very rare machinery cornering at the limit. And despite being worth millions, some of these cars, they're still pushed pretty hard, you have to say. And you've got to congratulate the drivers for giving it such a hard time, seeing what they can get out of them.
Michael Gans is top man at the moment in the 11th car, which is an ERA B-type.
It's the one we're looking at now. So, yeah, Michael Gans going very effectively with this car right now. The ERAs, they were a joint effort by Humphrey Cook and Peter Burton and Raymond Mays, who was a racer himself in the 1920s and 30s. And Raymond Mays raced a sort of modified White Riley, and it was so successful that they came up with this plan to create a new racing car. And it was actually Reed Railton who was involved in creating land speed record cars at the time. He worked for Thompson and Taylor at Brooklyn, designed the chassis, and they created the ERA, which then went on to a great deal of success in the period, and has still become a very popular historic car that we've seen in racing now for many, many years, and it's lovely to see so many of them out there. Now we've got a new fastest car. It is Nicholas Topless, who's now taken that top spot. It's pretty close. Well, actually, you know, he's done a really good lap. He's gone faster by over 2 seconds, so that's really come together.
Yeah, and he's looking smooth and fast using all of the track as well, so getting the best out of the car. We were watching him for just a moment or two, and he's looking very, very useful indeed. So Topless on top at the moment, a 34.960. That's 1.5 seconds to Dowling in the 6th car now, and another ERA has come up to join him.
And Rob Hall in the BRM has come up to 4th place now. So that's impressive. It's the first time we're really seeing the BRM do this sort of pace out on the track. And in theory, it should be quick, but they're doing a good job with it. So they're currently already up into 4th place. He's some 3 seconds away from the outright pace right now, but they're still learning it, still getting more out of it, I'm sure. And we've got plenty more time to go.
That was a beautiful line through there. Sorry, Ben, I interrupted you with my enthusiasm for how he was getting through Woodcote and the like. Absolutely white line to white line smooth.
This was a Pat Fairfield raced car. Front suspension, full front axle, solid front axle on nearly all of the ERAs. There is one out there actually that has independent front suspension. I was looking at it in the paddock yesterday, and that was front suspension that was actually, it'd be the one in the background. You're looking at the BRM now, which has moved up in the order, but front suspension, they went independent on 1 or 2 of the, oh, that's not good.
Good.
Oh, that's the V16 engine that is definitely not looking happy. There's some smoke or liquid coming out of the exhaust. I'm not quite sure what.
You realised it really quickly.
It has
a good thing from a longevity of that motor concern.
It has these 8 little tiny exhaust pipes that exit just at the front at the engine bay. So that was from the back, so that was slightly odd. So let's have another look here. Not sure.
Oh yeah, you can see it under the front.
Yeah.
That's looks like water.
Yeah, that looks like a leak, doesn't it?
As like such. Water rather than oil.
That's maybe something has come off or come apart.
He realised it very quickly, so maybe some of it came back in the cabin and gave him the indication.
Yes, he was fast to get straight back in, and thankfully he didn't have to go around too slowly for a long time around the rest of the lap.
Gives us an opportunity to look under the bonnet again, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you see how the engine is at a slight angle. The way that it was created and put into the car to keep the centre of gravity down and to push the sort of gearbox slightly to the side of the driver.
That is a proper unit, isn't it? There's not a lot of room in there, Ben.
No, it's amazing when it's a V16. Still, it's a small engine in many ways, but 16 cylinders. That takes up a bit of space, no doubt about it. So fastest now is the number 9 of Andy Prio's. I believe. Oh no, it's
Prio. Yeah, it is Andy Prio, I think, but I don't know whether it's him driving. Is it?
Yeah, that's right, because he was due to drive this car. It's the David Morris car, although we're showing Morris up on the screen at the moment as the name, and it. So
well, you said it earlier on. These guys know their car.
Yeah.
Entrant driver.
So we'll see if that sticks the same way. Number 61 car, the Alta of Ian Baxter. That's the car that we're watching right now. But there is another of the classic ERAs, the blue one we just saw. That is very, very quick indeed. So there is the Alta. Slightly different setup with that car.
Just 8 minutes left of this session now, Ben, so they're going to be getting down to it. This is the official practice for race 6, the Goodwood Trophy.
Bradley Richard in the number 2 Maserati 4CL. Another works car that raced in Grand Prix racing for the Maserati works team from 1939 to 1940. And there we are, back with the number 9 car. This is the fastest so far. So this has set the pace at a 1:33.6, which is a quarter of a second faster than anybody else.
Yeah.
It does look like it's David Morris who's driving it. We did have Andy Prio down as a potential driver for this car, but I think it's David Morris who is at the wheel, and he has set the pace so far.
Yeah, he's a quarter of a second faster than the second place man, but nearly a second faster than the third place man at the moment.
Big steering wheel, very different to a modern racing car, isn't it? You've got this big, large steering wheel. You need that control. You don't have the same G-forces, of course, as with a modern racing car with these narrow tyres, but there's a lot of work that goes on in handling the way the car behaves. That's the Bugatti Type 73 we've just seen come out. It's got the number 73 on the car. It's the last race car that Vittorio Bugatti built before he died. And apparently this is the only original 73 in existence besides the factory prototype. It had a pretty unusual engine layout too. So it's lovely to see that. Bugatti is also out there. He just came back out of the pits. Obviously doing a little bit of a checkup of some sort.
It's all getting a little busy as well now, as we've got half a dozen cars vying for position on the track, try and get a quick time in before the end of this session in 6 minutes time. Still Morris from Topless from Dowling, your top 3 at the moment, no changes in time. Fastest sector times coming up on our screening here from Baxter and Blakeney Edwards. Let's see if they can carry that through to the finality of the lap.
Just saw number 44 car of Ben Fiddler going well. That's another supremely successful car, the R4D ERA D-type. So number 44 and Raymond May's car, a key car in his career, no doubt about it. And in fact, that is the one I was mentioning. It has the independent front suspension. So when I was talking to Ben yesterday, he said, well, actually, you'd think it would be faster on a circuit with independent front suspension, but it doesn't always work. We're not looking at it right now, though. We're having a look at the Ducati once again as it comes over the line. And that number 73 Bugatti is currently in 10th position. Oh, a little bit of a slide and a wobble from the ERA just ahead. Bugatti had so much success before the Second World War. After the Second World War, it was a slightly different story. Back with the Maserati, the number 2 car of Richard Bradley. Ooh, and that's a little bit too wide on the grass. He's certainly pushing on. He's down in 14th place in the times at the moment, but he's really giving it a bit of a go, leaning over that steering wheel. Let's have another look at this. Running it right out to the very edge and a little bit beyond.
A little bit of understeer coming his way. Soon straightened out, but just the wrong side of the white line with a couple of wheels as it becomes a bit of oversteer. He caught that just about right.
Yeah, that was nicely done.
One thing's for sure, you're quite exposed in these old-style cars as well, aren't you, as far as the driver is concerned?
Oh, yes, definitely.
An accident in one of these is going to be a big one.
Absolutely, and it's the bravery of people to race these cars. And around a circuit like Goodwood, which is a fast circuit, it's not a tight and twiddly circuit. You are flat out for a lot of time here.
I think that's the attraction to a lot of the car drivers, but also the motorcycle racers around here, is the old traditional style of the track that's fast and flowing. You only really got the chicane that just has to slow them down coming onto the front straight, otherwise we'd be going very, very quick by the time we got down to Madgwick. And of course, anybody that, if it wasn't a chicane there, anybody that came off would be in pit lane, which wouldn't be a safety point of view. 109, nearly 110 mile an hour, fastest down the back straight for these old cars.
Yeah, in fact, even more, isn't it, down towards the second speed trap?
Yeah, 130 odd miles an hour to the second one.
Yeah, and it's still, at the moment, it's still David Morris who is fastest with that time he set a little bit earlier on, 1:33.633 in the number 9 car. Here it is, the silver number 9, and he's pushing on still. Let's just see what this lap is, how it compares with his best so far.
Oh, it's good first sector, good second sector.
Yeah, it is a new fastest lap. He does a 1:32.426. So that actually was a really well put together lap. Balancing it beautifully. Running it out to the edge of the road, but without going too wide. And just picking up a bit of a slipstream now.
So he now leads by 1.4 seconds over the second car. So that was a very, very good, well put together lap that now puts him way ahead for pole position in the Goodwood Trophy.
Yeah, it's going well for him. It's R11B BRM. So one of the slightly later ones of these makes. It's amazing how many of them still exist, still around. Pat Blakeney-Edwards is in 6th place, but not putting any laps together at the moment. He's in the pits currently.
Closing stages of this end, just a couple of minutes left to go. 132.426 for Morris on that last lap.
Just looking at the number 61 Alta once again. That's running in 3rd place now. Delightful machine. So that's going well. 3rd place, not too far off the front. Whether he's going to be able to get a front row start, just off that at the moment, but not by very much. So we can put together a lap just in the final stages. Could be a front row start. Very elegant, and the way it's so immaculate as well, beautifully polished. That's what's always such a part of these historic classic racing cars at Goodwood. They've got to be perfectly prepared both to be on track but also to look right, and these machines certainly do look amazing, don't they? Beautiful images as he comes through the van corner onto the longer straight.
It's a very moody shot with the clouds in the background and the sunlight breaking through over Goodwood here as we come to the minute marker, the last 60 seconds of this practice session.
He's done a personal best in the first sector, but his middle sector doesn't look as though it's an improvement. So at this stage it looks as though there's a possibility he might go a fraction faster. If he could just find a little bit, there is that chance to go second. He wouldn't go fastest of all, I don't think. But whether he's going to get it out of that last corner, out of the chicane, and be able to move up, let's just have a look across the line. No, he doesn't quite do it. That the last part of the lap didn't quite work together. Well, it's the middle part actually that didn't really work so well, and so he's not been able to improve on 3rd. But he's still got another lap before the checkered flag comes out.
It's a short lap at the end of the day, 2.3671 miles around here, 3.8095 kilometres.
So far, so good. We know, of course, that the BRM is in the pits. That still is in the pits after we saw some liquid coming out of it earlier on. Oh, just getting out of the way against the Ferrari, just stepping out of the way, and hopefully that's all okay. That's the 212 F1 car. Steve Gentry at the wheel of that one.
Flags out. End of session. So that was the Goodwood Trophy official practice.
Yes, and our fastest man is David Morris in this number 9 car, who has done an extremely good job, 1.4 seconds faster than the rest of the field. Second place, Nicholas Topless. He's still on a good lap actually at the moment.
Yeah, watch out for the 44 car here as well. He's got a good lap coming up. Will that move him up, I wonder? He might have left it till the absolutely perfect end of session time.
Yeah, Ben Fiddler, let's see whether he can get a slightly faster lap in the number 44 car. He's got a bit of traffic around.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Whether he's going to get catch them right whenever he doesn't want to. Through Woodcut and down towards the...
yeah,
he's always
going to cost him time.
It is going to cost him time. He's not got the perfect line. Although, having said that, he snuck that one straight in there quite neatly. It would have held him up, though, for sure. As he comes to the line, where's it going to put him? He was 9th.
Yeah, let's see. Is there an improvement here? Yes, he does move up to 6th.
Yep, it looked like a good lap.
That was a good lap. And that's Ben Fiddler in the ex-Raymond Mays car with the independent front suspension that was actually, they took that from Auto Union. They had to buy into the whole thing and buy the rights, and they thought they'd actually bought the suspension, but then it turned out all they'd done was bought the rights, and they then had to make it all themselves. So that made life a little bit tricky back when it was raced in the 1930s.
It's wonderful that the shenanigans of today were back then as well. We've not learned anything really, have we?
No, nothing changes.
Nothing changes at all.
But there we go. That is the official practice for the Goodwood Trophy, and David Morris has set the pace. There he is in one of the ERAs. Always very effective cars on sprints and hill climbs with lots of traction. Particularly, they would often run twin rear tyres on each side on hill climbs, and with the driver sitting right over the rear axle like that, they would have tremendous traction for going up hills, and they would hold the records. Raymond Mays held hill climb records for many years with the ERA, and it's great to see plenty of them competing here right now, and a good advantage for David Morris in the end of some 7/10 of a second. Baxter in second place in the end, so he did just jump up on that last lap, so well done to Ian Baxter. He got up to second place on that last lap in the Alta, and we will see them racing when it is time for the Goodwood Trophy. But let's have a look back at some of the action.
Next up, the Whitson Trophy, the fastest race of the weekend. Now, these cars, they're sports prototypes, and well-known face here, Gordon Shedden. Gordon, you must be pretty used to driving this GT40 now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate enough. I've driven this car a few times now. Over the years, different locations. But I mean, it's just fantastic. It's such an iconic car, and to get the opportunity to race it here at Goodwood is just incredible.
Against some of these prototypes, I guess you wish it was raining.
It is like taking a water pistol to a gunfight, I think. It's not going to be able to run at the sharp end with the Can-Am cars and the Lolas and the McLarens. But you know what? We'll have a good go at it. I'm not gonna leave anything on the table, and we'll see how far up we can get.
Gordon, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's carry on up here. Ed, follow me. And mind the pole cam. We got James Cottingham here. James, sorry, just about to put your helmet on. We're just talking about the GT40s, slightly wishing it was raining.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I just wish there was none of the Can-Am cars. But yeah, no, it's the GT40s do always sort of do themselves proud, and we can get into sort of first 3 rows if we like, and sometimes get on the podium. So just got to keep it on the track. These Can-Am cars have a habit of braking and going off. So yeah, just got to keep it safe.
These GT40s, to a sort of innocent bystander, look quite daunting cars to drive, but they're built as race cars, so they should actually handle reasonably well.
Yes, I mean, they're very dependent on setup, but definitely if you've been driving other cars at Goodwood over the weekend, the minute you go out the pit lane in the GT40, you do think, I'm in a proper racing car, because you sit much lower and it just does what you expect it to do. That said, it is hot, it is heavy. Nothing's quite like going up the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans in a GT40. That they really feel at home there. But yeah, no, it's a great car for the track as well. Especially with the torque of that big V8. It's about carrying speed, and it does that very well.
So the aim is obviously beat Gordon Shedden.
Absolutely, especially as he took my seat in the TT.
Oh, right, okay, so there's a bit of animosity there. Excellent, well, best of luck.
He probably doesn't know.
Right, James, thank you. All the drivers are here in the assembly area getting their helmets on, and I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go down the grid and see who else we can find, because who we got here? Car number 16, Chris. I think it is. Yes, it is Chris. Chris, I always think this is the worst bit of a race meeting, the waiting in the assembly area.
Yes, you're twiddling your thumbs a bit, trying to stay in the zone. Being in the zone, rather, of course, is a bit overestimating it here, but nonetheless, yeah, no, it's the worst time. I just want to get on with it now.
I was just saying to James Costigan, these cars sort of look quite daunting to drive, but what's this like?
Well, the trouble with this one is because it's the oldest one in the field, and of course it's got an awful lot of power and only got very skinny tyres, much skinnier than all the others. And so it's a bit of a handful, keeping the power in the right place and making sure we don't do something silly. But,
I love the racing driver excuses. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, that's everything from Chris, and all the drivers are getting in the cars, so we're going to go to an ad break.
Thirty of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, welcome back then to Goodwood Revival, and if you are just joining us, well, welcome to what has turned out to be a great day so far. We know the next race up on track, or a practice session for the race tomorrow, of course, is the Whitsun Trophy. Ed Foster, a reporter, has been down in the assembly area, which is just over my shoulder. He was chatting to a couple of drivers a bit earlier, saying this is the fastest, most furious race, which is going to come your way shortly, and he's actually got the Duke of Richmond down there. So let's head down to Ed right now.
So basically, now we're down in the assembly area ahead of the Whitsun Trophy, and before these cars go out, we're going to do a minute of noise for the late, great Simon Diffie. Now, Simon was a huge supporter of Goodwood. I'm joined here actually by the Duke of Richmond. Your Grace, just talking about Simon Diffie, he was such an enthusiast, wasn't he?
He was. He'd been coming, well, since the beginning. He was hugely involved in much of the technicalities that went on here over the years, and he's been hugely helpful in many ways, and we'll miss him a great deal.
It's a fitting tribute, isn't it? The Whitsun Trophy cars, plenty of V8s, plenty of noise. He would have loved it.
Yeah, these were the cars he loved, and everyone wants to do this absolutely appropriate tribute to him today.
Your Grace, thank you. Now, I think the minute of noise is going to come up soon. Now, Simon was, as we said, one of the massive enthusiasts of Goodwood. He did the members meeting, he did the Festival of Speed. I remember speaking to him as he was about to drive a turbine car up the hill, the Festival of Speed, and he was just so excited, and he was absolutely wonderful. So we're going to start all the engines now and listen as we all remember Simon, the man who drove loads of cars over a race weekend and was just one of the great guys. Let's have a listen.
A minute's noise in memory of the late Simon Diffie, one of the arch enthusiasts of historic racing, one of the arch enthusiasts here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and particularly at the Revival. He was a man who loved mechanical mayhem in all its forms. Bruce Jones, and there are so many like Simon who've been responsible for bringing the Revival to life over all these years.
And he was one of those guys, fabulous in the car and an entertainer out on the track, but in the paddock he was magnificent. He'd hop from car to car. He wanted to know about everything out there, all with the Cheshire Cat smile on his face. And that's how I'll remember Simon Diffie. That noise, that sound encapsulated, and it was a real tribute to a great Goodwood man.
Well, not just the cars of the Whitson Trophy that are getting ready to head out for practice, but just about everything in all those open paddock garages you can see behind the main pits building. We're up in the commentary tower with a great view around this circuit, but wherever you're watching from, you are going to definitely enjoy the noise of the Whitson Trophy machines as they head out now. Practice session just about to get underway, and the Whitson Trophy for basically big banger sports cars, as you heard from James Cottingham and also from a couple of the other guys in their GT40s. As fantastic a car as that is, the big banger Can-Am cars definitely have the sledgehammer power advantage.
And in fact, one of the drivers we heard from, the driver with the yellow helmet, Chris Jolly, he has the worst handling car in the field. The cars came on in leaps and bounds, and that Cooper Monaco with that great big Chevrolet lump, he wasn't understating it. He's going to have to hang on, but he knows that car very well indeed. So let's see what he can do. But with the prototypes up at the front, the Lola T70s, you have to expect they will be filling the front row. But great to hear the GT40 drivers think they're going to have a crack as well. But to me, the cars look great, but this is the noisiest car race in this entire meeting. It's the grumble. If you're down by that collection area, it comes up through your sternum. It's worth the price of the admission ticket on its own.
Yeah, probably is. Sights and sounds of big banger sports cars. This is really the kind of car that was just starting to come to the forefront in the final years of the original iteration of this Goodwood Motor Circuit, as Can-Am started to take off and British manufacturers, Lola, McLaren, found a rich market, a rich vein to sell their cars into. Of course, the Lola originally helped with the development of the Ford GT40. Lola Mark 6 was the car on which it was based and then from which it was greatly developed, but the GT40 perhaps more of a sane man's racing car than some of the thundering behemoths that will be chasing them.
Indeed. Well, we heard from Gordon Shedden in the collection area talking to Ed Foster. He's in the silver car, number 37, with the yellow flash over the top. It's an ex-Burleys or Jean Blaton. Burleys was his pseudonym. And it's a Ford GT40, such a distinctive sound, and all the championship success that Gordon's had in the British Touring Car Championship, he wouldn't trade it for anything, but actually sometimes he must be thinking, I'll trade it because I can have a GT40 of my own. And he's been one of the greatest drivers to come across from touring cars to make historic racing his other playpen.
Well, he was out in a Galaxy in the previous practice session, and he is out now in another Ford in the GT40, so his day job driving BMWs for Dick Bennett of West Surrey, all forgotten. All loyalties are off here. Whatever you get to drive around Goodwood, it's always a privilege, always a pleasure. I was just chatting to Stuart Hall. He's out in a McLaren that he has had 10 laps in. In contrast, Gordon Shedden's name is actually firmly affixed above the door in this car. He's had, well, certainly more than a dozen races in it. So there's a, as ever here at Goodwood, there's a whole different variety of experience with the machinery that you're racing. We heard from Andre Lotra. He's in a Mini. Would you trade it for something else? No, it's just a huge laugh. I mean, that's the attitude that everybody has when they come here. They just want to drive something and have fun doing it.
Well, very wise to follow the number 37 Ford GT40. It's it should be going to the top of the time chart, just pipped, quite tight, third of a second ahead of Stuart Hall. So we mentioned Stuart, he was at the top, not anymore. Gordon Shedden has gone to the top. James Cottingham, third fastest. So two Ford GT40s between them. Car 54 with Stuart Hall. It's a McLaren Chevrolet M1B, the second McLaren sort of prototype that made it really, really big in the States. The start of Can-Am in '66, of course, was full of those McLarens, and they stretched through the years. The letters went up, the championship titles kept rolling in through C, D, E and F derivations of the mighty McLaren.
So Stuart Hall's McLaren, car number 54. It's pale blue, open McLaren sports car with dark blue highlights on it. And I've forgotten what's written across the rear flanks. It's not Stuart Hall, but you'll see it. Trying to figure out where he is on the lap. He's around halfway around to St Mary's. So there he is, just coming through shot. Just behind him, in fact, is James Cottingham, who's in the silver GT40, number 23.
They're second and third fastest at the moment, still Gordon Shedden. 1 minute 22.5 seconds, and that is Stuart Hall showing his craft. Didn't want to wreck the end of that lap, and so many laps get ruined going to that chicane, the final sequence of corners. Will he go to the top? Well, he'll surely improve. 22 almost flat, but wait, just about a few car lengths behind him will be Gordon Shedden. Shedden goes into the 121s, and someone trying to hide.
It's a Lola T70 Mark III.
I think it's a McLaren M1B.
Oh, is it?
I have a feeling, in fairness, there was such a... Yes, it's an M1B McLaren. The driver hand raise as he comes around, and I think that would be... It could be Andrew Waring and Anthony Taylor's. If that's car number 18, yes, so it is. And, of course, it's not just smoke coming out of the back. There may be oil being dropped, and that's nobody's friend in these big beasts. Let's take a look at the replay, caught brilliantly by the camera person there. They're looking at so many things out there, but... I wonder how far Andrew was feeling that. That moment you think, is it tightening? Is it? Yes, it's tightened. Yeah. We can even smell it.
Drivers always said about a Cosworth DFV, if it was running rough, that was fine. As soon as it smoothed out, switch it off, because that's when it started to lunge itself. I'm not quite sure if that's the same with the big block Chev, but that is definitely taking in oil in places that it shouldn't. So either he's had a piston burn or something, but it's leaking oil into the cylinders.
Well, that's a big shame. A couple of cars haven't yet got representative laps on the board. Car number 15, Tony Seiler and James Davison, the Australian racer, likewise waiting to get Brad Hoyt's McLaren.
Looking here at the number 1 car, this is Lola Chev T70 Spider. This is Anthony Sinclair. Red car with a green stripe. Hard to tell what the number is. When I saw it yesterday, it didn't have a number.
Number 1.
Yes, but it hasn't. The number 1 is very thin and hasn't got a background to it. Just recovering.
Katsuaki Kubota has had a little moment, and that's not a rare thing in a Lotus Ford 30 always. Let's take a look at what happened. Taking a much tighter line than the other cars around him. I think his attention was further up the track, but when you go off down at the final sequence of corners at Woodcote, quite often other people are already on their arc of turn. Quite hard to adjust.
That got James Cottingham's attention. He was the man first on the scene in the GT40, and as Kubota looped backwards and started to roll off the track, he ran right across the nose at the GT40. That was very close. Just alongside, dark blue car with a white centre. Ooh, and a big lock-up, and that's the number 1 car of Anthony Sinclair.
He's just slowing down so you can see his little number on the bonnet there, Martin, at the final chicane, and that is the right course of action. If you've got it wrong, don't try and turn into the chicane. That escape road is there for that singular purpose.
Yep. It might not aid the lap, but nor will hitting the chicane. So here is the number 1 machine. Again, Lola's T70, very familiar both in a closed coupe and then in this Can-Am form is the open T70 Spider. The big block Chevy engine behind. So thundering grunt.
Right, we've got nearly 8 minutes on the board. Let's give you a rundown. Gordon Shedden top in that silver and yellow Ford GT40. 1 minute 21.7 seconds. He's a third of a second clear of Stuart Hall in the number 54 McLaren M1B. And then James Cottingham, another Ford GT40 in third. And John Spires, car number 96, another of the McLaren M1B. So it's mix and match, those first 4 runners. And then Tony Sinclair, we've just been looking at with that lock-up and run through the chicane. He's good for 5th fastest, and there is more, I'm sure, to come from him. McLaren M1B's that great big gurney flap at the back. It's perspex, so you can see through it, which is obviously quite handy for the driver trying to look back, because he's got 3 mirrors on there to take a look, one through the roll hoop and down either side. These cars not famously very easy to get rearward vision, but the 96 being driven very nicely. Big M1B from 1966 in the Vinegaroon special race livery of white and a sort of metallic mauve, a colour scheme that sort of dropped away for some reason, Martin.
Yeah, but it is very distinctive. Makes it easy to spot when you've written down on your notes what the colour actually is.
All right, cars in pits are not where they're supposed to be. I mentioned 2 cars hadn't got much mileage. That's James Davison on board Brad Hoyt's McLaren car 44 silver race livery, ex-Peter Revson car, and then later sold to Skip Barber, who wasn't just famous as a racing driver. He started his own racing school in the States, but right now James wants to get out on the circuit. 154 pushing on up. That's Mark Shaw now up to 6th position. He's in one of the early McLarens, the M1A. And driving it very, very well indeed. And Mark pressing on, and his time at the moment, he's just under 3 seconds down on the best, still in the hands of Gordon Shedden. However, there are other challengers, other options available. Ollie Bryant, car number 2, is in ninth, but he's setting some very quick sector times. So he's a Lola T70 Spider, so look out for number 2. That's definitely on the charge. And Chris Jolly, he talked before the race, before the official practice, about how he has probably not the quickest car out there, but he's up in 4th place, so he's the one who understated his ability. Good performance.
Shedden slowing at the moment around the circuit in his silver GT40 with the yellow bands across the car and along the sills. It doesn't look like he's in trouble, just trying to find himself a little bit of space. And we're looking here at the open GT40, the GT40 Roadster.
Well, it's ninth at the moment. It's the one I just mentioned with Ollie Bryant on board. He's coming to the final sector. He's fastest of all in the first sector, fastest of all in the second. He's going to be a little bit blocked by the M1A in front of him. He's going to just have to suck it up and see how fast his lap is. It's going to be a front row performance, I'm sure. But next time round should be even faster if he doesn't have any traffic. So let's take a look. And he goes top. 1 minute 20.5. He's on top by 1.2 seconds with more to come. So that is super impressive.
So Ollie Bryant just starting another lap. The white car with the red stripe up through it. He's got a red and blue helmet. It looks like number 29, but they've covered over or 28, they've covered that over. It is running as number 2. So he is the fastest man on track at the moment. So another Lola T70 Spider.
But again, just going back to Chris Jolly in his Cooper Monaco, must be pretty sleek. He doesn't handle very well, but he's fastest through the second speed trap, so it might be the oldest car, but he's clearly got it set up for the straight line. The corners, another element.
It's clearly small and light and very powerful. It's got a big fist shoving it along, same as Ollie Bryant. Gordon Shedden goes top again. No, he doesn't. Okay, our graphics have still got Shedden on top, even though his time is slower, 1:21.7. So Ollie Bryant, 1.29 seconds quicker on the previous lap. This looks like a lively one. It was a lively one from Shedden. He was obviously trying hard. He's had a spin right at the end of the lap. Is that at the end of the lap, or has he spun out of Madgwick? He spun out of Madgwick.
It's exit of Madgwick, I believe. Yeah. But now a time not in the 20s. 1 minute 19.003, nearly in the 18. So fastest by 1 2/3 of a second. That's a big margin. And now we've got Hall and Hall in second and third places. Car 54.
Stuart Hall, 54.
And car 97, Rob Hall, just to keep things confused. Don't keep us on our toes. So Rob Hall, busy preparing cars. The last time I saw him, he was looking over the BRM V16 that was in the pits for the Goodwood Trophy. Not going as it was, but obviously sprinted down to the collection area. And he's out aboard Andrew Waring's M1A McLaren.
Hall and Hall are, not Stuart and Rob, but Hall and Hall, Rob Hall's preparation company, so busy at any race meeting. They'll have, and even at just demonstration cars, they'll have half dozen, like the BRM V16 here.
Yeah, they don't only have to focus on the cars, they've got to work out the logistics of how to get from paddock A to paddock B to collection area to Parc Fermé. They've got to be super busy and organised, but don't worry, Rob's been doing it for quite a while. But hey, 97 pressing on the aforementioned Rob Hall, started his racing careers in Fiestas. He's come on a bit.
Yeah, well, the power has upped a lot, hasn't it? So you need to bring the level of driving performance up. He's found himself a clear lap. Looks like a good one. Comes across the line in the purple and white 97. Does he improve? He does. He goes second quickest. So Rob Hall ahead of Stuart Hall. Stuart Hall in the 54 car. Has he just fought back? Immediately he has. That was another quicker lap from Stuart Hall. So Rob Hall and Stuart Hall, in fact, in the shot on your big screen, we're following Rob Hall, 92, Are You in Trouble, number 26. But in the background behind him is Stuart Hall in the metallic light and dark blue car. So the two Halls almost nose to tail.
Yeah, with Ollie Bryant in between them, the guy who's fastest. So it's pretty easy for the camera crews. They can just keep focusing on at least two of those. Oh, taily moment there for Rob Hall as he was going on the exit of St Mary's, but the track goes into a drop and then it rises up to 11. Not much, but enough for the drivers to feel it when the car's already wanting to get its tail out over the rise.
So coming towards the final part of the lap, Ollie Bryant, the white car with the red stripe and the red helmet. Right behind him, Ollie Bryant is fastest. Right behind him is Rob Hall, the white car with the pale lilac highlights, and behind him, the metallic blue and dark metallic blue car, Stuart Hall, who is second quickest. So you've got third, and then second quickest coming towards you, all in a hurry, and a couple of cars in the way of Stuart Hall, and that's not going to help his pace, including 154, the black and silver car, and that is Mark Shaw.
That's still one of the quick ones. That's good for fifth fastest, but it's 3 seconds down. We've got 1.2 seconds clear is Ollie Bryant, the white Lola with the red stripe. But what we say, visually to the eye, he is pulling away from Stuart Hall and Rob Hall. But 154 Mark Shaw could be challenging, and it's great to have an M1B at the top end. They're big, they're bluff, they're loud, they're proud. They're driven really well.
Big lock up from the car in front. We're watching Stuart Hall on camera. He's done a total of 10 laps in this car up until now. Took it out for practice at the members' meeting. He said the engine blew. The mechanic said it was the driver's fault. There you go. Somewhere in the middle of the truth is that. So he's not quite done as many laps now as he has done previously in the car.
I must say,
on his 10th lap. So.
Stuart is a driver with such a sense of humour, but there's something about him. Whatever team he drives for, his mechanics take the mickey out of him the whole time, and I feel it's a bit of give and take. So if you see rude things written on a car, or sort of strange things where the flag should be on the roof, it's because they're having a bit of a laugh. Normally at Stuart's expense, but hey, he does the job on the track, so who cares?
He was a GT World Champion with Jamie Campbell-Walton and Roll a few years ago. Roll Goethe, who of course runs all the Rothko cars, or for whom all the Rothko cars are run, owns a fabulous collection of golf cars. But he's not. Roll doesn't bring cars here. Stuart say, unfortunately, Roll doesn't bring anything here, so I don't get the option to race here very much. So if anybody wants a quick, youngish driver in their cars, Stuart Hall would be very, very happy to hear from you. And he's, he's like everybody else here, from Andre Lotterer, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, any of those guys, they just want to race something fun. And obviously this is a massive adrenaline pump, but if you've got something fun and you need a good driver, Stuart Hall is very, very keen to come back.
Yeah, and he's got his own flat cap, he's ready to go, but I tell you what, he's going to need to be more and more on his toes, because Ollie Bryant has just gone even faster. 1 minute 18.5 as Rob Hall just got below 1 minute 20, so every time he goes at the target keeps on advancing, and that's the mark of the level of these drivers. They're just working out the performance, the grip. What's it today? Totally temperature dependent, and we could have been coming here for much warmer weather or much cooler weather, but what it is today, they're dialing themselves in. They've only got 3.5 minutes remaining in this session. We have a spinner, and that was one with Stuart Hall. I think we sang his praises.
Yeah,
no, sorry, it's Rob Hall. Beg your pardon.
Rob Hall, yeah. We were just watching Richard Mines in his red GT40, the one that's still got a road registration. Yeah, Rob Hall just getting very late in on the throttle. I wonder if he'd only just come past Ollie Bryant down the Lavant straight as he turned into Lavant corner. Beg your pardon, as he turned into Woodcote.
It's not a dull place to watch.
Yeah.
Because they're all under control.
So many people there.
Yeah, they're all under control until suddenly, no, they are not. So we've had Katsuaki Kubota going around now. Rob Hall as well. That is a rare moment for Rob to be going for a spin.
Stuart Hall still hard at it. Rob Hall back up to speed again. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So Rob Hall just ahead of Stuart Hall again. Stewie is much closer to the back of the white and lavender car. Oh!
So both the Halls have had their moment. So Farmer Hall returning to the circuit. I did say he had his own flat cap, so that sort of works well. But Ollie Bryant will go no faster. He could if he felt like it, but he's in the pit lane, so he thinks he's done enough. 2 minutes remaining, and he's 1.2 seconds to the good. So I think with both of his challenges, his chases having rotations or off-track moments in the last lap means that they probably shot their bolts, Martin.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible, although another 2 minutes 40 seconds means another 2 laps potentially for both of them, and they're not that far away. All sounds quite normal for Stuart Hall's car. There is Ollie Bryant. So Ollie Bryant, bright young single-seater hope, has very quickly, when he got into historic racing a decade or more ago, become a driver to watch, a driver to try and match, to try and beat. He is very quick in everything he drives. And always when you see his name on the entry list, you know he's going to be competitive.
Well, always competitive, but for years he was trying to get the big one here, the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy, and finally last year it came good. I mean, it was not for want of trying. Seconds, thirds, blow-ups when leading, and then the gilded moment arrived. So a man absolutely at the top of his craft. But look at that brilliant slide, the rear shot. I always said it's the best place. Entrance to St Mary, tail going sideways from Gordon Shed. He's already had one rotation. What's he got in the bag? But for so long he was top, but he's down in 6th. He's fighting back, but he may not get around in time to start one further lap. This
top GT40 though, so he is the best of the GT40. He's got 5 Can-Am cars in front of him, exactly as he sort of suspected, and exactly as you heard from James Cottingham. Ed's very keen for it to rain. Anybody who's not got the ultimate power advantage, you go, well, I'm sure he must be hoping it will rain. I'm not actually sure anybody really hopes for rain at Goodwood. Oh, and that's possibly part of the reason why.
Well, I'll tell you why, because in fact the AC Cobra managed to avoid that just after it happened, as straight lined the chicane, they get out this escape road.
Yeah.
And so that's let's take a look at how it went. Oh dear, that's Mark Shaw, and unfortunately he's biffed into the side of Steve Seaman.
Yeah.
In the dark green Lola Spider, who was well, that is why it's not a concrete
minding his own business,
taking to the foliage, but that is precisely why the wall is as it is. It's polystyrene, it shatters and it does what it does, but it took the energy out of that. But that was really unfortunate for Steve Seaman there. But once committed, Mark Shaw, well, with moments to go, wandered the flag. The red flag is out. In fact, there was only 1 second left on the clock, so all fair. And hopefully that is only bodywork that has taken the damage.
Yes, looks like it. The radiator's mounted at the front, but hopefully that will be okay. However, it will take a little while to reinstate the chicane. Good news is that Steve is out of the car and unharmed. Hot and sticky perhaps after a moment like that, but other than that, I tell you what, I should think that probably gets the old pulse racing a little.
Well, it does. Focusing. That's an ex-Brett Lunger car. Of course, Brett came over after his career in the States and raced in Formula 1, but it's not often you end up with flower pots on the rear valance of your car.
It really isn't, is it? Well, apart from anything else, we're going to have to rearrange all the gardening, but that'll be a 10 or 15 minute delay, I would think. It's not that common that the chicane gets so comprehensively. How many marshals is it their first job where you have to remove the pot plants?
But some are chosen especially for that job, with the green fingers and green thumbs.
Yeah, yeah.
So Steve Seaman, a little disconsolate down there. And,
well, you wonder...
What a session we had, though. It was getting tighter and tighter at the top. But Ollie Bryant, who brought the number 2 into the pits, a load of Chevrolet T70 Spider, he set a brilliant time and then set an even faster one. So for the 2 halls, for Rob and Stuart, in that order as it happens, second and third was all they could do, but it was a really good scrap. And in fact, the halls couldn't get much closer. They're 21 thousandths of a second apart.
Well,
second and third.
A bit more effort from Stewie and he'd have been second. 21 thousandths. He could have breathed in a couple of times.
Yeah.
Missed breakfast.
It was coming on the final.
And, you know, that is a great indicator of how competitive the cars are and how neat and precise and how good these Rob Hall's not a professional driver. Stuart Hall is a professional driver, but when you are racing at this level, their ability to be so unerringly, relentlessly precise with the laps is just amazing. And that's what makes it possible, really, to race cars like these on a track like this, because it is small, it is tight, it is bumpy, it is always looking to throw you off, and yet they are somehow racing these 60-year-old cars right on the ragged edge. So the marshals asked for a lift and tow, and the paramedics are just giving a double check. Yeah, so it wasn't a big blow, slowest part on the circuit, into the chicane, and the car did what it needed to do, which is protect the contents. So there will be a bit of bodywork damage, but hopefully we will still see the car out in the Whitsun Trophy across the weekend. Don't forget, if you are here at the Revival for the first time or the 21st time, get yourself a programme. You may go, oh, do I really need a programme? Take go take the opportunity to go and buy a program. It is well worthwhile. Not only do you get the race card, so you will be able to see trackside when you can't hear us or have got fed up with us. You'll be able to see who you think is going quickly, identify the car, identify the driver. It'll tell you a little bit more about what you're watching, lots of features about the individual races, some of the cars. But that's in the race card. The program itself is an absolute work of art, and it will keep you entertained very much in the way that really proper Sunday supplements will do for many days through the long winter nights. So get yourself a program. You've made all the effort to come here. You've made all the effort to look as good as you do, and you do look good. I don't think I've ever seen you looking better, frankly. So go and get yourself a program, the addition to which is you will get a radio. So wherever you are around the circuit, you can tune in and listen to what's going on. It's a little bug that you hang over your ear. It comes with the lanyard, so you can loop it around your neck. Do not feel that you need to cut the lanyard off, because that's where the aerial is. But you can listen to the commentary across the circuit. And of course, when you hop in your car, you can listen to Goodwood Radio as well. Now then, that's enough from me. Let's hear from somebody, A, taller, and B, more erudite. Ed Foster is with them.
Next up, the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, and joined by two sort of reasonably well-known amateur racers here. Dario, you've got a new teammate.
I'm the amateur, he's the pro. Yes, Scott, what did we talk about it? We came up with this idea that we would do Goodwood, and we wanted to do it together, so I called the Duke and said, please, and he said, yeah, you guys can go out and have some fun together.
Now, Scott, you were here for quite a wet test day, so you're not really that prepped for this.
No, I had a lot of fun. I think I was almost laughing the whole time around the track. I've never been in something so low grip. I think I've done skid pads in the past, and this was even crazier in the wet. But a lot of fun. Been to the event previously, but never been able to drive. So when Dario kind of brought it up, I was like, absolutely, I want to do this.
Has he been giving you any tips?
All the time. That's what he does. That's what he does on the real weekends at the IndyCar races, trying to set me on my straighten my ways. So yeah, we obviously work together on race weekends as well, and I'm sure he'll have plenty of tips tonight too.
Now, two drivers of your success. I just overheard you there. How? So I'm starting, so I'll need to get out. I thought you'd be a bit more prepared than that, Dario.
Well, I was starting.
If you want to start, we've been a little busy. The last IndyCar race was last weekend, and actually you weren't supposed to mention the test because he wasn't supposed to be there, because it was like 2 races before the end of the season. He's in contention for the IndyCar Championship. He comes here to test, and I said, have you told anybody in the team? And he, no. I'm like, oh God. So yeah, all in the name of fun though.
I apologise for that, Scott. Now, Dario, you came out last year, and you're a very busy man. What's the secret to going quick round here in an E-Type?
Don't know. I really don't know. I think especially in the Stirling Moss Trophy, it's about carrying momentum. They've got the most power, and so you've really got to carry that momentum through the middle of the corner. Because when you go into the throttle, it's not like the Cobra or certain other E-Types in the TT, spinning the tyres up. It's a bit more about the momentum. But yeah, and it comes back to that. Just with Goodwood, you've got to respect the track as well. You can't be taking any liberties, because it does bite.
Scott, finally, how important is it to be faster than Dario?
Well, we're teammates, so we'll be egging each other on. But I don't know if is there a stopwatch in here? I guess we got timing and scoring. So
we've got live timing and scoring, but as long as we have fun, Scott, isn't that what we say?
I've done 10 total laps in the wet, so I'll give it to him this time.
I'm older and slightly disabled.
I love the racing drivers' excuses coming out already. Guys, thank you so much, and enjoy it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Right, the cars are all here in the assembly area. Drivers will be getting in soon, so that's all from us for now.
30 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, the Whitsun Trophy did end in the end due to a red flag, because we did see someone just going into the chicane there and having some flower pots end up on the top of their car. That, of course, was Steve Seaman. So we hope he's okay, and we hope the car is okay as well. This is how it happened, David.
Yeah, going for the move into the chicane, and that chicane does a very good impression of a brick wall, but it is actually more like polystyrene, so hopefully the car's not too damaged. But the cars out there, they weren't messing around, were they?
No, not at all. But that was only a minute left on the clock as well, so it didn't really disrupt that session too much. But it does mean we have to get a bit of attention on the course before we get underway with the Stirling Moss Trophy, which is coming up next. Their practice session behind us. But a little bit there, Ollie Bryant, obviously, he topped the timesheets with a 1:18.5. And then it was, obviously, as the boys mentioned, the Halls. We had Robert and then Stuart really closely contested there, 200ths of a second between them. And we expected Ollie to go fast. He's got up to speeds of over 200 miles an hour back in 2015 at the Daytona 24-hour race. So we expect him to be fast again tomorrow. David, let's talk then about Sir Stirling Moss Trophy. It has so many big names, doesn't it? We'll get to see out on track.
Well, this is the glamour race, and that's why we've got a lot of the famous drivers in this race. Pre-63 GT cars, and I haven't really done a tot-up this year, but I will get to before the end of the weekend of how much value's on this grid. Absolutely unbelievable cars out there. Gorgeous looking and very, very valuable. And our own Karoon's out there as well.
Yeah, Karoon's out there, of course, and we just heard, didn't we, from Dario Franchetti. He's obviously in the Jag E-Type, and Jenson Button is with his similar partner, Alex Buncan, is always together with him. They're also in the same car, which will lead to quite a good test of who's got some pace, won't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And as you say, Dario brought along a ringer with Scott Dixon. Very, very successful IndyCar driver. This is going to be a lot different from him. He described it as worse than driving on a skid pan. But that's going to be a really interesting pairing to see how they get on. And as you say, Jenson, yeah, absolute pairing with Alex. They'll be great. They'll be really gunning for it. And we'll soon know where the timers are going to be.
Well, you mentioned Jenson there. He's obviously down, getting ready in the assembly area. So let's hear his thoughts ahead of this practice session.
Jenson Button, a lot of drivers here have been testing for weeks and months, but what you've done is you've been off on honeymoon.
I have indeed, which was the best preparation possible to race cars around Goodwood. Yeah, so I haven't driven this car yet. The seat feels nice, and Al, my co-driver, drove it for an hour in the wet. So he's not really driven it either. So we've not done a lot of testing, but it feels nice and it's proper loud. It sounds really nice.
How many corners, how many laps does it take you to get comfortable in this?
We'll see. Last year it took a while because it's so different to anything I'm used to. But now I've driven here in an E-Type, it should be a bit easier. But I'm also racing this. So this is the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. But I'm also racing in the TT in a lightweight E-Type, which I also haven't driven. So yeah. Anyway, I tried to come here testing, but it just didn't work out, and so I'm the new boy. So we'll see how it goes. We'll have some fun.
A man of your stature should have some handicaps, though. So actually, the fact you haven't tested is probably fair on everyone else. You came to Revival last year, back again this year. You obviously had a good time.
I did have a really good time. It was wonderful, and you know I love my cars. I love my especially mechanical cars like these, easier to understand, and I love dress up. So yeah. It's really cool, you know. It's not just at house or in the bedroom anymore. It's like I can go anywhere and dress up these days. It's great.
You own some of the historic cars yourself.
Yes, I was trying to. I have a C-Type, which is an ex-Fangio. It's the bronze C-Type, which is very cool. Which I was going to try and race here in the Freddy March race, but I just couldn't get it ready in time, which is a shame. So next year, I'm going to be bringing that car.
We're looking forward to it. Jensen, best of luck.
Cheers.
I think a honeymoon is perfect preparation for Goodwood Revival, don't you, David?
Absolutely.
Well, obviously, Joachim Mass, he's also in this race alongside David Franklin, also in a Jaguar E-Type. So I think that's going to set things up really nicely. So if guys at home, you want to keep an eye on those 3 cars, it will really show who still has the pace.
Yeah, Jensen fancies his chances there, even with 0 testing. He doesn't even know how to drive the car. He hasn't drove that car before, but he should be absolutely fantastic around here. And it's just part of Goodwood, I think, to see that smile, to see that enjoyment. And as he said, he was back last year. He's back for more this year.
Yeah, and it's not just about the racing, of course. That practice session for the Stirling Moss trophy race is coming up shortly. Before that, let's go over to the Revive and Thrive area with Amber. She has something else for us, as she's been doing all day.
I'm here with Alexander Walder-Smith. Alexander, I am loving your velvet suit.
Thank you so much. I'll pass your comments on to my tailor.
Oh, lovely. Very exciting. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing here at Goodwood Revival.
Well, we're down here now. We've been coming for 15 years as the Games Room company. It's grown and grown and grown. We've grown with the event, which has been fantastic. It really has come on a lot. And we bring a lot of vintage jukeboxes and pinball tables. And we're also representing our American brand, Rockola. They make brand new vinyl 45 jukeboxes, so it's a big thing for us.
Can we have a look at the jukebox over here?
Come on over. This is our Crystal edition here. So it's a 100 record playing jukebox. So 200 selections with the A and the B sides.
Who decides what music goes in the jukebox?
You decide. This is just our selection for Goodwood. We thought it was the right sort of music, a little bit groovy. The great thing about this jukebox is it's a fully visible mechanism. Puts the vinyl onto the turntable. Got all the title displays, just like it used to be back in the day.
And what is your all-time favourite jukebox song? Like if you had to put a tune on that was going to get everybody up and dancing, what would it be?
I suppose it'll have to be Elvis Blue Suede Shoes, really. Got the suit to match.
Well, I certainly hope you've got the shoes to match as well. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend.
My pleasure. Really enjoying it down here. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's just started to rain a little bit over here, which might make this practice session a little bit more interesting. But let's go down to Ed. You can see him there. He's with our very own Karun Chandok. Let's hear if he's a little bit worried about the spots of rain, Ed.
Karun Chandok, you're about to go out in an E-Type that you've never driven, and it's just started raining.
Yeah, I didn't even know which car it was. I thought it was a dark green one. I only found out this morning it's a white one. So, hopefully that one cloud will disappear. The Duke of Richmond does an excellent job of doing a deal with the weather gods, so hopefully he's done that again.
Now, Gary Pearson's E-Types, they're always quick. He's a quick peddler himself. Have you been asking for any tips, or do you just go out and see what you find?
Yeah, I've been asking him for lots of advice, because as you say, Gary's been driving so many. To be honest, the first ever time I came to the Revival, I raced with Gary in another E-Type, but it was so heavy with rain that year, I can't remember it. So, I'm looking forward to it. He always builds a great car. And look at this lineup of cars we got here. And lots of other friends of mine as well. So that's part of the fun, coming here to drive great cars alongside some friends of yours.
And it's great seeing some new faces like Scott Dixon coming to join Dario in that E-Type.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure's on them, really. Listen, they've got 84 Champ Car, IndyCar races together, wins I think between them 83. So the pressure's on them. If they don't win this, it's down to the drivers, surely.
Well, Karun, I'll go and tell them that, but best of luck.
Just keep reminding Dario every minute you see him.
Cheers, Karun.
Cheers.
Well, Martin Haven, Bruce Jones getting ready again for the ground to start shaking as the Cobras get ready to battle with the 250s and the E-types. These are narrow Cobras, not the big 427s. These are the 289 Cobras, the earlier AC Cobra, but nevertheless, it is still going to be an epic battle. And Bruce, while they were talking there in the collecting area, we were kind of looking down, playing the who's going to be on pole game. I think we came up with a short list of only about 20 or so names.
Yeah, I think we could possibly narrow it down to 6 or 10. It's a really hard ask. Almost every car you go, oh, and that one as well, and that one. But remember, it's a 2-driver race, so half-hour practice session is going to be split, and for the drivers going out first, your windows at your side of the commentary box have raindrops on them, so the rain is coming from the northwest. I'm looking at the flags and bunting, but I don't think it's going to be around long. So driver 2, in fact, it's very dark overhead, but we do have tinted windows in the Rolex commentary tower. But for the drivers down there, yeah, they've got to remember, if they've been driving in the Royal Automobile Club TT, the Tourist Trophy event, is a very different E-type. They're the lightweights, these are the heavyweights. Yeah. And who was it who spoke first? It was just talking about getting the flow. It was Dario, I think. Getting the flow and keeping the flow in these less powerful.
Because they are not raw racers, they are more production-based sports cars, so these E-types are closer to a road car. First car out is the Puce AC Cobra, the lurid pinky purpley dragon snake. Keep an eye on that. I mean, obviously it'll sear your retina, but
it's not metallic, it's candy flake.
And yes, it is. Mike Whitaker and Andy Jordan. That is going to be a proper contender. Who else? Let's go through. All right, we've got Dario Franchitti, Scott Dixon. Dario's talking them down. They've got a shot. They're both quick. Tiffany Dell in car number 3 with John Spires. John Young, Chris Ward in car number 4, another E-type. About Rory Butcher, former British touring car driver. Vincent Gay and Joe Twyman, 2 very quick drivers in a silver Ferrari with the bright yellow stripes, car number 7. That's been very quick over the last few times it's been here. Keep an eye out for that one. Who else?
Come on, the first one you picked, you said
Wolfgang Friedrich, Simon Hadfield.
David and Olivier Hart, always fast. They're in one of the short wheelbase Ferrari 250 GTBs. Look out for that one. It is car number 16. And you can keep on going down and picking out names. It's such a quality field. And Nick Padmore, who's fast in everything, he is sharing car 11 with Christopher Stahl. I don't know too much about Christopher, but it's one of those 250 GT Lusso luxury. They probably want a different word at the end. Competizione is a bit faster than Lusso. Fabulous on the road. Will that equate to pace on the track? Olaf Glacias has brought one of those as well to share with the driver you just mentioned, Yelmer Berman. So a real mix and match. We haven't even talked about the Aston Martins either.
And names like British GT ace John Minshaw, Ollie Bryant, who just set pole in the last practice session, David Franklin and Emanuele Pirro in their short wheelbase car number 95.
I found another name for you. We wanted to know who was sharing with Martin Hunt the 65 AC Cobra. It's Pat Blakeney Edwards, so that's going to be a challenger as well.
Oh yeah, that'll definitely be dead slow. Now, who's in the wheel? This is Tiffany Dell in the rain in car number 3. We're on board with Tiff. And diving down the inside of a DB4 GT.
That was the Alexander car. Tom showing that now with James Alexander. For years it was Adrian Wilmot alongside him in that. But Tiff's always had the bright orange helmet. For why? Because his father was involved in powerboat racing, and the powerboat pilots all had them, because if you got tipped out into the drink you needed to be easily identified. So Timothy, brackets known as Tiffany Dell, pretty much all his life is on the grass. And I was about to say the track's not very wet yet, but it might if it carries on raining. But the grass will, with a little bit of moisture, is actually far worse than the tarmac. So Tiff keeps his cool, keeps his calm, and he's just about to turn into St Mary's. So that was the exit at Ford Water. He got it wrong. That is a massive heart in mouth moment.
Well, Tiff loves a car that goes sideways. He is the king of drift. And of course, you've seen him so many times plying his smoky sideways trade on TV, but here he'll try and be a little less dramatic.
But he spends his days in, day out at Thruxton. The circuit is most similar to Goodwood, almost identical now in terms of the flow of the corners. Driving normally BMW. If you cut him in half, there's a BMW Rondell in his very midst, but such a showman, and never knowingly understated out of the car either.
333 coming across the line. John Minshaw sharing with son Jack in the E-Type fixed head coupe in what is, I am told, opalescent dark blue. That's the colour behind the Puce Dragon Snake Cobra, and Minshaw current. In fact, Dixon and Franchitti are fastest ahead of that Puce Cobra. Vincent Gay, Joe Twyman, car number 7. That's the silver Ferrari with the yellow band down the side. That car third fastest. Who's fourth quickest? It's 16, David and Olivier Hart. Now, young Olivier Hart raced at the Revival for the first time last year and was electrifying. And he may well be an element again once he gets... I'm not sure if it's David, his father, who's a very experienced GT racer, or whether it's Olivier at the wheel. But we're just looking here at the number 7 car. That's Vincent Gay's own Ferrari that he's sharing with Joe Twyman.
And he'd just been moved down because Buncombe and Button had gone up into 3rd place. So no excuses from the pair of them. And it's a great car run by Bob Neville. He had a different E-Type last year. And this is an ex-Peter Linder car that he actually did a great event at the Trieste Airfield back in 1962, just showing the diversity of racing venues back then. However, that was before Linder went to the lightweight route with E-Type, shared with Knocker as well, and had a great result. I think it was Monaghy was their greatest run. However, it's the history of these cars, but actually what Bob Neville said, he said it's just a really nice car.
And the 59 Cobra just sidestepping a little bit to allow E-Type number 1 through. Just trying to... Oh, it's green. That's Dario Franchitti at the helm. So Franchitti doing the first part of this session. Again, it is a 2-driver race. So they will swap over to their partner during this practice session. And Dario, very much as you'd expect. Now, he's got plenty of experience now at Goodwood, just allowing the car to flow, just keeping that momentum up. But Jordan, or is it Whittaker, who's in the Hughes AC Cobra, has now gone fastest of all. Karun Chandok, second quickest in the car he shares with Gary Pearson, or Gary Pearson in the car.
He'll be asking for the session to be stopped now because he's ahead of the nemesis, the Dixon Franchitti car, by 1.25 seconds. But the time's coming down very quickly. Now we're riding on board with Karun, and you know full well he'll be talking as he drives, because that's just what he does. He lives, he breathes motor racing. He won't like the traffic up ahead, but he's still feeling his way in. And don't forget, Karun was on the driver's seat, hasn't really had any mileage in these cars. What he's doing now, he's backing off. He's going to give himself a bit of space through lap. He's got 4 cars in front of him, but he'll be having a chuckle. But he is such an arch competitor, and he bought us a beer last night.
It's Gary Pearson, I think, who's out first in the car. But again, exactly as you're saying, dropping back a little bit, giving himself a bit of room to try and get a clear run. And the car that was fastest, Dixon and Franchitti, now 6th. And that is how things are going to change. This may well be last driver across the line gets pole. Now, the rain has stopped. There is a brisk wind. You don't need me to tell you that. You're outside. We're inside in the warm and dry. But it will make sure that whatever moisture is on the track dries very quickly. So as the session progresses, and we have plenty of time left, still 23 minutes on the clock, then the track should hopefully get drier and quicker.
Well, certainly that Dragon Snake is looking absolutely mighty, but it's also a magical car. It's made free space around itself on the track. No other cars near it, and this is what they need, because the track will be drying out quickly. So the best time, 1 minute 29.4 seconds. That is the amazing Dragon Snake Cobra. Nobody else, the next fastest car, is just about 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, but Dario's just come up from 6th to 2nd. On that last lap, so he's now 2nd. Yelmer Berman 3rd fastest. I'm sure he must be in the car. Gary Pearson 4th quickest. Karun Chandok hasn't driven that number 23. Of
course, Karun's in the blue race suit. We started looking at him and just couldn't tell by the helmet, but of course the white and red race suit. Gary Pearson on board, but the Jordan Whittaker Dragon Snake 822 subtle car. You almost never notice it that.
No, I know.
But it's not only loud, it's very proud. It's very, very quick indeed. And we're guessing. Of course, a 2-driver race, you have to look at the balance of the driver lineup. But Mike Whittaker, give him a car with a big engine, lots of grunt, that's what he loves. And Andrew Jordan, of course, coming from the opposite end. But Andrew's done so much historic racing. He's coming in next time around, a finger pointing to the wall.
Is it actually Andy at the wheel?
Well, let's say, I think
I'm not sure.
You just have to look. It's always, you always second guess. But you know what? That was even faster than that before, 2.381 seconds good, so nearly 2.5 seconds to the good. So they've mastered the wet weather in probably the least friendly car.
Right, so he's
that's a little bit greasy.
Not only is he no longer in the 1 minute 31s, he's not in the 1 minute 30s, he's not in the 1 minute 29s, he's just a 1 minute 28. And the next fastest car did a 1:31.
Yeah, in fact, the Dixon Franchitti car, the number 1 E-Type, is a whisker ahead of the Yelmer Berman Van der Lof car, Alex Van der Lof, and don't forget that's a Lusso now who has changed position. Buncombe and Button have just squeaked by 0.005 of a second ahead of Dixon and Franchitti, so these are top pro drivers having a real smile.
Now,
Car 12, this is the Berman and Van der Lof
and
Lusso, and it's
not entirely convinced that that's Yelmer Berman yet either. It's a very dark helmet.
It could be his historic racing helmet. We'll have to get a proper view. But of course, these are all closed cockpit cars, so reflection on the window makes it very hard. Commentators excuse number 4.
Just in front is Cut 7, the gunmetal E-Type with the pale blue nose. That's the Richard Mines Rob Huff car. And again, I think Richard Mines is driving that first. And here's the way Richard and Rob will have thought of this. Okay, it's a bit wet now. Richard, you go out and do your run. If it dries out, Rob can go quicker. If it doesn't, Rob will be better placed to deal with a wet session, and that's fine. We've at least got a banker lap in. So, I would have suggested that's Richard Mines at the wheel first, rather than Rob. And so it's going to be interesting to see again. They are 12th place, car number 17, Cut 7, and he is coming in this time round.
A lot of cars already in the pits, including the Jordan and Whittaker AC Cobra, the Dragon Snake. Car number 16 is the latest one.
And the number 12
David
Ferrari.
Hart's car. So now the flags aren't blustery as being blown around as much as before. There's no more rain hitting the windows of the commentary box. So I think you're quite right with your synopsis there, Martin. The second drivers will be the ones going for the time, and in the
right in the background, walking away, you saw a pale blue helmet with Dutch colours. That's David Hart. So I think David was in the car. I think Olivier Hart is yet to get in.
Yeah, well, that will fit with the theory. Right, let's take a look. Who's getting 16. On Dragon Snake? Who is getting on board? Can we work this one out?
That's Andy Jordan.
That's Andy Jordan. So again, it was the first driver in that was Mike Whittaker, who knows the car much better than Andy does. But Andy is going to relish this moment.
The big guns are coming out there. There's going to be some entertaining laps in this final 20 minutes. Some cars making full use. In fact, there's a couple of DB4 GTs going by the commentary box nose to tail, making full use of a relatively clear track. It's about a third of the entry are in the pits.
And two cars have actually just improved. Second, third and fourth, in fact, have all just improved. So the Bunkum Button E-Type now into second place. Still 1.8 seconds down on the Dragon Snake Cobra. So it's 8.22 from 22. Third fastest. They were way down the order, but the Mayton and Tetley, car number 10, the Jaguar E-Type, it's white with a red roof. Nick Mayton sharing with Jack Tetley. Used to work at Goodwood, Jack, but he's moved on to other things, and he's driving a lot of cars and very well. So they're third fastest. Chandok and Pearson, so clearly Pearson just before the driver change has put that fourth fastest. Very, very close. We've got three cars doing a 1 minute 31.3 lap. That is how close. Now, getting the look of an E-Type being driven very hard indeed through the chicane, very hard, and coming into the pit lane. There we go.
Right, so that's Ollie Bryant coming in the car that he shares. That's 59 car that he shares with Richard Cook. So Ollie Bryant's helmet. Coming out though is the number 12 Ferrari. So 250 short wheelbase, Jelmer Berman and Alexander van der Lof. I think
Berman's on board now. I think they've all gone the route that you suggested. Not because you suggested it, but with that little flurry of rain.
Ollie Bryant's out first, so he's got out of the car. This is the Bunkum and Button E-Type. So Alex went out first, and this is Jensen.
Helmet, of course, still bearing the colours of 2009, that remarkable year with the Braun GP team, in which he took the Formula One driver's title. But normally has more people helping him put the belts on, but a minute here or there doesn't matter too much. But the advice coming in from childhood friend and kart racing colleague Alex Bunkum, they are as thick as thieves and they just love racing together.
Didn't quite get it, but you can tell from the mechanic's expression and his laugh that it may not have been the most serious bit of useful advice. Drive it like you stole it. We'll tell Bob a story if you crash it. Something like that was going on. Car number 7, Vincent Gay, Joe Twyman. Is this Joe at the wheel now? I think quite possibly. I'm not very good on the helmets.
No, I thought he had a different helmet to that. I'll take another look, but we've had another challenger come into the mix. Another one in the low 1 minute 31s. It's the Butcher and Paul, car number 5. It's a fixed head coupe. It's a red E-Type, effectively, the one that raced at the stake. So again, the pot is being stirred, but a lot of the quick times have been coming from drivers who are long in the first session, and then they're handing over now to their teammates. So they had the track when it was empty, and you know what? That's not a bad idea. Now it's filling up again.
Yeah, absolutely. And as more cars come out, then you get an easier chance to go in and do your driver change as well. So it works all ways round.
And look, the sun is now starting to glint off the bonnet of that fabulous Écurie Francorchamps liveried 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione Vincent Gay's car. Let's see if it is Joe Twyman on board. Oh, and do you know what? The Jordan Whittaker car, the Dragon Snake at the back of the pack. Yes, it's the one that's meek and mild at the back in that is now up to second fastest, and Andy Jordan just banged in the fastest first sector. Jensen now onto the track. Let's take a look. Looks incredibly standard, but as Bob said,
Really
nice.
does. Yeah, beautiful car, beautiful colour, and again, they do look remarkably standard. Undoubtedly, under the skin, they are very, very well looked after and very well prepared, but you know, it is going to drive predominantly like a 1960s road car rather than a 21st century race car. So Jensen and boyhood friend Al Buncombe, they've been mates since primary school and have done everything together all their lives and continue to do so, and have an awful lot of great adventures together. I'm not sure that he went on honeymoon, but I'm not sure that the friendship is necessarily quite all-encompassing, but Jensen certainly coming to Goodwood, you know, with the most relaxed frame of mind you can have, which is exactly what you want. And look at the colour on this car, it's just a fabulous colour. I was saying to Bob, is that a production colour? He said, no, absolutely, that is a production colour. It's a real midnight blue, which is very unusual on an E-Type.
It's funny, I was just going around the paddock taking notes, and I heard some people behind me going, oh, I like that E-Type in that colour, and that, oh, look at that one, and the one I like the most is car 22. So Bob's picked it for the colour, but you can see how Jensen's really snaking the front end. He's trying to slow it down for the first part of Woodcote. Such a difficult section of the circuit. Then, of course, if you get it wrong, we see people going out over that tarmac apron. Good to see how quickly they repaired the chicane. But let's just check that the flower's back in place, but what matters is the wall is back in place.
The wall is back as it was, a 10-minute work. I mean, it won't be the first time they've repaired it. It may not be the last time they've repaired it. The marshal's doing sterling work.
Right, let's sound the klaxon, because Rob Huff, I looked at the screen, he just, you said he'd come good in the second half of the session. Car 17, he was third, he's now second. David Hart has handed to Olivier Hart, who's also improved. They're separated by 33 thousandths of a second, so it's still the 822 Cobra, the Dragon Snake that's fastest, but the others are on a charge. They're closing in. They're not yet south of 1 minute 30, but they will be by the end. We've still got 14 minutes remaining in this session.
Yes, we've got Andy Jordan fastest in 822, the pinky Cobra. Rob Huff second, car number 17, cut 7, that's the gunmetal E-Type with the pale blue nose. Third, car 16, and that's got to be Olivier Hart at the wheel of their car, and that is a very dark British Racing Green Ferrari short wheelbase, 250 GT short wheelbase. They're third quickest. Buncombe and Button fourth, and Jensen starting his first real flying lap. In fact, has got Rob Huff closing in behind him. So that is Huff with the pale blue nose. Jensen just going by on the beginning of this lap past Dwight Merriman, who I think is probably the fastest the Aston Martin DB4 GTs. So now Rob Huff has got a sighter on Jensen Button in front. And obviously, you know, this is all just for fun and everything, but he is a Formula 1 world champion, so qualifying faster than him will be definitely very, very high on the list of things that Rob wants to do this afternoon.
Yeah, just going back to Dwight Merriman, a man who only in recent years has turned to racing prototypes around the world, at the World Endurance Championship, Le Mans, but Kyle Tilley, teammates, partners in crime, and they're here having fun together. I love it when someone buys a car and comes to race in an entirely different formula with his teammate, and look for them. They're bedding themselves in. They're not long on good experience. They're 16th, but they're picking up the pace. They're closing in. But who's picking up the pace the most? Definitely, I would presume that's Chris Ward, who's gone into second place. That was the first driver I picked out for a potential pole, but I must say he's still 1.5 seconds off the amazing pace we've seen so far from the Dragon Snake Cobra. 822, the fastest.
Fastest car on a straight is David and Olivier Hart, car number 16. 128.7 miles an hour down the Lavant Straight.
Well, I'm taking a look at that timing interval, and that's no, it's the timing split before that, and that no one else has been within 4 miles an hour. So that's a car set up for straight line glory.
Here comes Rob Huff slotting up the inside of the number 9 E-Type, the gunmetal soft top with the white nose band, and that is Mark Gordon and Ludo Lindsay. So Ludovic Lindsay, like his father before him, an inveterate, vintage, historic and any old car racer. Oh, and Rob Huff again with that classic E-type cornering technique that he's developed over the years. Essentially just puts it into a big drift all the way through Madgwick, Woodcote rather, and into the chicane.
Well, he's good for third place at the moment, but the one we want to is coming round to the end. Car number 4, and it's Chris Ward's taken over from John Young, ex-Tommy Sopwith, the Keep Endeavour car. Is he going to take the fastest time? He's closing in. The target is 1 minute 28.9. And he does a 1 minute 30.5 the last time around. What's it going to be this time? And he goes top, so 28.641. So he's a third of the second to the good. That was a big chunk of time gained. And as always with Chris Ward, he just knows this circuit so well. And look how he's working the flow. And he's right up behind car 16, which is Olivier Hart. And he's catching it. We thought Olivier might be one tilting for pole, but Chris Ward, there's something about Chris and Goodwood. It just seems to marry made in heaven.
And the E-types are more developed now, or have been better developed now than they were in period. The 250s were the better car racing in period, but right behind that Keep Endeavour car, dark blue with the white nostril, the white noseband, and the black roof soft top car. Now he's just backed off it a little. Yeah, you can definitely see the car now settle back down onto its haunches. It's not being driven with a big degree of alacrity. And young Olivier Hart whistling off in the distance, still road registered, still with number plates on the front and the back of the car. And that's what you want to see. And through goes young Andy Jordan. You notice actually on the side of that Dragon Snake car, the names are Mike Jordan and Mike Whittaker, or Mike Whittaker and Mike Jordan. So Mike has driven this car as well. Now it's Andrew's turn. Mike is here, helping out with an armada of cars that AJR are building.
Well, let's see what he can do, because Andrew Jordan put in the fastest first sector. It's like the second sector wasn't as good as this car has done before, but he's put some great sector times. Can he knit them all together? Was section two too slow? Will it stop him from going to the top of the charts? No, it doesn't. 127.855. So sector 1, sector 2, magical. Middle sector, I feel he might have got a little bit of traffic, but the noise that makes when it went past the E-type, it was as though they're from different categories. The sheer sound. Draco has never been about a big, loud sound. It's a refined note, but the grunt in this AC Dragon Snake, fabulous.
Yeah, just such an eye-searing colour. And look at him here, balancing it through the chicane, just in hypermotion, to see. Just busy getting the steering the way he wants it. Here at low speed, without that phenomenal torque pushing him through, just gets it into a nice drift, just enough to squeeze around that chicane wall, straightens up the steering. He's already squeezing the power back in, just feeling that rear end biting. The driver, as you can see, look, sitting almost literally on the differential. These cars are so short. The AC Cobra, brutish, but also very short wheelbase, really twitchy car.
Looking at Olivier Hart in the number 16 Ferrari, he's got to get a move on. He's only the second fastest Dutch combination, because Nicky Pastorelli and Hugenholtz in the number 14 GT short wheelbase Competizione Ferrari has just moved up into third place. Bragging rights up and down the field, but you want to be the top Dutch combination. But let's see, Olivier Hart, is this lap going to be an improvement? Wants to get into the 1 minute 29s. Hold breath, does he manage it? Still waiting for the time to come in. Oh gosh, he was within 100th of a second of his previous lap. He improved, but not enough to go into third place.
Well, it's definitely Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel. John Hugenholtz, no disrespect to him, in the silver number 14 250 short wheelbase Competizione. It's run by Racing Team Holland. Coming up to the end of the lap, traffic in front, a couple of DB4 GTs. That's not going to help much, so that lap, I'm afraid, is scrap. But Nicky Pastorelli, haven't seen him do a lot of historic racing, but I watched his junior single-seater career. He's a very quick young peddler and clearly has got speed. Now then, the Maton Tetley car back up into third place. So again, the number 10, that's the Old English white E-type with a red roof. That's an easy combination of spot. In fact, it's only just behind this car on shot. If we hold the shot, there it is. There's car number 10, back up to third quickest. 7 breathless minutes to go, so maybe as many as 3 more laps for some of these drivers. Don't worry, his boot lid isn't loose, it's just propped that way. Doesn't hurt the aerodynamics, doesn't hurt the cooling either, if you know what I mean.
deep into St Mary. You have to remember it's a corner that has various parts, and the entry is so super difficult, and that's when you don't have enough heat in the tyres. But AH600, I would suggest that needs to back off a little bit to work space on the track, because the cars in front aren't exactly hanging around. Brilliant low angle shot there.
Both cars in front are pretty quickly driven though. Vincent Gay and Joe Twyman, car number 7. That silver and yellow Curie Francorchamps coloured Ferrari back up to 7th place, car number 7. So a little bit of synergy. Where's the Button car? That is, in fact, Dixon and Franchitti down in 13th place. So Karun Chandok in 10th. You'll be very happy with that.
11th, but a car that's come absolutely chugging up the order into 3rd place from nowhere. It's a car that Nigel Greensaw must be at the wheel. He's taken over from David Gooding. It's a white E-Type with a black roof. It's car number 179.
Now, I did wonder, I've known Nigel for 25, nearly 30 years probably, and I did wonder how much he'd driven that car and actually what sort of speed it would produce. I didn't manage to bump into him yesterday, but yeah, no disrespect, I don't think, to David Gooding, but Nigel Greensaw, look out for him. Car 179, as Bruce said, white with a black roof.
And what I was about to say, you need to get beneath 1 minute 30 to be competitive. We've now got 6 runners going back to the Maiden Tetley car, car number 10. That's the one we talked about a while ago, the white E-Type with the red roof, all under 1 minute 30. And I reckon there's more potential. I think the Hart car has the potential to do it. Joe Twyman in Vincent Gay's Ferrari, and also about Rob Huff. Rob, come on, wake up, you're down in 9th place.
Yeah. Well, there you just see Nigel Greensill. Again, so many of these cars just look like production road cars, don't they? 179 behind the similarly livery car number 23. And that car is the Gary Pearson Karun Chandok car. I'm sure that's Karun doing the second stint. We figured it was Gary Pearson earlier.
It definitely was. We just looked from the back, couldn't tell. But of course, I remember we heard from Karun wearing blue overalls and Gary was wearing white overalls. Yeah. Then this helmet cam, the in-cockpit cam swung round. Oh, side by side, 3 abreast. Someone's got the back out.
Karun just got held up there by the Corvette C1, but Nigel didn't, and so took the advantage to sweep around the outside of the other E-Types. And now the first of the 2 white E-Types with the black roofs is 179 Nigel Greensill. That's currently 3rd quickest. No improvement on that lap. Funnily enough, being tripped up at the chicane as they went 3 cars wide. That was not an improvement on that sector, but the other 2 were, so there is more pace in that car. He's got a DB4 GT in front of him. That is the best of the Astons, I think, still.
Yeah, there's a car number 8, that would make it. Yeah, it was the Wolfgang Friedrich Simon Hadfield car. Now right on board with the, there we are, the full Indian racing colours on the helmet above the checker. So Karun pressing on the Aston Martin's picked off easily. Karun being super smooth there. He knows this is what's required. Haven't such a difficult corner. When I say corner, it's 2 corners. Take a look. That's the first apex. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for the second apex. And of course, it's all about getting good exit speed. And then no sooner have you gone up 1 gear, here comes another gear change. No, wait for it, and then there's the king. That haven't straight, the straight that isn't straight.
Beautiful sound of this 6-cylinder Jaguar XK engine that powered so many successful race cars, so many fabulous road cars. Everything from a C-Type, D-Type, XJ6, E-Types. Just such a history. Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Mark 10s. I mean, they just had, that engine just kept the company going for 40 years, 50 years nearly.
Quite interesting. Traffic's really having a role to play. Looking to see the pace of Andrew Jordan since he's taken over Dragon Snake, and he's done some brilliant sector times, but getting a whole lap together, he's clearly just one of the unlucky ones, getting gaggles of cars together. But still, the Dragon Snake 822 on pole by 0.6 of a second. But Chris Ward, is now starting to set some good sector times. Maybe next time around he will improve. The end of his lap was very strong, Martin.
And Nicky Pastorelli has improved as well in car number 14. He's up to 3rd. Nigel Greensill down to 4th. Rory Butcher down to 5th place, and the Maiden Tetley car that came in with the bullet at 3, car number 10, is now down to 6th position ahead of David and Olivier Hart, Vincent Gay and Joe Twyman, Rob Huff and Richard Mines, and then Karun Chandok, who we were riding with, and Gary Pearson. They round out the top 10. So Dixon and Franchitti, car number 1, down in 15th spot. Ollie Bryant at 14th, Yelmer Berman 12th, the Bunkin Button car 11th, and it seemed as though Andy Jordan was just having a little roll off the throttle there. Here's the Rory Butcher driven car number 5, again bright red E-Type in full road trim with fixed head coupe, the long tailgate back to the car, and a gaffer tape number 5 applied to it.
I'm just wondering, Martin, if the track has become a little bit slippery because the quicker times are harder to come by at the moment. It should be a sea of green, which means a driver's best sector time.
We've seen 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on the last lap set their fastest out of 26, so that's 20% of the field on one lap setting their fastest time. It may well be that the tyres have actually had that little edge taken out of them, and now they are in race mode rather than super fresh.
Okay, Karun has now improved into the 1 minute 29.9s. How many under
Did
1
he hear
minute 30? We've got, well, I didn't say it out loud, did I just think it right? 9, the top 8 are under 1 minute 30. Those are all super good laps. I want to see the pace of the Dragon's Sake. It's just suddenly become a little brighter out of the track, and it doesn't matter if it's bright or dark, you will still see the candy flake puce, pink, yes, purple, mauve.
I think
anyhow, the Dragon's Sake is loud.
You'll see it at night, won't you, whether it's got lights on here or not. It's number 5 E-Type, Rory Butcher heading down towards the end of the lap. Right behind him, Vincent Gay, I think in the number 7 Ferrari, the silver car with the yellow bands. Écurie Francorchamps, the team set up by Jacques Soiteurs, the famous Belgian entrepreneur, named of course after the home of the Belgian Grand Prix.
Sounds far better than Écurie Nivelle, I always find. The famously awful circuit that had hosted 2 Belgian Grand Prix before it went back to Zolder and then back eventually to the reshaped Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, 3 more different circuits you could not imagine.
Yes, Grand Prix around an industrial estate on the outskirts of a sort of third-ranked town. Yeah, okay, possibly not, but needs must. Certainly nothing like the majesty of Spa-Francorchamps. So who else are we seeing? Car number 1 just coming towards us. That's the Dario Franchitti, Scott Dixon car. And I'm assuming actually that Dario was in it first. I think that's sort of the way they were planning to do it. John and Jack Minshaw, 333. Sort of a little bit surprised we haven't seen too much from them, but they are shown as stopped. So,
okay.
Yeah,
that's an indication.
Hard to improve if you are stopped out on the circuit.
Another one that is probably stopped out on the circuit, car number 6. That's Aston Martin DB4 GT, Urs and Arlette Muller. In fact, no, one of the bullets is not driving. That's a Hofriger aboard, but whoever was on board, they're stopped at the side of the circuit, so clearly going no faster there.
So Dragon Snake Cobra again looked like Andy Jordan was having a little bit of a gentle lap this time round. If you were in the passenger seat, you would still be sweating bullets, but it is definitely a gentler lap. Checkered flag is out, and so it may well be actually that he is heading into the pit lane, having done what he needed to do.
Right, Nicky Pastorelli was the last one of the top runners to improve time under the 1 minute 29s. He stays in 3rd place. He's moved ahead of Nigel Greenstall into 3rd place. So the top Dutch combo, sharing with John Hugenholtz, is 3rd. That's the number 14 Ferrari, and Nicky Pastorelli doing a fabulously good job.
Nobody on a quicker lap, so I think that is pretty much our grid set. The Puce Dragon Snake, Jordan Whittaker will start at the front of the field. The Ward and Young E-Type car number 4 in 2nd. Dutch contingent, John Hugenholtz and Nicky Pastorelli, car number 14. They will start 3rd. Gooding and Greensall, 4th place in the white E-Type number 179. 5th place, David and Olivier Hart. And again, as we talked about previously, your pace in practice compared to your pace in the race, unless you escape, is not going to be the pace you showed in practice. That's entirely a different beast. So their dark green car in 5th position. We saw Rory Butcher just ending that session in the red E-Type, car number 5. That's up in 6th place. The Gay and Twyman Ferrari 7th. Chandok and Pearson, their E-Type is in 8th. 9th place is the Maton Tetley E-Type, and rounding out the top 10, Cut 7, car number 17, Rob Huff and Richard Mines. Ahead of Bunkum and Button, car number 22, Bob Neville run E-Type, Berman and Vanderlof, Friedrichs and Hadfield again, the number 8, sort of thinking that they might have had a little bit more, but maybe that is actually what a DB4 GT has got here. They are the top Aston, and they are in 13th place. Ollie Bryant didn't get that much pace either out of his car, so car number 59, so that AC Cobra that he shares with Richard Cook, just starting a little behind. So yeah, a couple of cars that might have improved, but
Yeah, but I think we
quite
have to
have the pace.
We touched on it that Jack Minshaw, number 333, the treble 3, that had a problem, stopped out on the circuit. That'll be starting 16th, but I feel that will have a story to tell in the race.
Yes. Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that one because it's unlikely that they're going to start 16th and finish 16th. Well, what a beautiful day again it has been. Did touch on this a little bit earlier, that it's just a work of genius to have the revival meeting after the kids have gone back to school, because as every parent knows, summer holidays are always a bit wet and miserable in the UK, obviously apart from lockdown. But as soon as the kids go back to school, hooray, the sun's got its hat on again and we can all have a wonderful weekend. And so it has proved. Shadows starting to lengthen. We still have more practice sessions. It's only 2:45 in the afternoon. So plenty of time to grab a cuppa. Don't forget that even when the track goes quiet at the end of play this evening, after our first race of the weekend, the Freddy March Memorial Trophy race, certainly there is plenty more to see around the circuit, lots of displays, loads and loads of cars and teams and mechanics and so on in the garages that you can chat to. And over the road, which funnily enough is just over the road from the motor circuit, will be open until 10 p.m. tonight. So somewhere to go and eat. You can watch a band, listen to music, shop to your heart's content. There is lots and lots to do. Don't feel that you have to join the queues trying to get out of the circuit once the final checkered flag drops.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Glorious Goodwood, give me glorious Goodwood on a summer's afternoon and you can keep the rest of the world, in the words of Roy Salvadori, and this is exactly the sort of afternoon that he had in mind. Coming up next, practice continues with the Chichester Cup rear-engined Formula Junior cars, mini Formula One cars. That is going to be highly entertaining, and then fully grown Formula One cars, the 2.5 litre Grand Prix cars, will come out in the Richmond and Gordon trophies. Our track parade this afternoon will be a tribute to Ferrari, celebrating their 75th anniversary this year, and then into some of the real heavy metal, the real crowd-pleasing machinery. The Royal Automobile Club's TT celebration, GTs and prototypes from the early 1960s, and part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy. So you saw the cars earlier, and you will see the cars again with their second drivers in them. Then the Lavant Cup. This year the Lavant Cup is going to be a hard one because it's for MGBs, almost all of which are white roof and red body, so that's going to be pick one from these dozen cars. And then racing begins at the end of the afternoon with the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. We saw them practicing this morning. Our grid is set. It is a true two-driver hour-long race evoking the spirit of the Goodwood 9 hours, and that will be on track at 6:25 this evening. And again, as we said earlier, there is no need to think that when the circuit goes quiet, that is the end of the fun, because the fun never stops.
And it's not sublime to ridiculous, but it's from glorious closed cockpit GT cars to cars that make me smile. Formula Juniors, we have them here in 3 different iterations. This is the latest iteration, the engine behind the driver. And the body shape changed very quickly. It was the British constructors who took that route the soonest. And some great examples out there. Car 54, lovely little Lola Mark III, Peter de la Roche, and he'll be one of the quickest drivers out there. And look, Martin, at the flow he's achieving.
And what a very different looking car this is to anything else that's, I mean, these Formula Juniors are the classic cigar tube shaped doodlings of any 1960s schoolboy, of your early scale electric set. But look at this, squash nose at the front already at that stage. Eric Broadley thinking about the airflow over the car. So low frontal area, a little bit of a higher cockpit to encompass the driver, cutaway underside to the side of the car as well, beside the driver. Look at the way that it cuts in underneath. I mean, it's a very different shape to the cigar tube shape. And actually, while we're looking at the Lola, just a little thought as well for Mike Blanchet, who was the sales director at Lola, one of the driving forces, the kind of financial, if you like, man who helped keep Eric Broadley on the straight and narrow through so many years. Mike Blanchet sadly passing away earlier in the week, so thoughts with his friends and family, of which certainly friends in the motor racing world he had an enormous number. But yeah, almost all of these cars will be Ford engine, the 105E Anglia engine. So that became enormously popular, took over from the A-Series engine, which was sort of the mainstay, particularly for British-built Formula Juniors in the early days.
Well, the ones from overseas, particularly from Italy, very, very strong. In the early days of Formula Junior, they tended to put Fiats in there. Well, you take what's local, what's around. Now, who's quickest? It's car number 54, Peter de la Roche. We've just been watching him, but he just, not so long ago, it was the Hibbard car, number 20, Andrew Hibbard, driving the white Lotus Ford, and he's going very well there. Here he comes up the rise. He'll probably go faster this time around. Let's take a look. But he's got clear of the traffic, just moving ahead of 55. The really, really long nose on the Elva for Formula Junior. That's a works guy, ex-Chris Ashmore, now driven by Chris Drake. But well, Lotus didn't get many things wrong when it came to single-seaters in the late 50s going into the early 60s. And car number 20, the Lotus Ford 20, is precisely the answer that is correct.
And we so often talk about these Formula Junior cars in this period with the mid-mounted engines and with disc brakes as being mini Grand Prix cars. Of course, we've seen Grand Prix cars of that era. They are basically the same chassis, but with a 1.5 litre engine, which was the capacity of Formula One at the time. So these cars, 1 litre, 1.1 litre, genuinely not that far away. The same Lotus chassis could be a Formula Junior, a Formula 2 or a Formula 1 car, depending on what you had between the driver and the gearbox. Little spin for car number 49. That's a Jotus with a Ford engine.
Jolus. It's an Australian-built car. I'm sure it rhymes with something. I can't think what it is. But now, very cleverly, as he exits St Mary's on the tarmac again, he points which way he wants the faster driver to go through as he recovers. So most drivers who go around Goodwood are not strangers to spinning at St Mary's. Such a tricky corner. If they haven't spun there, they're not trying hard enough, is possibly the angle we should take. But Peter de la Roche, 1 minute 28.6 seconds. He's precisely a second clear of number 12. The Alexis driven very well, as always, by Stuart Roach. And then we mentioned Chris Drake. We could see him just going past Andrew Hibbard as Andrew backed off, and mentioned the Elva Ford. It's car number 55. Take a look at it. Whereas the Lola looks incredibly short from driver through to the nose of the car, the nose on the Lola, it's the Elva, it's in the background of the shot. Wait, third car in that group. There it is. Such a long, low nose. And then the car following that around the circuit, totally different shape. So Formula Junior went through real evolution. Not long before they set up, they looked more like mini van walls with a teardrop shape. And then once the engine went to the rear, of course, that wasn't the right body shape to have. But look at that long nose on the Elva. Great looking car. I love the difference.
But of course, particularly when you had manufacturers like Cooper, who were building Formula 1 cars and Formula Junior cars, the same body shape did both. Same with Lotus, same with Lola. And so when you're building an F1 or an F2 or a Formula Junior car, then yeah, once the engine was in the same place in all categories, and clearly that by this stage, the early 1960s, the mid-engine revolution of sort of 59, 60, 61. In fact, Formula Junior, the mid-engine revolution came before Formula 1. The front-engine cars were outdated by sort of 58. Then Cooper and Bramble, loose nose on car number 55, so the nose has dropped off and is probably making a horrible noise for Chris Drake.
Well, it's not, but it's lower anyhow. It's a low set nose, Martin. Let's take a look. Is that loose? I'm not sure it is. It just always
looks
vibrates.
like there's a little break in the bodywork. Yeah,
it's not a nose. It's a proboscis, one feels in this case. So still Peter de Roche atop of the charts. 1 minute 28.6, and it has every reason to go loose, but it is. I think you just foresaw the future. Hand up. I don't know if he's signalling to himself that I've been a fool, but anyhow, this is the car that's third fastest. That will not help. 12 minutes remain. Will he get it fired up again?
Do you know what? That has got the real look of a Lotus Indy car about it, hasn't it? Super low.
It's good that he's back in. It'd be so ignominious to have a little rotation and still with half the session have to sit it out. You can see the car just twitching away, and again he's trying to be super smooth, not make any sudden movements that would bring the tail around, but unfortunately once you get on the grass, well, that's what happens.
Yeah, a little bit of drizzle earlier on won't have helped the grass find any more traction, or won't help the drivers find any more traction from the grass.
For what I don't want to hear is a car with a misfire. Car number 72, the Ren, pale yellow, Martin Bullock driving that, and that is not making a nice sound as it heads past the pits down to Madgwick. Oh, another car in problem, car number 35, that's an Envoy. Got John Hutchison pulling off in that, so they're falling a little, not just off the track, but a little bit of mechanical failure there.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I think that was a little bit more ran out of talent, actually.
Okay.
He was looking to go around somebody and wasn't entirely convinced that the gap was where he hoped it was going to be. So it is the Envoy, it is John Hutchinson, but I think that was driver error rather than carnage.
And again, you can see just that very small gravel trap, and he's dropping those little stones on the circuit. Nobody's friend. When you've gone through a gravel trap, people like you to drive over the grass as far as you can, so that the gravel can shake its way clear. No real change at the top, except it's getting closer. He was 6/10 clear, Peter de la Roche, but now it's only 4/10 of a second. And the second fastest car number 12, the Alexis Ford, Stuart Roach, is closing in all the time and has just set the fastest second sector each of the lap, as with all circuits. Has 3 timing sectors, and that little bluff Lola that Martin likes so much is doing a really good job. It's got a bit of traffic, has it, Seaton? Well, he's dived up the inside anyhow. That moment we have to go, have you seen me, have you? I do not know.
It's all about frontal area, this car, isn't it? It's got a sort of almost quasi-thin feel to the rear bodywork. It's just a little ridge along the rear bodywork, keeps it up nice and high. So, I mean, it's not a shape that translated into anything else. It's a very distinctive looking shape, the Lola Mark III.
And the target has moved because Peter de Roche has been topped. And it's the Roach car number 12, that's gone to the top of the table. The Alexis Stewart driving that really well. He's clear by nearly 0.2 of a second, and between them, 1.5 seconds clear of the best to the rest, which is Chris Drake still, the driver we saw going for that little grassy rotation. So the bright orange livery on the Alexis, nice and easy to spot. Great pace from Stuart Roach, and he's worked the traffic really well, and I think a faster time is up his sleeve. In fact, he's just put in his fastest first sector. And as he goes down the Lavant Straight, the car's splintering in front of him. I think every chance his lap will be a little bit wrecked this time around. He's coming up behind the Di Tommaso Fiat. That's Mike Gregory's car with the Argentinian stripes up its middle. But sometimes the traffic works for you, sometimes against. And in fact, may I suggest that Stuart Roach is pouring his car into Goodwood. He may just be lucky, may not be interrupted.
49 right in front of him, the Jolas, built in Australia. 3 Ford engine cars and one with the Hillman Minx engine. Don't get too many Hillman. Well, you get lots of Hillmans out on racetracks, but not normally powering the cars.
I knew that car when I was looking through the commentary notes would be one that would pick up with your background for cars built in Scotland in the 1960s.
Oh no, they weren't. It was only the Imp that was built in Scotland.
Sorry, Imp not Minx, Minx not Imp. Yes.
Loosely assembled is possibly the better phrase, but the orange car, number 12, is still absolutely fine. The Alexis Ford.
But it needs to go faster because Peter De Roche has responded and gone back to the top by a third of a second. These two are good. 1.7 seconds clear of the best of the rest, which is still the recovered Chris Drake. Andrew Hibbard up to third place, the number 20 early pace set of the Lotus car, number 20, and Joe Colasacco.
Haven't mentioned him at all yet. He's now up to 5th place, car number 3. So that is a red car with silver wheels and a narrow Italian coloured stripe across up the nose. Again, a Di Tommaso. There are 2 Di Tommasos, both with Fiat engines in the field.
I've got him down as driving a Ram.
Oh no, I beg your pardon. Yes,
jumped onto number 4.
I have jumped. Yeah, I need somebody else's eyes in. I've got my own teeth today, but I've got the dog's eyes in, so they're not working. You're right. He is a Fiat engine Ram, so red with silver wheel. That's the right colour, but I got the wrong car name. And again, Alexis of Stuart Roach getting just held up at the chicane, and once more it's the Jolus. So I'm not sure how the same car can be right in front of you 2 laps in a row at the chicane, and I bet he was wondering exactly the same himself.
Some would call it bad luck.
Yeah.
Right, a big spread of times, but it's now we've got a third challenger, Andrew Hibbard. He was quick right at the start of the session. He has now got below the 129. So top 3 cars by under half a second, and the best of the rest in 4th place is Chris Drake. He's at 1.5 seconds further back. See, we've got 3 in the playpen. Peter De La Roche, Stuart Roach, Andrew Hibbard. Can they work the traffic? 7 minutes remain.
Andrew Hibbard, if you're looking at your race card going, there is no car number 20. He's in your race entry as car number 51. That is car number 20. It's a white Lotus with a black noseband and a black stripe up the centre of the car. Looking at car number 4 as well, that's the Di Tommaso of Mike Gregory. Again, red car with a sort of buff beetle back, if you like, sort of Cooper style back, and the Argentine colours. Now coming down into the first corner with the checkered nosebands.
Oh, checkered flag.
I do know who's that. Oh, checkered, no, 6:40. Still 6 minutes 40 to go. Now we pick up car number 20. And that is Michael Hibbard.
And again, the rear shots as he went through between the first and second pass of Madgwick, you can really see when someone's pressing on. And Andrew Hibbard goes to the top, 1 minute 27.3. So he caught the top 2, who were way clear of the best of the rest. And now he's not only caught them, he's passed them. He's clear by 3/4 of a second. So there is more to come. And it was a real case. He got caught in traffic, but I think he was just getting his tyres right, getting his brain right, and then attacking. Andrew's always at the front end of any field he's in.
Now look at the green Lotus you can see coming towards the camera, car number 147. That's a Lotus 18. This is a Formula Junior car. A Lotus 18 is also a Formula 1 car in which Stirling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix famously with those alloy side body panels removed. So that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. When we say these are mini Grand Prix cars, it's not just they look like Grand Prix cars, they're not even smaller than Grand Prix cars, they've just got a smaller engine. That is the Lotus 18. You could race it in Formula Junior, Formula 2 and win Grand Prix in it if you were as talented as the Lexus Stirling Moss.
But if you took one of these Lotus 18s, whether in Formula Junior, Formula 2 or Formula 1 spec, and put it next to a contemporary Formula 1 car, it would look like it was a scale model, half size. It's only the right size to fit a small driver, a small engine and a small gearbox.
Absolutely. And when Formula 1 was a 1.5 litre category, then they were definitely small 4-cylinder engines, so the actual size of the engine and transmission package still works. The car remains the same. And in those classic Lotus colours, of course, Stirling Moss winning for Rob Walker in Rob's colours, dark blue with the white noseband. You'll see that on a car here in the Graham Hill commemoration parade as well.
Now notably, of course, when the cars suddenly became a lot smaller, you no longer had drivers like Jose Froilan Gonzalez, the Pampas Bull, drivers of a more fulsome sort of figure. So those privateers and some of the works drivers of the 1950s simply, the game moved on, and their body shape has not been seen in Formula 1 ever since.
No, Froilan Gonzalez probably weighed as much as a Lotus 18 does, fully fueled and ready to go. But the early Grand Prix cars of the late 1940s, early 1950s were big, heavy front-engine things. That's bad news for the Di Tommaso.
Mike Gregory.
And a big crumple of the nose.
Exit of St Mary's, so he's got it wrong through St Mary's and into the drop on the far side. It would have been a small loss, but unfortunately across the track, and then you've got next to a blink of an eye, and then that is why why the tyre wall is there and it's done its job, but unfortunately his car a little crumpled at the front end.
Yellow flags are out with 4 minutes to go in the session, so we are unlikely at the moment to see any improvement. I think probably stationary yellows will remain out because the car is not far from the racing circuit itself.
Red flags. That's no surprise. Actually, really unfortunate for the car that set the early pace, car 54, Peter de la Roche, because he just banged in the fastest first sector of anyone. He was looking to close 3/4 of a second on Andrew Hibbard, but that is not going to happen now. So,
well, we're going to have 2 fantastically quick front row starters, aren't we? So that's going to be highly entertaining. Hibbard, de la Roche, Roach and Drake, Colasacco and Hicks. A nice mix of manufacturers of different cars, different looks, and very close indeed. Well, that's the car just going at the top of the shot, looping around, and a couple of dings with the barrier. It did look as though the nose had been pretty well crumpled. So the cooling system radiator will be at the front. Hopefully that will be okay. Hopefully the chassis has remained intact, but I'm not quite sure what they've got in terms of bodywork or the ability to work on it. That is a very bent Di Tommaso. And the Argentine colours, because Alejandro Di Tommaso was from Argentina, came across in the 1950s to Europe as following in the footsteps of Fangio and a host of other South American drivers, particularly from Argentina, and then later from, of course, in the 70s and the 80s from Brazil and so on. But Alejandro Di Tommaso settling in Italy, again, like Fangio, like so many others have since from Argentina, and setting up his own car company. Well, not so many of the other Argentines who came over have done that.
No, that did separate him, and no, bless him for producing the gorgeous-looking Mangusta, but the car I've always craved. I saw one once in the States in just an understated bright yellow livery, but it just looked right. Before the Pantera got bigger and larger and wider, when it was still in its original...
Would still love Pantera. All the economy of a big Ford V8 and beautiful in a beautiful Italian suit,
but sold through the Ford dealership network. So that was the crux, and that's why that was their biggest selling car. But so unfortunate there for Mike Gregory. But what a great session! And again, just looking out around the outside, the circumference of the circuit, the dress that people have found for this weekend. There is such an effort going on. If only we'd made it, Martin. Look at us in our sweet jackets.
I think this is possibly the only place where it is easier to dress for the occasion as a man, because all you need is a pair of chinos and a tweed jacket, and you're made. For the ladies, though, there aren't very many 50s and 60s outfits in charity shops. It is an awful lot more of a search. So every single one of you who has made the effort to come and look fabulous, don't think that all of the effort is not appreciated, because every single person here is part of the backdrop that is the Goodwood Revival, and you're all a part of what makes this place so special.
20 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. And holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
We have always believed that lavish personal space is essential to an unrivaled experience. Our perfectly sized ships are the ultimate vessels to explore the world and discover the freedom of having unrivaled space at sea.
Well, welcome back then to Goodwood Revival 2022. If you do want a little bit of a break from all the action which has been taking place on the circuit, well, come and have a wander around and you might find yourself here underneath the barrel bomber where David and myself are. A bit of a nod here to some epic pieces of machinery, not that are going to be seen on the track, but just a bit of a nod, David, to some of these fighter jets that we've seen from yesteryear.
Well, of course, Goodwood Circuit's history was RAF West Hampton, and you can see just over there, it still actually serves as an airfield. So this side of the track, in the middle of the track, because Goodwood became one of those tracks we saw all over the country that developed out of airfields. Right on the perimeter of the track, it was really just the perimeter road, and that's why it's such a fast flowing track. But here, yeah, on this side of the track, we've got all sorts of planes on shore, and don't they look fantastic?
They do, and it's been quite the spot for people to come and capture this moment as well in terms of photography. But just look at how much everyone's enjoying it down there as well. I'm going to go and doorstep some people shortly and see exactly what they've been making of today so far. David, though, in terms of what we've seen already, what's really captured your attention?
Well, it's all about the cars this morning and seeing them for the first time. What machinery we've got, what metal we've got out there, and some of the drivers, of course, we just saw in the Stirling Moss there. Jensen Button doing quite well, but Karoon Pippingham in qualifying, and Scott and Dario, they've got some work to do. So it was great to see that sort of calibre of drivers in some glorious cars.
Yeah, Karoon finished 9th there. Jensen and his partner Alex, they were 11th. And then, as you mentioned, Dario Franchitti, he was down in 15th. So a little bit of work to get done by those three drivers, or their three pairings, all in the same car as well, Jaguar E-Type. So parity should be okay for them. Anyway, should we go and have a little wander? I'm going to go and speak to someone because I feel we're here in amongst it all this side. Beforehand, we were upstairs on the assembly area, which was for people with a pass. So I'm going to wander. Someone might talk to me. I'm going to look for someone in some brilliant vintage clothing as well.
I think we've got somebody here looking very glamorous.
Hello. Hello. What's your name?
Deborah.
Deborah, love the outfit. Is it your first time at Revival, and what brings you here if so?
Well, my husband, he just really wants to come along. So, yeah, we're here, we're having such a great time.
Yeah, what have you made of it so far? If it's your first time, what's kind of really captured your attention?
Oh, it's just amazing. It's just the best thing. There is so much to see. Everybody looks fantastic. Well, you just got to come here and I'll be coming back.
Tell me about your outfit. It's exciting, isn't it, to get dressed up and really put on this vintage costume?
Definitely, yes. Yeah, a friend of mine, she's been coming for a few years, and she said to me, I have some bits and pieces if you want to borrow. So I said, okay. So I had a black dress anyway. She said, that's fine, you can dress that up. I've got some furs. So I've got some costume jewellery, an old handbag, which I've borrowed. So, yeah, she said, you'll be fine.
You look fabulous. You look the part. Have a wonderful rest of your first time here at Revival.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well,
let's go over here. David's found somebody else.
I think I've found a military man here. Tell us all about that. I believe that's the King's Cap.
Crown Royal Navy.
I used it for Goodwood all the time, but now it's back in vogue again, obviously, with the death of our late Queen. And that's it.
Not your first time at Revival then?
Love the Revival. It's one of our go-to places every year.
What brings you here? What's your favourite thing when you come along here?
Oh, it's definitely the motor racing. And I'm also with someone who's a bigger petrol head than myself, I might add, that's done all the rallies, the Italian stuff and everything in the cars. But it's just the whole ambience, the atmosphere, the amount of people that are here from different countries as well, all wearing black armbands, which I think is an ultimate sign of respect. And it's just amazing.
Are you going to be spending the whole weekend here?
We are. We're here for the 3 days as usual, which is really nice.
We were just saying, even with 3 days, you just about get around this whole site.
Oh, you won't see it all. You won't see it all.
No, it's there. No. Are you enjoying it?
I love it. I just love seeing beautiful old cars that are worth a fortune being driven like they should be driven. And it's just what it should be about, isn't it? And I think maybe at the moment it's what we all need, a bit of nostalgia and a nice quiet time to just reflect, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a lovely atmosphere already this way. We're only half a day into the event, so well, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Very nice to meet you both.
Lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You meet such characters, don't you, here, David? I mean, it's fascinating to hear everyone's stories and what brings them here, either first-timers or people that have been coming for many years. I mean, there is so much to see. I don't know if we've got time. If we do, come this way. Just follow us. Because we did mention they had an Egyptian theme. We kind of teased it, but I really want to go in there and show you exactly what's happening. I'm not particularly going to say they're acting, because it's real, remember. It's all real here, isn't it? If you go in here... David and I got chased by a mummy a little bit earlier, a real-life mummy. He's come back from times gone by, hasn't he, to scare us, I'm going to say. If we just come around here, so this is the Drivers Club. So if you are driving here or are a member, you get a chance to go in this special place here. We're just going to pass by. We've met this man before. Thank you very much for letting us in. So
thanks for letting us in.
Have a little wander here, and we'll see... It's quite hot in here, in Egypt, of course. So we do get this lady here who usually brings an umbrella over to us because it's quite warm down here, David, isn't it? And then look at what we do have over here as well. 2 camels. Of course, we have camels. We're in Egypt. So it's just to set the scene. It's absolutely brilliant. You really feel like you have been taken to Egypt, David, don't you?
Yeah, as with everything at Goodwood, the attention to detail is absolutely incredible. All the cast of characters here, including the mummy, are just absolutely fantastic. As you say, they've got people shielding us from the sun, which is thankfully still here, and 2 live real camels.
Well, I'm going to go and chat to our friend who's been looking after us quite a lot, haven't you, sir? Can you tell us a little bit about Egypt here and what's been going on? Obviously, it's quite hot, isn't it?
Yes, well, it's very hot in Egypt all year round, and today is a very important day because we have just discovered Tutankhamun. So yes, we have some nice camels as well that have come out. Everyone's having a very nice time, but we cannot do much digging because everyone is messing up the site.
Everyone's messing up the site. It's quite busy on this excavation site, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's a very exciting time. I just wish everyone would get out of our way. We can't really get much work done.
We'll get out of your way because the race is about to start with a practice session. Thank you so much. Good luck with your discoveries. I mean, there's a load going on here, David, but for now, I think we should say goodbye to the camels, goodbye to Egypt, and hand back over to our commentary team.
No camels here. The groundsman is very specific about that. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of practice on Friday here at the Goodwood Revival 2022. Martin Haven, Bruce Jones in the box at the moment, and cars heading out on track for our session for the Richmond and Gordon trophies. So the cars that you're seeing are the 1954 to 1960 is the period, so we're seeing the translation from front-engine Grand Prix cars. You're seeing the likes of the Lotus car number 1 there, Lotus 16 of Miles Griffiths driving Philip Walker's car, and we will also have rear-engine cars. So this is the last of the front-engine pre-war era, just kind of fading away as the, predominantly Cooper-driven rear-engined cars took over.
There will never be a time in Grand Prix racing again when the diversity of cars is as great as it was when those pesky little British constructors decided they were going to do things differently. And you put them alongside the van walls and the big front engine Ferraris, and they literally disappeared. They were so small but so nimble. And famously at the Argentinian Grand Prix, where Stirling was driving, and Stirling Moss, and his tyres were down to the canvas beneath, but didn't require a pit stop, and that just showed the days of the front engine car were coming to a close. They were big, they were heavy, they were great to watch, but suddenly there was a revolution.
And part of it was, I mean, again here, look, Lotus 18, car number 18, behind the huge red Ferrari D50. Now, already we've had a spinner down. That's, again, at the exit St Mary's, isn't it? This is a 20-minute session. There is quite a lot of dark sky overhead, actually, which is coming down the coast from Brighton, which is a little bit of a worry. But car off there is one of the Coopers, and I'm not sure which one.
I think it's one of the T51s. We'll have a look. We've also got the T53 Lowlines. I think it's one of the earlier models. So here, classic example. You've got the big pannier tank to the front. One of the leader of those two red cars is the car with the best sound in the meeting, the Lancia D50, that eventually, when Lancia pulled out, became a Ferrari, and in behind the Ferrari 246 Dino, of which there are two here, but Tony Smith has been campaigning his an original 246 Dino for decades. But again, they were the cars that were superseded by these glorious little rear engine cars. Not glorious if you're sitting up high with an engine in front of you, because you suddenly have got a different equation beneath you.
Yeah, it's the Ford Galaxy versus Mini conundrum there. You're looking here at car number 12 on your big screens. This is Martin Stretton. And
Sam Wilson. Easy trick to mistake, because it's again driven fast, that's a clue, but also a helmet with a lighter green colour thereupon. Red flag, a drapeau rouge, so the cars are coming in, because obviously with that Cooper spilled to the side of the circuit, it means they will go out again, but they're yes, bright green and dark blue helmet of Sam Wilson. That was going well, but a lot of people didn't get a lap on the board. But the driver who did, car number 1, Miles Griffiths, Philip Walker's Lotus 16. It was the car we saw. I think it was the first one out of the paddock, out of the collection area. 1 minute 24, so very quick time. But for everyone else, you're going to have to come back in. A lot of the cars have actually missed the pit entry. They're sitting down on the grid where they don't really need to be. But there will be time as Cooper number 20.
So 24, yeah, that's
okay.
Ingo Stoltz.
Ingo Stoltz, it's an ex-Brabham Monaco winner, so from 1959, so a tip-top car. That was Jack Brabham's first of 2 championships for Cooper, and that was the one that really did herald the end of those big, giant beauties with the engines up front.
Yeah,
small,
Enzo Ferrari persevered, didn't he, with the Dino through 1960.
Well, Aston Martin came in with their front engine car.
Yes, too little, too late. There's the Lancia D50, and again, when Lancia pulled out, that was the team was then run by Enzo Ferrari, and so effectively 3 Scuderia Ferrari cars, although only 2 named as Ferraris. And also coming into the pit lane then, that Aston Green, car number 14, that's the Kieft with a Climax engine, again, front engine car, Nigel Batchelor driving that. And you're right, Sam Wilson, it's that psychedelic Porsche livery, green and purple rather than light green, dark green, with the Ronnie Peterson helmet, car number 49,
Andrew Beaumont.
laced all colours, Andrew Beaumont. And here is Miles Griffiths. And again, this is the classic schoolboy front-engined Grand Prix car, isn't it? You know, this Lotus 16, the van wall had a very similar shape with a high tank, with a tank behind the driver, the high back to sort of tidy up the airflow, and the long, slim nose, canted over engine. Try and get that bonnet line as low as possible.
But though Lotus went from this, the engine up front in the 16, to the 18, put it in the rear, relative to the other front engine cars, the Colin Chapman weight was still smaller, lower, lighter.
And Chapman struts and all sorts of things going on that became, you know, really his design language. So, you know, you look at that and you go, yeah, well, that's a standard, you know, spring and damper unit, as we see on almost every car everywhere, but you don't see them on race cars. The Chapman strut was again one of his many little innovations that just did so much to keep moving the game along.
Right, what else is moving along? The weather is changing as we speak. It suddenly went a lot darker, so when the drivers go, they've still got 16.5 minutes left on the clock while we have this red flag period. And just to reiterate, it was the Cooper Climax T51 Ingo Stoltz that's had a little prang, and that is being moved away from the circuit. But down in the pit lane, it's a chance to assess. But look at those dark clouds up in the background.
We're ignoring the dark clouds. We're ignoring dark clouds. The car you're just looking at there, car number 58, another Lotus 16, another Climax engine car. Ewan Sergeson driving that. And Ewan Sergeson is a man who always likes to dress the part and to look the part. This car driven in period. Can you guess who one of the drivers in period was associated with this car? Graham Hill. So Ewan with his Villiger Tash from a couple of weeks ago, but an ex-Graham Hill Lotus, and his helmet for this particular drive has the colours of the London Rowing Club, made famous by Graham Hill, and then also used, of course, by his son Damon when he became world champion. Damon was never quite so much of a twiddler of the tash as Graham was, though.
No, he wasn't. But Ewan, anything that Graham drove is something he wants to drive. He drives the mid-70s Embassy Lolas as well. But great to see. Again, it's dressed for the occasion. So for these drivers, it's a case of, well, quick, slow. They were just building up to speed. We did get several fast laps on the board, but the only one that was serious was Miles Griffith. He's always quick, and the Lotus 16 that Philip Walker owns is always a competitive tool. But we'll see what the best of the rest can do when they get out.
Just saw Andrew Wills there, car number 2, which is sort of dark-ish, not quite British Racing green, but a BRM P48. It's a very dark green livery, and it's got that familiar propeller badge on the front of British Racing Motors. And again, you know, very straightforward, very simple look to the cars. Simplify and add lightness. It was Colin Chapman's motto, and it definitely worked when you're looking at the smaller engine Grand Prix cars and the Formula Juniors and so on. Dark skies overhead. We're not going to let that dampen our enthusiasm. And off goes the Cooper. Again, that classic Beetleback Cooper look of their first rear engine cars. Now here's again, you know, a car that arrived just too late, looking at the Scarab, American designed, built and entered Grand Prix cars, but came in after the guillotine had basically fallen for the front engine cars. And so one brief final hurrah for the Scarabs with their Offenhauser engine, not full-size IndyCar engines, but from the same manufacturers, and it looks exactly like an Indy Roadster. Offset seating position.
2.5 litres rather than the full thing. But this is a car that's always driven brilliantly by Julian Bronson. He's a big brawny guy, and he likes big brawny cars. And again, it looks great. And that livery on the side with the Scarab Beetle surrounded by the pair of Cobras. I love to
probably feeling very at home in the Drivers' Club, obviously. Scarab being very much an Egyptian symbol. Interesting to note, by the way, when we're talking about ancient Egypt, how long the Egyptian Empire was, that Cleopatra lived closer to today than she did to when the Great Pyramids were built. So think about that. The Empress Cleopatra of ancient Egypt, when she was the Queen of ancient Egypt, they were already having archaeology digs on some of the ancient Egyptian monuments that had preceded her by nearly 3,000 years. So Cleopatra lives closer to the modern day than she did to the beginning of the ancient Egyptian empire. History is a very strange thing, and there are very many wormholes. Looking here at car number 38, the 2416, this is Richard Wilson's car. So two of these final hurrahs of the front-engined revolution, or dinosaurs even, as the rear engine revolution came in. 246, very straight nomenclature, 2.4 litre V6 engine. Ferrari on occasions has got a very, very straightforward way of numbering cars, and then occasionally they go, right, we're going completely left field and off the bat, and we're going to call it a 1293. Why?
Yeah,
no reason.
We like to follow
it.
Oh no, veer completely away from historical predominance and all that went before. Yes, it's a bit of a bugbear for me, but I'll let it go, because when the cars looked as great as this properly named car, the 2416, this is the one we don't see so much of. This is Richard Wilson's version, but Tony Smith in the field. His is car number 11, and driven so beautifully.
And of course, if you're talking about Grand Prix cars and great shaped Grand Prix cars, the Scarab, yes, we understand, absolutely. Lancia D50 looks like nothing else with those enormous fuel tanks between the wheels. No other car ever went there. And for reasons that, looking at it, you can probably understand, the first thing that gets damaged in any accident is the fuel tank when it's stuck out, and it basically is where the accident heads to. The other thing we're looking at is there are a couple of Maserati 250Fs by Sir Stirling Moss's reckoning, the finest car he ever drove, and certainly a very pretty car indeed. Well, here is the Lancia D50. Big engine, needed a lot of fuel, not enough room in the chassis. What we're going to do, we'll make the chassis longer. No, that won't work because it won't go around corners. We'll make it taller. That won't work. Where are we going to put the fuel then? Hang on, lads. I've got a great idea.
Yeah, but don't forget, by the early 70s, quite a few of the cars that the driver was sitting, no imagination required, inside petrol tanks, either side on the flanks. The McLarens were particularly bulbous, M19 sort of days as well, but they weren't externally mounted as these ones were. However, may I just say, when the cars do get released to complete the session, we've now got 12 minutes on the clock, so they've lost a few minutes while we've been waiting to try and keep to the timetable. Close your eyes when the field comes around, and when you hear the most aggressive roaring sound coming around, that will be Steve Tellack in that bright red Lancia D50. It is the most aggressive sounding engine, brackets, one of my favourites of the entire meeting.
Yeah, he must actually love being in that car. I think the drivers are being told that hopefully we are getting ready to restart relatively soon. Such is devoutly to be wished. Car number 4, and we talked about Aston Martin arriving again, too little too late, bringing a front-engined knife to a rear-engine gunfight. This is the DBR4, and that's David Wenman at the wheel. Well, you know, any racing Aston Martin is relatively rare from the 1950s and 60s, and a Formula 1 Aston Martin is definitely, you're in a class of not very many if you've ever driven one. So it's great to see so many different shapes, because obviously a lot of these cars raced only briefly in period, but it's nice to bring them all back out together. And it just tracks, you know, one of the great things about the Revival is that you can put a field together for a race that tracks the evolution of the sport and just sort of shows exactly why certain things happened. And you see the front engine cars against the rear engine cars on track, and you can understand exactly why.
Yeah, and also in those days the rule book was far more wide open than now, far less prescriptive, and the quantum leaps were proper quantum leaps when they came in terms of technology, just imagination. But also over the years people have looked at Formula 1 teams, at Grand Prix teams, and a lot of major manufacturers just admire the speed of thought, the speed of making these ideas occur. And don't forget, in the early days of McLaren, I'll pick on McLaren because in the 1960s, when Bruce stopped being a works Cooper driver, started building his own cars, he was an engineer. Having been brought up in New Zealand, it was make, do and mend, because you couldn't afford the new cars coming over. But he had a band of largely Kiwis who turned up at the end of the runways at Colnbrook to a building that didn't have a proper floor on it, and the engineers and mechanics begged for jobs. Some of them did it hoping to race, and one of them was Howden Ganley, who of course then went on to race in Formula 1, but they thought on their feet and they were constantly making little changes. I don't think the sport has ever been more dynamic. Now you go to a top Formula 1 team, how many people in the design department? Oh, about 100. Who does a whole car? Nobody now. So it's a very different game.
Well, I think in those days, you know, you look at, say, 2 Brabhams here or 2 Coopers, and they will all have little differences. It's not because nobody can build them the same. It's because they weren't built the same. They were built different. Every time you laid down a new chassis, it was everything you knew, plus a couple of clever ideas that you'd thought of. And so the game moved on. And actually, some of these cars, you talked about the fuel tanks again, some of these cars are really quite scary. If you look in some of the Coopers, there is no seat back. The seat back is a formed fuel tank. That is literally what you are sitting on and in. The fuel tank is your seat. Now, if that's not enough to give you the heebie-jeebies, I really don't know what is, and that's why it took a long time for drivers to be convinced that they needed to wear seatbelts in cars, because for many, many years, for a couple of decades, 3 decades, maybe 4 decades, it was actually much safer to be thrown out and away from the accident. Off and away goes Malcolm Cook in the Connaught C-type, British Racing Green, as Connaughts always were, and it's that sort of cheese wedge shape that becomes a horizontal cheese wedge at the back. He is having a distinct failure to proceed, though. The car started and then has had a little bit of a chunter and doesn't want to continue very much further, as we pick up Richard Wilson's Ferrari 246 Dino.
Okay, 11 minutes to play with. There's only a restart for 12 minutes. The target time, 1 minute 24.1 seconds. That was the pace set in the car number 1, rather fittingly. Ex-Graham Hill Lotus, Climax engine Lotus number 16. Miles Griffith aboard. Will Nuttall was the next best of times, but pretty much apart from Griffith's time, no one was fully up to speed. No. So we'll see a real scramble and a rainbow. So there was enough rain to get. Well, it's artist. It's stage setting, frankly.
The rainbow means there is rain. and it hasn't arrived at the circuit yet. However, it does appear to have blown past us, which is very good news. Those of you who are on the Lavant Straight with the clouds behind you will be well aware of that. We're looking out from a window overlooking the pit. So Sam Wilson goes across the line. He's the first to start a flying lap. And there is water on the camera lens now down the final corner.
The final corner, in fact, you can see it. Oh, is that a little bit of spray or was it a little bit of
No, that was a big puff of smoke as somebody got caught out under braking. Not as dry as previously advertised, I'm suggesting.
Braking point has now moved, but the corner's where it was, but your braking point
saw a marshal walking along in the background with his hands waving up and down in that slow down sort of motion, but not actually towards the drivers, more towards the fellow marshals. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, you can see twiddling the wheel here.
And Will Nuttall, I mentioned he might be going fast. One of the low-line Cooper T53s. He's car number 10. He just banged in the fastest first sector of anyone. So look out for him. He's getting up towards the midpoint of the lap. So is he going to go into the 1 minute 23 is the target. 1 minute 24.184 still with the number 1 Lotus, Miles Griffiths. So maybe those bragging rights are about to be removed. It's short, it's quick fire. We're under 9, just over 9 minutes remain.
That's the time that Miles set earlier. Look for Sam Wilson. It's your absolutely classic Cooper colours. British Racing Green with the Cooper stripes, car number 12. Low line Cooper Climax, by which they mean it hasn't quite got the high front nose of the earlier cars, the T33s and so on. So Sam Wilson with his psychedelic helmet coming over and starting a lap right below us. He's got following company actually another Cooper in a more British Racing Green. Wilson's car is more sort of dark Aston green, if you like.
And Will Nuttall has gone to the top as one of the Lotus 16s. Number 19 goes for a spin. That's Joaquin Folk Rossi. No unusual mistake, but again, it's proving the end of the lap, the approach of Woodcote. Oh, what a dreadful place to be slightly greasy, but the rest of the track appears to be dry for now. But the top 2 cars covered by under a tenth of a second. Will Nuttall going ahead of the driver who was fastest before the stoppage, Miles Griffin. So Miles is going to have to fight back.
It's a little bit wayward as well through the first corner, Madgwick. See a couple of cars wagging their tails, looking again at number 19, the front-engine Lotus 16. Joaquin Folch-Rusenol, cameras picking up now, dial of opposite, another low-line Cooper Climax, that's Will Nuttall, car number 10. British Racing Green with the classic Cooper colours, and out of the cockpit as a thanks to Sam Wilson for letting him go by. I'm not sure whether Wilson had his own little moment. Will Nuttall is fastest. Miles Griffiths second in the Lotus 16 and Sam Wilson third in his in his Cooper, sorry.
Yeah, but Sam had a bit of a problem in the second of the 3 sectors. That is how Will Nuttall went flying past, but Sam has got the potential here to be very quick indeed. He's only good for third at the moment, nearly 2 seconds down, but this is early days in this restarted, revamped session, but certainly Will Nuttall flying in that number 10. It was Bruce McLaren's car from 1960. No wins, but second in the championship behind his own teammate. Of course, that was Jack Brabham, who took that second title in a row with Cooper.
Charlie Cooper, the autocratic boss of the company, riled a few people up. Brabham left, McLaren left, quite a few left to set up teams thinking, I can do that better.
Well, it was a little bit like going into a building where someone's set some fireworks off already, and Owen Maddock, the designer, would hide in his design office and just get on with the job in hand. But still, phenomenal success. Right, Will Nuttall has improved. He's gone down to 1 minute 23.7. The number 2 BRM is in the mix as well. That is Andrew Willis and Charles McCabe's car. So great looking car. Absolutely love the P48. It's low, it's short, but
looks the part, doesn't it? Really looks the part. Again, picking up car number 1, the Lotus 16 Miles Griffiths. That car is still in the frame. Half a second, first to second. Will Nuttall's just gone faster again on the last lap to retake the advantage, open up the gap over Miles Griffiths. Yeah. So it's a real front engine, rear engine battle for pole position here.
Yeah, it really is. And Sam Wilson is far from finished. He's third fastest. He's 2 seconds down, but he's going faster and faster. But the top 2, Will Nuttall and Miles Griffiths, who's still relying on that time from the first part of the session. He was the only one to get a pucker flying lap in. Since then, he's not got close to that. So maybe it is all about Will Nuttall. Right, let's take a look at the Scarab. Julian Bronson staying out of the way.
Slowly.
Now, one of the Maserati 250Fs going by, but really, the world has moved on. Yeah, the cars are beautiful, sounded lovely, but the technology was changing. They were car from the mid-50s.
See why he can hear something making a horrible noise. Part of the bodywork has dropped at the rear. It's dragging So the rear pan has dropped, it's dragging. I think he's been off somewhere. I think that doesn't look like its fastener has come undone. I may be doing him a disservice, and actually it doesn't look like there's brass anywhere else, so maybe it is just a fastener that's come loose. But of course, as the air comes under the car, it'll be catching in there, dragging it down onto the ground, and he can clearly hear something scraping away horribly. Here is the BRM.
Up to third now, was fourth, is third, and again the entrance of Mary, you can just see the car twitching, not doing what the driver wanted, so maybe it's a little bit wet out there, maybe not. I think it's largely dry, and I think the only rain fell at Woodcote, but that has stopped, but the drivers are looking to the sky. They'll finish this session, 5 minutes to go, without surely anything else falling down that is going to be serious. Can anyone do anything about Will Nuttall? I think the answer is no, but it's only half a second clear, that's all.
Best lap so far from Andrew Willis in the P48 BRM, heading down the Lavant Straight, and he's got the Connaught in front of him, and he should clear that as he gets through Madgwick, through Woodcote rather, yeah, through, didn't hold him up too much, might be enough just to take the pace out of the car. He was 7/10 away from the front row, or from second quickest, and comes across the line, start another lap, so there's a little bit of space in front of him still.
Right, well what's happening, Martin, is Miles Griffiths is responding again. Since he was fastest before the session with red flags, since then he's been chipping away. He wasn't really close, he was doing 1 minute 26s, he's got back into the 1 minute 24s, has to get into 23s, 1 minute 23s if he wants to take pole position, but he's put in the fastest first sector time of anybody. Maybe he just backed off a little more when the little flurry of rain, being cautious, the wind is picking up again, it's blowing down from the northeast this time, so it's a fluky wind, but I think they'll get through this session before the track does get any precipitation on it. The number one looks great, that Lotus 16, but it was the end of the front engine line for Lotus.
Heading through Ford Wharton down to St Mary's, and then out of Lavant Corner and down the Lavant Straight. So it is front engine car being chased by the rear engine car. Car number one, the Lotus 16 of Miles Griffiths, flying down the Lavant Straight, gets it beautifully set up through Woodcote down to the chicane, needs to find under half a second. Will Nuttall's gone quicker again, but Sam Wilson up to second. First to second is now 3/10. Griffiths is down to, Griffiths is on pole, 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes 52, so
I thought
maybe two more laps.
I thought he needed a 123, he's popped in a 122.8, so no wonder he was so good on that first flying lap, but since then he's been cautious, he's worked through the traffic, he's built up the speed again, looking down in the cockpit. Could it be a Lotus gear change problem, I ask myself?
Well, I don't know, doesn't seem to have any problems at the moment. I wonder if he's got a little clock running there that he might have going, so he knows what's going on. Connaught just in front of him, he'll negotiate that as well. Just before he gets to St Mary's, he won't. So let's see some changes further back at the bottom of the top 10, but it is Miles Griffiths from Will Nuttall and Sam Wilson. So right now, the front end revolution is being rolled back by Miles Griffiths. Still 2 minutes on the clock, so he will get to complete this lap and another. This is not a better lap in any sector. Neither is it for Will Nuttall. Sam Wilson last time round set his best lap. What about the D50?
Well, everybody on the screen, I'd say only 3 drivers out there aren't improving on their times. That whatever little flurry of rain there was when we restarted has cleared away. Yes, another one is possibly coming in. It's dark in our commentary box. We've got tinted windows, very tinted windows, but out on the track, they know the cars, they know the feel, and pressing on. But that target time, 1 minute 22.852 seconds. It's still Miles Griffiths, number one on his car, the Lotus 16. Who else is pushing on? Car 17 being driven very hard indeed, but that's not at the sharp end of the field. In fact, Steve Tillack in that mighty, roaring Lancia D50 is down towards the tail of the pack.
Yeah, all the sound and the fury of these Scuderia Ferrari run cars, but he does not have the pace of, even at that stage, the D50 was a real dinosaur. The Lotus certainly a much better car, and the Aston's had a bit of a spin.
So is that going to interrupt anybody else's progress? We've got 2 drivers setting their fastest sector times. It's Will Nuttall in second place and Sam Wilson in third. Check the flag situation.
I have a feeling we may go red any moment. The car is right on the edge of the track, still on the edge of the track. Here comes Sam Wilson. Is that Will Nuttall behind him? I think it is. Miles Griffiths is in the pit lane, so he has done what he needs to do.
Well, Nuttall is set to go top. Look out for him. He's driving really well. Car number 10. He set the fastest first sector, the fastest second sector of all. Car number 12, Sam Wilson, pushing on to see what he can do, and tucked in behind is Will Nuttall. Will he go to the top?
Red flags were out, so that lap will not count. Well, both of them, I think, they both had a purple sector or 2 purple sectors, so they would have improved. But Miles Griffiths, I think, looks to have been saved by the spin from the number 4 Aston Martin DBR4. So David Wenman has survived that looping moment with no damage to the car. But it is Miles Griffiths in the Lotus 16, the first man to set a time, in fact the only man to have set a quick time before the previous red flag stoppage. He is the man who puts it on pole from the rear engine cars of Will Nuttall and Sam Wilson.
And I think what you have to understand at St Mary's, you have the first part of the corner, then you can't see round to the second part, and between point A and point B, the Aston Martin has just looped around. In fact, he's got halfway around the corner, and just that little kiss of the grass on the outside of the first part of the apex. Round he goes, and the slide across the grass. Am I going to collect? No, I didn't. But again, a dangerous place to be.
He was leaving enough room there for the Cooper to get through, and as a result ended up just fractionally wider than he wanted to. And once you got a wheel on the damp grass, I'm afraid that was only going to go one way. So collecting that all up, and it just stopped before the barriers. So red flags are out, the session stops, and it is Miles Griffiths. We are turning back the clock. The rear engine revolution so far has not happened. It is a front engine Lotus that will start on pole position for the Richmond and Gordon Trophies race.
To Goodwood Racecourse, perhaps the most picturesque in the country. And as usual, there's a full house for Stewards' Cup Day. With the blower in working order, the bookies are happily chalking up the odds. In the paddock, the 22 runners give the customers their last chance of a checker. The field's in line, and they're off, with 6 furlongs to go.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
well, from Egypt a little bit earlier to the restoration yard down here with Stuart Parks from Parks Restoration, which are based on the Suffolk-Essex border for anybody who does need anything being restored in that area of the UK. Stuart, thanks for joining us, and obviously brought some pretty cool motorbikes down here. But before we get into what you have, what exactly do you restore over on that Suffolk-Essex border?
Well, lots of pre-war cars, lots of pre-war motorcycles, anything that's got wheels in it, I'm involved. So I got involved in lots of engine work, lots of cool restoration work on nice pre-war cars. Currently have lots of two-seater sports cars from the 30s and a Rolls-Royce. So lots of a really diverse selection of kit, but yeah, anything and anything.
I mean, okay, you just said your Rolls-Royce then. I mean, talk to us about maybe what you've ever had which has been a favourite piece that has rolled into your garage that you've loved working on.
It's a toss-up. So there's a Type 57C Bugatti, that was a high point, and then there was a supercharged Squire from the 30s, so one of 7 made. Super bit of kit, and customers very brave in letting me test it to within an inch of its life on the roads. So, no, very, very proud moment for me to have those 2 cars in the workshop. Super.
Well, Stu, you brought a little slice of your workshop down here to the Revival, and obviously we're working on this bike, which has definitely seen better days, hasn't it? Is it Josh here's polishing away? What are you up to?
Yeah, so basically, with this, where it survived so long, is a 1920 scooter, essentially. It's lovely just to conserve what's there rather than just paint it all shiny and restore it. So it's a case of strip it, grease it, clean it, and present it in its best original light.
So we'll keep that sort of patina, but make sure it actually works, because it doesn't look like it's actually firing up at the moment.
No, not quite. We're working through it. It's just a lovely thing. I mean, when you get a lovely piece of art, you don't go, oh, it's a bit faded, and repaint it. It's just nice to save it as it is.
So if we come back on Sunday afternoon, you'll be riding this round the paddock?
Yes, hopefully.
And Stu, what is your passion for? Is it 2 wheels? Is it 4 wheels? Like, why did you get invested in this kind of area of work in the first place?
I have to say, 2 wheels is where the passion lies. I mean, I have a number of 2-wheel machines and a lot of 4-wheel machines, but I get a real buzz from kind of bringing things back to life, old rusty things, kind of making them work and shine again. That's great. I get a real buzz out of just bringing them back to life. It's fantastic.
Well, actually, I think David and Stu should have a chat, because David did say to me earlier, some of his classic cars don't look in tip-top condition. So maybe, guys, you should have a chat and we can go over to Amber and see what she's got for us.
Colette, you're here with Minnie. Tell me a bit about what you're doing here at Goodwood Revival.
So delighted to be here at Goodwood Revival. So this year, as you can see, we're actually here with some amazing Paul Smith cars. So we have our Paul Smith Recharge. So this is a classic Paul Smith Mini that has been electrified.
Oh, very amazing.
Cool. And the Mini Strip, which is the car that you see on the other side. Yeah. So that's a concept car that was done with Paul Smith, where they've basically taken an electric Mini and stripped everything superfluous out. So kind of back down to basics, looking at sort of sustainability and different materials, and then obviously just having lots of fun on top of that.
Excellent, that's so amazing. I am in love with this colour, this blue. Was that Paul Smith's choice?
Yes. So very much Paul Smith blue.
Yeah. I love it so much. And has he had sort of his say on like the interiors and the upholstery and things like that as well?
So that was done in partnership with Paul Smith, that car.
Yeah, fantastic, amazing. So Mini, such a classic British brand, also something very, very associated with the 60s, which I must say your outfit is absolutely fantastic. How long have you been involved with the company for?
So me personally, 20 years now. So since the relaunch of Mini, and then a little bit of time away, and then back with Mini for the last couple of years.
Amazing.
So it's lovely.
And so this kind of electrifying is that how you say it? Electrifying the Mini? It sounds very, very exciting. So important, obviously, in terms of sustainability, upcycling, the cars themselves, I guess you could call it. How much of a drive is this at Mini to kind of move towards electric?
It's really, really important to us. So we've set out publicly that we will be a fully electric brand by 2030. So you can see the new Mini Electric over in the corner there, and we're just seeing that car perform so strongly in the market as well. It kind of feels like it's just what's needed at the moment. And then obviously the Recharge project, so electrifying the classic Minis, is just a really nice spin on that. As you say, taking the classics and bringing them into the future as well.
So important. It's brilliant. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you.
I still want to go over there and see those classic Minis. I'm a Mini owner as well, so I definitely want to go and see what they're doing down there. Well, David and I are still down here at the restoration yard, and we've just kind of wandered about 10 metres to the Skills Academy here. And we're about to find out, David, what is going on behind us, aren't we?
Well, it looks to me either they're dismantling or making a Model T Ford. John, you could probably tell us what's going on here.
Yeah, we're rebuilding a 1925 Model T. It came in with no body and no running gear, and we've rebuilt it mechanically, and now we're putting a speedster body on it. The apprentices work in classic vehicle specialists around the country. They go to Brooklands Museum, where we've got an academy for doing coach building training, and they've created this beautiful beast in over the last few weeks.
I mean, you just mentioned there they all go to an academy, Brooklands, of course. How do you get into this kind of industry? How do they kind of go about finding, I guess, a course like that? It's not something that comes around every day, is it?
No, it's not. And the industry has been has not had any apprentice training for about 20 years. We started about 4 years ago. Now we've got 160 apprentices, 130 specialist companies that are taking on the apprentices, and it's really blossomed. And the younger the old boys said, "Oh, the young generation don't want to work in this." Well, they do. They just didn't know it existed.
And tell us about what you're showing us this weekend in particular. Is just having a little snapshot of this build?
We've got the mechanical aspects of the building. So we've got the chassis, the braking systems, the engine, the gearboxes, the drivetrains, and then they disappear, and then the coach builders come on, and then they'll be building the actual bodies, and they'll be developing the panels, making the fuel tanks, and hopefully by tomorrow afternoon or Sunday afternoon, it will be running and driving.
That's really impressive. Really impressive. It's a lot of activity going on in here. That's for sure.
Can I go and speak to one of your academy members? I'm going to go and speak to this lovely lady over here to see. Here we go. One of your tutors. Tell me about the course then. What are you trying to teach? Obviously, you just heard from John over there a little bit about it, but it's only been going for 4 years now. Tell me about kind of who comes through and what the process is like and where they go on from here.
Yeah, so they're all currently employed anyway, so they have to be employed to be on the course, and they work at varying workplaces across the country. We have stretching as far down as Cornwall, Carlisle, all over, and they travel to us for 1 week at a time. They come roughly one every 5 weeks, and in those weeks we sort of divide up the whole skills that are needed to do a job in the restoration/heritage repair industry. So whether that be a whole week on welding, a whole week on fabrication, a whole week on trim, timber, even composites. We try and include as many skills as possible that they might come across. We're aiming to provide them with as many all-rounded skills that they can then go on to any other employment if they wanted. But we find that a lot of the students are actually really happy where they're working. They actually really get on well with their employers, and they're already valuable. They, even from a couple of blocks in, they're already very, very sort of welcomed, and I would say they're quite useful, and they really enjoy it. They do come, and there are certain aspects of the course that appeal to some apprentices more than others, just purely due to the nature. They might be working at a motorsport place, or they might be working at either a timber or a trim specialist, but they do all enjoy the skills that they learn, and they just want to get better, and they love the industry and they love cars.
I mean, thank you. Yeah, it's about obviously fine-tuning and learning some new skills. Thank you very much for your time. I mean, it really kind of plays into the mend and make new theme that we have running here this year, David, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's like a little mini repair shop, but for cars here, just in this little corner of the Revival. It's great to see something that we're going to see transformed over the weekend.
Yeah, well, of course, we did have a red flag, didn't we, a little bit earlier on. That's because we still have some oil on the track at the moment, so we can just see the marshals working really hard there just to clear that up. That was in the Richmond and Gordon Trophy, the practice session there. So we'll bring you up to speed on when we do get some more action out a little bit later. It's meant to be the Ferrari parade in a short while, but before we go to that, let's go back down to the assembly area and see what Ed's got for us.
James Woods. We're here for the 75th anniversary of Ferrari. All Ferraris you kind of recognise, but then there's this. Tell us about this.
It's a 375, which was an F1 car, works car in 1951. Then it went to Indy 500 in 52. The Ferrari sent 4 cars. I think 1 or 2 were works cars, and then they were locally, and this was sponsored by Grant Piston Ring. So it's a nearly 400 horsepower, 600 kilo F1 car stretched chassis.
Amazing, and I see also safety has taken a day off with your helmet. Talk us through your helmet.
Oh, the helmet. Well, this actually, considering it's a demo, this is one of my father's helmets, his first race one from the 50s, which he used here at Goodwood. And I thought, sadly he died early this year, but I thought it was nice anyhow to bring the helmet here, and both our children are in the Shetland Cup, which is a 50s race, and it's then lovely to be able to wear it in a 50s Grand Prix car.
Amazing, what a lovely story. James, enjoy it.
Thanks, Ed. Bye.
It's always great to hear what's going on in the assembly area, of course, where the drivers and the riders prepare before they go out onto the circuit. But we're still down here in the restoration yard before we get back on action with all the track action. And we've just come over here and found Tim, who's bought his shop down here. And Tim is possibly a familiar face to some of you from the repair shop on TV, of course. So, Tim, what have you brought down here this year to Goodwood Revival in 2022? And tell us a little bit about it, please.
Bicycles.
I can see that.
Lots and lots of bicycles. I bought my cycle car down here, which I built. And we've just set up a workshop. This is my 16th year of doing the revival. So, workshop, we're just repairing bikes, just making people aware of the fact that there are people out there that work on this sort of stuff. And it's a good thing to be here.
Well, Tim, I got very excited when I see you, I have to say, because I must confess to being a huge repair shop fan. But it's not all about horsepower, is it, Goodwood Revival? We have all sorts of stuff here, including bicycles.
Yeah, and pedal power. I just, as I say, this is my 16th year of doing it, and it's just a fantastic experience to come here. I've grown up with vintage racing cars. My dad was a racing driver, and it's just been... it's just a pleasure to be here, and just to walk around and look at everybody all dressed up. There's aeroplanes here, there's motorbikes. Every so often the motorbikes will start up in front of us and you can't hear yourself speak. But it's just magic. It's really good.
Considering you've been coming now for 16 years, have you ever been on the circuit or the hill? Have you ever been given that opportunity?
Yes, I'm actually in the Austin 7 parade this year. One year I was asked to ride a bicycle around the circuit. And
what was your top speed?
Well, I was actually on a tradesman's bicycle, so I was doing about, 10, 15 miles an hour. But behind me was an aeroplane. So all I could see was the propeller. So they actually taxied an aeroplane around the circuit, which was just nuts. So, over the years, I've helped organised the Tour de France celebration and also the Giro d'Italia celebration. And I think cycling has got a big heritage here at Goodwood. And of course, the World Championships were actually held at the top of the hill here back in 1982. So it's got good heritage, and it's just brilliant to be here with bikes.
I remember Sir Chris Hoy was here, I believe, last year. He was in one of the races. So we do see, don't we, cyclists come and go. I mean, did you watch him last year? Wasn't he in the mini race?
Yes, he was. I think he's into minis, isn't he, in a big way. But during the Tour de France celebration, which was in 2014, I actually lent him a bike. So he used my own road bike, which was quite cool. It didn't fit him terribly well because he's quite a large fella. But it's just really cool. You meet some amazing people, absolutely brilliant people. So it's cool.
You do indeed. I mean, now that we've put you on the big screens, Tim, I think you'll be getting a lot more attention this weekend. So watch this space. He is here. Well, Tim is down in the restoration yard if you want to come and say hi. But looks like the oil has been cleared up, David. So we're going to go back out to the commentary boys to bring you up to speed with all the action on the track.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And it's lovely to see the Ferraris coming out. So what we are watching now is the 75th anniversary celebration of the Ferrari brand. Enzo Ferrari, of course, started his exploits in motorsport well before World War II. He was a racing driver himself in the 1920s, and then decided to stop driving and get more involved in preparing cars, and then ran the Alfa Romeos in the 1930s, fell out with the Alfa Romeo manufacturer in the late 1930s. Then, of course, World War II came along,
And just after World War II, that was when the Ferrari brand began, 1947. And hence, Keith, we are now celebrating 75 years of Ferraris, particularly from that era that Goodwood was operating, which was the year after Ferrari first came on the scene in 1948. Goodwood appeared and opened up for racing. It had many Ferraris racing here over the years, so we're taking it really through to that period of the mid-1960s of Ferraris.
Ferrari, you've got to say, remarkable single-minded thoughts that went into the manufacture of the brand, as we say, for 75 years worth of it. I mean, some of the iconic vehicles that they've brought forward. I've got to say that Enzo Ferrari, he'd be one of those guys that you'd want to have dinner with, wouldn't he? He'd be if you could ever get inside that particular. Oh dear, you wouldn't want to see that though.
Oh, that's a shame. That's the Ferrari 340 mm, and a very early Ferrari sports car just pulling over, and a Mike Hawthorne car in the 1950s. He had a victory with it. A bit of water out.
No, that's I think that's cement dust where they cleared that water.
Right, okay, yeah.
But as I was saying, Enzo Ferrari, he'd be a guy that you'd want to understand a little bit better than I think most of us do understand his philosophy and the way he thought. He seemed like a very, very hard man. You know, if you watch any of the, I have to say, the mascot didn't bring him a lot of luck, did it? Or is he
No, that's a little bit
out?
of a shame. The mascot certainly didn't work out this time, unless it just fancied having a little sit by the side and watching everybody else.
Yeah, waiting for the rain, as it looked for a moment. It's blown through. I don't know what the Duke of Richmond must do, or whether he's got a direct line somewhere, but he manages to make the weather work for us, doesn't he, quite often?
He does.
And it blew either side, I think, of the track a moment ago. As we even saw rainbows in the distance, but none of them seemed to touch us here, which was rather fortunate.
Well, Goodwood was always a very key part, as I say, of Ferrari and the success that they had here, especially in the mid-1950s, and with Graham Hill too. He was very successful the last couple of the Goodwood races, Goodwood Trophy races. So it has been a very important part, but it's lovely to see this mix of single-seaters, sports cars, front-engined, mid-engined, both of sports cars and Formula One cars. Enzo Ferrari wasn't a particular fan of mid-engined or rear-engined cars, which really began in earnest in Formula One in 1961 and actually went on to a very successful period for them. For 1961, they won the Formula One World Championship with Phil Hill. It was actually a very dominant season all round. Phil Hill took the title. They had 5 Grand Prix wins that year. In World Sports Cars, that was an incredibly successful year as well, 1961. They had 4 World Sports Car victories with the 250 TR and the 246 SP. That was the first rear-engine sports car, and so Enzo had accepted that as much as he didn't really fancy the idea, and he said the horse should pull the cart, not push it, mid-engine, rear-engine really was the way in motorsport.
And it worked out well eventually for them. So after a sighting lap of 2.367 miles, they come to the start line to form up for photographs and a celebration of the 75th anniversary of the brand.
Arturo Mezzario, it's lovely to see him driving this weekend, former Grand Prix driver. And I saw him studying one of the Ferraris earlier as I was walking past. Now this is the Shark Nose, the Phil Hill style car. Unfortunately, they were all got rid of back when Ferrari decided we're moving on to other things. But they've rebuilt a couple of versions of these. So this is a replica of Phil Hill's 1961 Monza winning
156.
car. Yeah, the 156.
And looking as sharp as it did, as we get the appropriate music as well down on the start line. That's a late entry as well into that. Arturo Mezzario has come to the line. We weren't expecting him. We've only just been briefed on the fact he was joining us.
Yes, I think he's going to be driving it tomorrow in the display, but he won't be driving it on Sunday, I think, so he's not necessarily here all weekend. But it's lovely to see that collection of cars beginning to gather on the grid, and for people to actually get a chance to come along and take some photographs of them as well, because this, when you think of the value, I mean, I can't even begin to believe or know what the value.
I don't think you could calculate that on your abacus, that's for certain.
I mean, some of these cars are worth millions individually, let alone if you start adding it all together. It really is an incredible grid of cars, all created by Enzo Ferrari. And now here we are celebrating the 75 years since this brand was created. Started off with the Ferrari 125S, but quickly went to the Ferrari 166. That's definitely, we've got a couple of those here this weekend. The 166 proved to be with the early successes of the cars, running with the 1500cc V12 engines they started with, and then they started to sort of up them up to 2 litres, 2.5 litres. The 195 that had nearly 2.5 litre engine, and early customers who then went racing with them, of course, and that was part of the whole Ferrari brand, was go racing and then sell them as sports cars. That's how he funded the racing, and that's what started the Ferrari brand being so successful, not only on track, but for people aspiring to a supercar.
There are a couple of manufacturers that's kind of followed suit much later in life, I suppose, but have they been anywhere near as successful? McLaren and the like, I wonder. Probably not. There's JYS, Jackie Stewart himself.
That's lovely to see Sir Jackie Stewart in the car. I think it was Mark Cole alongside him, is it? It might be.
So Jackie Stewart, of course, will be in a pretty deep mourning situation, we've got to say. So Jackie, he was close to Queen Elizabeth, particularly to Princess Anne, of course, and I would think this week has been a very difficult week for him.
That's right, yes, and in fact I know that Lee Mackenzie with us has sat down and had an interview that will be going out on our ITV coverage over the course of this weekend. So the cars are setting off for a little bit of a run around the track, and it's an opportunity for everybody here to soak up the atmosphere of Ferrari style from the early 1950s, well, late 1940s, early 1950s through into the 1960s, that blend into mid-engined cars, and an incredibly successful period. The thing then was they didn't just race in Formula One, which has been happening a bit more in recent years, but then their success in sports car racing was vitally important. They had 7 world sports car titles between 1947 and 1961. 7 out of 9 times they won the sports car world championship. They were beaten by Mercedes by 1 point in 1955. They were beaten by Aston Martin in 1959, and actually that all came down to the race here at Goodwood. Aston Martin managing to clinch that title from Ferrari, but they were the dominant force in the sports car racing of the time. In Formula One, of course, it was a big time. Sometimes things went well, sometimes not so well. Their first ever win as early as 1951 at the British Grand Prix, and that made it a very special event at Silverstone. It's always great to see Ferrari back at Silverstone. Arturo Metario is sort of having fun on the outside there in the little shark nose. It is a tiny little car when you compare it with the older front-engined Ferrari, but delicate, sweet, and it really was very dominant in that 1961 season.
And a great sight here at Goodwood for this year's revival. The number 2 car then, the 156 shark nose on the outside, a very rare item indeed. Of course, purists and the rebuilding of cars is something that kind of gets a little frowned upon now and again, doesn't it? But I'd rather see one that's completely built sympathetically like that and brought back to life, if you like.
Ferrari 246 Dino is what we're looking at, the 246S Dino. This car has actually been very successful at Goodwood over the years, won the Sussex Trophy and others here. It finished 2nd overall in the Targa Florio in its period of the 1960s, the early 1960s, but it has had a very successful time here. Sam Hancock, often the driver of that car, and there's the Indy car that we were looking at a little bit earlier on. That's only the one time that Ferrari ever competed in the Indianapolis 500 was with that Ferrari 375, the Grant piston ring special that we were hearing about earlier on. And I gather that Enzo Ferrari was really quite embarrassed to be sending cars to the Indianapolis. He knew that they wouldn't necessarily be fully competitive, but actually it all worked out for them in the end. Number 81, that's the Ferrari 250 TR 290. So it started off with a 12-cylinder engine as a 250 and ended up with a bigger 4-cylinder engine, funnily enough, as the 290. It was the it had victories back in its period, and obviously they're enjoying a lovely view out there at the moment. We have got a bit of cloud around. I hope that the open tops managed to get through this without the rain falling, because we are due to get a little sprinkling of shower, I believe.
Yeah, all the modern day weather apps were out here in the commentary booth a little earlier on, as I'm sure they were around the circuit as well, as people look to see whether the shower is going to catch us here at Goodwood. We might get lucky again, you know. It's the way it's blowing through. It's blowing away from us now, the really dark clouds sitting up here in the Girling Tower. You can look across and see that it's not too bad out there.
No, it is rather lovely, and we've got it's great to see people going out together in these cars as well. It's not just about going as fast as possible. When you're doing the Ferrari parade, the anniversary parade like this, it's a chance to go out with a friend, and Derek Bell is a driver there as well, and Sir Jackie Stewart, so it's lovely to see some star drivers out on the circuit and displaying these pieces of machinery that have had so much success over the years. That 1963 GTO, that was actually a winner here at Goodwood. So plenty of success amongst all of these machines, and wonderful colour schemes too. You sort of assume that Ferrari's always going to be red, but you've got this great contrast, the colours that we can all enjoy.
You can liken that to Ducati as well, the Bologna Bullets. I mean, you expect them to be red, but the yellow version sometimes you see on the smaller, the 748s and the like, compared with the 916s up through the 999s. It's interesting how the Italians distinguish sometimes between certain models and the colours that go with them.
Yes.
Wouldn't expect to see one in silver, would you?
No, that's right, but there's quite a few there that's in silver as well. In the background you've got that number 2D, that's the Ferrari 750 Monza. There's the car in the IndyCar, the 750 Monza just going through. That was a Carroll Shelby car, and it's pretty spectacular to see that out on track. The history that so many of these cars had with some of the greatest drivers of the period. There it is, that ex-Carroll Shelby, who was such a star and was behind the success of the AC Cobras as well, and went on to huge success in all forms of sports car racing, both in the USA and in Europe. And they're all making their way through the chicane now, having to take things a little bit steady.
Indeed, well, there's a little bit of oil out there from previous unloading of internals, but that's all been sorted out now. Interesting to see a conversation we were having on Goodwood Radio this morning at 7 a.m. when we came on air earlier on 87.7, I think it is, FM out there. If you fancy tuning in or are tuned in, thank you for joining us. Black paint. I can see one black painted Ferrari out there. Apparently black paint is heavier than coloured paint, according to Ed Foster. How much heavier? I have no idea. I'm going to be looking it up in my prep later on this evening just to see how much heavier black paint is than more traditional colours.
Yeah, it's a good idea, just to check it all out.
Well, you know, Ferrari would have made a difference. Maybe it was back when there was more lead in black paint, back in the very old days. Nowadays it wouldn't be allowed, of course, no lead allowed in paint.
Looking at the Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase, the SWB, that's the David Hart car that we're just looking at. It's got the number 16 on it, and the Ferrari 250 GT SWB, one of the most brilliant cars, most popular cars too amongst the Ferrari fans. Ross Brawn has one as well. One of his car is actually out here as well. Car owned by Ross Brawn is the 250 GT SWB that won it here at Goodwood in 1960, driven by Stirling Moss. So the 250 GT SWB is really another very special car. And then the 250 GTOs, which came along a little bit afterwards with their slightly longer nose section, that also has proven to be one of the most desired Ferrari cars on the market ever since.
Anybody that bought one years ago, of course, has made a brilliant investment as far as that side of things is concerned. I always think of Ferrari when I see Chris Evans. He was on air from his radio show from here at the Revival earlier on today. I think he unloaded all of his. He painted them white and then sold them. He had quite a collection at one point, did Mr. Evans.
Yes, well, Ferrari collections are obviously a huge thing for people who have been involved in in the love of motorsport and the love of cars. It's not just motorsport, of course. The Ferraris are about a love of cars right from the beginning. And how many kids fall in love with a red Ferrari at a very young age and then want to be able to one day be able to buy it? And then you look at some of the people here who've had the opportunity to buy some of the most historic cars that have ever been around.
It's good to see somebody enjoying it as much as that. I've got to say that into pit lane then they come behind the Porsche circuit car.
Yeah, they're making their way around gradually, but it's a fantastic turnout of cars, it really is. And with all the different engines that Ferrari produced over the years.
And you can get up close as well with them, of course, in the paddock. If you've not been into the paddock yet, all of these cars, if you fancy photographing yourself alongside them, then available. And the great thing is as well, the kind of people that are looking after them are more than happy to talk to you about every aspect of it.
Yeah, quite right too. So they're coming in a bit more slowly now. We've got that IndyCar runner just trying to make his way in as well. Certainly a big machine, isn't it? Extended, as you mentioned, to run the more powerful motor, some 400 horsepower in that IndyCar. Impressive to see it here. But some of the real all-time classics that we're looking at here, the number 7 you can also see there as well. So we've got plenty of beautiful Ferraris to enjoy. That's the 750 Monza, by the way, the Finnish ice car, as it was called in it when it was racing. We will see more of these cars coming out over the course of the weekend, but for the moment, that's bringing us to the end of this celebration of the 75th year of Ferrari.
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Tom Christensen, the Royal Automobile Club TT, it's the big one. It's a quick car, but knowing you, you've probably never driven this, have you?
That's, to be fair, it's the first time where I'm in a car which I drove, I think 7 or 8 years ago. I actually drove with Fred Wakeman here again. So it's probably the sign of time that I have been here quite often, but it's the very first time when I come back to the Revival and during the Revival to drive a car which I actually have been sitting in before, because it's really much part of that I drive an Alpha in the St. Mary's this year. I've never seen the car before, and this is really much what I enjoy about driving at the festival or at the Revival, to have these fantastic opportunity. The noise is really loud.
This is obviously quite a quick car. Can you, as a professional racing driver, can you think back those 7-8 years and remember how it handles, or did you just jump in and see how it goes?
Nah, I remember it was right-hand drive, but now when I jump in it, I hope things is coming back. But anyway, hey, you get older and you learn, and obviously to be here again and to see so many people, it's really always amazing at the Revival here. I really do enjoy it. But as for me, is the curiousness of trying a different animal, a different car, meeting new people. It's a kind of path of life, but this one is really the path of life in racing, and it's just put so many layers of after you all are retired. I retired many years ago, but to come here, pack my suitcase with an overall and a helmet, I love that.
Well, you haven't got any slower, Tom. Enjoy it.
I have, but thank you.
Lovely to hear from Tom Christensen, then 9-time winner of Le Mans, winner of the RAC TT here with Kenny Brack in 2011. He's won the St. Mary's before, the Kenrara here at Goodwood, had lots of success. So lovely to see that. And we've got some beautiful cars and some great drivers who are going to play in this one.
This is going to get properly hectic, isn't it? Because these guys are going to be all over the cement dust that was out there, still laid down there. And absolutely, the first time they go past the Girling commentary box here, it absolutely rattles the window panes. These things are loud and they'll be sideways.
Yeah, and what you're watching right now is an AC Cobra Le Mans Coupe. It's Sean Lynn's car, but he's sharing it with Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR champion. I think it may well be Jimmy in there at the moment.
Well, Jimmy's had a bit of a go earlier on. He's never been here before, and he's had a good old look round in the big American V8 earlier on today. So maybe this will just be a little bit more up his street. We're going to find out.
Yeah, well, actually Sean Lynn's pretty rapid in it too, so we'll see. So just to tell you what we're looking at here, this is for the practice for the RAC TT, the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy event, which came to Goodwood when Goodwood was racing between 48 and 66. This celebrated, this particular one is celebrating the final 2 years of the RAC TT at Goodwood. It saw some of the finest drivers of their day, and fabulous machinery. Graham Hill took victory in both years for Ferrari in 63 and in 64, and this year we've got a Ferrari with Emanuele Pirro on board, so that's going to be fun to watch. Lots of E-types, including 2 of the lightweight models. Adrian Newey's car being raced by his son Harrison, and Jenson Button. They are going to be combined. So we've got, again, another big list of top drivers here. And Dario Franchitti is also going to be a part of it as well, which is lovely to see. Dario is actually going to be in one of the AC Cobras, one of the plenty AC Cobras. There's one just heading into the pits right now. A couple of cars coming straight back in fact. Also just looking at the TVR Griffith, that's the Guy Smith Mike Whittaker car. But as I say, you've got a real mixture of some pretty impressive cars and some star names. So we saw plenty of star names out in the first part of the St. Mary's earlier on today, but quite a few of those drivers are actually in this as well. So as we saw, Tom Christensen's doing it, Romain Dumas is back out again, and Emanuele Pirro, as I mentioned, he's doing this. Alex Brundle will be back out. Bobby Verdon Rowe, they're sharing a car. They're sharing one of the AC Cobras, in fact. And Pedro de la Rosa, I saw Pedro yesterday as he was coming in. And although Pedro's been at the Festival of Speed before, he hasn't done the actual Goodwood circuit before. So he was looking pretty eyes wide open as he came in, looking forward to having a go.
Well, it's a fast and flowing racetrack, there's no doubt in that. Button and Newey are up the top at the moment. 1:28.3 is their opening fast lap on lap 2, so we can see that getting a bit quicker as well. 1:28.3 is not hanging around first time out, that's for sure.
I tell you what, that's a very strong lineup with Harrison Newey and Jenson Button in the Jaguar E-Type. I think in many ways that is one of the favourites. It's gone fastest already. You've got two really, really strong drivers in a fabulous car, the lightweight E-Type.
Hang on a second. What were you saying about Johnson a little earlier?
Yeah. So the Jimmy Johnson
was briefly at the top.
Yeah. Just gone up to the top. It's early days yet. I think we're going to see plenty more time improvements.
Oh yeah,
but we're also going to see car problems as well, and that is the Jack Tetley, Alex Buncombe, a pair who took a really key victory earlier on this year when we were here for the members meeting, and in a different car, but sadly that car has come to a bit of a halt. It's a shame to see. Hopefully they're going to be able to sort that out fairly quickly. We may see a red flag potentially come out as they have to sort that out. Engine cover coming up. Maybe it's something fairly minor, I don't know, but for whatever reason the AC Cobra has pulled over to the side of the road, and it may mean we've got yellow flags obviously at the moment. Just looking at the number 7 AC Cobra there as well. Andy Prio and Saif Hassan are sharing this car. Meanwhile, Andre Lotterer seems to have gone quickest for now. Another of the E-types, it's the semi-lightweight E-type, that's the car. That's just gone fastest. So, setting a pace of 1:26.254. That's a good lap, because that's some 1.8 seconds quicker than anybody else. So I wonder if that may well be Andre Lotterer who's in the car at the moment. Another of the superstar professional racing drivers that we are looking forward to being in here. 40 years old now, 3 times a Le Mans winner in 2011, 2012 and 2014 with Audi. World champion in the World Endurance Championship in 2012. And just huge amounts of experience. He's been racing Formula E in recent years. What a difference. Huge difference, but obviously he's one of those drivers who can jump in almost anything and be competitive straight away. Number 17 we're looking at there is the Lister Jaguar of Fred Wakeman, and he's sharing that with Tom Christensen.
Yeah, we heard from Tom a little bit earlier on, and although he thinks he's slower than he once was, no one else believes him.
He's always pretty amazing around here, I think. So let's have a look. So this is the car that has set the pace.
And it looks so neat and tidy.
Yeah, it's flying along, isn't it? Beautiful bit of braking into the second part of St Mary's.
Sliding all the way out. Those little dips and those little nuances in this racetrack make all the difference. Track experience certainly pays when you're right on the very edge.
So Andre Lotterer just easing it out towards the edge as he makes that double apex. Certainly double apex corners here at Goodwood. You've got to get the balance perfect on the way in. He's got a nice little toe down the straight from one of the Corvettes, so that might help out a little bit. Although I'm sure he's wondering a bit more about getting the car in the correct position so that he can then get it into the right-hander at Woodcote. Oh, is the boot lid opening?
I think it's open. It's been open all the way. I think they might have it for a bit of aero. Perhaps it's dragging some air through the cabin or something. It's been. I don't think it's flapping. I think it might be fixed in that position, so it might be just as it creates a vacuum at the back. Perhaps it's sucking some air through the car, would be my guess.
The excuse is probably for cooling, but you never know. It might actually give it a little bit of less lift on the back end of the car. I can't say it'll give it downforce as such.
Are you trying to tell us that somebody's in the wind tunnel?
Well, almost. Yeah. It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It does make you wonder.
So a few more cars. There's another Cobra there, number 8 car. This is Marino Franchitti is sharing this car with Philippe Caduri. I saw Marino briefly earlier. He loves being here.
He just really does, doesn't he? Marino Franchitti, he's one of those guys full of enthusiasm for Goodwood events. Never gets bored with it. Good to see Dario back here as well. I have to say that he's a spectacular driver and now broadcaster.
Second fastest here, Marino. So it's going well for them at the moment. So at the moment we've got the number 78 fastest. That's the Cleveland Andre Lotterer semi-lightweight E-type. And now this car has gone up into second position. So Marino Franchitti, third place at the moment. The car that was setting the pace initially, that's the Sean Lynn Jimmy Johnson car. that's currently in 3rd place. And in 4th position, we've got another AC Cobra with Andy Prio and Saif Hassan. They're sharing that car. I guess it's Prio who's in the car right now.
He's another one that loves Goodwood and everything that goes with it. Very social young man is Andy Prio. I saw the Macau Grand Prix is back on this year as well, which is interesting. Obviously, I always think of Andy when I think of Macau, purely and simply because that's where he usually wrapped up his World Touring Car Championships. And probably why I noted him as a social man as well, I would imagine.
We're looking at the number 86 car now. So this is actually the TVR Griffith 400, Mike Whitaker's car, shared with Guy Smith. That is Guy Smith in the car right now. The bright yellow crash helmet is always very distinctive for him. And that car's looking pretty handy right now. He's delivering some quick laps currently. He's not quite right up at the top of the list. He's currently 6th fastest in the TVR. It's a 2-time Spa 6-hour winner, that car. But they want it to go as fast as possible at Goodwood this weekend. And so up into 3rd place, there it is, the number 13 AC Cobra of Jimmy Johnson and Sean Lynn.
Jochen Mass just getting a bit of a push out at the chicane. The 13 car of Jimmy Johnson.
So that's still 3rd fastest. So the gap is just a second from 1st to 2nd, and then only a few hundredths of a second from 2nd to 3rd. Then as we go down into the top 10, the top 10 is completed by about 2.8 seconds in total. So it's a bit of a mixture. It's going past the number 4 car, the Corvette Stingray. That's the Rob Jarvis Benoit Truluye car. Currently that is down in 8th place, the Corvette
Plenty of
Stingray.
time in this session as well yet to put in some quicker times. The sun's come back out now, and that will change the track temperature fairly significantly. Once you get sun on the tarmac, that will make a difference.
Lovely little slide on the exit of St Mary's. Under braking now, trying to keep the car as balanced as possible. Try not to brake too late into this corner, because the exit of the corner is so important. You've got to get on the power early. You've got a long, flat-out straight section. I call it straight. It's actually got a curve in it, which apparently was designed in the original airfield design, just to make sure that when planes were taxiing around, they weren't going in a dead straight line for too long. Otherwise, they could have been attacked too easily. So they've got to go through this curve down towards Woodcote, the double right-hander. There's the number 7 car, which is currently 4th. Andy Prio going well in that at the moment, and they are well up on the pace. Still just over 12 minutes to go in this practice session, which will lead to an all-important race on Sunday afternoon. 2-driver race. It's actually going to be a 1-hour race between the 2 drivers, and they can split that pit stop somewhere between 20 and 40 minutes in the race. So it's up to them how to work that out and decide on their pit stop timings, and it often depends a little bit on the balance of pace between the 2 different drivers. And when you've got some real star drivers out there, as we have, hope to see plenty of action from them.
Prio pits then. The number 7 car has come into the pit lane for a driver change or a quick fettle one way or another. Oh, hang on a second. That kind of, well, that's using a bit more of the track than perhaps he should be. Yeah, good job there, polystyrene. I don't know what quite happened there, because there was plenty of room for him to be able to use the track rather than the grass. Maybe he was on his mobile phone.
It did look a bit like that, didn't it? Yeah, it's Guy Smith, who's been going very quickly.
And he knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, he does know what he's doing. 7th place. But
slightly weird mistake.
This is another E-Type with that boot-lid technique, so it's exactly the same. They obviously carry this as a system on the E-Type, so that's me learning. This is the E-Type lightweight. This is the car that Jenson Button and Harrison Newey are sharing. So this was fastest briefly earlier on. It's now 2nd fastest by only a tiny margin. It's just gone, it's done a good lap just now. So the difference between 1st and 2nd that we have, this is the 2nd fastest car, is now just 0.010 of a second. So get some clear laps in here, and you're going to see some very, very rapid lap times, I believe.
Yeah, 100th of a second, that's going to get swallowed up as they get slightly more enthusiastic in the last 11 minutes of this session. So the E-Types looking like they rule here at Goodwood.
Yeah, they certainly do. They are the cars to be in, I think, this weekend. Behave beautifully, don't they?
Yeah, they do seem to behave really well balanced, these lightweights, through some of those little rises and dips that you've got in this particular racetrack. Blue flag being waved frantically.
Let's see who's
Here we go. We've got A bit of a tussle going on here between the...
Yeah, a couple of the Corvettes.
Yeah.
There's the number 4 car. That's currently in 9th place at the moment. The Rob Jarvis Benoit Truluier car. So they're looking reasonably competitive, but they obviously don't quite have the balance that the E-Type has. A little bit more cumbersome, as you can see, through the corners. And then the number 30 car, which is just up ahead of them. That's another Stingray. That's the Marco Attard Marcel Fassler car. They look to be lapping at a very similar pace, I would say, at the moment. Still no change up front, still just 1/100th of a second separating our top fastest qualifiers. Rob Huff has put in a pretty good lap in the number 12 car as well. He's in another of the lightweight, semi-lightweight E-types.
They seem to have settled into a little bit of a pattern at the moment with these times. Nobody's putting any green lights up on our monitor here. Oh, hang on, I've just said Button and Newey have just gone through, I don't know which one is in it at the moment, but whoever it is has just gone the fastest through the first sector, 125.2.
I think it might
see
be
if they keep that momentum up through the whole lap.
Yeah, it may be Harrison Newey who's in the car now. I'm not quite sure, but I think it may well be. And he's going quickly in his dad's car. So Adrian Newey, the F1 designer, a man who's still at so many events and has overseen the success of the current Red Bull that is dominating the Formula 1 World Championship. So Adrian Newey still a key part. There's Tiff Needell. Lovely to see Tiff's crash helmet out there playing once again. He's in car number 26, currently down in 13th position. We'll just see if there's no change on this lap, but Tiff is...
He's still a racer.
Yeah, getting together with it, no problem at all. This is another of the types lightweights. I don't know whether this may be his first flying lap, because it may have been John Spears who's already done a few laps. So
it looks very, very smooth and just slightly on the move, as you would expect from a fast lap. So you're right, I think Tiff's on a fast one now. Here we go then. This is the 22 car of your leader so far. What's he got for us? It was 125.260.
Yeah, that is
any better at all.
Certainly going quickly. That's a 26.0, so not quite as quick, but he's consistent, there's no doubt about it, the pace of that car. So that is looking as though it's going to be kind of the favourite, depending on what happens. But don't forget, when you've got a long race like this one, and a 1 hour race, 2-driver race, and the situation where you may get yellow flags, they may have to sit behind the safety car for a while, pit stops, timings, all that sort of thing can make a big, big difference in a race like this. So very unpredictable as to how things can turn out. This is the Rob Huff car, which is now up to 4th place, I notice, and we're seeing a few other improvements going on. Romain Dumas, I think, might be out in his car, number 40, in the car he's driving, the AC Cobra, number 47, currently 7th at this stage. Bit of traffic, never so easy to cope with. Number 147, that's the Ollie Bryant Neil Yarni Porsche 904.
He got the drive out of the chicane, I can tell you. He took a bit of a rush at him as he exited the chicane. I thought he might have him on the way in, but in the end it was on the way out.
And the E-Type still setting the pace.
This track so well, don't they? Pretty
really
well sorted mark, there's no doubt about it here.
One of the cars competing in this race this weekend is the second of 2 cars actually this weekend that are racing on non-petrol fuel. So this is all part of the sort of step up in the future, the synthetic drop-in fuel, which has been created by energy innovators Aramco. And David Clark, owner of Jota Motorsport, and he's the owner of the vehicle in this race that will be running that synthetic fuel. It's a Porsche 904, and so we'll see how that gets on. It's right down towards the back. It's actually in the pits at the moment, so whether Stefan Johansson's taking over now, I'm not sure. They haven't really done a representative lap, but we shall see in a little while how it goes on the synthetic fuel as opposed to actual petrol. I think everyone else is on petrol at this stage.
Well, the problem you've got as we move on through the years, a little bit of a lock-up on the inside front right there. But as we move on through the years, what fuel is going to be available to use in any cars, let alone these classic cars that really do rely on something a little bit more than your average fuel to make sure that they stay in good condition.
Indeed, yeah.
And of course, as MotoGP are going towards synthetic fuels as we move further into things. They're not looking at the more electrified side of things. So Formula 1, 2 are looking at that. So fuel is finally being developed and hopefully be a little bit more environmentally friendly.
Rob Huff doing a good job in that number 12 car. He was third a moment ago. He's just been pushed back one. It's all getting quite tight up at the top there. The Newey Button car is fastest at the moment by 0.132 of a second. The Rob Huff car going well. He's been racing in older cars for many, many years. World Touring Car champion Rob Huff in 2012. Many, many wins in World Touring Cars in his career. And started racing in MGBs, and that's what we're celebrating this weekend actually as well, of course, is the MGBs. So the Johansson Clark car still hasn't come out of the pits, I noticed, still down there. And also in the pits that's been sitting for a while is the Alex Brundle Bobby Verdon Rowe car. So that doesn't seem to be doing any representative laps. The AC Cobra, oh, that was the one that I think we saw that stop over, didn't we? We saw that stop earlier on.
Yeah, we wondered whether we'd have a red flag for that, but no, it was well and truly to the inside of the course, and may have indeed. I haven't seen it since, so it might have got going again.
Quick look at the number 47 Cobra there,
working hard.
Yeah, indeed, going pretty effectively. Should be one of the competitive cars, that one.
Well, it's got some grunt in a straight line. There's no doubt about that. It's just past the.
Yeah, Romain Dumas, I think, is in the car at the moment. And Romain Dumas has... Oh, he's gone fastest. OK, so he'd already gone fastest on the previous lap there. So he's gone fastest by 0.9 of a second now. Romain Dumas in this Cobra. And you can see the work that's going on at the steering wheel.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of effort into that, hasn't he? But in 0.9, I've got to say, that is... it looks fast, and it was. 47 car we're talking about here.
This is good to watch. Entertaining, I have to say. See whether they can keep it up at this kind of level. So if Bill Shepherd was in the car early, he may well have been actually. He put in a pretty good lap himself, but now they're really finding a bit more pace.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's the combination of the two drivers for this particular race that we're looking at. The RACTT is a two-driver, 1 hour race, and you need a good partner to make it work over the entirety of that whatever amount of laps you manage to get done in an hour.
Number 17 car here, that's in 6th place currently. We've still got just under 3 minutes to go in this session. Are we going to see any more big changes? I'm not seeing any big improvements in terms of sector times. There are one or two a bit further down the order, but up front at the moment, the Dumas Shepherd Cobra is the fastest, followed by the E-Type of Harrison Newey and Jensen Button, and then third is the Andre Lotterer, Rupert Gleevely E-Type, and then the Rob Huff car come up into 4th position now as we look at this Lister Jaguar Coupe. Glorious car that it is, unique sort of shape.
Yeah, it's got a few shapes on it that unexpected perhaps for traditional E-Type followers, but the Lister version.
This is the Space Frame Lister, which was it was a body designed by the great Frank Costin for the Le Mans straights. You know, it was all about straight line speed. It raced at the Saab in 1963, and it did the 1964 Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers as well. And it has that very unique shape and style to itself. Currently 6th fastest, according to that. Although actually, I think it's just. Yeah, it's actually moved up a little bit just on that last lap. That was a good lap. So they've now moved up into 3rd position with this car. So it's definitely proving to be one of the ones to watch.
Another fast first sector time. So I wonder if he can keep that momentum going and pinch that top slot. Find out soon enough, that's for sure. Back with the 79 car.
Yeah, that's being muscled around as well.
There's a lot of work going on in there. Another AC Cobra. I think Gordon Shedden might be peddling that at this moment in time.
Yeah, he's going well. Let's just see if this... Yeah, he's currently 5th fastest with that, so he's 1.3 seconds away. No, he's just moved up to 3rd.
I was going to say, it looked like he was going fairly well, so 3rd place for the car, 2nd in your picture at the moment, the 79 car.
Let's see how the rest of this lap goes. He has got a quick car in front of him, but it's not quite what you want to do. You really would prefer to have a bit of clear space. Where's he going to find a way through? Oh, we turn our attention back to one of the Corvette Stingrays. This is the number 30 car. This is currently running a little bit further down the field. This is the Marco Attard Marcel Fassler machine down in 15th, and we've had a spin for one of the other Stingrays.
And it's the end of the session virtually, so the checkered flag will be out in literally 0 seconds.
That's the car of Matthew Holm, sharing it with Andrew Jordan. Well, it's actually Andrew Jordan's car, so Andrew Jordan and Matthew Holm are sharing this car. Let's see how it happened. Oh, on the grass.
Early, yeah.
Thankfully, no one around. Oh, not immediately. In the end, there was space to get past it. Exciting moment for all of you watching up on the sidelines there, and I see a nice round of applause from some of you as, thankfully, facing the fans. It's not exactly how the driver was planning to wave at you, but nonetheless, it worked okay. Checkered flag is out. Whether we're going to see, I don't think we're going to see any improvements on this final lap, but you never know.
Not with the yellow that was around the back there as well.
That's the fastest car up to now.
Number 47.
The Romain Dumas, Bill Shepherd, AC Cobra. That has set the pace at a 1:24.354. And the
0.9,
yeah,
9/10 of a second, nearly a second faster than anybody else. Next one up was Button and Newey. Shedden and Smith in 3rd place, Christensen and Wakeman in 4th place at the moment. There's nobody else that's going to upset that order, I don't think. Now that the flag is out, everyone's gone under the checkered flag. So that brings the RAC TT session to a conclusion.
Yeah, and a good mixture of machinery. I mean, it's basically the AC Cobras, the E-Types, but we've got the Lister Jaguar up there as well. So we've actually got a really interesting grid that will form for us for this first part of the race, and then obviously we'll be getting into pit stops during the race itself. This will be taking place on Sunday. There will be another, they do get another practice session actually. They get another practice session tomorrow, so they'll be able to get a few more laps in, and then we'll see how the grid develops. And then the race itself, the RAC TT celebration, is kind of the climax on Sunday, on it Sunday afternoon. So that is what we'll be looking forward to, and some tremendous drivers who will be at their absolute limit, seeing if they can get home and bring home the RAC TT at Goodwood in 2022. We will find out if they manage to do it, but it's been an interesting first session for them.
I wonder if our spinner had a mechanical, you know, before it actually set him off. We didn't quite see why he ended up spinning out where he did, and we saw the conclusion of it, but he's now walking around his car over on the grass, so it's come to a complete stop despite the fact he managed to drive it off the circuit. So maybe there was more to that spin than perhaps we at first thought.
Romain Dumas then, so he's done well, hasn't he? That's all worked out very well for the double Le Mans winner and double Festival of Speed winner as well in 2018 and 2019. He ran the super van, the electric super van up the hill earlier on this year, Romain Dumas, and he was always pushing it. I think he was a bit frustrated he didn't have quite the pace of Max Chilton, but it still worked out well, and he's done a great job here today, fastest in the RAC TT celebration race, which will take place on Sunday.
Well, I must admit, this is not a sight I was expecting this weekend. Please tell me a little bit about who you are and why you're here and what you're doing.
So we are the Goodwood Actors Guild, and we come here every year and perform, and we are the singing nuns.
Woo! Amazing. So you're telling me you're not actual nuns? I'm quite disappointed.
Well, that's up to you to decide.
What kind of songs are you going to be performing today, and where are you performing throughout the weekend?
So we're roving around the whole site, and we're singing songs from the 60s and the 50s, just songs that get the crowd going, just really feel good songs.
Fantastic. And you guys are all here every year, is that correct?
Yeah.
What are some of the favourite songs that you're going to be performing this year?
We love a bit of Shout by Lulu.
Amazing. Yeah, fantastic. What made you decide on nuns this year?
Well, the decider is actually over there. She is our director.
Yeah.
Marvellous. Right, okay, we've got some great classics.
What made you decide to do nuns?
Like this, the B-side of Jimmy
Well,
Mack.
we like to do things a little bit off the wall, you know. And I thought, what can we do next? I know, let's have some really naughty singing nuns. And there you go. There you go. It's as simple as that.
Amazing. Whereabouts are you going to be performing throughout the weekend?
All around the site.
Okay, excellent.
All around the site, yes.
You're nuns and you get around. Right,
Yes.
lovely.
Yes.
Maybe we should leave it there. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Well, it was nice to see the RASC trophy there. Dumas showing us how quick he is. Hard to think, a couple of months ago he was driving up the hill in an electric transit van. Now he's leading the field there in that AC Cobra. But now we come on to the St Mary's Part 2, and this is the owner drivers. This car was driven by Emanuele Pirro earlier today, and now we've got Tom Sharp in the car getting ready to go out for his session. Tom, how's it feeling in there?
It feels pretty snug. Just looking forward to it. I mean, it's been a year since I've driven around the circuit, so just looking forward to getting back into it and having a bit of fun.
Having fun, but really you want to set a good time, don't you? That's what it's all about.
The two go hand in hand. Yeah, absolutely. No, we want to do quite well. But who knows? Wherever we finish is where we finish. I mean, it's such an incredible event. I'm very lucky to be here, and just want to try and make the most of it.
And Mr. Pirro's giving it back to you in one piece?
We'll find out after the first lap, see what's left of it. No, I'm sure the car's excellent. I'm sure he's done a great job of looking after it. And we'll see how we go.
What's the key to a quick lap in this car?
I don't know. If you find out, let me know. I don't know. You just got to use all the revs that the engine's got. It's quite unique in that way. And it's quite heavy. So you've got to try and keep the minimum speeds up. And we got a little bit more power than, say, a Cortina, but it's a bit heavier, harder to stop it, a little bit slower around the corner. So the great thing about this race is the variety of cars, and it's nice to be in something that looks lovely.
Well, best of luck, Tom. We'll be watching out for you and enjoy qualifying. As he said there, it's all about the variety of cars in this race. I mean, they're all getting ready here, all the drivers in the cars. We're going to get cleared off the grid in a moment, but I think we're going to pop back before we start this track action back over to Amber in the Thrive and Survive.
I'm here with Avi outside his fantastic vintage clothing stall. Avi, how is Goodwood Revival going for you so far?
So far, so good.
Yeah?
I've been here 32 years doing it.
32 years.
Yes,
Wow,
so
wow.
I've seen the ups and downs.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it will be very good this week.
Excellent. Tell me a little bit about what you've got on sale here today.
Well,
I can see very excitingly Barber, Burberry.
Number one, I am a wholesaler.
Wholesaler,
Okay,
yeah.
So I sell to 32 other shops.
Right.
So I can afford to be a bit cheaper than them.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
I like that you're getting in the value there.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's big, very good value.
Yeah.
I sell some designer garments, second-hand.
Yeah.
Barbers, Burberry, Ralph Lauren's and Christian Dior's and so on.
What are your top sellers of the weekend so far?
Well, top sellers is... I sell a bit of everything. So far it just started.
Yeah.
I sell a lot of barbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sell fur coats. It's my original profession. I'm a furrier.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So I sell some furs as well. Again, silly prices sometimes, cheaper than cardigans.
Okay, heard it here first.
Yes.
Come here to get all of your vintage bargains.
And I sell leather, vintage and new
Yeah.
leather garments. Top sellers are the bikers colourful colours.
Yeah, fantastic. And where do you go hunting to source your vintage pieces, or is it a trade secret?
Well, if I tell you, you might do my job. No, I go, well, I've been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah.
So you pick up slowly, more and more places to pick up.
Yeah.
I go not all around the country, London area, M25 area, I pick up the stuff. Yeah.
Fantastic. And besides, obviously, your stall, what are your top recommendations for this weekend, or what are you really looking forward to doing?
Sell a lot of stuff. I'm very busy. I have no time to concentrate on doing other things.
Just sell.
Well, I come here once a year, and this is my main priority.
Excellent. All right. Well, I look forward to having a really
Thank
good
you very
rummage,
much.
look around.
I'm a bit
Thanks so
excited
much,
about
Abby.
it.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
You.
Well, they're still holding the cars here in the St Mary's, and we're keeping it in the family here at Goodwood Revival. Bill Shepherd's just went and put it on pole with Romain Dumas in the RSC, and now we switch over to the St Mary's, and son Fred, it's your turn now. You've got to get pole position, keep the family name up, haven't you?
Yeah, thanks for the extra pressure. I appreciate that. I think I'm just going to go out and have fun. I guess that's what the event's all about.
Tell me about this car. If it's not the fastest, it's certainly the biggest in this race.
Yeah, it's a big old beast. They're not too bad to drive. They get a bad rep, but it's a real honour. It's one of the original 4 historied cars, and to step into the seat of Bo Lungfeld and Alan Mann is a real honour, definitely.
And what's your plan for this session?
Do as best as I can, I guess. I guess that has to be the plan.
Well, it's still dry out there. That's got to be a good thing for a car like this, doesn't it?
Definitely. I don't think in the wet I've got much of a chance against a Mini.
Well, I can hear the metal firing up. Time for you to get going. Best of luck. We'll be watching out for you. So as I said, no pressure on Fred there. Wow, that's a loud car. And before it gets way too loud in here, I'm going to throw back up to comms and we head off to the St Mary's Trophy, Part 2.
So we're getting all set for seeing these cars coming back out. So we saw them out earlier on with some of the superstar drivers of Le Mans experience, British touring car experience, and victories of all sorts in different categories. But now we've got the entrants or the drivers in this case. In fact, in that particular case, we saw Fred Shepherd. The entrant actually is his dad, Bill Shepherd, who we saw briefly just saying hello. He'd been out in the previous session, as we know, but Fred Shepherd is driving it. But it's basically the people who have these cars themselves, predominantly, who are now going to be taking them out for a run. But there are still some pretty rapid drivers amongst them, so we'll see how this all goes, and it could give us a slightly different order from what we saw earlier. Certainly the big American beasts were pretty rapid, but we're just going to have to see if this works out, particularly for the Lotus Cortinas. They're always pretty fast as well, so we'll see who comes out on top.
The Alphas looked good last time as well. There's no doubt about the balance of them around here. I was surprised that they are huge, these big American cars. Actually, if you get an opportunity to go and stand next to them, you can appreciate just how big they are and how skillful you have to be to hustle them around, albeit a fast and traditional racetrack, but all the same, it's quite a narrow racetrack, and with these things on the move, I would have thought that they were a little bit more difficult to get the kind of lap times out of them than they did, but there you go. They were very impressive in the first session. The size of that, the 92 car goes through.
It's going to be fun to see how they all get on. Actually, it's interesting because the last year in the St Mary's, it was won by Romain Dumas and Bill Shepherd in the Ford Thunderbird. And the way that the result is done is actually they take the result of the Saturday race and the Sunday race, and then it's an aggregate result, a bit like the bikes race. So it is important that you work well together, because one win in one race is not necessarily enough to get the overall victory.
Now, you've got to have the right teamwork, that's for sure. Hello, we've got a train of anything you like here at the moment, from Alpha through Mini, through Jaguar and onwards.
Yeah,
got the Mini up the inside, as you would expect, down at the chicane, just hustling the big American muscle out of the way.
Yeah, the Mark II Jaguar there going well. That's Grant Williams in Anthony Williams' Mark II Jaguar. But as you say, it's a real cluster of cars heading down into the first corner. Really, you'd think that they'd be worth backing off and just getting yourself into some clear space, but no, that's not what we're doing. We're going to go out and play.
And the Mini is the most agile, as you can see, grabbed a massive amount of yardage into Madgwick. Now it's the Jag underneath, the big American muscle. The Jaguar entered the front straight here with a big sideways drift on out of the chicane. Just about enough room to get those two through there. Now it's going to be on the brakes.
Yeah, and it's got in front, but it's a bit worrying seeing that when you're in a practice session. It's one thing seeing it in a race going side by side through Ford Water, the right-hand king, but to be able to do that in practice, you've got to be a little bit cautious. But you can see the pace of the Jaguar through the tighter corners. Suddenly he's back alongside.
Yeah,
once
can he get it done again in the brakes? And he has dropped it over the nose of the American.
But on the exit, the likelihood is the big American beast is going to have the power to overtake the Jaguar. Let's have a look whether he's had a good enough exit, because he's also got a bit of pressure from another of the Mark II Jags and one of the Minis. Now the Mini obviously doesn't have the straight line speed.
This one did, because it's cleared off up the front. You can see he was right amongst them. He took them at the chicane last time and slung it up the inside of Madgwick as well. So Mini has pace, but we'll wait and see how this builds for the Jag.
The Mini, there are a couple of very rapid Mini drivers out here. Bill Solis and Nick Swift. They are all very, very competitive in all forms of Mini racing. And it's going to be fascinating to see how they get on. They're looking there at the number 8 Mini, and that is Jason Stanley. So we've got a mix of drivers in the Minis, but I would certainly say that Nick Swift and Bill Solis are going to have a pretty big fight, I would think, in this part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy. How far up they will be in the overall order, a little bit of a difficult one. It does depend on the weather conditions a little bit. The Minis will struggle if they're too far back, and we shall see. Bill Solis is in the number 80 car, by the way, if you see it, and Nick Swift is in the number 76 Mini.
But it is the 92 Ford Galaxy 500 of Fred Shepherd that's out front at the moment with a 1 minute 30.527. So the 92 car leads off from the 77 car of, well, I think it's Mike Jordan, isn't it? That's
yeah, and Mike will be quick. He will be very, very competitive, I think, a potential winner in this. He's competing with his son Andrew, who's doing the other part of this race, and I think that overall they could definitely be prospects for outright wins. But Charlie Cooper, the grandson of John Cooper, who set up the original Cooper Minis, he's having a little bit of a play along in his Mini at the moment, which is lovely to see. Down in 15th place at this stage.
Here we go. We're all back to play again. The 92 of Shepherd under pressure from Ed Foster down in Parc Ferme a little earlier on, applying the journalistic pressure as you do to drivers. And he seems to be responding in a very positive manner. He's nearly 2 seconds quicker than Jordan in second place at the moment. So this man way faster than everyone else out on track in this St Mary's Part 2 practice.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Lotus Cortinas going well. Ambrosio Parfetti is going well. He's third fastest at the moment, behind Mike Jordan. And then behind that we've got Olivier Hart, son of David, who's in the Alfa Romeo Julius Sprint. So Alfa was going well earlier on today, and we'll see how it goes in this session. BMW just up ahead, trying to keep out of the way of the Ford Galaxy.
Difficult to do.
Smoky as well.
Yeah, indeed.
That's not looking ideal under acceleration. There's a rather smoky exit for the BMW. Let's hope that that's not going to be a major problem for them.
Madgwick then, with the big Galaxy thundering through. Drives quite flat, doesn't it? I'm surprised that the roll in that thing is not greater. Here we go then, back with the Cortinas.
Yeah, that's Mike Jordan then, so father of Andrew.
Working hard.
Yeah, a great racer in his own times.
Wow.
And really flicking that car around, isn't he? Great car control. So second fastest by 1.2 seconds currently. Got to find a little bit more pace if possible.
Well, he's just knocked 6/10 off, so he's certainly trying, but the Galaxy out front with a 1:30.527, and then 1.2 further back is Jordan, as you say.
We can see a slow-mo of some of that action. When we saw Andrew driving this car earlier, he was really sliding it around a lot as well. It's clearly a slippy, slidey car. They run on fairly narrow, hard, treaded tyres. There's not a lot of grip to play with, and you can see that is the way the car behaves. It floats around a lot. So here we are, once again with Mike Jordan, second fastest at the moment. The lap he's on at the moment doesn't look particular. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's gone pop. So
that's the other
Galaxy.
one though. That's the 99 car, which is a bit further down the list. That's the Ian Dalgleish car. He is.
Hope that's not dropped oil on the circuit.
Currently down in 21st position, but clearly, yeah, as you say, that's.
But it's not coming out the end of the exhaust, so it means it's coming out of somewhere else. Oh, it is coming out the end of the exhaust, so it's obviously mechanical internal that's gone pop. When you see smoke out the exhaust, you know it's an internal situation. You just hope it hasn't, shall we say, transmitted itself to an external problem, because then you'll end up with a load of oil all over everything.
That is a bit disappointing to see it. You do wonder whether we're going to see that car back out at all with that element of smoke. As you say, that's an internal problem in the engine, which would need the engine coming out and stripping down. Are they really going to have a chance to do that here? That would seem a little bit too optimistic. What a pity. And got his phone, take a picture, show the guys what's going on, see whether we can get this fixed in time. In the meantime, we've still got a fastest lap of it's just a better lap on that last lap actually in the number 92 Ford Galaxy of Fred Shepherd. It's done a 1:29.8.
That is a hell of a time. 1.9 back in front of Jordan now. So the 92 car, Fred's on the gas.
And we are seeing the red flag out.
Actually, that's all of a sudden caught up with us. Yes, we have got a red flag, and I think that might be more for a bit of a recce to see if we've got a line of oil anywhere.
Yeah,
it would be prudent, wouldn't it?
The session has come to an end with 11 minutes still to go, so it may well hopefully get back out again. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do.
But 11 minutes is plenty of time.
Yeah,
There's still quite a lot of things to go after this, though, isn't there? We've still got the Levant Cup practice, Freddy March Memorial Trophy race, and the end of show wrap coming a little bit later on. So there's still quite a lot of track action to go. And we are a little behind schedule, aren't we?
Yeah, so we'll see what they decide to do. Fred Shepherd has set the pace from Mike Jordan. Olivier Hart in third place. And then in fourth position is Ambrosio Perfetti. And then fifth fastest, the number 33. It's another one of the Alfa Romeos of Alex Furiani. So he's in fifth place. Sixth place then is the number 13 Ford Lotus Cortina of Andrew Wolff. In seventh place we have another Cortina Mark 1 of Michael Cullen, and then we have Nick Swift. So I wonder where the first of the minis was going to be. It's currently 8th fastest. Nick Swift has gone 8th fastest. Where's Bill Solis? He's down in 12th, so there's a little bit of time difference, not a huge difference. Nick Swift's done a 33.1, Solis a 33.7. Clearly that was pretty early on in the whole session, but Nick Swift showing some pretty rapid pace ahead of another Lotus Cortina of Justin Law. That was 9th fastest, and the top 10 completed by Gregor Fiskin in his Ford Galaxy 500.
Yeah, the pigeon-toed walk of marshals, just checking to see if there's any slippery substance down on the track. So track marshals here at Goodwood, of course, vastly experienced and making sure that there's no possibility around that rather quick part of the course to hamper anybody else. So we've got a mini off the track, a little bit of locking up going on there on the inside front right. He was a little worried about it. So there was obviously some oil there because they are slip sliding away.
Yes, that was looking a bit hairy, wasn't it? They were running wide.
So that's a good thing that we've had a red flag. The marshal's on the ball there, that's for sure, and calling a halt to this session. I think with 11 minutes to go.
The cars are in the pit lane, so it does look as though they may well get to restart and go out.
It would only be fair, wouldn't it?
And hopefully they can soak up some of that oil.
Great police car. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, the MTA police car. I wonder if they are going to find a way of doing this, and I wonder how far the oil goes. That's always a bit of a question when you've got a car like that then running around quite slowly for a while. He did pull over as he went down after Fordwater, I think, or maybe it was just before that. That's not ideal for everyone else if there's a bit of oil laid down. There's a fun way of getting a view, isn't there? On top of your Rolls Royce.
I was going to say, on top of your Rolls Royce.
That's lovely to see.
Here we go then. So there is enough down to warrant some cement dust, or whatever it is nowadays they use.
Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes, I think, to soak up some of this oil, but hopefully we will see this session getting underway once again. So the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 for the likes of the Alfa Romeos, BMW 1800s, Ford Lotus Cortinas and the Ford Galaxies. But
we've ceremoniously dragged off the infield.
Yeah, we've lost one of them, sadly. That is a disappointment, no doubt about it.
Well, the Ford, I was just having a read up on the Dumas and Shepherd Ford Galaxy. I mean, that is quite a famous car, quite a rare car as well.
Nick Swift there, he's set a very good pace. As you can see, he is going to be sharing it with Brendan Hartley. Brendan's got family here this weekend, lovely to see. He's a New Zealand racer, very successful in Le Mans sports car racing, and I saw him briefly yesterday as I came through the paddock. His dad's coming over from New Zealand, especially for this event at Goodwood. He had his youngster with him, and yeah, really making a big family party of being here at Goodwood. And that's so important to so many people, whether you're watching on the sidelines or one of the racers who's been invited to join in. It's lovely to make it a big family event. Olivier Hart there, so he's third fastest in that Alpha. So he's got a good pace, there's no doubt about it.
They are going to get 8 minutes, Ben. So 8 minutes will be our session to completion.
Right.
So remove the 11-minute marker that we were at when this came to an end. And there's just 8 minutes come up on our marker on the monitor in here, in the commentary position up in the Girling building.
Okay. So
any more to come before we close business tonight, though?
Alex Furiani there, he's done a good job so far. He's in that top 10. He's 5th fastest currently. So another of the pretty rapid Alphas. BMW that was looking a little bit as though it might be struggling a touch. It's a car that Darren Turner was in earlier and actually pulled over, didn't he? You remember in that first session when Darren was in the car. Hopefully they've got that fixed. But there's a bit of inspection going on a few cars out there at the moment, just to make sure they're all still running correctly. Another of the Lotus Cortinas, that's the 68 car of Michael Cullen. And that's the car being shared with Craig Breen, the rally driver, who was pretty impressive earlier on. And his first experience of competing here at Goodwood, certainly in a practice session anyway. We shall see how that develops as we go through the rest of the weekend. Tim Lazel in the BMW 1800 is just there. And then we've got the Alpha of François Fabry. Everybody just sitting and waiting for their opportunity to come back out and hopefully get that final 8 minutes underway and see if they can move themselves up the order somewhat. He's quite a long way down. He's down in 26th position at the moment.
Fred Shepherd's time of 1:29.8 is 1.9 seconds ahead of Jordan in second place at the moment. So then it all gets a little tighter from that point onwards. It's only Fred Shepherd who's got the runaway first position at the moment. It's going to be difficult to see how they're going to get on top of that. I've got to say the Ford Galaxy looks really, really good out front.
Yeah.
Given the space to use its legs.
Some nice style there with that Lotus Cortina. And
the thing is, he would roar off down straights. He wasn't.
Bill Solis we're just listening into. He's sharing the car with Alex Brundle this weekend.
That's all right. Yeah, but at least the all better. It'll be all different now. So.
And this car, they only just got this car rebuilt. I was talking to Bill earlier, and it got crashed earlier on this year. And then he got the invitation by Goodwood, and it means so much to all of these drivers to get the invitation to bring your car to Goodwood. And they've been working flat out to get this car fixed and prepared, and he tested it the other day and he said actually it did feel very good. So they've done a great job as ever. Bill, former fireman, an instructor at Brands Hatch, we used to work together, and a mini champion many times, and it's lovely that they've got that car done in time.
Here we go then, the paddock has been opened again, the pit lane has been opened again, and we're out on the track. So 7.5 minutes left already, it's ticking away. Anybody got anything in the locker to try and produce a fast lap in the closing stages of this St Mary's Part 2?
Interesting light you can see from the cameras, and particularly if you're at the side of the track at the moment. We've got some pretty heavy clouds overhead, but we've also got some bright sunshine at the same time. So hopefully the rain is going to hold off. We shall see. Well, that could make life pretty interesting if it suddenly gets a bit damp out there.
Especially if you're camping a bit later on, of course. So, we warm things back up over the first lap out. There's going to be a bit of traffic now as well. Almost you'd be better off waiting just a little while and not getting tangled up in somebody else's mistake.
And that very nearly happened there, didn't it, with the lock-up from one of the other Lotus Cortinas just ahead. And getting the inside line and getting a very good line through there to be able to make up a bit of ground, no doubt about it.
2 men in one go. You won't get an opportunity again like that on this lap, I'll bet.
Right.
Maybe you will.
Some of them are taking it fairly easy on this opening lap, rather than pushing flat out.
They're a bit concerned about where that oil is, of course.
So that was the 51 car of Ambrosio Perfetti. That's who we were riding with there briefly. He's gone for it immediately. He's actually pretty rapid. He's 4th fastest overall so far. Now you're going on to a flying lap. So this is where a lap really starts to count. So up through the box.
He just wanted to give himself a bit of room, I think, get in front of the cars that were all around him. Now he's given himself half a chance. The one thing about when the marshals have put that line of cement dust down, at least you've got a fair idea of where the slippy bit is.
Oh, that was the slippy bit, but he coped with it pretty well. Did slide him out to the outside. It's a quick corner that, taken in 4th gear, still in 4th gear, flat out now through this next section, and he's got more pace than the car ahead. He wants to avoid having to lift, because otherwise the lap will be slower, and he's got the run going here, but it gives him a slightly tighter line into St Mary's that is perfect. Let's watch him here. Oh, gets a bit sideways. Can he get it over to the right? Yes, down to 3rd gear. Just could have been a little closer to the curb, but he keeps it off the grass just about. Now, heavy braking coming up. Watch this. Yeah, he's got it neat and tidy into Levant.
Had to work hard for it, though, because he found himself just a little out of position by making a pass on the car where he wanted to be into the braking area, but got it sorted out.
He did.
Then. You should have a fairly clear track now, maybe for this lap.
We'll see if we're going to get any improvements. There are 1 or 2 cars that are showing personal bests in a few different sectors. But has this been tidy enough, and has it been empty enough? Because he had a bit of traffic in the opening part of the lap. So the lap he's done so far best is a 32.3, 1 minute 32.3. Let's see whether this lap's going to be any better. Nick Swift has just done a better lap in his Mini, by the way. So we'll see if
it was any better on this occasion. Yeah, Swift is up to 6th place at the moment, but no, that was just a little bit of a messy lap, having to make those passes he did. Now, though, if you can put this lap together, we've got just over 4 minutes to go of this session.
There's a fun angle from the onboard camera as well, isn't there? So you can see the amount of work that's going on the steering wheel. A moment where you're on the straight and you can kind of just relax for a second, take a breath, and then off you go again. And then meanwhile, there you are looking at Nick Swift. So he's the most rapid Mini at the moment, who gained a couple of places on that first flying lap. And he's pretty aggressive, but very experienced Mini driver, has had so much success over the years. Knows how to prepare these cars just about perfectly as well, of course. So this will be a perfect Mini, and it's delivering for now. I don't know whether he's doing any personal. Yes, he is doing some good sectors again, so we might see a further improvement.
Closing down on the Alpha now. He's going to catch him late enough for him perhaps not to hold him up into the chicane, so this might be a lap. Have a bit of that off the throttle.
That was beautiful, though. That was
really
so good.
was.
The front-wheel drives Minis, when they get sideways, just keep your foot on the floor on the accelerator, and it always comes back straight, and it did beautifully there for Nick Swift. Let's just see if this changes his position at all. He's currently 7th. He goes over the line and he stays in that. He does move
up to 4th. It's a little slower this monitor when it comes up, but just that we expected it to be there a bit earlier than that, but no, it's corrected itself and we are up to 6th place now. He's just been pushed back another place.
Mike Jordan's just done a good lap. It's not enough to take the fastest lap. That's still belonging to Fred Shepherd, but Mike Jordan's just gone 2nd fastest with a quicker lap in the Lotus Cortina. This was the lovely line, the back end coming, but he just kept the balance going. That was so perfect.
It's almost like he just took his foot off the throttle enough to get the rear wheel steer through the final part of the corner. Brilliant stuff.
Very, very good. So we're enjoying that. So there's Mike Jordan, who's just done that slightly better lap. It's still not enough.
1.6 off the top slot still.
Yep. So the Ford Galaxy is still the big beast is still the fastest in this session on a 1:29.8. Last lap that Fred did was a 32.8, so he's probably in a bit of traffic at the moment. Hasn't been able to improve on the lap that he set earlier.
That's the trouble when everyone leaves pit lane at exactly the same time. There's not much opportunity to find that gap that you need, or indeed the right kind of toe that you might favour.
Mike Jordan's got a decent run here, and there are a few cars up ahead, but not that close, I think, that will get in his way. Let's see, under braking, the Mini's got out of his way anyway. A couple of more Lotus Cortinas just up ahead of him. So we'll see whether this works for him, but...
Oh, beautiful line all the way through there. I like that overhead camera, the big crane above us.
Yes, that shows it very well. Into the chicane, tidy one way, then the other, flick it through. Little touch of oversteer. And we'll see whether he improves on that 1:31.487. I don't think this is actually going to be any quicker. No, it was a 1:33.195, so the better lap was done just a little while ago. Seen a little bit of an improvement further down the field for the number 7 Mini of Charlie Cooper. He's come up to 15th now. Bill Solis has got himself in 10th position currently, but Nick Swift is in 7th in this Mini, so he is still the fastest of the Minis currently, and he is 3 places ahead of his big rival, Bill Solis. Swift has done a 1:32.3, Solis has done a 33.2 currently, so...
Less than a minute though till checkered flag time, and we were watching Swift all the way through there. He really is lights on and blazing a trail around here.
Plenty of traffic around in front of him.
Yeah, but it looks like quite fast traffic.
Yeah, and that might help him a little bit. This car is just so well balanced. Beautifully balanced. It is, yeah. Just looking at Tom Sharp's car.
Yeah, that was the one that looked like it was puffing a little bit of smoke earlier, wasn't it? Maybe not.
Now, currently in 13th position, this car. So not that far up the list, but it's still very much in the middle of the field currently. And
so slowing down now, so...
Checker flag is due to come out. Yeah, he is slowing down, you're right. And he actually looks like he might be pulling over any moment.
Well, I'm sure I saw a little puff of smoke out of that a little bit earlier on, so maybe that's... he's just steadying it up.
Checker flag has just come out, so we might see some improvements. Actually, Mike Jordan's just done 1:31.1. That is his best lap so far in the red Lotus Cortina. But again, it's still not quick enough to beat the time that Fred Shepherd said earlier on, at 1:29.8.
That must have been Ed that did that. I blame Ed for putting him under pressure. Fred's properly annihilated the opposition in this particular session with the 92 car. We're looking at it now, Fred Shepherd, 1:29.8. 1.3, as you've said, faster than anybody else. That was a pretty spectacular lap.
Yeah, he's done well with that. If he can deliver that sort of performance. It's a big machine too, so it's a good one for blocking people if they're trying to come past you. Takes up a lot more space than the Mini.
That was my question earlier on in the day, wasn't it, to whether the big cars can keep the tyres under them, and that's going to be the balancing factor, I feel, later in the competition this weekend.
Yeah, we shall see, but he's done well for now. He's delivered a very good lap, and they have set the pace with that Ford. So this car has definitely got a great opportunity throughout the course of the weekend of being the dominant car, because Romain Dumas was quick with it earlier on, and now it is Fred Shepherd who's quick with it. So this is a 2-part race with 2 different drivers, 2 separate races. They don't have pit stops to change over. They are completely separate races, but we will then get an overall winner, and it could end up being that car. But let's wait and see. Lots more to come over the course of the weekend, and plenty of people were pushing very, very hard. They will not give up until the checkered flag comes out on both races, so we'll see how that all goes. But entertaining, fun practice session from some beautiful saloon cars from that 1960s period, and I think Fred Shepherd will be able to have a nice relaxed evening, knowing that all pretty much went to plan. So their cars are heading back towards the pits, and there we go. A time when these cars built in the 1960s, it was sort of a time when manufacturers were really beginning to realise the value of saloon car racing, and how putting that bit of effort in was getting them some publicity and livening up the whole process of marketing road cars. this was a very important step in the 1960s with saloon car racing, and it's lovely to see this mix of machines. The Cortina's certainly up there, the Jaguar Mark IIs, the Minis in there, and the big American beasts, all giving us a bit of combination that we can enjoy. Fred Shepherd has ended up fastest in the St Mary's Trophy for the Part 2 race that takes place on Sunday afternoon. It's going to be the last race of the Goodwood Revival weekend here that we're all thoroughly enjoying. Looking forward, of course, to the next 2 days, and we're also looking forward to the first race coming up in just a little while. That's going to be great to see. We've got another practice session coming up, but and then we're going to see the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, and that is going to be really, really interesting to see how that goes going into the evening. And then so much action taking place tomorrow, all starting off from 10 to 9 with the Austin Sevens track parades, and then the Chichester Cup, Richmond and Gordon trophies, the Settrickington Cup as well, where we see the youngsters all having their go in the pedal cars. That's going to be a bit I'm really going to enjoy watching.
I've got one for you.
Really? I think I might struggle. Oh, lost a wheel.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, we didn't see that
the
earlier
Alpha
on.
there of David Hart.
Yeah, Olivier was driving that car, and they're a pair of drivers, father and son, who race in classics all the time. And let's see whether we can spot it as it. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we can spot it.
Rear wheel flew off, bounced off the barrier at the chicane. In some ways, it's just as well it happened there, because that is one of the slowest sections of the track.
I would say that counts as a bit of luck.
Yeah. Where did it go to after this? Did it
smashed
slide
it
into the car, did it?
No, I think
we don't see.
I think it veered off.
Yeah, hopefully it didn't bash into the car. That's interesting, because it was quite late in the session, so I'm slightly surprised in a way. Normally if you have a loose wheel, it's early in a session that it tends to fly off the car, but that was quite late. Maybe it was just not done up to the proper level, and it gradually eased itself loose. Who knows? But anyway, he's okay, the car's all right, and I'm sure we will see that car racing again over the course of the weekend in the 2 events of the St Mary's Trophy. But that has been a fun practice session, and well done to Fred Shepherd for setting the pace.
Well, we've got racing superstars in this race, and we've got Ed Foster.
Thank you so much. I just asked, why is my bonnet open? They said, we've got to let it cool down. I slightly feel as though I need to open my bonnet.
You've quickly got out your tweeds and into your race suit. I'm pretty impressed you're doubling up today.
Yeah, it was a bit of a panic, because I went through the paddock, and everyone was in their cars queuing up, and they're like, why are you not changed? I was like, oh my goodness. But anyway, plenty of time in the end. And I see there's now a bit of oil down at Lavant, so that was good to see. It's perfect. Nice confidence boost.
Just what you need.
Yeah, exactly. It's lovely to see a bit of oil and not quite know where it is. So we'll go out and we'll just, bed ourselves in. The problem is that if you spend too long bedding yourself in, you suddenly realise it's the end of the session and you don't get a clear lap. So we'll see what happens.
Now, I've seen the video of you getting a 135 or under a 135 around here, and you celebrated like you'd won the F1 World Championship. What's the plan today?
Be a bit more of a professional. So, yeah, I mean, I'm such an amateur racer, and I love it, and I've raced this car a fair bit. But trying to get to that time took quite a lot. And with my very amateur hands, amateur feet. It was a real effort. So when I finally did it, I celebrated like I've just won the Formula One World Championship.
Well, I'm liking this scenario because I'm talking to you on eye level for once in my life. And before I leave you, I spoke to your fiancée and she wanted me to just check you had your lucky pants on.
I didn't know I had any. That's got me worried now. Maybe I do have some. Oh, God. Oh, it's going to be a disaster.
We'll leave you to think about that, Ed.
Cheers, Dave.
Best of luck.
On we go to Goodwood Racecourse, perhaps the most picturesque in the country. And as usual, there's a full house for Stewards' Cup Day. With the blower in working order, the bookies are happily chalking up the odds. In the paddock, the 22 runners give the customers their last chance of a checker. Fields in line. And they're off, with 6 furlongs to go.
Thirty of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Next up, it's the Lavant Cup. Now, the Lavant Cup's been a race of many different makes across the years, Ferraris, GT40s, but this year, it's all about the MGBs. And we've got Rob Huff here. Now, Rob, I believe you started racing your whole racing career in one of these cars.
Yeah, very much so. My first ever race was at Cadwell Park, I think in 1997, in an MGB, in the BCV8 Championship. And I was very lucky. It was a friend that I went to school with. It was his father's car, owned a local MG dealer, asked me to come along and have a go in it. And I raced it all the way up till 2010 alongside the World Touring cars. Absolutely loved it. It was one of my favourite cars ever to drive. These ones are a little bit different, sort of a lesser class, if you like, more of a standard MGB. Less grip, less power. First time I've ever seen it was yesterday. And yeah, the last time I ever drove an MGB was 2010, but just lovely to be here, lovely to be asked by Malcolm Gammons to come and drive this car. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
I was going to say, that explains your sideways style if you started life in these cars.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you know, the way to get the speed out of these things back in the day was very much to carry the corner speed, and to carry the corner speed you have to be just over the limit. And I seem to have a reputation for carrying that into E-Type Jaguars as well. That you know, what a wonderful event we've got here, and we'll give it our best go. I mean, there's a huge grid for the Levant Trophy, and I hear there's a couple of very, very quick boys who have been doing a lot of testing. But like I say, first time in the car today, we'll give it a go and see how we get on.
Who have you got your eye on?
Definitely Coley in the yellow one. Mark is, we were just chatting. I grew up instructing with Mark. My first ever job was at Silverstone when Mark was doing the hot laps. I used to put the VHS tapes in the recorders for the public who paid extra money for a video of their hot lap. Mark was driving the car, and I said to him, I somehow managed to get myself in trouble just loading videotapes into a car. But I mean, yeah, how life moves on.
You need one in the car now. You see what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna tape mine up, and I'm gonna definitely try and get his video tonight.
You've already been out there today, so you know what the track's maturing. What's your thoughts on the track?
A lot of oil, a lot of fluids going down. But the track actually has got quite good grip, especially when the sun comes out. Believe it or not, the track changes quite a lot, whether it's in shade or in the sun. And halfway through the TT practice just then, the sun came out, and all of a sudden you gain about 3/4 of a second. So, I'm not sure if it's going to affect these so much with 150 odd horsepower, but nevertheless, be great fun.
You won't touch that brake pedal, will you?
I'll try not to. I'm not. I don't know what I'm going to do to start with. Only sat in the car once. It's not exactly my perfect seating position, but as long as I don't miss the brake pedal when I need it, I'll be okay.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fast and I'm sure it'll be spectacular. So best of luck. I'll let you get settled up.
Very much. Cheers.
Well, look at that. There is another shower coming our way. There are some dark clouds, but very limited amount of dark clouds, and then there is blue sky following behind. So it's wipers on already for a couple of the cars as the cars for the Lavant Cup head out from the collecting area. And first out is an MGB. Just behind that is an MGB and a couple more MGBs. And yes, they are all MGBs. So
are they? Because of the WSM, the Wisdom Coupe, that's a different one.
Still an MGB, but it's got a different looking nose. It's a sort of, if you can imagine a bit what a Sebring Sprite looks like, it's a sort of a little bit like an elongated Sebring Sprite snout. So it is an MGB. It's still got the 1800 B series engine, although these will all be running just under.
And so from corner to corner, dry to rain, dry to rain, dry to rain. But the rain isn't heavy, and I think anybody who's been foolish enough to put their wipers on may pay the price in terms of smearing that windscreen.
I'm not sure. It did as they were coming out of Madgwick and heading down toward Fordwater. Yeah, it did look rather heavy, and I'm afraid, well, there is, I think, the loudest car in the place, car number 90, that pale blue car. That has a very different exhaust system and almost sounds like it hasn't got one at all. Neil Barrett owns the car, Josh Barrett driving it and getting caught out there by the rain. And in fact, look, it's actually like sleet. I did think that when we saw it actually from the opposite angle into the sun. That is sleet. Now, I know it's September and I know it's England, but it is England, and it's entirely possible that is more than just a bit of rain.
So swinging it around to just check how the steering is after that absolute head-on, very low speed impact with the tyre walls. The bonnet is bent, but hopefully nothing else. But actually looking at the pace, he's looking relatively confident, but I presume that's coming back to the pits for a check over.
I'm not sure. It's shoved in the front panel. You can see he's got little spotlights behind the grille. It has shoved in the front panel there. Not an awfully long way, and there isn't much time to play with. So I think if it feels okay to him, then actually he's going to press on. It is very loud. You won't need to tell me that if you're around the side of the track. There's all the other MGBs, and then wah, there's this thing. In the paddock, it's insanely noisy. At least out on track, you're a relatively decent distance from it. But yeah, I'm not quite sure. I was talking to Ed about it yesterday. I said, I'm not quite sure what the exhaust system they're running on this is. But boy, oh boy, it's not doing much for silencing the car.
Well, David Green chose his subject for interview very well down in the paddock, because Rob Huff seems to be setting the fastest pace on their first flying lap. He'll be coming round relatively soon. We'll see what sort of times they can do. But after that spin, the Josh Barrett driven car still pressing on. Clearly he feels it's okay. He certainly checked it for the next 3 or 4 corners, because this is a quick circuit. You don't want anything to go wrong. Another car that Huff was talking about, Rob Huff was talking about, was Mark Cole, and Cole is also very close to the ultimate pace. Drivers starting to feel themselves in. You know what? I'm beginning to think the rain has now passed over.
Well, it's certainly not getting any wetter on our window at the control tower, but it wasn't really wet here. It's out of the first corner, from Madgwick up to Fordwater and down to St Mary's. That was really where the sleet was coming down. So the bright yellow car is Mark Cole. You need to look out for him. The Ron Gammons entered car. Rob Huff is in a red car with a white roof, so he's one of only about 12 red cars with a white roof. Rob Huff is car number 7.
And they're running line astern with about a 3-second gap between them. So first, the fastest of all is Rob Huff at the front of the field. Car number 7, car 35 is giving chase, bright yellow, the easiest one to spot in the entire field. And if they can keep a sighter from one to the other, then they know they're doing the right thing.
Not too far behind them on track as well is Nick Mayton in 47. There you are, that's car number 47, the red car. So no, Nick Mayton's 74, not 47. Are you in trouble, number 74? They've got, that is a fuel filler that is not on the tank. that amount of liquid coming out from the back, that is the fuel tank leaking all over the place. Now that will be a little less slippery until it goes down on the water, and then it will be really quite considerably slippery. Some of our red and white MGBs have got handy little identifiers. The one there with the lurid green stripes, trying to find on my... no, not finding it now. Bright green colours, that is car number 29, so that is Max Cawthorne's car.
Yeah, but it's not uniform. Yeah, it is. He's got a crafty colour scheme. It's on one side of the car, not necessarily always on the other. But yes, easy to spot anything that isn't in red.
Yeah.
Well, but let's go on speed. Who's fastest? The driver who went off at the first corner, Josh Barnett. So he did his first flying lap, but now he's just been topped because
Rob Huff has gone quicker, and then Mark Cole has gone quicker behind Huffy.
But what that did prove was, despite the bonnet having been pushed back, that Josh Barnett is clearly in one of the most competitive cars. That's even more reason to stay out.
Oh, Huffy there being edged onto the grass. I don't think that Tony Binnington saw him coming. Tony Binnington in the dark blue MG with the white roundels on the door. So the reason for Lavant Cup being all for MGBs, we're celebrating the 60th anniversary of the launch of the MGB. So 1962, those early cars, and the very late models, even with the rubber bumpers and the stripy nylon seats, very, very closely related. I suppose if it was still being built now, it would have got fatter and larger like the RV8 did and so on, in the way that a 911 has, but not very much changed apart from the federal bumpers that they had to have for sales in the US, which is always a strong point for MG's cars. These are all, well, if they're not actually chrome bumpered cars, they're all debumpered, so they could easily have been chrome bumpered cars.
William Tebbit off at the side of the circuit, finds a gear and is going again. We've just had a pit visitor. I think it's the Wilson Spratt car. The Woodson is in. That's 217 pressing on again. That's E. Foster. Rings a bell. How's he faring? I suppose we should keep an eye on.
8th fastest, 142.8. So he's still not below 142. Now, let's talk about Ed. Ed is 6'7" and an inveterate enthusiast, former editor of Motorsport, worked here full-time at the Goodwood Motor Circuit for a number of years on their content team in the Motorsport department. He's obviously our man in amongst the drivers, but bought this car to race and raced it a number of times and has sort of raced this continually through most of his on and off racing career. But in the search for more performance, he, in the last month, has lost, he was trying to shed 10 kilos, he's lost 7 kilos, so that is over a stone he has dropped personally in a month, and he was not fat to start with.
I was going to say, he won't take a compliment about that, though. He goes, I was just too overweight before, but Ed, don't forget, now is back in the family seat, back up in Scotland, and it's a very long commute to come down here to test, to do whatever he chooses to do. He's still got the windscreen wipers going. He's got his own great event up there as well at the Rhine.
Yeah, and he is absolutely flying at the moment. He's really got the car up on his toes. He's just sliding nicely. He's got it dancing around.
Fourth fastest now, so he'll be chuffed to bits. Can stay there. He's only 0.8 of a second down on the ultimate pace. That is Ed stepping up 5 steps.
In period, this car raced at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, which must have been scary as, but he was saying that in period it was black, but when it was restored as a red car with a white roof, because that's kind of your MG competition department. Those are your Abingdon colours. And he wants it really to be black again, but... and Ed is saying this, so I'm taking it that he's heard it from somebody else, black paint is heavier. So he doesn't want to spend any more time on a diet, and certainly his fiancée doesn't want him to spend any more time on a diet, so he's holding back from painting it black because it'll make it slower.
Well, Ed is never short of a story. He is the man for the show, but great to see him working so hard. But the target time, 1 minute 37.6 seconds. We've got 2 cars that have both managed that. We've got... Mark Cole top of the table, and car 74 is right in the mix as well, and that's been driven very well indeed by Nick Mayton, who's got quite a few drives this weekend and does well really in all of them.
Yeah. Rob Huff 3rd, Ed Foster 4th. Malcolm Gammons, son of Ron Gammons, in 5th place. And it was Ron Gammons MG. If you're even remotely in the classic car world, you will know that Ron Gammons and MG go together like Bill Shepherd and Mustang. They are extremely closely related. Ron Gammons, Brown and Gammons MG have been in the business pretty much, well, absolutely since the cars were still in production, and the go-tos.
Yeah,
the go-tos for any MG parts.
It's the sort of place that needs an enormous trophy cabinet because the number they have won across the years. So target time 1 minute 37.6 seconds. So our colleague has to find 8/10. That's Ed Foster.
There he is. Well, closely
there he is, getting a bit of a slipstream from 74. No problem. Past he goes. He used every ounce of that. The green and green
hang on a minute. Don't
Nick
forget,
Maton was the second fastest.
Exactly so. I mean,
fast Ed.
There's the point. So Nick's on a little bit of a breather lap. Ed is on a flyer. Has gone by the man who is 2 spots, or in fact, at the moment, will line up directly ahead of him on the grid. And again, he's definitely gone to the Rob Huff school of angle of the dangle through the final corner. This is, I mean, Ed does talk down his own abilities, and he's not famous for being a journalist or now a farmer who races, but racing farmers from Scotland have got a decent reputation over the 1960s, certainly.
Do they ever? Target time has moved. 1 minute 35.6 now is Mark Cole at the top of the table. So he's 8/10 clear. That suddenly means that Ed is 2.8 seconds back. Ed goes third fastest. He gets into the 1 minute 37. So he did 2 laps consecutive. 1 minute 38.8, 1 minute 38 point, I think it was 4. Now 1 minute 37.5. So he has learnt, and he's learnt well. But will it be enough to topple Mark Cole? There he is, Karma 35, and just looking super smooth. He's on top of this.
Yeah, not quite as quick as his previous lap. Again, just maybe a little bit of traffic, maybe a little breather. But again, Rob talked about when he started the BCV8 Championship. It's an all-comers MG. So it's MGB, MGC, which is the B, but with a 6-cylinder Austin engine, and V8. So the MGB with a 3.5 litre Rover V8 engine. So, and a lot of those are very, very heavily modified, and as he said, even the basic cars in that championship are more modified than this. These are more your sort of FIA appendix regulations, which are quasi road cars, where there's a little bit more of a limit to the development. But it just means that, like Mark Cole, the more you've driven the car regularly, the more you're on top of it, the more it's dancing to your tune. Rob Huff goes fastest again, just to undo everything I was leading up to saying that's why Mark Cole is really the hot shoe here, why he is the man that Rob was tipping to be on top of the pile. Of course, Rob never takes anything lying down, so he will always compete until the very last moment. Again, look for the number 7 car, red with the white hardtop, that factory hardtop. Of course, normally you drive it with a roof down in weather like this, but the hardtop is more aerodynamic, windows sealed up, everything just to try and reduce a bit of drag. You've only got around 150 horsepower. Anything that causes drag is not your friend.
Yeah, well, I noticed when we were talking to Ed Foster this morning, he was saying that you can get more horsepower than that, but it comes at the expense of having the right amount of torque to punch it out of the corners.
Ed is within a second of pole. Within a second of pole. What was his time that he was punching the air with?
He got below 1 minute 35, so he's a 1 minute 36.5. But don't forget, the track has been greasy. That little flurry of rain beforehand. There is also a lot of traffic doing a fast lap in practice when there's and testing when there's no one around you is all very good. Now, Mark Cole has been racing. We've been looking at him in that number 35. He's been around the block many, many times, and he was a Porsche champion back in 2002. In fact, there aren't many sort of cars that he hasn't won events in. He's one of those drivers with a bit of more money behind him. He could have definitely gone on to do greater things, but he's kept his career going, and here he is showing he's real class. But he's got Rob Huff ahead of him by just 15 hundredths of a second. Sorry, 0.154 of a second, so it's really close. Ed Foster now within a second, so they're the fast three. I always thought it was going to be Huff and Cole at the top, but I think having seen Nick Maton, Ed Foster, and the driver who crashed his car on his outlap but continued, Josh Barnett, going very well. He is fifth fastest. Can anyone else challenge? I think not. They are the fast 5.
I wonder what's how much that Josh Barnett is unsettled by, if it's just turning right with more alacrity than turning left, or vice versa. It's rare that you'll have an instant like that where nothing is rearranged in the suspension, but right now Ed Foster, I don't care whether he's lost 7 kilos, 10 kilos, no kilos, whether it's painted red or black. This car is absolutely flying. He is having a really good time in it.
But the closer you get to the front of these fields, it's more than just having a good time. You've had to work really hard and talk to the experts and try and work out how things are happening. Obviously, the experts wouldn't recommend you modify your bonnet to the way that Josh Barnett has done. Visibility to front left, well, it's not the most important point of the car around this circuit. It's looking where the front right is going on this clockwise circuit.
It's more the interference with the airflow. You know, it's causing more drag, and actually he pits early. I wonder if it's causing just a little bit of an overheating issue as well.
You do wonder. I think we're possibly going to have a change at the top, because it's only 0.154 of a second between the fastest Rob Huff and Mark Cole. Mark has just banged in the fastest middle sector of anybody.
Right, he's having a tyre pressure adjustment, so he is going to go and try, what have we got, 4 3/4 minutes on the clock still, so he's got time to get out and do one quick lap.
Well, if he wants to be on pole, he's going to have to go below 1 minute 35, because Rob Huff has managed that, and that puts him just 0.2 of a second ahead of Mark Cole. Ed Foster now 1.5 seconds in the rear in third place. Nick Maton behind car number 74 in fourth place.
Yeah, Nick Maton is having a very good run here as well. Not too far ahead of Josh Barnett, not too far ahead of car number 75 either, who's up in sixth place, and that's Matt Walton. Old English white car with a black roof and black number roundels, so that's a very different look from a lot of the red and white cars, clearly. So he's sixth quickest at the moment. Oh, and a big moment. I heard it, and the cameraman has zoomed in to pick it up. That is a big looping spin. Yep.
That was gone before, as we call.
But he was fully committed there, wasn't he? Absolutely fully lit.
Okay, wind it back to what we heard from Rob Huff beforehand, who was saying you have to have them, you have to attack the corners, you have to be slightly over the limit. The car, and keeping it smooth, will do that. But that was just that modicum too much pushing into the corner. Another car that's got a problem has been the Gammons car number 88. That's marked to stop somewhere out on the circuit. Malcolm Gammons aboard that. So one of the clear top 10 qualifiers be going no further, unfortunately, but it may hold on to its time, because the clock has counted down. Just over 3 minutes remain. Can Mark Cole fight back in the bright yellow number 35? He's pushing super hard.
He came back quicker on the last lap to close the gap to Huffy to 0.238. Rob Huff on his previous lap went quicker again, and that's the only thing that actually kept Cole out of the top spot. Ed Foster still in third, but the gap is now out to 1.5 seconds first to third, whereas he was only 9/10 back in third place a couple of laps ago. So his last lap not quicker. Nick Maton in fourth place, car number 74. He did go quicker on the last lap, didn't improve his position, but he's now within 1/3 of a second of Ed Foster as they battle for third. So 74, the white car with the black roof and the black roundels. And that is Nick Maton, fourth fastest. In fact, I see it now in daylight, in the sunshine. It's British Racing green. Yesterday evening when I was looking at it, it was under a shelter. It definitely looked black. So it is Old English white with BRG roof and roundels. That's the car you can see on screen at the moment. That's Nick Maton. Is this a quicker lap from him?
Well, I tell you who's going faster. It's Rob Huff. Hold on to your hats. His best lap so far, 1 minute 34.951 seconds. His first sector was the fastest.
Well.
Second sector, no improvement. Actually, no, he's blown it in the second sector. Maybe traffic for Huff, because that was 7/10 down. But who's gone really fast with that? Mark Cole. So he's fighting back. He's had the best second sector of all. This is going to go right down to the end. We're under 2 minutes to go. Traffic will have a role to play if they're unlucky. A lot of cars out there. Oh, it's that blasted MGB up ahead of them. Got 30 cars out on the track.
It is Huff and Cole for the front row. Foster and Maton right now battling for the second row. And Barnett and Walton, neither have improved on the last lap.
As Walton does precisely that, so Barnett's gone back. So a late charge,
so
car number 75.
Still fifth and sixth, but in reverse order. Walton ahead of Barnett now. So yeah. Okay, last gasp saloon. Minute and 16 on the clock. Start this one, make it pay, because you don't get another.
Two quick laps there from Ed Foster. He's improved his time. He's 1.3 seconds down. Stays in third place. He's responding to this challenge for that third place on the grid with Nick Maton. They're both improving towards the end of the session, but the session is going to end in a minute's time.
Mark Cole in a yellow car, still flying. Car's up on its toes, really just sliding beautifully through these corners. Not asking too much from front end grip, not asking too much of the tyres, just guiding it round with fingertips, letting the car find its own balance. That's the secret to these rear-wheel drive cars when you've got limited grip, is you just induce it into the corner. Don't try and make the front do too much, because there isn't the grip there It's not a modern car, it doesn't have modern suspension, doesn't have modern tyre widths, it doesn't have slicks, so you've got to allow it to float a little bit. Aiming it inside the apex, allowing it to drift out wide, and here in the final corner again, that long three-part drift onto the brakes for the chicane. Oh, he's going to have, no, he's going to be out of time. Checkered flag is out now, he comes to the line. Now, is he faster than Rob Huff? He is not. It was not quicker anywhere. So he takes the checkered flag. Mark Colas has had his last stab. What about the Foster-Mayton battle for row 2 of the grid? Ed Foster, 2:17. Here comes Rob Huff. Huff's in traffic, and a bobble from the all-red car in front of him. And he's just starting a lap here, Rob, but there is a lot of traffic. I'm not sure that's going to go quicker. He's not going to get on the end
of a 6-car train. He's been blocked through St Mary's. That will compromise. You see the WSM,
yes.
Totally different, running just in front with the coupe bodywork, the little blue band around the nose. But
looks for
Rob at the back of that, he's not going past.
Looks for all the world like a Mini 275 Ferrari, doesn't it?
Yes.
It really does. Very different looking car. So Rob Huff finds his way through on the inside. And actually, this is, why is he bothering? Why doesn't he slow down? Well, because in the race, it's very likely that he'll be in back marker traffic before the end of it. So just wants to get a feel. And of course, he's not driven the car before, so he wants to get a feel for the car as well, and just really know that he knows what it needs, what it wants, what it likes, and what he can ask of it. Ed Foster has taken a checkered flag. Just about everybody has. So Ed Foster, third fastest. Tallest man in the field, also the third fastest man in the field, and one of the less experienced MGB racers here as well, I would think. So a good effort from Rob Huff to take pole position for the Lavant Cup. That is their single practice session, and the race will be at... You've got this at the tip of your time.
No, I don't.
No, I haven't.
Thrown to something I didn't think you were going to say.
No.
It's not today, because also I know the only race of the day is the one that we're about to start next. Which
it will be at 3:55 on Sunday. So Ed's got an awful lot of legwork to. That'll, take a few kilos off as well, won't it? Awful lot of legwork to do, an awful lot of interviewing to do, an awful lot of award presenting to do. And then, of course, there'll be the onboard video to upload of him going absolutely mental when he realises how quickly he's gone.
Well, you did joke this morning, what happens if you finish in the top 3? You'll have to interview yourself. No chance of that, he said. Where has he qualified? In third position. A nice problem to have.
Yeah, I should think before and after Ed's race, David will be down there. But yeah, hello, I'm Ed Foster. Hello, Ed. How was your race? Oh, it was marvellous. Yeah, it was really, really fun. And yeah, thank you, Ed. Okay, that's enough from you. Moving on. That's excellent. Just an excellent performance from an all-round fun chap.
So he's off into the paddock to look for the lucky pants he doesn't know
he owns. Exactly right. Very good. Okay, so practice for the day, for the weekend. Not quite at an end, actually, because there is more practice tomorrow for some of our other categories, but for today it is at an end. Who gets more practice tomorrow?
The RAC Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy celebration. That's a 25-minute blast out.
And the Sussex Trophy as well. Now, I'll tell you what, that's going to wake you up at 9:25 tomorrow morning.
Big loud sports cars. Yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, when they fire up, they will actually suck in spectators from the traffic queue if you're not careful. So lots more to see and do this evening, though. Our first race of the 2022 Goodwood Revival is coming. Pint of lager. Contemplating that. That's a fine bit of tashery as well there going on. And again, to everybody who has come here today, hope you've had a wonderful day, are having a wonderful day, because it is a long way from over. Even when the circuit goes quiet, over the road is open until 10 p.m. So much still to see and do. And of course, our final practice session is done. We still have racing to come.
30 of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Yeah, shall I start? Then you would. Well, obviously we were just watching that Levant Cup there, and one of our own, Ed Foster, was in that practice session. We were chatting to him yesterday, and he said, I've been doing a bit of practice on the circuit here, but I'm not very good at gear change. I'm losing a lot of time on the sectors. I mean, Ed Foster has just got himself on the front row of the grid tomorrow in the race. He looks super shocked. David, you have to get a reaction from this man.
Well, I have to say, first of all, congratulations.
Cheers. I'm genuinely shocked. There's something not quite right with the gearbox, but I have to say this is all down to Nick Padmore, Roy Gillingham and AJ Barnard, the guys there, and Swifty as well, who did it, and they were all rushing around to get this engine ready. And Roy, who's been on this car for so many years, and it's just hit snag after snag. So yeah, I'm genuinely, I can't quite believe it. I mean, like front row of Goodwood, mental, absolutely mental.
I thought it was your lucky pants in my pep talk.
And maybe you gave me some lucky pants. I'm never going to take these off. The problem is that all my pants are blue, so I'm now going to no idea which ones they are.
This is you here, we're watching you right now. Right. I mean, did you know you were going that quick?
No, I had an idea that it was going all right, because obviously you got the pit board telling you like where you're at. But I knew that the circuit was getting quicker and quicker, so it was dry. It was still very slippy. And I kept fluffing some corners, some gear changes, and so there's more time in it. And I made a few mistakes, which was annoying. And you know when you're completely crossed up on the exit of a corner that you're going to pay for it all the way down the next straight. But this is mega. This is mega. This is amazing.
You look very happy, and rightfully so. Surely that's a podium this weekend?
No, the race is completely different. I'm sure there'll be lots of guys who are much faster coming through and things. So I just, you know what, there's been years of kind of highs and lows with this car, and whatever happens to the race tomorrow, I will take this to my grave.
Ed, we've got a bit of time. Before you go, there's a bit of history as well with this car, isn't it? It's been in the family for a long while.
It has. So amazingly, I came across my late dad's, went into his desk the other day and came across a photo of him in the very first revival with a single-seater Gordini, and he raced here then in 1998. He sold that car to buy this so that my brother, dad and I could all race together. And we did one race together, and that was a Spa 6 hours, and then my dad was diagnosed with Parkinson's, so it's the only car that we've ever all driven together. And so I like to think he's looking down and smiling. But yeah, in my wildest dreams, I never thought that A, I'd be at the Goodwood Revival racing, and B, be chatting to you guys after that qualifying session.
Well, you've done him proud, and I must say the broadcast team proud as well, where we can hold our heads high.
When are you on circuit?
I was leaving it all to you this weekend.
Right. No, honestly, I think there'll be people out of position things, and it was a kind of drying track, so you kind of got lucky with the traffic, and if you hit traffic when it was drying at the end, then it was you weren't going to get a quick lap in. So hopefully we can sort the gearbox overnight, yeah, I mean, amazing. I couldn't. On the pit board, I got like P3, and I thought they were just telling me that to sort of encourage me. You're actually P28, mate. But if we put P3, you'll be really happy with yourself. Actually, no, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke.
It wasn't a joke. You're on the front row of the grid. Lee, cameraman Lee, while we're here and it's Ed's, should we have a quick look inside as well? Ed, can you just show us exactly what it looks like in here for everyone at home, just to feel a bit more involved?
The seats has to be as wide as possible because I've got quite wide hips, and it's a nightmare to get in and out of. There's a brace bar, I don't know if you can look down the footwell. I've got a brace bar on the left, and then the brake pedal, you put a bit of sandpaper on it and that basically stops your foot slipping off. Having said that, going through the second part of St Mary's, my foot slipped clean off the brake onto the accelerator, and I locked up all 4 wheels. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's it's 3 pedals and a steering wheel.
I like the air conditioning flap on the top here.
Do you know what? I don't even know what that's for. It doesn't do anything. It just gives me drag down the straights.
Looks cool.
Well, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Well, Ed, well done. We cannot wait to see you go racing tomorrow. David, I'm going to bring you back round and we can let Ed go back and do whatever he has to do. Now, well done. We'll see you tomorrow. I mean, that was awesome. It's great, isn't it? I mean, at Festival Speed, if any of you guys saw, I went up in a sidecar with Maria Costello and you were just doing things for fun. You get to drive cars all the time, but actually, for one of our own, to be on the front row of a grid and possibly going for a podium tomorrow is pretty cool. Obviously, he's got Cole and Huff to contend with there. Names in their own right. They're obviously going to be pushing the pace hard, but it's pretty exciting, isn't it? I mean, just for him to have the opportunity and such a brilliant story as well makes it even more special.
Well, everybody says they come to Revival just to take part, but don't believe them for an instant. If you're behind that wheel, you want to do well. You want to either qualify well or you want to race well, and he's done the first part of it very well today.
And it's brilliant, isn't it, that we're almost at the end of day one and we get to see our first race in just a few moments' time. I mean, for those guys at home, how special is this dusk race going to be?
Well, there's something special about racing into the night, not least because of the changing light and the changing conditions for the drivers. You've got 2 drivers, so they've got that big decision to make is, when do they change over? They could change over between 20 and 40 minutes. And, it's a great celebration of these famous races that were 9 hours back in the day in the 50s here at the Goodwood Circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is coming at 6:25. It's an hour-long race, of course, is the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. So if you guys do want to see some action on track, that is coming your way. And it's not like a practice session. They are going to be going for this one. Remember, they do that changeover between 20 and 40 minutes as well. So do keep your eye on pit lane for that exciting changeover. Right, well, David and I are going to wander and see what else we can find. But for now, we'll go over and see what Amber's up to in the Revive and Thrive area.
I'm here with Sophia from Peak and Brim Hats, who I'm very much hoping is going to show me around your fantastic collection. Is this your first time at Goodwood
It's
Revival?
my second time sharing with Rachel. Yeah, brilliant.
Excellent, excellent. Talk me through your hats.
Okay.
I'm really loving these rain hats right here.
Right, on a 60s theme, and these are PVC, all rainproof for our good old English weather. And also with these, they have an adjuster inside.
I love it.
So if you've got a really small head, they'll fit, but if you've got a really big head, they will also fit.
Perfect. So do you make these?
I make everything.
Oh
everything
my
in the
God.
store we handmade ourselves.
Sophia, amazing.
Yeah.
I love this one
Yeah.
with the bees.
I know, isn't it amazing?
That's so great.
I
That's
love
so
that.
great.
We've got Aztec patterns, floral, spots, all
Excellent.
sorts.
So you've
all
got us
sorts.
completely covered
Yes.
for if it rains.
If it rains.
What else do you have
and
in here?
we've got lovely colourettes, all fake fur in case it's chilly and you need your chest nice and warm.
Gorgeous.
Also, we have 1920s themed wax rainproof hats, which are really good. Again, all pull in, perfect sizing for any head size.
Amazing. I
I've
love
got
these.
my Baker Boy caps.
Great.
Really
Great.
nice.
Yeah.
Tartan, rain, bright colours, all sorts.
Excellent, excellent. How long have you been making hats
30
for?
years.
My gosh.
I know,
My
30
gosh.
years.
And where else do you sell them besides Goodwood
we
Revival?
do Hampton Court Flower Show, RHS Tatton, Chelsea, all sorts. And a lot of British-made, handmade craft fairs.
Lovely.
It's mainly where I sell them.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
full of artists like myself.
Lovely, fantastic.
Aw.
And besides selling hats,
Yes.
what are you looking forward to most about this Goodwood Revival?
Well, people buying my lovely hats, trying them on, me taking pictures of them, and just really having a good time because it's great. I love to see everybody all dressed up, and it's amazing atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And I love it, like everybody's made a massive effort.
Yeah.
And it makes people feel really jolly.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
It does,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah,
it really does.
it really does.
Well, I absolutely love these. I love that you've got items that are weather appropriate should
Yes,
it take a bad
absolutely.
turn. So everyone can just flock to you
Yeah.
if we start seeing storm
thank
clouds
you.
or anything.
And we do our vintage handmade headbands as well. Pillar boxes, hats.
Amazing.
And funky sunglasses. So we
You
do all
really
sorts.
have all bases covered.
Yes, I
Excellent.
try.
Sophia, have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much. And I love what you're wearing.
Oh,
She looks
thank
hot.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Amber has been having all the fun out there today, hasn't she? Well, we've moved now from Parc Fermé down here to pit lane, where all the action is going to take place during that Freddy March Memorial Trophy, which is coming way shortly. I mean, I would love to be down here as well. It's full of action down here during that race, isn't it, David?
Well, you only just have to look how narrow this pit lane is. It doesn't really allow much space for a driver changeover, especially when they all tend to come in at the same time. So they're on the grid already there. You can see in the background. It's going to get very noisy and very fast very soon here.
And again, the circuit itself isn't particularly wide. If you are starting from, I don't know, 12th there on the grid, how difficult is it to make some manoeuvres, try and do some overtakes?
Well, it's actually not too bad because it's this old airfield, so there's a bit of space there and it's quick into the corners. It's all about getting a really good slipstream and just working out. We're going to see people out of position because we'll have some of the faster drivers in at the beginning of the race and some of the slower drivers at the beginning of the race, so we'll have to really see after the changeover where we are in this race.
And we spoke, didn't we, to Ed Foster after the Levant Cup just a short while ago, who said that he did feel like the track was drying. Is the fact that it is a little bit sketchy in places will have an effect out there for these drivers?
Well, it looks dry, but as Rob Huff was telling me earlier on, there's a lot of fluid on the track, and also the tarmac will be cooling down a lot. So very different conditions to when they practiced earlier today.
Yes, well, for now we're going to go over to the starting grid where the Duke of Richmond has just joined us because he is about to pay his respects, as we all are going to here at Goodwood, to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather on this glorious evening to enjoy the sport we all love, it is tinged with great sadness following the death last week of Her Majesty the Queen. Her life and reign are impossible to put into words. Her impact on the world, too great to quantify. Her grace, constancy, and selfless devotion and inspiration to us all. Throughout her long life, she was devoted to horse racing and frequently visited Goodwood races from a very young age. Indeed, the association with this place continued right to the end, with her final winner, Love Affairs, being here at Goodwood just last Tuesday. As the nation, and indeed the whole world, mourns her loss, I'm comforted by the sense of togetherness that we all share this weekend. The bonds of family and friendship are never more important than in times of trouble or sadness, a sentiment I know Her Majesty would have wholeheartedly endorsed. I would now invite you all to stand and turn towards the screens, where we'll play a short film remembering her times here at Goodwood, after which we will observe together a minute's silence.
Well, a lovely touch then there from the Duke of Richmond. And I think I can talk on behalf of everyone when I say our thoughts are very much with the royal family and the entire nation at this time of mourning. Well then, let's talk about then the race again, our first race of Goodwood Revival 2022, which is very much upon us. As we mentioned, everyone's out there on the grid already and waiting to get this race underway. I mean, final words from you, David, on what everyone can expect if it is their first time here watching this race unfold.
Well, it's always just a great part of the weekend. We get to see the racing. It starts Friday afternoon. It takes us into the weekend. And for the first time across the weekend, we get to see out of the qualifying and into the racing proper. And it should be a fantastic race. Some great drivers in this event and some great cars.
Well, while we're down in pit lane, I think we should have a little wander so everyone can see exactly where the cars will pull up and where they'll do this pretty special changeover which does occur in this race, which again we'll see similar tomorrow in the Barry Sheene Memorial. Of course, it's a two-driver affair, that one. But this is what they will see when they come down here. This is where their teams will be based, and which is where they'll do their pit stop. One driver will jump out and then one will take over. And as David was mentioning, it's pretty tight down here. It's going to be pretty busy, isn't it?
Well, you don't want to leave your door open, that's for sure, or you'll soon lose it on this pit lane. We've seen it happen before, so you've got to really have your wits about you. And that's going to be a really good part of the race to watch here in the pits.
I don't know if you can see up here as well. This is probably the best spot to watch from. They have a bird's eye view here. Let's go this side then and see if we can maybe chat to a couple of people from some of the teams, because they are all here. If we can't speak to someone now, I don't know. Let's just ask. Let's see if we can speak to anybody down here. Hello, sir. You're obviously in this race. It's special, isn't it? Sorry? It's a special race, isn't it? The fact that you have to wait, pit here, and then you jump in. Who's in your team? What's going on? What's the tactic here?
I own the car. Had the car for a very long time, and I put Barry Cannell in the car, and he'll do 20 minutes. I'll do 40 minutes.
How do you think you'll fare in this one?
If we finish, we finish.
And how much or how special is this race to be a part of? It's the first race, it's kick-starting Revival 2022.
First race, some very, very good cars in this race. Cars that did the 9 hours. Fantastic.
Well, we're here in the pit line. The cars have just gone off on the green flag lap, and we're going to head up to the commentary box for more.
Thank you very much, David. And a couple of the cars needed a push start to get away. So the drivers have been sitting there quite a while in the shade. The start grid is shaded by the pit building. They'll suddenly come around the corner into a face full of sunshine. It's a fabulous view, but when you're blinded going down to Ford Water, maybe not so great. But for those of you around the circuit with your cameras, you're going to get some special shots. 1 hour of racing going into a sunset that is going to be glorious. A bit difficult for the drivers, but that makes it, the lights will come on, the whole scene will be changed before the end of the race.
Yeah, reviving the spirit of the Goodwood 9 hours that ran between 1952 and 1955. On board with Katrina Kavarova, and she is in the middle of the pack. It's going to be a busy race. 25 cars on the grid, one non-starter. That is car number 134. And that is the car that was the first of the cars that qualified, the 340 Mille Ferrari, Bettati and Creeper. So let's take a look at our grid in traditional 3x2 formation. So the front row is number 34 Cooper Jaguar with the C-Type Jag in the centre, and J2X Allard. 3 more different cars, it's hard to imagine. A C-Type and a DB3S Aston Martin on row 2. And then the superb Bill Rawls entered Austin Healey 100S, 6 fastest qualify, ahead of the first of the Bobtail Coopers, with a Cooper Jag, the all-female crew of car number 16, 8th. So they will start on the outside of row 3 of the grid. David Franklin and Manuele Pirro in the Ferrari Vignale start on row 4. And pick out some favourites here to follow as they come past you. Choose by the look of the car, the colour of the car, or whatever other combination you wish, because once the race gets underway, and particularly once we're 20 minutes in and the pit lane window opens, then all bets are off, and you're going to need to have your radio tuned or be hopefully close to a loudspeaker. So our full grid, 25 cars. The final car that will start, car number 2, or 2D as it says on the bonnet, white and blue Ferrari 750 Monza. It didn't get a flying lap in qualifying, but it is on the grid. Car number 134, which was the 25th and slowest qualifier, is not going to start the race. So some cars out of position, Bruce, and some cars very much where we expected to see them, but with differing drivers in the 2 parts of the race, or their 2 parts, it is a 1-part race. And as we heard there from Nigel Webb, different amount of time behind the wheel for the drivers, either for their, quote, pros or car owners' AMs. Not necessarily all of whom are actually slower than pros. It's going to be in a state of flux right up to the checkered flag. It's going to be tough to know who's going to win this, even 20 minutes out when all the pit stops are done and dusted, because if you've got a faster driver in the back or in the middle of the field, then the gaps will close down as we head towards the checkered flag.
Well, every shape, but really this was such a great racing period. 52, 53 and 1955. The 3 years of the Goodwood 9 Hours, very, very special races. And if you're a fan of Aston Martin's, fabulous races, because Aston Martin's won all 3 of them. But the array of cars, you're quite right, the diversity on the front row is extraordinary. Fred Wakeman may fancy his chances in the C-Type in the middle of the front row, but that Cooper Jaguar on pole, Nick Finberg and Guy Harmon have a great chance, but how will they split the hour? Here's the question.
What's got the biggest engine? What's got the most power? The Allard J2X might look like the least aerodynamic car, does not get a good start, but from pole, Nick Finberg gets an absolute flyer in that all-alloy Cooper Jag. However, the C-Type coming around the outside, and that is not Sam Hancock, so...
Yeah, Nigel Webb trying to tuck up the inside from the second row as well. So Fred Wakeman had a crack, but he's still in second place. Second in qualifying, second place changed for third place. The Allard being pushed out wide, and Nigel Webb starting very fast. And the second of those C-Types comes up into third position. The Austin Healey 100 going super well.
Good start behind the little low blue Cooper Bobtail. See Austin Healey up to 5th place and come from 6th on the grid. So who lost out to GT3S? We have had a spinner.
John Muir and Nick Wigley sharing this. Nick Wrigley sharing the Fraser Nash Lamont replica. Did it happen on its own, or were they was he helped very early on? But look at the escape our pole starter has got. I mean, a brilliant start, but clear air. How phenomenal.
And don't forget, a lot of these cars will be running on drum brakes as well, so getting up to speed is one thing, getting back down from speed is another. Is that spray on the track?
Well, there's the question.
Or is that smoke? Nobody else is throwing up the spray, so the leader is blowing out oil smoke at a fairly prodigious rate for lap 1 of an hour-long race.
And what would you least want on your visor when the sun is going low? Anything that's coming out of the car in front. Yeah. So I haven't seen anyone reaching for their visor yet, but when they head down towards Fordwater into the full setting sun, that could be very tricky for them.
Now that's a very valid point indeed, and the sun will get lower and lower, obviously. We don't have any hills for it to hide behind, so we do have some trees, but it will be almost dusk before the sun has gone. So battle between our second and third place cars, the C-Type, Wakeman, and it's John Young in car number 24. So we heard from
Nigel Webb actually, because I saw John Young, I'm fairly sure, walking into the pit garages waiting to take the second stint. But the first 6 cars have really made good their escape, but unfortunately for second, third, fourth and fifth, our race leader is rocketing clear. It was nearly 3 seconds clear after lap 1.
Now, in 6th place, the last of this leading pack, 7th place it is in fact, is Katina Kivelova. She's in the car that she shares with Simona Di Silvestra. And again, talk about an offset sports racer. Some of these 2-seat sports cars you will see, the driver is absolutely plumb in the centre. She's barely in the car at all. I mean, she's in line with the right-hand front headlight. You couldn't be more on the right-hand side without putting a bulge in the door to move you over.
I mean, this is the thing we saw this morning. On the left, at the driver's left, there's a tonneau cover that covers where the other side of the sports car. But it really struck me that Katrina and anybody else driving these Cooper Jaguars has got so much of their body on view, and the car that's going fastest is exactly the same. It's the race leader pulling ever further clear with every single sector of the lap. Now the battle for second is phenomenal. You've got the 2 C-Types, and then you've got the little pale blue car number 39, glorious little Cooper Bobtail. which is being shared by Felix Goddard and Christoph Cowens, and that is so small in comparison with the lipstick around the grille.
And look at the Allard behind it. That huge Allard almost looks like it's going to inhale the tiny Cooper. The Cooper barely visible between the two C-types, side by side for second place. And a change for second.
And meanwhile, as that place changing is happening, our race leader pulls ever further clear. What was just under 3 seconds is now 5.3 seconds. So the Wakeman Hancock and Webb Young battle is slowing them down a little bit. It now has changed around, of course, with Fred Wakeman being passed and pushed back into third place by the Webb Young C-type. But these cars look brilliant, and look at the length of the shadows across the circuit around the back. So for anybody who's a TV camera person or someone with their lenses out around the back of the circuit, it's a special light.
And that tiny little Cooper bobtail really harassing the back of the C-types. Don't forget that they're sort of almost a generation of car apart. A Cooper built in 55, but the C-types, although they were still racing in 55, a slightly earlier generation. The Cooper, the bobtail, is that chopped off back tail that later would become known as a camtail, but that's that truncated rear end. Didn't need aerodynamics. What it needed there was cooling for the engine at the rear compared to these front engine cars. So look at the Allard behind, 7.2 litre Cadillac motor. Still can't stay with the little Cooper because of the aerodynamic advantage that tiny car has.
But also, as they sweep, brilliant high camera angle, looking down over Woodcote, you could just see the Allard drivers going, I've got to do some braking rather before the little Cooper. Look at the size difference. But second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, nose to tail. But our race leader, he was 2.9 seconds clear. He was 5.3 seconds clear. Let's see what it is this time. There has been the sort out between the two C-types, waiting 6.5. So at will, he's picking off a second and more per lap.
Yeah, the Nigel Webb John Young C-type really now trying to get the hammer down in second place. It's just crept away from the Wakeman Hancock car number 11, and they've got to bring the leader under some pressure. They have got to close him down a little, or at least stop him pulling away.
Oh, and we've suddenly got a problem because our race leader has stopped. Just banged in the fastest first sector of anyone, and suddenly car 34.
So we're going to see him here.
This is now the battle.
If we follow
for the
this
lead.
battle, just the 6 cars in the lead battle, and if we follow them round, we will see that Allo Boyd car. No, there he is. Okay, so he's fallen off the timing screen, or there was a glitch.
They're always thinking we hadn't seen what happened, but a timing glitch. So
the answer
he
is
hasn't
nothing had
fallen away.
happened. Well, there's the Cooper again, that little low blue Cooper behind the big Allard, and then 222, the Austin Healey. That's a 4-cylinder 100S, and in fact the first car now being lapped, and that is the Allard J2X Le Mans. That's the Evans and Padmore car. It's a very different looking car to the J2X that's in the lead group, because it's fully fared in, much more slipstream Le Mans style bodywork. And again, look at this car. Nick Finberg is not drifting it, he is threateningly bitting his way around the corner. He's trying to keep those tyres up. Don't forget, when we've seen him in practice, they're drifting around, they're looking to get the car right on the ragged edge to get the absolute most out of it. Now, it's about trying to make sure that the second half of the race isn't totally destroyed by you being a bit of a flamboyant showboat early on.
Well, if only this was the lead battle. It's 5 cars at the moment, with 2 more joining for good behaviour. They're getting past some trouble. That's a C-type slowing.
That's the Allard again.
The red. They're quite right. But they're making their moves, but still the timing glitch telling us that 34 isn't leading the race. Our eyes don't deceive us. It still is. So we'll try to ignore the fact it seems to drop down further out the lap. It gets its real time given back to it. But this is just a sensational battle. Pick your favourite. Who do you want? A C-type? Well, we've got 2 of those. Little Cooper Bobtail, one of those, and tucked in behind, but just edging backwards, unfortunately, is the Allard right into the grips of the Austin Healey. That just looks so tame in comparison to the wilder shapes of the rivals, but Austin Healey's, we know, were just fantastic fun to drive. And the sun is getting lower, it's getting more and more artistic out there.
And you've got all these different shapes, and you've got all these different sounds as well. You've got the 6-cylinder Jag engines in those 2 C-types. You've got the 4-cylinder Climax engine howling away in the back of the Cooper Bobtail. 7.2 litre Cadillac V8 thundering. You've got the big 4-cylinder engine in the Healey.
And Martin, I think we've got an answer as to why on the timing screens our car that's leading is not at the front. A jump start has been judged. We thought it was super sensational. Was the flag still going up, or was it starting to come down?
Wow.
You can only go when it's in descent. It could be an argument about where was the flag handle and where was the flag at the time. But with the time penalty attached, it It's only dropped him to 3rd place at the moment. It had dropped him to 6th, so with every lap he's chipping away at the time deficit, and I would reckon this time around we'll back to the top in his own right all over again.
Yeah, and so now that is impossible to communicate on a pit board. So as far as everybody else is concerned, the race is as it is. The leader is still in front, and he is still out there, and everybody else is still chasing. So now they're starting to settle themselves in their own little private battles. And actually, you can see in the grille of that lighter of the 2 green D-types, a 3rd spotlight there. Now, that's not going to be necessary now, but if we were in the 9 hours racing to midnight, that would definitely be a big advantage, because lighting, well, you can see there aren't many lighting stanchions around this circuit. In fact, there are precisely less than 1. So having an extra light or 2 in the grille of the car would have been a big advantage back in the early 50s that we are remembering and recreating for you this evening.
Yeah, I'm really sensing that Allard is just hanging on at the moment. The first 3 cars, if they weren't fighting with each other, would be pulling away. But they're his friends, the little Cooper Bobtail, trying everything to get past the C-types. But the glory of sports car racing, as you pointed out, Martin, is they have their performance at different points around the circuit. They aggregate out at the same sort of lap time. Where the Cooper falls back, it'll get to the tighter corners. Woodcote being that wonderful double right-hander towards the end of the lap, and will be just so much more nimble, and will gain 1-2 car lengths back onto the tail of the C-type.
And the real problem for the Cooper is that the C-types pull away down the straights, and where the Cooper is best, the C-types are worst or not as good, let's say, and as a result the Cooper can't exploit its advantage. If it were to get in front, then the C-types would close up back down the straight, but the Cooper would have the higher minimum cornering speed in the middle to slower speed corners in the quick stuff. And actually a lot of Goodwood is quick stuff, yes, the C-types are right there, but yeah, if the Cooper can get by these guys, and there is a possibility when they get to traffic that he's going to get some more opportunities, then I think he'll pull away.
Yeah, and what I could see was the fact that Fred Wayton, the second of those C-types, keeps looking. He can't always see where that little Cooper is, because it's going to one side, it's going to the, it's smaller, it's lower, and actually at certain points it's a little bit quicker. But Fred can drive in the middle of the circuit, safe in the knowledge. He should be okay. Right, it was a 10-second. Here we go.
Here we go. The Cooper again is around the outside. He's got by the first of them, but as soon as they come out onto the Lavin straight, out to Lavin corner, already the C-types picked up the throttle, and that 6-cylinder engine is just going to haul him back. And in fact, he goes from 3rd in the group up to the lead, and here comes the Allard. You know, this is a double slipstreamer. Look at that. So Wakeman and the Allard are going from basically the back of the group, jumping up to the front of it. They've both picked up, well, in fact, the C-types picked up 2 spots, and the Cooper, from being in 2nd in this group, is now back down to 4th and coming around the outside of the Allard back up to 3rd of this group, so 4th place overall.
But the Allard just, the Grant Peterkin, Benoit Trellier car, he just spotted the little Cooper being pushed a bit wide on the exit of the second part of Lavin, couldn't put the power down. He went, I've got the power department, and got that big Cadillac engine. Absolutely a rumbling. Right, it was a 10-second jump start penalty, but that has been taken back and more, because the Harman Finberg number 34, the car that's led away after that jump start, is now already, it's expunged all of that. 10 seconds, yes, I've gained that back. I'm now 2.5 seconds ahead, and he just banged in the fastest lap of the race. So it really is, forget it, guys. But it is a 1-hour race with a driver change, so it could all change again. Now let's take a look. The C-types have been having an absolutely fantastic battle. This is the number 11 with Fred Wakeman on board, going back down to 4th place overall, but on the exit of Lavin, he pushed that little Cooper bobtail out wide. In fact, the Cooper got very close to the tail of the leading one of those C-types, car number 24, and had to just stay off the throttle. The Allard came through, but the way the Allard went, had to go back to 5th, because the little Cooper, so delicate, so balanced into Woodcote, could afford to take, frankly, whichever line he wanted. Where the Allard does not have that luxury.
And the Cooper here is still on the throttle, while the bigger cars are on the brakes, because they're bigger, they're heavier. Of course, the C-types, the first cars to race with disc brakes, so they have got good stopping. And actually, you've got to say, the Allard is doing a pretty good job of reining in all that speed as well. But the Cooper, again, the longer the race goes on, its lightweight will pay dividends. But the question is, how far will the leader have got away by then? We're now again in traffic, another slow car in front. Is that the J2X Le Mans again? Cooper's on the grass.
Yeah, we're starting right from the back of the pack. Now, here's the answer to a question that not everybody ever asks. However, if you're coming historic racing for the first time, do they race? There is the example. Absolutely they race. And a lot of people around the world, when historic racing became a thing, it was a little bit after you, Claude, but look at the level of driving. You have to be of a very good standard to race at Goodwood. And what a treat. Different cars, different sizes, different sounds. And they're all just really going at it flat out. This just warms my heart.
Absolutely, and I mean these cars are doing exactly what they were designed to do, and on the sort of circuit that they were designed for as well. Fast, flowing, no modern chicanes, no stop-start stuff, not point and squirt. This is all about flowing, momentum. It's about the rhythm of the track, and they are, yeah, this is their element. This is what these cars were designed for, and it's the sort of circuit on which they would have excelled. Of course, the C-Type really designed for even longer straights, even faster corners. Le Mans is a very different beast to any other race circuit. It is still, you know, just about the highest average speed of any racetrack anywhere, and that's what the C-Type, the D-Type were all designed for. The Cooper Bobtail less so. It was much for a more modern circuit mix, a smaller circuit mix. There's our race leader then, and currently he's 4.7 seconds on the previous lap. It looks like more than 4.7 seconds as your trackside, you're right, but a 10-second penalty was added.
But with every lap, that car is escaping new fastest lap of the race, 7/10 faster than the lap before, running on his own. But also the thing there, when that Cooper Jaguar comes in, it can pick its moment, and the pit lane will be very crowded. David Green was talking about it as he was walking down before the start of the race. It's one car width wide and one car width to park. And as he said, don't open your doors on the left-hand side if you can get away with it. And for the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, this could be sorted out about the ease of getting in and out of the car with the driver change.
The only time that being out front by so much is going to help him is the moment the pit window opens. And the moment the pit window opens is not when the leader starts lap number something, it's after exactly 20 minutes. He may have just gone by, the pit lane might be full by the time he comes in. Also, may not really work with their strategy of the relative speed of their two drivers, taking the starting driver out right at the beginning of the pit window. So they may well have to judge that on who's been in, who hasn't been in, and what the aggregate speed over the hour they figure the two drivers are going to produce. And that's, that's where the team brains start to think about what's going on. Now again, battle for second place, the two C-Types still at it. The Webb and Young car, number 24, number 11, Wakeman and Hancock, and the Bobtail, Little Cooper, still right there behind them, that tiny little... I mean, it does look like it's a sort of kiddie car size version of the C-Types, doesn't it? It's just on such a different scale of size to a car that was racing and was built only 2 years, the 53, both those C-Types, 53 cars, built 2 years before the Cooper in 55. I mean, it's a whole different generation.
And when looking in his mirrors in the little Cooper as he comes out of the chicane, he can see the big lumbering Allard behind, and it's quite large. It gets even larger because when it accelerates down the straight, it's going to catch him, but it's all over the curbing on the outside, but has to wait to bring the power in. But again, different ways of peeling the apple, I think we can say. But more back markers up ahead. This could be an opportunity for a pass. Who's going to grab it? Is it going to be Fred Wakeman in the number 11 C-Type, or is it going to be that little Cooper Bobtail? The tail is the bobby tail is bobbing, I think we can say, into St Mary's.
I like the way the Allard's hanging on. I like the way too that the Healy 100 is hanging on there as well. It's dropped away from the lead group, the white and blue car, but it is still close. And just ahead of them, is that 31 or 34? 31, is that the Griffin and Nuttall Connaught ALSR? It is. So that's Connaught's fared-in sports racer. And that's going to mean that there's not enough room to come alongside for the Cooper.
Right, Fred Wakeman can't see where the little Cooper is, and the Cooper's going to the outside, not the place you always want to be, but he's got the handling. The little Cooper should be able to hang on around the outside, but the track just narrows so much into the entrance to Woodcote, and that was a brave, brave moment, up into third place.
Well, that you saw precisely the moment the C-Type got onto the brakes right there, didn't you? That's where the Cooper went from level to, right, I'm back in front now. And that's where he has to exploit that advantage. That cornering speed, the speed that he can hold into Woodcote, is absolutely the key to getting past these C-Types, and he knows it and they know it, and so they've got to giddy up down the Lavant straight and make sure he's not close enough. if he gets alongside, then it's candy from a baby. He will be able to just sweep around the outside. The only real question there is how wide is the C-Type going to drift, and how much room has he got? So we'll take a look at that again, Bruce, and it's just clear, you know, they come in a queue, he's got the toe, he gets alongside, and you spot the moment the C-Type has to get onto the brakes.
Well, I mean, he actually, by being so much smaller, using the back mark as well, he had the sort of cloak of invisibility, the sort of mithril coat of Lord of the Rings fame. But it was a phenomenal move, but just that superior handling into Woodcote. And Fred Wakeman could have been maybe a little braver, but that could have led to tears. Let's be sensible. Right, the pit window is about to open in a minute's time, and the best laps keep getting punched out there by Harman Finberg. Cooper, Jaguar, leading company, but I could watch this battle for third place, second place and fourth place all day.
I think we're going to have to, because the C-Type drivers are not giving this one up. Again, look, closing right up on the Cooper, but when you're in the bobtail, you know that if you can get to Woodcote with your nose in front or even alongside, you've still got the advantage. Two more cars just in front of them. We're squeezing through the traffic now, so going by the Fraser Nash, and through they go. C-Type gets the run, Cooper comes, and the number 11 C-Type as well, and just in front of them is car number 17, that's the British Racing Green 1952 Jaguar C-Type. So again, another of those fabulous looking cars. It's just such an evocative shape, and if you look at the front of a C-Type and then you think what the D-Type looked like, and then you think Mark 1 and Mark 2 Jag, I mean, it's the same car that's just gradually morphed from a Le Mans racer into Jaguar's small family saloon, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2.
Did you hear that creaking sound? That was the pit window opening. It's now open for 20 minutes, and the first visitor has already timed that to perfection.
I thought that was my elderly anorak zipping up.
Well, it's the number 1 car, the first one in the DB3S Aston Martin, Wolfgang Friedrichs, sharing that with Simon Hatfield.
Right, I think that will be Wolfgang handing over to Simon Hatfield. So it's all happening in the shadow, well, from our windows, in the darkness below us. It's not dark, but our windows are nicely tinted, so it does actually makes it feel like it's about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night.
But just looking at the camera shots of the cars at certain points, the light is getting so soft. You might squint into it with your real eyes, but the camera lens is picking out the cars in that soft light.
Oh, something's happened with the leader. He has not set the fastest race lap this time round, or not improved on his fastest race lap. Little bit of a lock up there from the DB3S, the green car with the yellow nose and yellow lips, and in come the
car from second place, the C-Type 24 and 11, but
and the Allard.
On went the Cooper. Now we can see what pace the Cooper bobtail can do, but suddenly it got very busy. We had cars lapping, and the cars in second, well, the two leading C-Types in second, third and fourth places, having the Aston Martin really running out of road in front of it. That was really running wide. Matthias and Carlos Silecki's car, apologies, we didn't work out which of those was on the starting grid.
Okay, Benoit Trullier now taking over the Allard J-Touch. I don't care what Ben has raced in his career. I've seen a lot of what he's raced in his career. Nothing that I can think of will be even remotely like the Allard. Now then, up into third place is our all-female crew car, the number 16 Cooper Jag of Katrina Kivalova and Simone Di Silvestre. So Katrina is a very well-known racer here, has spent a lot of time racing at Revival, loves her historics, is very good in them. Simona, a little bit newer to the whole game. Of course, she's a pro race driver, races a lot in the States, in sports cars there in the IMSA WeatherTech series, in Indy cars as well. So she is a proven talent behind the wheel. Let's see just how well they can fare. Currently up in third place as the pit stops get underway. Our leader is still charging round.
And the car that moved up to second place, that little Cooper bobtail, as soon as it got clear of the other traffic, namely those C-Types, it sets its fastest lap of the race. So maximising the times. Now the big thing, did your slower driver do the start of the race? If so, you'd be making a pit stop now. But if your faster driver did, they will come in when we're nearly at 40 minutes into this race. If they leave it too late, and that's happened before many a time over the Goodwood Revival, then egg on face, penalties will come, and you cannot make your driver change. However, We will see who comes in when, but we've still got that race leading car, the number 34 car, the car that got a 10-second penalty. Started from pole, but with a little too much alacrity. It's now nearly 7 seconds clear, and that is having expunged, wiped out its 10-second time penalty for just getting off with a little too much brio.
A little gesture of thanks there from our Cooper driver to the driver of the Fraser Nash, who just drifted a little way to tighten up the line, make sure that he wasn't in the way. You know pretty much where you are in the race, and you know that if there's been nobody in your mirrors for 4 or 5 laps, or even 2 or 3 laps, and then suddenly there is, you know that it's not one of your close rivals who suddenly caught you up. So they'll be well aware of what's coming up behind them. There is no radio, obviously, but these drivers will be aware of what's going on. And the job now for the Cooper is just to go like a bat out of hell, go absolutely hell for leather. I think this car has absolutely got the opportunity to finish second. It remains to be seen what our pole-sitting car, what the Cooper Bristol, that raw alloy body that looks like it's sort of barely finished, remains to be seen what that can do over the full length of the race. There it is, and almost every lap of the race, certainly every other lap of the race, they have set a new fastest lap. In the background, you can just see actually one of the most original cars here, car that raced in the Goodwood 9 Hours, that Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, the Kermit green car. It also, in a halcyon period of a month in the mid-50s, finished second in class at Le Mans, had a 2-week holiday in Cannes in the south of France, and then finished winner in its class on the Alpine Rally on its way back to the UK. So it's a storied car.
So the Cooper Jaguar number 34, not afraid of putting it side, was getting a slide on. But you know what? He's no longer the holder of the fastest lap. Once that Cooper bobtail was released, it's now gone half a second faster. So that was how much. But look at that drift at the back. This is a car being driven beautifully. But to me, it's the essence of historic racing, having these cars racing on a circuit that fits them. This was a circuit that was applicable back in the 50s and 60s, and that is why it's so right on this ground, this hallowed ground.
You're watching his hands there, and there's barely any opposite lock. He's still not allowing the car to really drift, really overwork those rear tyres, and that's, I mean, that is great. He is really preserving that car. He's going like an absolute madman out front in terms of speed.
But it's a bigger, heavier car. We're looking at the cornering angle, but the car we need to look for, there it is on the screen, car number 11, and Sam Hancock has got on board his first flying lap, the fastest lap of the race. So this is a car that could be challenging for the overall win. Just remember the pit stops. Before the pit stops, when they were running together, the 34 Cooper Jaguar was 7 seconds the good. The driver change has to come in that from Nick Finberg to Guy Harmon, but however, or is it the other way around, but having got Sam Hancock taking over from Fred Wakeman, the number 11 C-Type, he is absolutely smashing it out there.
Only 2 cars have dipped into the 1 minute 32s, and that is the quicker of the two. 1 minute 32.222, and Hancock is quicker again on this lap. The only other car to do it is the Cooper Bobtail. Now in comes Katrina, so she'll hand over to Simona Di Silvestre, who is standing there waiting to go. No door, no roof to deal with here, so these cars are a lot easier to get in and out of than, say, a Cobra or an E-Type.
I mean, the access is phenomenal, unless the driver tries to get out the other side where there's a tonneau cover, but the smaller figure of Katrina Kivalova, her seat insert is taken out, and one for Simona Di Silvestre. This isn't an IndyCar race, something very different, but she came to the Festival Speed back in July, absolutely loved it, and I think that was when she probably started looking around, and Katrina Kivalova thinking, what a great idea to have an all-female crew. So we'll see how they get on after their pit stops, but Sam Hancock with the orange flashes up the flanks of his helmet, absolutely flying up to 4th place, but bear in mind, one of the cars ahead, this one, car 34, has yet to pit from the lead.
And this car is a lap ahead of basically all of its rivals apart from the Cooper Bobtail, because they have pretty much all stopped. Cooper still in the 32s, hasn't got down to lap record speed, but the Cooper is still in the 32s, and this car still in the 1 minute 34s now, so a little bit of traffic, and just again making sure that when you hand the car over, it is still as serviceable as possible. It like everything in motor racing, winning at the lowest speed possible, not being the most flamboyant or dramatic, that's not necessarily what wins you the races.
So light is changing by the lap at certain points around the circuit to be blinding. Others, they have beautiful illumination, but it's all going to change because soon that sun is going to be behind the trees out beyond St Mary's and Lavant, and we will see how this circuit will gain an aura of magic.
Well, it already is, isn't it? If you're on the Lavant straight on the outside, looking into the evening sunshine as the cars come blaring by below your feet, then you have got a fantastic view. And of course, you've got a fantastic view of the airfield as well, the Freddy March aviation displays there. And at the end of racing, we will send up our evening patrol. Dawn patrol goes up in the morning before the circuit opens. The evening patrol will be up just shortly after the race finishes, so you'll be able to enjoy the Spitfires up in the air.
Right,
one to go.
One to go. Was that acknowledging the pit bull, saying I'm coming in? There's still time of plenty, so maybe it's going to be an even split right down the middle of the race. But the time penalty of 10 seconds for the jump start has been consumed. But what's going to happen in the second half of the race? This Cooper Bobtail, car number 39, driven absolutely brilliantly. The fastest lap of the race, but it's doing consecutive laps in the 32s. 1 minute 32, 1 minute 32, 1 minute 32.
And again, look how comfortable it looks. It looks like it's absolutely unflustered by what its driver's asking about. And again, we talked about Katrina in that Lister Jag, basically hanging out of the right-hand door. And look at this Cooper Bobtail. That is a two-seat sports car. I'm not sure which side of the driver is, quote, the passenger seat, but it is absolutely the driver right in. He's in the centre longitudinally, he's in the centre laterally. He is right in the centre of rotation of the car, and that gives him the most awesome feel of what the car is doing. It's a very different beast to a front engine car. It's got so much more of an intrinsic balance, and the driver is right in front of the engine. That's where all the mass is, that's where it's rotating around him, and that's what you want. And again, Sam Hancock giving chase is now up to third place in the number 11 C-Type. So still has the leader stopped? No, not yet. He's due to stop this lap as they come by Kermit, the Fraser-Nash.
But while the car that's led away from its jump start, it was probably going to be in front anyhow, that 34 Cooper Jaguar, he's going to be running towards the end. He's still got another 9 minutes until he needs to come into pit lane. However, with each lap, the little chasing Cooper Bobtail there starting another lap, and the Sam Hancock driven C-Type car number 11 are taking chunks of time, a second and more. So the early advantage could be being whittled away. Big twitch there from the little Cooper that's giving chase.
The real problem is that although the, quote, corrected time is only a 3-second margin, that's not close enough to pass because he's 13 seconds up the road, okay, in overall time. So the driver waiting to take over the Cooper knows that if he finishes within 10 seconds of car number 34, that alloy body Cooper Jag, then they win. But how do you judge that on the track, and when do you know, and how do you know? You know, you're looking for the pit boards, but exactly. If it comes down to the last lap,
they will be giving the countdown. The deficit, if it continues to come down, it may not, we do not know, but at the moment they're taking seconds and around, and our race leaders making it look very, very easy, and the co-driver not hurrying to get in the car.
Go on, give us a go, Governor. That's Nick Finberg, so
tell him to come in. The Guy Harmon doing a brilliant job.
Guy Harmon having much too much fun. Nick Finberg, yeah, a bit bored. And as you said, Bruce, 8 minutes and change. In fact, there's Kermit, that TT Le Mans Fraser-Nash. Beg your pardon. I'm getting both my Fraser-Nashes, my reps mixed up. That is a Fraser-Nash Le Mans rep, and the leader goes by again. Now, again, we did see him sort of gesticulate at the pits, perhaps in response to a pit signal. It didn't look like a traditional salute to a road rage salute to another driver, so it did look like he was acknowledging something.
Or is it going to be like Peter Ustinov's Grand Prix du Roc when he comes into, he's just remembered an insult and then he can deliver that and go out for another lap? But anyhow, joking aside, 7.5 minutes or so until the pit window will close. So I don't think he wants to be out, wants it not past the 40-minute point in the race. He doesn't want to leave any scope. He'll come at least a lap earlier than he needs to, I would suggest, because you could suddenly have a slow lap behind an incident on the circuit. You won't get round before the pit window closes.
Or held up, or just have some tiny incident, yeah. Catching up with that, number 31, Connaught again, the Griffin and Nuttall car. That started in 15th place on the grid and is currently down in 20th place. So they've not quite managed to match their qualifying pace. Here comes Sam Hancock, car number 11.
Last time he did a 1 minute 31.7 second lap, fastest lap of the race. What's he going to do? Is he going to improve on it this time? A 1 minute 33.0. Little bit of traffic, but there's only one direction this car is going, and that's getting closer and closer to the
You can lose that 2 seconds in the chicane catching a slower car, can't you? That's not hard at all. And Sam did have slower traffic coming at the end of the Lavant straight. He's got quite a lot of free real estate in front of him though. You can see the left front wheel, the unladen front wheel of that C-Type, or right front wheel as it was then, just on the limit of actually being in contact with the track. I mean, this is classic rear-wheel drive, 1950s, early 1960s style, soft-sprung rear, nice good damping and a fairly firm front end. You don't mind if the unladen wheel is waving in the air because it's not actually doing anything. It's the laden wheel on the outside at the front. That's the one that's helping you conduct the car around the corners.
Just such a really good shot there as Sam Hancock was turning into the first part of Lambert. We can see lots of little adjustments to the steering wheel. Little Cooper's in, that's quite easy to get in and out, but he was steering it on the throttle at that point, so just minor adjustments to balance the car. But that was, oh look at that, golden light, driving through syrup.
Absolutely, the driver's getting none of that. They're not appreciating any of that as they're heading out towards Ford Water. They're getting a little bit of that sunny glare in their eyes, and as we all know, winter sun, either end of the summer, is always low and dangerous. So Sam Hancock into the checkered flag, and the leader yet to stop. So Hancock now moves up to second ahead of the Cooper Bobtail.
But as we saw, that Cooper Bobtail, easy to get into, easy to get out of. That'd be a nice, quick driver change in the pits. And very few, we've got about 7 cars in the pits, so lots of space. It's a narrow pit lane, and that's a wise decision as well. But still waiting for car 34, the car that starts with Guy Hyman with that flying start, brackets, jump start. In he comes, the hand is finally up. He's remembered the insult for the team chief.
So in he comes. You can see the Allard J2X Le Mans is in there. The Ferrari 750 Monza also in there. So here is our race leader.
Yes, unfortunately for them, I think they're possibly in to be out of the race now. Looks like the slowest driver change, but they do have that advantage.
Well, again,
however, the Cooper is quicker at the moment. Sam Hancock in that C-Type number 11 is quickest of all.
The Cooper you have to clamber right to the centre of the car to get in, and it's got quite a wraparound screen. Here, the bodywork barely comes up to your hip joint when you're sitting in the car, so it's almost like standing in a shallow bath at a hotel room. Here comes Sam Hancock though.
Fastest lap of the race last time around.
You can hear the Lister Jag is starting to leave the pit lane, so there will be a margin between them. The Lister Jag will be the leader, and Hancock coming hard up behind the number 8 car, and that is the
Aston Martin. It's Urs Muller and his daughter Arlette now Hoffliger. Changed her surname for her, but did the race leader get out?
Yeah, he did. We could hear him driving away underneath the cameras. So Hancock on the chase now, 23 minutes and 57 seconds, 24 minutes, and he will have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's the length straight from the second part of Madgwick down to Ford Water, so you're spot on with about your 8 seconds. Yeah. What have we got left, Twin? Just under 24 minutes. I think this is on. However,
and half a second a lap, that's doable because that's 16 laps in 24 minutes. That's not quite enough, but so he needs to catch up more than half a second a lap every lap to get there.
A fly in the ointment. The pace of the pole was achieved by Nick Finberg, only by under a 1/10 of a second from Sam Hancock.
Yeah.
That isn't going to be enough unless Sam is consistently finding more speed. I mean, it was a brilliant pole lap from the 34 Lister Jaguar from Nick Finberg. He set that time and did a number of laps near it, but the chase is on, and I think even on this lap, the fastest first sector of anyone in this race so far, the first sector of the 3 for Sam Hancock. He's chasing. Just remember the margin. Well, we'll let you know at the end of this lap because it's slightly distorted. When one car was in the pit, did it already trigger the timing?
Yeah, triggered it on the way in because the beam is before it stops. So this will be the end of his out lap. So as he crosses the line, that is his out lap.
I think you're right about this. It might have come down to 7 seconds. You're counting.
I think it's less than that. I think it's closer to 5. In fact, it's probably less than 5. It is less than 5. 4.1. Okay, now this is definitely game on. As you say, though, the car that leads was quicker in qualifying than the car that chases. So the big question is, what is the state of the tyres and the brakes on the two cars? Who has got what left? Also, by the way, where is the Cooper Monaco? That is now shown, it hasn't completed its outlap, that is now shown as down in 5th place, and up to 3rd place is the Grand Prix Trellier Allard J2X.
Modern racer adapts very, very quickly to historic racing car. We've heard that before, we'll hear it again. But Benoit, I saw him before, just after another practice session, he came in, he was laughing his head off, talking to Romain Dumas. He's laughing his head off when he's out there in the alley.
Just about the only member of an Audi factory team that is not racing here this weekend. There are two that immediately spring to mind. Frank Bieler, and why not?
Mr. McNish.
Alan McNish.
He said something to him Fuji last weekend.
No, he's too busy nearly getting run down by buses in the middle of Monaco. Hello, Kelly. So Alan McNish is well, he's got a million other fish to fry, because we all know what Audi are up to in the future, and he's very much overseeing that. But Sam Hancock, okay, 21 minutes, and the gap was 4.1 seconds at the end of the last lap. And as he comes through the chicane, the gap has gone down to... It hasn't at all. That's not 6.9 seconds.
If you notice the name at the bottom of the time charts, it's the other way around, but their position on the track is the reverse. 11 is chasing 34. 34 is listed on the time. Has it picked up another time penalty?
Well, no, so is he within 10 seconds of where the leader is?
But the time penalty has already been applied.
Yes, I know, but
you're quite right. We went through this early, didn't we?
It is now making my head hurt. So actually, the previous lap, which was the end of the outlap, again was misleading, because...
Yes, of course, he came out in front, but he's still got that...
My brain's aching.
It's an imaginary car, but I'm not imagining things. Things are going very fast at the front, and the gap is coming down. So in fact, it may be immaterial that time anyhow, because once Sam Hancock gets in front on the road, and I really do think it's when, not if, then that sorts it for good. We won't have to really consider the 10 seconds.
Great hand signals there from Tim Crichton in Kermit, that ally. Way over that way. Don't take me off. This car is priceless to its owner.
Yeah, give me space. We're in West Sussex. You go to East Sussex if you're coming past.
So I'm on the racing line. You're not having it. Get out of the way. Now, what we are going to see in this lap, as they close up on another Allard, I think, or is that Fraser Nash? As they close up on the back marker, is in this lap, I think, we are going to see that Sam Hancock's C-Type, as befits a car that was a Le Mans winner, has looked after its tyres very well indeed, and maybe the Lister Jag just has not got quite as much left. I mean, don't forget that it had an enormous lap in the first part of this race, an enormous gap in the first part of this race. Even with the time penalty, they were a long way ahead on the road. They are no longer ahead on the road, so the time penalty is neither here nor there, because Hancock is set to pounce.
So the car in front is actually 9.5 seconds in arrears. It is behind, but for now we can see it in the metal in front in that brushed metal finish. But Sam Hancock will swing through, but he's got to choose his mode. Bear in mind, as they go into St Mary's, they were just under a tenth of a second separation between these cars in first and second position in qualifying. Is the move going to come down to Lavant? You can see a slightly compromised defensive driving position from Nick Finbird, but the door is open, and I don't think he's going to be fighting it too hard. He knows that he's got that time penalty.
Now, why does he not fight too hard? Because Hancock has already taken up that time penalty and it's gone by him. So what's the next problem that he's got? Who else is going to come up within 10 seconds of him? And that is Benoit Trellier. So the reason he's not fighting this is he may not feel he's got the car to him. Clearly Hancock has arrived and dived, and through he goes. The real problem for the number 34 car now is the speed of Trellier in that Allard. He is currently third on the road and was 12 seconds back at the beginning of the last lap, and that could well be down dangerously close with 18 minutes remaining to Trellier actually catching that Lister Jag on the road.
Okay, I'm going to throw something else into the mix. Race now led on the track by a Jaguar C-Type. Second, look out when the car comes across the start-finish line. The number 24 C-Type is still in the mix. Benoit Trellier is still in the mix. The order is chopping and changing. Suddenly, I think that was a timing glitch. Sorry, no, it's back up. The Webb Young car is back up into second position on aggregates.
It doesn't have an aggregate. Everybody apart from that alloy Lister Jag, which has a time penalty, everybody is where they are. And if they're 8 seconds behind, they're 8 seconds behind. There's no penalties or anything.
No. I would throw something out here. Wakeman Hancock, car number 11. Wakeman drove it from the start. Sam Hancock on board. Yep. We know he's in front. He's 16.4 seconds to the good. I'm wondering if the 34 has been given a second time penalty, because look, he's listed as being 21 seconds down. That's way more than we've seen on the track. He's probably
there's the Allard of Ben Trellier,
listed as third position at the moment.
Yeah,
4 seconds down on the Webb Young C-type that John Young's taken over from Nigel Webb for the second half of this race or thereabouts. So it's C-types in first and second positions.
And the Allard.
Still no signal at the bottom of our timing screen saying why number 34. It's lost that 10 seconds, but it's not another 12 seconds behind the race leader on the track.
Was their pit stop a fraction short?
I'm fearing that could be the case. Also,
that's the only thing I can think of, because we haven't seen anything in terms of driving standards infringements that would bring a penalty, so that's all you can think of, that there's something happened in the pit lane. Unfortunately, that's not been communicated to anybody by race control. Cars are just moving up and down the order. Hello, here we go. 10-second penalty for cars 34, that's the list, Jag, 77, and 222.
Okay,
that's the Healy
pit stop infringement. So the Allard, that's why it keeps going up and down the time charts. But so we've got a C-type first and second, as I was sort of hopefully getting towards. 11 leading the race, no debate. 24 now in the hands of John Young. It's 17, nearly 18 seconds down on our race leader, but it's in second place. Time penalty for the Allard we're looking at. Ben Trellier may be able to make it up, and the race leader who took a penalty leaving the grid and a penalty leaving the pit lane. Little unfortunate. That's the number 34 pole starting Nick Finberg, Guy Harman car.
You know, it's that problem that persists in modern racing. You know, if you've got a minimum pit stop time, it's very tempting to be within a whisker of it. If you get it wrong, the penalty is much more than the time you've saved by trying to gain yourself half a second or a couple of tenths on track. And I'm not suggesting that that's the case. It's just that perhaps the stopwatches on the crew don't necessarily agree with the stopwatches of the officials in the pit lane, but the officials are official and the stopwatches of the crew are not. So 3 of our top 6 cars early in the race and now have picked up time penalties. So that is why things are changing. And so, as you say, we do have occasionally on the timing screens a C-type 1-2. We then do occasionally have the Trellier Allard in second place, and then it drops back down to third place, and then the Lister Jag drops down to fourth. Beautiful pink sky behind you if you're on the Lavant straight, by the way.
Did you mention that those 3 cars weren't the worst offenders? That car number 14 picked up a 20-second penalty for pit stop too short. That was the Ben Cusson's Mike Malone Jaguar C-type, so that has really hampered their chances. However, Sam Hancock's making it very, very simple for us. Brilliant first half of the race by Fred Wakeman. Such a fantastic battle with that little Cooper bobtail and with the number 24 C-type. And John Young is driving as John Young does, hard. And he's chasing, and his lap times are improving by the lap. In fact, his last lap was better than Sam Hancock in the other C-type at the sharp end of the field. So John Young, all those years of racing C-types, just showing how it's done. The drift, the slide, but it's all under control.
We talked about that, didn't we, in practice for the Lavant Cup with the MGs. The more time you spend in a car, the better you drive it. The more time you race a car, the better you race it. It's just that familiarity. It's knowing exactly what it does best, what it doesn't do best, what it does like and what it doesn't like. And John Young knows that probably of the C-type as well as he knows that of Mrs. Young.
Spends more time with the C-type, I guess, like a lot of these drivers. I joke, I jest, but he drives it so beautifully. He's been racing at Goodwood for a very long time with a wide array of cars, but he's just improved his fastest lap. He's now a second and a bit per lap faster than the race leader, but don't fear too much if you're fans of the number 11 crew, Fred Wakeman and Sam Hancock. They're 16 seconds clear. About 3 seconds have been taken off in the last 3 laps, so John Young really pushing on in 24.
How much is he pushing on? Top speed down the straight. He now has the top speed of any car in the race. 136.5 miles an hour. 136 on such a short straight. Don't forget, these cars were designed to max out on the Mulsanne straight before chicanes were even thought of, which is, 2.5 miles of absolutely flat out blind. Here, it's definitely not a 2.5 mile Lavant straight. It's yeah, half a mile maybe. So they're still accelerating when they have to get onto the brakes. So that is still awesome speed around this circuit.
Note to the editor that Lavant Straight is not straight. It's a name, it's a notion.
Well, it's like it's actually like the Mulsanne Straight. So the kink on the Lavant is a bit like the kink on the Mulsanne, but with a little less taking off. Hopefully. Here's Sam Hancock, the race. I think we can safely say he is the race leader.
Oh yeah, absolutely safe to say. But now what I'm starting to watch. Car in second place, car 24, is closing on the fellow C-Type car 11. Car in third place with Ben Treluet at the wheel, the big Allard, is now closing on both of them.
Yes.
Oh, what fun. So we've still got just 12 minutes or thereabouts in this race. And if Benoit Treluet can gain another 4 seconds to be right on the tail of John Young in that number 24 C-Type.
And of course, confusingly, we just saw the shot of Sam Hancock. The car behind him on the road is not in second. So there's your leader. That alloy car that he passed for the lead behind him, 34, that's not second. The car 3 cars behind him is second. So time penalties are very, very confusing. So you're looking for the second place car is another C-Type. It's lighter green than the race leader, car number 24. Then 77, the Allard with the cycle wings at the front. The very different look to these modern sports cars, like the DB3S there in front of our race leader. And then in 4th place is that alloy Lister Jag it's got that odd sort of Cooper Jag. It's got that odd nose that looks like it's been sort of squashed down to the ground by accident.
Whale shark, I think, in many ways.
It's a really unusual looking car.
There is no place in historic racing for CGI, but if they can have a little bubble above each car saying, yeah, not 1 but 2 time penalties, minus 20 seconds, I'm not really here, I'm 20 seconds further back. In fact, as I turn down the end, turn off into Woodcote, I should really just be leaving Lavant. That's where I really am with my time penalties.
You can't see me because I'm not here. That is sort of what we need. Yes, I'm liking that enormously. I don't see how we do it, but yeah.
Yet 10 minutes remaining. Sam Hancock famously can get speed out of car. He's very kind on the tyres. Closing in on Simon Hadfield. He'll go swooping by. And still the car running second to him on the track with 2 10-second time penalties. Hasn't entered the chicane yet, but what we're seeing is Ben Treluet continues to, well actually no, last lap not as good, he's not catching the second place seat.
So Ben Treluet is ahead on the road of the number 24 C-Type, but behind him because Ben's got a penalty and the C-Type is closer than that 10-second penalty. So Ben is effectively 5 seconds back. So we hear there are also pit lane speeding penalties to become as we ride on board with Simona Di Silvestro. I would love to know when she gets out. The girls were chatting yesterday when I was down in the paddock looking at car numbers and colours and everything else, you know, doing our Sputters guide. They were just laughing their socks off. I don't know what they were chatting about, but you have never seen two racers. You've never seen 2 racers looking more relaxed, I think, before doing something that they'd never done together, and they were just laughing their socks off, having a great time. So I'm sure she's enjoyed herself so far.
What was interesting
just
there,
missed the gear
missed gear change. She's coming up on Martin Stratton, who's in a car that is appreciably slower, the number 12 Fraser Nash Miele Media, great looking car, but his expertise, he was way more comfortable going through the double right-hander at Woodcote. However, get out onto the straights, it won't have the grunts, and he'll work as much speed, and now you can see the grunts of that Cooper Jaguar going to be gobbled up and passed long before Ford Water.
See, that Cooper Jag's got that sort of, it's almost like it's going through the air in the wrong direction. You know, it's got a very shallow, low tail and quite a high bulbous nose. So it almost looks like it's back to front, but it's still a pretty effective device, and they are still, they're in 8th place. So yeah, Simona having a good time out in her first race here at Goodwood. But Sam Hancock not averse to having a garland and a cigar or 2. He's won the odd race now and again, and they definitely look like they are into the final stages here with enough of a lead to allow him just to be a little cautious in traffic. But
now, who else isn't quite on the track where we expect them to be? Right, those speeding in the pit lane penalties. 3-second penalty for the Siletsky, that's the metallic green Aston Martin DB3S. 7-second penalty for, guess which car? That's the third penalty. It's the 34, the car that started from pole position a little too quickly. A 10-second jump start penalty. Pit stop, a little too short, another 10 seconds, and speeding in the pit lane. That is what we call the royal flush, I believe.
Yeah.
So they picked up another 7 seconds of penalty, and car 35, which we haven't talked too much about, it's the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Noel Dunkley owns it. Andrew Crichton and Tim Crichton. That was the one that, as Martin said, was keep out of my way, give me some track space, I want the real estate. So they've got an 8-second penalty.
Oh, that
so really,
was speeding in the pit lane then.
Yeah.
So that was Andrew handing over to Tim, or Tim taking over and leaving in a hurry? I'm not sure which, but the
both
father
in the
and
wrong,
son,
share the blame.
Yeah, father and son combination, well, they will end up with a penalty. But they were expecting to be at the tail of the field. They just wanted this car to come back and race again at Goodwood. And that's what it has done. That's that bright Kermit green Fraser Nash that you'll see halfway around the circuit. The Allard J2 of Benoit Trellier. Now again, he is behind the number 34 car, but the number 34 car has just picked up another penalty, a 7-second penalty, so Trellier immediately is not any longer behind the number 34 car, and in the real world, very soon is not going to be behind him either. So on adjusted time, 77 is ahead of 34, and on real estate, he's going to be ahead of him fairly quickly as well. Ben has reeled in the 34 car and that big green Allard. In fact, actually, the alloy car in front of me is just as large, that Cooper Jag. So
good news. Do you want good news? Car 34 can't be done for any more penalties because it's had the 3 that it could possibly have. The jump start, that's 10-second penalty, and diving into the pits. Car 34 unfortunately was a little bit too quick coming in, so got a pit lane speeding, and unfortunately there's also a minimum time in the pits, but that was transgressed as well, so that was another 10 seconds. Talk about making it hard. 27 seconds to be added to their race finishing time.
Well, 27 seconds plus the jump start. Oh, is that included?
That's included.
Okay, so if they finish within half a minute of the winner, who is likely to be Sam Hancock, then they can safely assume that they threw a garland and a cigar in his direction with not 1, not 2, but all 3 possible penalties. I suppose there could be one for starting out of position on the grid, but they were on pole on the front row, so...
I wonder if you get another penalty for getting the other 3 penalties. Having got the whole set, you
can't be penalised twice for the same offence. Or 3 times, as it turns out.
Well, you know, studying the time that the sun goes down clearly has been a piece of science here. We started at 6:25 in the evening, and we are getting to the end of an hour. So we've just gone past 7:20. There's still enough light to see the cars, but the light is falling fast. The magical golden sky is turning dark by the moment. But for Sam Hancock, with that bright light on the back to just identify and show if it gets any darker, but harder to pick out. Of course, the TV cameras that are picking up these images and beaming them all around the world on the world feed make it look much, much lighter than it is. It finds lights that the human eye cannot detect. But 4 minutes and a bit of small change to go, and for Sam Hancock, no one in front of him, not even an imaginary car with a time penalty.
No,
makes it
exactly
simple.
right. It does make it very simple. If you pass everybody, and even if they haven't got penalties, then you tend to end up winning, and he has passed everybody. So a great drive in the second part of the race from Sam Hancock. A really good start as well from Freddie Wakeman to just keep them in the hunt. He's closing up on Martin Stretton. And again, Ben Trellier still has not got by that Lister Jag, Cooper Jag, I keep saying Lister Jag, Cooper Jag, sorry, I'm going to get shot for that later, past that raw alloy Cooper Jag. So Trellier still trying to find a way by. It will be a little bit of a moot point because on corrected time he's actually ahead, and even though he can see, I don't know if he knows he can see the race leader, but because Trellier also... Allard has just got through, actually, and that was out of Madgwick.
Okay, but the thing is, for Ben Trellier, he takes over the car. He's having enough of a task. It's an Allard. He's fighting a wild bull out there. But he'll have looked at the pit board once. Oh, he's got a penalty. He possibly won't have noticed there's a further penalty. All he's going to do, he's got 3 minutes to go. He's just going to press as hard as he possibly can. And for Sam Hancock leading the race, he's just got to go in his silken fashion and come through to the end. No complication.
I think Ben's pit board will just say push. And he's just having, and possibly smile, because he must be having a whale of a time. And look at that, I mean, we are in the golden hour in blue lights. This is what photographers love most of all, soft, non-direct light, and you've got the most gorgeous autumnal sunset as well. So a beautiful, beautiful evening here at Goodwood. We had a little shower of rain earlier on this afternoon. That didn't really interrupt proceedings in any way, shape or form. certainly hasn't dampened anybody's enthusiasm. 2 minutes and 20, it'll be this plus one more. Sam Hancock probably doesn't have enough time to slow down. He definitely doesn't have enough time to slow down, 36 seconds, so it'll be this plus one more. This is the penultimate lap of the Freddy March Memorial Trophy.
I tell you what though, just the way the light is falling so fast, only with their headlights they'll be able to pick out those pit boards, because that was in the shade the start-finish straight at the start of the race 50 plus minutes ago.
Well, again, when we look out of our windows, it's actually pitch black, but if you open the window and look out, it's a beautiful evening, so there is plenty of light. It just doesn't look like it to us.
Yeah, we feel as though we're commentating from a coal mine here.
It does.
Windows had glass, now they appear to have black painted glass.
Like
but we're looking at the screens and seeing the same images as you are wherever you're watching in the world. For some of us, we're going to the evening. For some of you, it's probably getting close to breakfast time if you're watching up from New Zealand. Great to hear the whole Hartley family is here this weekend to see Brendan have a go. Maybe his brother Nelson will be in the mix as well. Sorry, Brendan and Nelson, the two brothers.
Yeah.
Nelson's the older one, isn't he?
Brendan coming all the way from Fuji in Japan. He was racing in the won in the World Endurance Championship last weekend in Fuji with his teammates. So always good to see him out. It's about time we got Kaz Nakajima and those guys coming over here as well. I think, Katsuki Kubota needs to do a little bit more sort of PR there and get a few more Japanese drivers involved. I'm sure Brendan will be singing the praise. In fact, Kaz Nakajima was here during the Festival of Speed, so I don't think he needs much of an introduction. Just maybe he needs an invitation.
Yeah, well, now he's a sort of roving representative for Toyota. He's got the flag to wave.
He's also team principal of Toyota Gazoo Racing, and he lives in Cologne, so it's not like he's having to traverse half the world to come and do testing and so on. So he could absolutely, and Kamui Kobayashi could easily come over as well, and their new young charge, Ryo Hirakawa. Can imagine him enjoying this enormously as well. Well, we know Sam Hancock loves Goodwood, we know he loves racing here, and he does it well. 14 seconds left to go. This is the last lap of the first race of the 2022 Goodwood Revival. And Sam Hancock heading towards the checkered flag in a car that started in the centre of the front row of the grid. It's a 1953 Jaguar C-Type. It's had a very strong run all the way through, always in the battle for second place when the pole-sitting Cooper Jaguar pulled away very fast, too fast as it turns out from the start. They continued to build that lead. They didn't panic, they just got their heads down. Nice, slick driver change, no penalties, and then letting Sam Hancock off the leash to do what he does so well.
Yeah, it was, I'll think back to the first half of the race. That scrap, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth was fantastic. Yeah. But then, of course, the second half, we took our shoes and socks off and used all our digits to try and work out the time penalties and who was really where. But Sam Hancock's made it very, very simple for us. The checkered flag is out. He's going to cross the line just behind the number 5, the Siletsky's Aston Martin. There is the first race completed of the 2022 Goodwood Revival. Masterful drive at the front, huge entertainment and a little bit of mathematical calculation just to keep us on our toes.
And a string of fastest laps in the second part of the race from Sam Hancock, really putting that car head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Second place, the number 24 C-Type, the Webb and Young car. Nigel Webb, John Young finishing in second. And in third place on corrected, we've got less penalties than you. 77 J2X. There's Benoit Trellier, who did the second part of the race in that car, sharing with Mike Grant Peterkin. So, and again, Mike was right in the fray, battling with both of those C-Types that finished in front of him right from the start of the race. The Healy 100 was in there as well, the Bill Rawls, the Rawls LeBlanc car. Bill Rawls, the Healy specialist, entering that 100S car number 222. So Jack Rawls and Carsten LeBlanc sharing that one. And they end up in 5th place with the Cooper Jag from pole after picking up every conceivable penalty. They didn't leave any on the table, did they? They properly swept the board.
When you're going down in style. But the style was the winning C-Type. Had a brilliant scrap in the first half of the race with the sister C-Type, and that was Nigel Webb against Fred Waitman with that pesky little Cooper bobtail in among them, making it so entertaining. Great to see the drivers, they come in waving to the marshals and to the fans all around the circuit. Be quick, because the fans are all going to be over the road within the next few minutes. Over to the fun fair, the entertainment.
The fun fair, the band and the beer and the hot dogs and everything else are definitely calling. I'm sure actually if you're watching near the pit straight, you can probably smell over the road as much as hear it. So heading down in, first race of the weekend, and this isn't the only one that we'll see Sam Hancock in, but they have their first win under their belts.
And he is super excited because he's going to meet the third fastest MGB driver when he gets down there, our very own Ed Foster, who changed back into his tweeds.
I think that's going to make it all the sweeter, isn't it? Little bit of history of this car, a works car. It was a reserve at the 1953 Le Mans 24-hour race, raced by the late Sir Stirling Moss at Silverstone in 1953 as well. And extensive period race history, as you said. It went down under to Australia and raced by the legend Frank Gardner. And if you ever want an absolute Aussie racing icon, he is among the very most famous. There is our third fastest MGB driver heading to greet our third, second and first placed teams after the Freddy March Memorial Trophy. So
you don't need to see all of Sam's face to tell he is beaming from ear to ear. It was all in the eyes as he climbs out. And yes, now we can see the light on the pit straight, dark on the track, but the people in the grandstand still with that setting sun in their faces, and a job really done very well. So Fred Wakeman out in a very natty set of Martini Racing overalls to greet him. So another win for the pair of them.
Yeah, fantastic
success under John Young's won enough events here too, so he knows what it takes.
Well, Ed Foster is there. I think he is the man for the moment. Let's get in amongst it and talk to our top three crews.
What a race that was. Quite a few penalties, but third place. Mike, let's come to you first. A podium at Goodwood, a sunset race. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, not at all. I'm very, very lucky boy to be driving that car here this evening. Thank you to Nick Jarvis, the owner. It was a fantastic experience, my first race at Goodwood at the Revival, so loved every minute.
Benoit, you do more things like this, you'll have a career in motor racing.
Sorry, it was pretty much fun, you know, here. And then same as Mario, you know, I really want to thank Nick because the car was awesome to drive. The team did a really great job, and yeah, I really enjoyed the race. It was very fair with the other cars, and we put some pressure on the other ones, but it was fun actually.
Congratulations to you both. Right, let's try and find second. Oh, here we are. Sean, you weren't holding back there at the end.
No, I thought I'd better get a bit of a spurt on. I could see, you know, there was an opportunity, so I tried my hardest to take it.
It looked great. Nigel, was it a case of just staying out of trouble at the start?
Yes, without question, actually. But of course, what nobody knows is we didn't have a dynamo. And I was so despondent at the beginning. If you notice, we were pretty well the only car that didn't have a lights on, but it did brilliantly. And the car was damaged at Silverstone Classic only 3 weeks ago, and I got to thank Gary Pearson for fixing it. You know, it was amazing.
Well, you've got much better eyesight than me. Congratulations, guys. And first place, where are we? Well, let's carry on through. I think they are in the middle of another interview at the moment, so let's just give it a couple of minutes and then we can jump in. Right, here we go. Guys, I'm sorry, this interview after interview. Frederick, first place, Goodwood.
Oh, it's wonderful. Obviously, it's a really iconic race, this 9-hour tribute. It was, I don't know if anyone was watching the sky, but it was fantastic. The whole thing was so atmospheric, and you know, Sam did an unbelievable job. And to take a car like this with drum brakes home to first place really is an outstanding drive. So well done, Sam.
Yeah, Sam, that was quite an intense 35-40 minutes, wasn't it?
It's weird. It was intense from the driver's seat because of the brake fade that you get with drum brakes, which happened about halfway through my stint. But when you back off to look after them, it feels eerily relaxed. You feel like you couldn't possibly drive any slower. And I was sort of looking in my mirrors and keeping an eye on the gap on the pit board. And it felt like we had enough margin just to go really easy and literally just sort of roll off the throttle pedal nice and early, barely touch the brakes and just bring it home. And thankfully we were able to do that. I think a lot of people were probably suffering the same thing, so we were all in the same boat.
Great, well, congratulations, guys. And we've got Pierre Fillon here, the president of the ACO, who's going to present to you both with the new Centenary Le Mans Trophy, the miniature version.
Right, Will told me. You had...
Of the world's fastest cars get a last-minute check at Goodwood for the News of the World International Car Race. But holding his own is Collins in an Aston Martin, seen here passing an HRG. Parnell's out of the race. Up to the finish, and it's the Aston Martin driven by Collins and Griffiths that's going to do it. And on the line it wins to score a great victory for British sports cars.
Well, what a special first day we have had here for the Goodwood Revival 2022. Capped off just there by our first winners of the weekend, Fred Wakeman, of course, and Sam Hancock, taking the top spot in the Freddy March Memorial. That was something special, especially because it was the dust race and the skyline looks so beautiful right now. If you can't see it, or if you are here, it's a little bit orange over there. It looks pretty glorious.
It's absolutely spectacular, and there's something about headlights burning their way into the night. I love that thought of racing into the night, and two very happy drivers there. Sam and Fred, textbook race for them, and they just seemed happy and relieved to get that first win under their belt.
You're in that Jaguar C-Type, of course. 38 laps of this beautiful circuit completed with a 9-second gap as well to second place. That will be a moment they don't forget for quite some time. Well, let's turn our attention then, David, to tomorrow, day 2 of Revival, of course. Again, it's going to be pretty special. We can take you through the morning session, but there's so much going on. We do have quite a stacked schedule. So let's just have a little look at what's going on tomorrow. It all starts again at 9 a.m. with that track parade of the Austin 7S's there. But I'm going to pick out one that I'm excited for, that Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy Part 1 at 11:20. And then obviously we'll have plenty more in the afternoon. And David, I know you've got a couple of favourites as well that you're looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, the St Mary's always delivers. We saw great qualifying today. Race and Royalty in the qualifying. Quite a few Formula E drivers. They're off season. They're here to enjoy themselves. Andre Lotterer, Jev, Stoffel Van Dorn, all beaten though by Mr. Dumas. Fast up the hill, fast round the circuit here. He did a great job, and that race is going to be absolutely spectacular tomorrow.
That's going to be pretty special. But if you are fans of Goodwood, you'll know Ed Foster, our reporter. He's racing tomorrow, and he's got a front row start in the Lavant Cup as well. That is going to be special for you guys at home and for Ed as well. He was speechless when we spoke to him after that qualifying session.
Well, the tallest man at Goodwood is now looking even slightly taller, and maybe with his chest pushed out a little bit. He's absolutely beaming, and I wish him the best of luck for tomorrow. He's done a great job.
And for our youthful fans as well, here in person and at home, we have the Setrington Cup as well. Austin J40s, the little pedal cars for the children. We have the first race on Saturday and the second race on Sunday. That's always such a delight to watch, David.
Well, it's actually one of the most hotly contested races of the whole weekend. We'll see tears, tantrums, and some pretty fierce competition.
We will indeed. Well, plenty more action coming your way tomorrow on day 2 of Revival. We hope you've loved today as much as we have, and we'll see you back here same time tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.